Young Gao Yang, a prodigy with unparalleled talent, was deemed an oddball by the National University of Defense Technology because of his obsession with knowledge. Gao Yang was willing to give up everything to pursue his dreams. Once he entered university, his life changed completely. He no longer cared about the outside world, spending all his time in the library exploring unknown fields. A year flew by, and Gao Yang hadn't attended a single class or earned a single credit. During his 6 months under academic probation, he continued his routine, devouring over a dozen books a day, leaving everyone astounded. The librarians whispered amongst themselves about this peculiar student who arrived punctually at 6 a.m. every day, only leaving reluctantly at 10:30 p.m. after a day of reading and eating. What was he doing? What good could come from reading so much? Doubts and questions buzzed around. His classmate, Ruo, who worked part-time in the library, accidentally discovered that Gao Yang was planning to design a laser gun. She could hardly believe her ears. The final review was the next day, and he hadn't even started? Realizing his oversight, Gao Yang hurriedly grabbed a stack of books and dashed out of the library. Instead of returning to his dorm, he sat down on the spot and continued reading. Ruo couldn't stand it and stayed by his side for 4 whole hours. At 2:30 a.m., while everyone else was asleep, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. It turned out that Gao Yang had acquired a miraculous system that enhanced the power of his developed weapons by hundreds or even thousands of times through reading. For this system, Gao Yang spared no effort. He frantically absorbed knowledge day and night, disregarding rest and sustenance. The once genius boy was now seen as a madman, forgotten by the world. Only Gao Yang knew that it was all worth it. The system had fully charged, granting him a precious augmentation opportunity. Gao Yang trembled with excitement. The system could randomly amplify the effects of anything he developed, increasing their power from 100-fold to 10,000-fold. Once the system is fully charged, it can randomly amplify the effects of any manufactured product by a factor of 100 to 10,000. Even the lowest amplification of 100 times would result in astonishing effects, while others struggle tirelessly to achieve even a 10% improvement, which would be considered a groundbreaking achievement. Gao Yang, this anomaly, can casually create something with a 100-fold boost. Is he even human? He's practically a cheat code. Gao Yang couldn't wait to rush into the lab and personally verify this bug-like system. He quickly got up, shoved the book he was reading into the hands of the dumbfounded Ruo, and dashed out without looking back. Ruo stared blankly at Gao Yang's retreating figure, her mind in a whirl. Who is this person? Where is the dull and rigid Gao Yang she knew? How could he change so suddenly, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance? Gao Yang sprinted towards the lab at full speed. He had to seize this heaven-sent opportunity to produce some results. He couldn't afford to get expelled. Even though the system was fully charged, it still needed a continuous influx of knowledge to maintain its amplifying capabilities. Despite the urgency, Gao Yang remained calm. His intense reading sessions had made him thoroughly familiar with the design of a laser gun. Now, he just needed to put it into practice and build a complete weapon system. He quickly sketched out the blueprint of the laser gun in his mind. This device mainly consisted of 4 parts: the laser emitter, the power source, the optical system, and the control system. A power source? Out of the question. Even the battery packs of electric cars couldn't meet his monstrous energy demands. Gao Yang had to make do with a power cord for now, just to get the task done. The control system was relatively simple, just a circuit board that he could solder together in 10 minutes. As for the optical system, which focused and amplified the laser to enhance its destructive power, Gao Yang had had plans for that for a long time. He just needed to implement them now. The laser emitter wasn't as high-tech as it sounded. The infrared lights sold at convenience stores near elementary schools were essentially low-grade laser emitters. However, those could only light up a mosquito. Creating something with real destructive power would take some effort. But Gao Yang was confident. Late into the night, Gao Yang pushed himself to stay awake, working tirelessly in the lab. He first tossed the lenses for the optical system into the grinding machine, setting the parameters to let it automatically grind them. Meanwhile, he had to work on the other components. Fortunately, the Defense University of Technology, being a hub of national defense research, had a lab equipped with all sorts of devices and materials. Even if some parts were missing, Gao Yang could machine them on site using a lathe. Despite all this, building a complete laser gun still took a considerable amount of time. Gao Yang worked from midnight until the sun was high in the sky, barely managing to get all the components ready. However, the most challenging part was yet to come: assembly. Thousands of tiny parts lay before him, testing his patience and precision. Even with an iron will, fatigue was inevitable. But Gao Yang gritted his teeth and forced himself to start the final assembly. At this very moment, the number 2 shooting range at the Defense Science and Technology University is the scene of another major event. 30 top students from the Small Arms Engineering program are undergoing a crucial test. This assessment will determine not only their eligibility to continue in the special class, but also serve as an evaluation of the entire program's teaching effectiveness. The range is tightly secured to prevent any unauthorized entry. On the sidelines, school leaders, faculty professors, and even some big names from the Institute of Engineering have gathered, all wearing solemn expressions. These exceptionally talented students, who benefit from the country's best educational resources in the special class, are under close scrutiny to see what remarkable achievements they can produce. Everyone is watching with bated breath. However, one middle-aged man, Professor Lee, looks particularly displeased. He glares at the orderly rows of students with a dark expression. Report, only 29 out of the 30 students are present. One is absent. As soon as the words were spoken, murmurs erupted from the crowd. Enough. Professor Lee cut off the whispers brusquely and began to read out the assessment rules. The students will present their projects in research groups, and the panel of experts will score them on the spot. Those who pass can continue in the special class, while those who fail will return to the regular class. To heighten the stakes, the top 3 projects will receive a reward of up to 100,000 yuan. The students immediately tensed up. The benefits of the special class are too enticing to miss: free tuition, an annual stipend of 20,000 yuan, and the opportunity to learn from industry leaders. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Professor Lee glanced at the list in his hand, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. 30 students have formed 16 research groups, 7 of which are individual projects. You all seem quite confident in your abilities. He continued, let's start with the individual projects. Chow Tao, please present your work. A tall, slender boy stepped forward from the crowd as Professor Lee called his name. Chow Tao picked up an inconspicuous box from beside him, opened it, and took out a uniquely designed submachine gun. This is a micro-submachine gun I designed, based on the UZI but with several modifications, he explained. Professor Lee took the gun, weighed it in his hands, and raised an eyebrow. This kid's understanding of firearms is impressive. If the rate of fire and accuracy are up to par, this will be a remarkable weapon. He handed the submachine gun to a technician, signaling for a test. The technician mounted the gun on the shooting stand and remotely pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. In just 2 seconds, the magazine was emptied. All eyes turned to Chow Tao. Rate of fire is 21 rounds per second, with high accuracy, the technician reported. In comparison, a standard UZI under the same conditions has a maximum rate of fire of only 15 rounds per second. The leaders nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased with the results. A fast rate of fire combined with high accuracy made this an ideal weapon. However, to achieve a perfect score, the gun's performance in extreme conditions would also need to be evaluated. Amidst the hustle and bustle at the number 2 shooting range, Gao Yang was tirelessly assembling his laser gun in the laboratory. Laser emitter, optical system, power cables, all connected and tightly wrapped with insulating tape to ensure nothing came loose. Time was pressing, and Gao Yang couldn't even be bothered to make a decent casing for the laser gun. He hastily grabbed a few sticks and used duct tape to hold the black, makeshift contraption together, creating something that looked like a crude prototype. When he finally took a deep breath and glanced at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already afternoon. With no time for fine-tuning, he stuffed the black device into his bag and stumbled his way towards shooting range number 2, the plug still dangling behind him. Gao Yang couldn't wait to test his new invention. He connected the laser gun to the power supply and pulled the trigger. Instantly, a dazzling red beam shot towards a wooden chair, burning a fist-sized hole right in the middle. The power was simply astonishing. The laser devices on the market could at most light a cigarette, cut some metal, or disable a camera, essentially just for show. But Gao Yang's handheld laser weapon had unmatched destructive power. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Gao Yang's mind. Detected that the host has created a laser gun. You have one opportunity for a 10,000-fold power increase. Use it. Use it.
Gao Yang almost shouted.
A massive virtual roulette wheel appeared out of thin air, filled with numbers ranging from 100 to 10,000. Before Gao Yang could react, the wheel spun wildly, turning into a rainbow-colored blur due to its incredible speed. Gao Yang watched the spinning light with bated breath, his heart pounding. Even the worst luck would grant him a 100-fold increase, which was already a huge boon. But who wouldn't want their weapon to leap to 10,000 times its power? As the wheel slowed down, Gao Yang held his breath. With a crisp click, the wheel came to a stop. Gao Yang stared, eyes wide, body trembling, almost unable to believe his luck. Congratulations, host. Your invention has gained a 10,000-fold power increase. The system's announcement boomed in his mind. Holy crap.
Gao Yang nearly screamed.
To hit the jackpot on his first use of this godly system. Was he even human? He must be the reincarnation of an extraordinarily lucky soul. What happened next was even more astonishing. Under Gao Yang's watchful eyes, the newly created laser gun disassembled itself into countless metal fragments, which then rapidly reassembled in midair. The surrounding lab equipment roared to life. emitting deafening sounds as if 1,000 horses were charging into battle. Multicolored energy surged wildly around the lab, converging and forming invisible hands that manipulated everything with jaw-dropping precision. Machines cut at high speed, thousands of parts interlocked and were wrapped with expensive metal coils. The optical system was rapidly upgraded, materials were replaced, and craftsmanship was enhanced, all leading to a significant boost in overall performance. 10 minutes later, everything fell silent. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Gao Yang snapped back to reality. Limited by lab conditions and insufficient materials, the 10,000-fold laser gun upgrade could not be completed. Current laser gun power increased to 162 times. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment before trembling with excitement. 162 times. The already powerful laser gun now had 162 times its original power, and this was with limited equipment and materials. In a fully equipped lab, wouldn't he be able to create something as destructive as the Death Star in no time? The system then began to flood Gao Yang's mind with a torrent of knowledge, including laser theory, materials science, manufacturing techniques, all within the newly amplified domains. In present-day Gao Yang, with the right equipment and materials, he could whip up a laser weapon with 10,000 times the power in no time. What's more terrifying is that even the tiniest scraps of material in Gao Yang's hands could drive the entire optics community wild. And let's not even mention the future. Every new invention Gao Yang comes up with will boost technological advancements in Longwa exponentially, propelling the nation's tech level to a world-stunning height. But right now, he has to keep his appointment with Professor Li. Gao Yang hurriedly stuffed the new gun into a plastic bag and dashed towards shooting range number 2. At 6 o'clock on campus, the sunset was blood red. Gao Yang wasn't sure if he would make it in time, but with this groundbreaking gadget in hand, who cares if he gets expelled? If he wanted to, he could make the school beg him to come back. When Gao Yang finally burst into the shooting range, panting, he was greeted by a field of bullet-riddled targets and Professor Li's face, dark as a thundercloud. Gao Yang, the design presentation was at 7:30 this morning. Do you know what time it is now? It's 6:30 in the evening.
Professor Li fumat.
If it weren't for the fact that your handgun design was passable, you would have been expelled long ago. But your skills are mediocre at best, nowhere near excellent. Spending all day in the library, what good does that do? You'd be better off attending classes. Handgun? What handgun? Gao Yang was confused. It wasn't until he noticed Ruoruo winking at him frantically from the side that he realized what had happened. Ruoruo had secretly put his name on the group list. Professor Li cut off his thoughts impatiently. Anyway, your probation period remains unchanged. Show some real improvement within 6 months, or you're out. At this point, Gao Yang couldn't hold back any longer. He looked Professor Li straight in the eye and said loudly, "Sir, I didn't design that handgun. I have my own project." "What project?"
Professor Li snarat.
Gao Yang reached into the plastic bag and pulled out a metal contraption, his gaze unwavering and his voice steady, a laser gun. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present changed. It was common knowledge that the flashier something looked, the less useful it usually was. This wasn't to say that laser guns were entirely useless, but the technology required to produce a functional one was incredibly advanced. Even top research institutes struggled to create portable laser weapons with outstanding practical effects, let alone a group of mere students. When Gao Yang pulled out a stick wrapped tightly in duct tape from an inconspicuous black plastic bag, the crowd erupted into laughter. A laser gun? More like a crude makeshift device. They had harbored a sliver of hope that this library-obsessed weirdo might actually pull off something impressive, but now it seemed Gao Yang had completely lost his mind. Even Professor Li's face turned grim. He silently cursed himself for ever entertaining the idea that Gao Yang might deliver on his promises. He must have been out of his mind. The school leaders frowned openly. One department head sighed, remarking that Gao Yang, once a top provincial scholar, was now nothing but an empty title. He speculated that Gao Yang might be under too much pressure and suggested arranging a hospital visit for him. The principals frowned deepened at these words. A genius who had stood out among thousands in Longwa couldn't be dismissed lightly, especially if there were signs of mental instability. Meanwhile, the girl named Ruoruo wished she could disappear under the scrutinizing gazes of her 3 teammates. How could she have thought Gao Yang was normal? She had spent half the night with him, relieved that he seemed different from his reputation. Now, she not only made a fool of herself, but also dragged her entire research group into this mess. She doubted she'd ever live this down. Gao Yang, however, remained remarkably calm amidst the ridicule and disdain. He looked around and said softly, "If any of you ever pursue a career in research, I hope you remember this. Never judge a book by its cover." With that, he walked over to Professor Li and respectfully said, "I apologize for the rudimentary appearance of this laser gun due to time constraints, but I assure you, its performance will stand up to scrutiny. May we proceed with the test?" Professor Li took the stick, examining it with suspicion. Something seemed off. The most alarming part was the power cord sticking out from it. Does this thing need to be plugged in? He asked incredulously. Yes, even standard AC power can drive it, Gao Yang explained. Of course, if we use three-phase or even high-voltage power, its power will be even more formidable. Get a power cord, Professor Lee ordered the technician after a brief hesitation. Soon, a rubber-coated power cord was brought over. The technician carefully secured Gao Yang's device to the automatic firing stand and stepped back, signaling to Professor Lee. Understanding the signal, Professor Lee also retreated, fearing the device might suddenly explode. Even the audience in the stands instinctively shrank back, wary of the potential danger from this crude contraption. Can we start the test? Professor Lee asked Gao Yang. Go ahead, Gao Yang replied. The technician nervously pressed the remote control button. With a sudden snap, a surge of electricity coursed through the rod. The next second, everyone was left speechless. A dazzling red beam erupted from the black tape, illuminating the dark sky as if it were broad daylight. Even the 6:30 p.m. sunset paled in comparison to its terrifying brightness. The blinding laser shot straight toward the distant target, which was no ordinary target, but one made of high-strength materials. Yet under the laser's relentless assault, it crumbled like tofu, turning to char in an instant. The metal base beneath the target melted away, dripping to the ground with a sizzle. The laser continued its unchecked rampage, burning a gaping hole through the reinforced wall behind the range. Before anyone could react, the wires couldn't handle the massive current and burst into flames with a pop. As the circuit broke, the laser abruptly ceased. Though it lasted just a second, the terrifying power left an indelible mark on everyone's mind. The shooting range fell into a stunned silence. Tears streamed down faces, and multicolored spots danced before their eyes. The blinding laser had nearly scorched their retinas, but no one cared about the discomfort now. All that remained in their hearts was an overwhelming sense of awe. They had been mocking what turned out to be a real laser gun, and not just any laser gun, but one of extraordinary power. Their earlier ridicule now felt like a slap in the face, shaming them for their ignorance. Is this for real? Was I dreaming just now? Where's the target? It's gone. Forget the target. Even the metal frame melted away. When did laser technology become this advanced? The students' chatter filled the air. The school leaders were even more astounded, rising from their seats in shock. They understood better than the students the significance of what they had just witnessed. This was a major breakthrough in laser technology. There was no other portable laser weapon like this in the world. Not even the most advanced countries could compare, let alone Longhua. Gao Yang was equally stunned. He hadn't had the chance to test the laser gun, which had been enhanced by the system. He never expected its first live test to be so terrifyingly powerful. And this was only at 162 times the normal power. If it were to be used at full capacity, the consequences would be unimaginable. The laser had not only incinerated the target in an instant, but also melted the metal frame beneath it. More frighteningly, it had effortlessly pierced through a brick wall 400 meters away. Such high temperatures must be in the tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. If it hit a human body, the enemy would be obliterated without a trace. This was a true laser weapon. Aim, shoot, and the enemy has nowhere to hide. With the attack speed of an optical weapon being the speed of light itself, intercepting missiles would be a piece of cake. No need for prediction. Once you see the target, it's already hit. Suppressing his shock, Gao Yang turned to Professor Lee and calmly asked, "Is my laser gun up to standard?" Professor Lee's body trembled slightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked at Gao Yang, filled with regret. Faced with this misunderstood genius, he almost wanted to bow down and apologize. Gao Yang noticed Professor Lee's remorse, but didn't take it to heart. After all, he had spent all his time reading, which might have seemed obsessive to others. Misunderstandings were inevitable, and Professor Lee had already given him so many opportunities, which was more than generous. Anyone else would have been expelled for not attending classes for a year. Besides, Gao Yang didn't care about others' opinions. He even preferred the peace and quiet that came with being left alone to read. At this moment, Professor Lee looked at Gao Yang as if he were a rare treasure. This wasn't just a genius, it was a prodigy. Overwhelmed by a mix of joy and guilt, his expression was uncontrollable, tears streaming down his face while he beamed with joy. Gao Yang, I need to confirm, did you build this laser gun entirely on your own? Professor Lee's tone was uncharacteristically gentle. Yes, Gao Yang nodded. But the lab equipment and materials were insufficient, so this is the best I could do for now. This statement hit Professor Lee like a thunderbolt, leaving him dumbfounded. Are you saying that with better resources, you could create even more powerful laser weapons based on your theoretical knowledge? Yes, Gao Yang replied calmly. Professor Lee was so excited that he was trembling. He glanced around and lowered his voice. This is a serious matter. We shouldn't discuss it here. We need a more professional setting for testing. Then, turning to the entire class, he announced loudly, Gao Yang's laser gun is undoubtedly the first place in this design competition. Any objections? None, the students responded in unison. Though they were geniuses themselves, in the face of Gao Yang and his extraordinary creation, their arrogance vanished. They even breathed cautiously. The school leaders nodded in agreement. At this moment, Gao Yang's words were akin to a royal decree. Who would dare to disagree? At just 19, he had created such a revolutionary weapon. His future accomplishments were boundless. While others might become the pride of their alma mater after graduation, Gao Yang had already earned this honor. The principal stood up abruptly, smiling widely. Gao Yang, you truly deserve first place. Are you satisfied with the school? Any suggestions? Just let us know. Even Professor Lee couldn't help but glance over. In 10 years, he had never seen the principal so eager to please a student. Students can only borrow 4 books at a time with their ID cards. That's a bit too few. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said. The principal was momentarily stunned. Was that even a suggestion? He then laughed heartily. No problem. From now on, the borrowing limit at the library will be doubled. As for you, Gao Yang, you can borrow as many books as you want, no restrictions. With the borrowing issue resolved, Gao Yang left the podium and walked over to Ruoruo, whispering a thank you. Ruoruo blushed instantly. Thank me for what? If I hadn't meddled, you wouldn't have almost been expelled. It's all my fault for acting on my own. The second place goes to... Professor Lee's voice trailed off, but against the backdrop of Gao Yang's laser gun, the second and third places seemed insignificant. Those once arrogant geniuses now stood meekly, wishing they could shrink into the background. Comparison often highlights differences starkly. Their work simply doesn't hold a candle to Gao Yang's masterpiece. After the award ceremony, Professor Lee began distributing a special document, a confidentiality agreement. Everyone who witnessed the scene had to sign it. Ruoruo instinctively glanced at Gao Yang's plastic bag, which held the treasure, and thought, does this really need to be kept secret? But then she understood. This kind of black technology represented not just a weapon, but a significant leap in laser technology. The promised cash prize of 10,000 yuan was essentially hush money. After signing the agreement, people gradually left. Many felt a mix of envy and admiration, wondering why their fellow students' project ascended to the level of a state secret. But when they considered the gap between Gao Yang's work and theirs, they had to admit it was well-deserved. Everything that Guy earned was truly merited. Professor Lee drove Gao Yang away. Your laser gun needs to undergo comprehensive testing at the Long Science Institute to determine the exact data. Want to come along? Gao Yang already had a good idea of the weapon's power. Another trip would just be for show. No, just take me to the library, he replied. Hearing this, Professor Lee felt a genuine sense of admiration. He had once criticized Gao Yang for spending all his time in the library, thinking it was a nerdy habit. Little did he know, Gao Yang was a true genius. Even at the height of his success, he never forgot to keep reading. Such determination was truly impressive. As the car stopped in front of the library, Professor Lee apologized. I take back what I said about reading not being as good as attending lectures. I'm really sorry. Gao Yang smiled. It's all right. Normally, just reading can't compare to being guided by great teachers, especially those in our special class. It's a pity you don't know I have a system. Gao Yang thought to himself. Watching Gao Yang walk into the library, Professor Lee glanced at the staff on the front seat, still finding it unbelievable. Such an unassuming object could revolutionize the field of lasers. Driving to the school gate, several military vehicles were waiting. Their mission was to escort Professor Lee and his national treasure to the Long Science Institute for testing. This grand spectacle drew many curious looks. Was Professor Lee some kind of criminal? Meanwhile, the culprit behind the commotion was leisurely flipping through books in the library. Compared to his previous frantic reading to charge the system, Gao Yang now took a more relaxed pace. However, he understood that to continue unlocking amplification opportunities, he had to keep diligently absorbing knowledge. And the way to recharge was still through reading. Gao Yang had a bold hypothesis. The process of reading might actually be a way for the system to quietly train his brain, helping him adapt to the vast influx of amplified knowledge. Of course, this was just an unverifiable assumption. An hour later, Gao Yang closed the book. His reading speed had significantly improved. After all, he was already very familiar with much of the content, allowing him to speed read. As he turned the last page, Gao Yang's consciousness sank into the system space. A brand new progress bar appeared before his eyes. 0.3%? That's right, just 3 books had charged the system by 1%. At this rate, Gao Yang would need only 300 books to fully charge the system. Even if he read just 10 books a day, he could easily finish within a month. And in extreme conditions, he could manage 20 books a day, completing the task in just half a month, and once again receive the supreme gift of a 10,000-fold increase. The thought of this made Gao Yang uncontrollably ecstatic, the smile on his face growing wider. He feared the charging speed might slow down, making him wait another year and a half for results like before. At the library entrance, Ruoruo walked in after dinner. As soon as she entered, She saw Gao Yang engrossed in his reading. Despite having achieved monumental success, he still managed to study diligently. Such perseverance was truly admirable. But in the next moment, Ruo noticed a strange smile on Gao Yang's face as he turned the pages. She glanced at the book title, On the Material and Structure of Bulletproof Vests. How could someone find joy in reading such a dull, technical book? Her respect for this academic prodigy grew even stronger. She wanted to strike up a conversation but saw that Gao Yang was already absorbed in his next book, so she quietly returned to the counter and picked up a book herself. Watching the figure in the distance who was smarter and more diligent than she was, Ruo felt motivated. If he worked so hard, what excuse did she have to slack off? The spacious reading room was filled only with the soft rustling of pages, peaceful and serene. Meanwhile, as Gao Yang leisurely charged the system, Professor Li had rushed to the Light Weapons Research Institute. At the entrance, a line of military vehicles and helicopters stood in formation. The call had not only mobilized the entire research team, but also a significant number of military officials. The origin of this mysterious laser gun could potentially revolutionize Longwa's tactical system in actual combat. This was no trivial matter. Professor Li, holding the remarkable weapon, stepped slowly into the institute. Hundreds of intense gazes were fixed on him, as if trying to burn a hole through him. I've applied for authorization from above. No one is allowed to take photos, record videos, or make audio recordings during this test. Professor Li shouted. Everyone must undergo a fresh identity check. The institute was filled with high-ranking officials, some of whom couldn't help but murmur, "Old Li, is all this really necessary?" Professor Li shook his head firmly. Once you witness the power of this laser gun with your own eyes, you'll understand that I'm not exaggerating one bit. The crowd exchanged glances, reluctantly complied, surrendered their communication devices, and double-checked that they carried no electronic gadgets before finally entering the massive shooting range in the backyard. The category of light weapons is extensive, ranging from handguns and sniper rifles to rockets, single-soldier missiles, and even anti-tank missiles. Essentially, any weapon that can be carried and operated by an individual or a small team falls under this category. The research facility occupies a vast area, and the shooting range in the backyard is equally impressive, with comprehensive facilities. Unfortunately, the equipment specifically designed to test the laser gun wasn't ready in time, so a makeshift setup had to be arranged. Under Professor Li's direction, the technicians quickly got to work. They set up 10 steel targets, each 2 centimeters thick, at distances of 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, all the way up to 1,000 meters. These steel plates were as sturdy as a fortress. In the stands, the bigwigs were whispering among themselves. A powerful laser gun? Professor Li, we'd never believe it if anyone else said it. Exactly. We need to see it to believe it. Professor Li shot them an annoyed glance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare say this is a breakthrough in laser technology. His words silenced the crowd. Professor Li was known for not making outrageous claims. If he was this confident, there must be something extraordinary about it. However, the true extent of its power would only be revealed in the test. Though it was late, the over 100 people present were all brimming with excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Soon, the site was fully set up. A technician jogged over to Professor Li and respectfully reported, "Everything is ready. We can begin the test." Professor Li nodded, his expression solemn, as he carefully took out the device and handed it over. In that split second, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. This thing, the legendary laser gun? It looked like a crude stick wrapped in black tape, with a wire trailing from it directly to a power outlet. This was supposed to be a groundbreaking technological advancement? Yet, out of respect for Professor Li, no one dared to voice their doubts. The technician, equally bewildered, nervously secured the device to the launch platform, terrified that a single slip might destroy this national treasure. Only then did Professor Li turn to the crowd and explain, "This laser gun can be powered by a 220V voltage or high voltage, which will affect its power. Today, we'll test it with 220V. Had anyone else said this, they would have been dismissed as a lunatic. The technician connected the power supply and activated the remote control, ready to collect data the moment the laser gun fired. Professor Li silently put on his sunglasses, without warning the skeptical onlookers, and announced, "Test begins." With a click, the technician pressed the switch. In the next instant, a red beam of light shot forth, illuminating the dark night sky. The first steel plate 100 meters away was instantly pierced through. Then the second, the third. 10 steel plates in total were riddled with holes in just 1 second. The first target, 100 meters away, had a head-sized hole in the center. Molten steel was still dripping down, sizzling, and the edges of the metal were glowing red-hot, emitting thick smoke. Even with his sunglasses on, Professor Li felt a faint pain in his eyes. He turned around and saw a group of high-ranking officials behind him, tears streaming down their faces. With a smirk, he casually remarked, "Sorry, I forgot to warn you all. The laser is quite blinding. It's best to wear protective goggles. Is this the power of a laser gun? A laser weapon specialist, trembling, stood up and hurried over to the laser gun, examining the device with shining eyes. When he received the invitation, he had assumed it was just a minor advancement in laser technology. Little did he know it would be such a groundbreaking leap. In fact, calling it a leap seems conservative. This is a quantum leap, breaking through dimensions with a whole new upgrade. As we all know, today's laser weapons are mostly geared towards precision operations. For example, a laser weapon mounted on a drone squad can automatically lock onto targets with cameras, continuously firing until the camera is destroyed. But if the power of lasers could be as terrifying as what we're witnessing here, would we even need these fancy tricks? This thing can easily penetrate steel plates. Destroying a tank would be a piece of cake. If it can melt through steel so effortlessly, taking out a tank would be child's play. More people snapped out of their days and rushed to gather around the laser gun. Whether they were scientists or soldiers, their focus might differ, but the level of astonishment was equally intense. The researchers were amazed by the technological leap. This wasn't just a small step forward. It was a giant leap beyond their wildest expectations. Meanwhile, the military brass were practically drooling over the weapon's combat potential. This thing was a bona fide lightspeed killer. What on the battlefield could possibly stand up to it? Yet, the closer they examined the device, the more it sent chills down their spines. How could such a seemingly unimpressive contraption unleash such terrifying power? It was mind-blowing. Was there anything left in this world that was impossible? Professor Lee turned urgently to a technician. What were the results from the last test? Instantly, all eyes were on the poor technician. Everyone had witnessed the gun's prowess firsthand, but that was just qualitative. They still lacked quantitative analysis. The technician nervously stared at the computer screen, unable to believe his eyes. The peak temperature of the laser had reached 37,000 degrees Celsius. The room fell into a stunned silence once more. They all knew that light itself has no temperature, but when it strikes a surface, its energy converts to heat. Theoretically, laser cutting could achieve temperatures of over 1 billion degrees, though in practical applications, it's usually around 3,000 degrees. But this thing had hit 37,000 degrees in an instant. Unbelievable. And that was just a momentary burst. If it maintained output, the temperature would only climb higher. Swallowing hard, the technician stammered, the temperature difference between the first and second steel plates is 2,000 degrees, which means the laser experiences minimal energy loss during transmission. At this rate, even with a steel plate every 100 meters, the range could easily exceed 18 kilometers. And that's with maximum energy loss. Without obstacles, the range would be even greater. Everyone exchanged looks of sheer shock, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. Just as they were reeling from the revelation, Professor Lee dropped another bombshell. Don't forget, we were only using the lowest voltage of 220 V. If we switch to high voltage, the power will increase several times over. Everyone step back. We're continuing the tests. With that command, the crowd scattered to safe positions. For the second round of testing, the steel plate was placed 3 kilometers away. They calibrated the angle and activated the laser. The distant target was instantly pierced, the surface of the steel plate melting. The thermometer read a staggering 36,000 degrees Celsius. This indicated that the laser's energy loss over long distances was negligible. The theoretical effective range was even greater than before, reaching an astonishing 70 kilometers. Though it was already late at night, the excitement among everyone was palpable. Researchers and military officials alike were glued to the test data, afraid to miss a single detail. The maximum range of the shooting range is 15 kilometers. When the steel plate at the farthest end was pierced by the laser, the temperature still reached a staggering 20,000 degrees. This almost certainly indicates that the effective lethal radius of this laser gun is at least 65 kilometers. As a ground-to-air weapon, its power is enough to strike fear into any aircraft or missile. Once within sight, it's as good as a death sentence. And this is merely under household voltage. At midnight, the second round of testing began. This time, they used 380 V industrial electricity, pushing the power to a new level. The maximum temperature reached a terrifying 45,000 degrees, capable of melting nearly any material. The theoretical range even surpassed the 100-kilometer mark. Faced with these results, even Professor Lee couldn't hide his excitement. He glanced at his watch. It was already 2 a.m. "Let's call it a night and continue testing tomorrow," he announced. However, no one in the audience was willing to rest. Despite working nonstop for most of the day, their excitement completely overshadowed their fatigue. "Old Lee, don't wrap up just yet. Didn't you say we could use high-voltage electricity? Let's give it a try," someone urged.
Professor Lee hesitata.
He was eager to see the results, but Gao Yang had only mentioned it in passing and hadn't specified how much voltage the device could handle. If they tested it recklessly and damaged this precious equipment, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Wait, are you saying this laser gun wasn't developed by you? Someone astutely caught the critical information. No, it was made by one of my students, Professor Lee admitted reluctantly. But you only have two PhD students, and neither of them specialize in laser weapons, a fellow professor, who was on good terms with Lee, raised a question. Neither of them. This kid is from the special class, Lee explained. Upon hearing the term, special class, many present were taken aback. A military officer interjected. What's this special class? Is it highly prestigious? Someone nearby kindly explained. It's an experimental class at the National Defense University, specifically for recruiting young geniuses with the goal of cultivating top defense research talents. The officer's eyes lit up, growing more curious about this mysterious special class. I've taught in the special class myself, but I've never heard of such a genius student, someone muttered in confusion. Professor Lee quickly steered the conversation back on track. All right, are we going to test it or not? Let's not use too high a voltage. How about we try 1000 volts first? Despite the murmurs, everyone obediently took their positions. The technicians donned heavy protective gear, set up 10 stacked steel plates, and connected the power source with cables as thick as a child's arm. This time, the test target was a kilometer away, and the stacked steel plates would slow down the laser's penetration, allowing for more data collection. Once everything was ready, a technician gave a thumbs-up signal. Professor Lee took a deep breath and said gravely, "Begin." In the next moment, an earth-shattering beam of light roared out. Its brilliance was several times greater than before, instantly banishing the darkness around them. If the research facility wasn't so secluded, it would have surely frightened countless sleeping residents. The 10 layers of steel plates crumbled like tofu under the laser's fury, and in the blink of an eye, a massive hole was blasted through them. For a full second, the laser gun's heat wave raged uncontrollably until... Stop! Quickly! Someone shouted. With a loud crack, the metal stand holding the laser gun snapped under the strain. In the nick of time, a technician lunged forward and cut the power. It's a pity, but it was too late. The laser emitter had already crashed to the ground, with its internal circuits burnt to a crisp. Everyone was terrified, scrambling forward in a panic. Professor Lee was heartbroken, holding the damaged emitter, feeling as if his insides were on fire. In just a few seconds, an accident had destroyed this hard-earned prototype. Although no one could be blamed, who could have predicted such terrifying power that could melt steel supports from a close range? The mood was incredibly heavy. Damn, when that thing was still working, didn't it sweep upwards? Someone muttered. Don't worry, I cleared this airspace in advance. No planes are flying nearby, a military officer said in a deep voice. But what if it hits a satellite? Another person asked worriedly. After all, low-orbit satellites are just 200 to 300 kilometers up, and the laser gun's range makes it quite possible. A laser weapons expert chimed in. You have to understand, the thinner the atmosphere, the less laser attenuation there is, so the range naturally increases. And with such high voltage, hitting a satellite isn't out of the question either. Another researcher spoke up, suggesting that theoretically, the range could be even longer, but the probability of actually hitting a satellite was extremely low. If it actually hits, you might as well buy a lottery ticket. At that moment, no one cared about the previous failure. All eyes were on Professor Lee. Mastering this technology meant that even if the prototype was scrapped, they could just build another one. Meanwhile, alarms suddenly blared at the Longwa Space Center. A large number of technicians quickly took their positions, all with serious expressions. What happened? A Starlink satellite over Longwa had just been destroyed. According to data from the debris, the culprit was a laser. Everyone was stunned into silence. A laser? Where did it come from? It appeared to have been fired from the ground in Longwa. Stop joking. Ground-based laser weapons don't have that kind of power. Even if it had a range of 1 meter, it couldn't instantly destroy a satellite. Technicians frantically pulled up video footage and indeed saw a blinding red beam piercing through the Starlink satellite, reducing it to dust in an instant. There was no doubt it was a laser weapon. They quickly calculated the laser's launch area based on the time and angle. Within 2 minutes, the target area was identified. Strangely, that airspace had been sealed off at the time, with no records of any aircraft passing through. Could a ground-based laser weapon really have the capability to destroy a satellite? The Longwa Space Center descended into unprecedented chaos. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the Bald Eagle Nation also monitored the event. Unlike Longwa's confusion, they were filled with shock and fear. Longwa's laser weaponry had become this powerful? They could casually shoot down satellites? This was undoubtedly crucial intelligence. They had to find a way to gather more information. Soon after, Starlink received a call from the Bald Eagle Nation. They were equally baffled, noting that while it was true some satellite signals had recently disappeared, losing a few out of thousands launched each year was quite normal. Who would have thought they were actually shot down by a laser weapon? The news caused a global uproar. No one had expected Longwa to possess such advanced technology. In Longwa, Although only a few night owls were surfing the web, the sheer population meant the news spread quickly. Seeing Starlink's statement, they were initially stunned, then rapidly shared screenshots on domestic forums. However, most netizens dismissed it as fake news, saying, "Longwa's tech hitting satellites with lasers? Dream on." Back at the Light Weapons Research Institute, everyone was still in shock from earlier. They stared intently at Professor Lee, waiting for him to reveal the truth behind the laser gun. "I told you, the person who designed and built this was just a student," Professor Lee said, spreading his hands helplessly. "What's his name?" asked a teacher from a special class. "I've been teaching for so long. How come I never noticed such a genius?" Professor Lee pondered for a moment and slowly uttered two words, "Gao Yang."
Gao Yang?
"You mean the genius who's always in the library?" Someone in the room suddenly realized and then shook their head. "No way. Even if someone reads a lot, there's no way a student could come up with this kind of high-tech innovation." "Exactly. The precision of these parts is something even the veteran craftsmen at our research institute might struggle with, not to mention the breakthroughs in new materials and laser theories. If you're telling me this is the work of some young genius, I'd never believe it, even if you beat me." Even the military officials chimed in. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd have kicked anyone else out for saying such a thing." "Right. Unless we see it ourselves." "Professor Lee, can you arrange for us to meet this Gao Yang? It would be best if he could make another laser gun right in front of us." Professor Lee looked around and saw through their intentions. These guys weren't genuinely skeptical. They were clearly envious of the kid's talent. But then again, he wasn't entirely sure himself. He had been so impressed by the gun's power that he had overlooked the many contradictions behind it. Upon closer inspection, Gao Yang's process of making the laser gun had too many inexplicable aspects, both technically and procedurally. "I'll need to contact the kid first," Professor Lee reluctantly agreed, pulling out his phone to call Gao Yang. "It's the middle of the night. He's probably asleep," someone reminded him. Professor Lee realized this and was about to hang up when a tired voice answered, "Professor Lee, why aren't you resting?" Everyone exchanged glances. Is this kid a night owl? Taking calls in the dead of night and asking why others aren't asleep? "Not yet. I'm reading." Gao Yang's response was genuinely surprising. Everyone instinctively nodded, realizing he truly loved studying. Professor Lee coughed awkwardly and explained the situation. "Well, we had a bit of an issue while testing your laser gun and accidentally broke it." "No worries, it was just a project to hand in. If it's broken, so be it," Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing this. Just a project? Such groundbreaking technology was merely a hand-in assignment for this kid? What have they been doing all these years? Professor Lee felt a bit choked but pressed on. "I was wondering if you could make another one?" "Everyone's really curious." There was a moment of silence on the other end before Gao Yang replied, "All right, I'll go to the lab tomorrow and make another one." "Great." Professor Lee sighed in relief. "You should get some rest. Don't overwork yourself." "Okay, I'll sleep now." After hanging up, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said he could make another one, so it must be true, right? What are we waiting for? Let's head out immediately. Professor Lee wanted everyone to rest for the night, but no one was willing to listen. Within 10 minutes, a convoy of scientists and military officers was on its way to the Defense Science and Technology University. The experts who had planned to nap during the drive found themselves too excited to sleep. This sudden technological leap had their blood boiling with excitement. At the same time, a faint anxiety lingered. They feared that this Gao Yang might not be able to produce another laser gun after all. At 7:30 in the morning, Gao Yang was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Professor Lee to call so early. "No, I'm in class right now." On the other end, Professor Lee was dumbfounded. The Gao Yang who usually spent all his time in the library was actually attending a class today. "Was it going to rain red? Can we meet in the lab later? Weren't you planning to build another laser gun?" Professor Lee asked cautiously. "Oh, that. How about you and the others head to the lab first? My class will be over soon, and I'll come right after," Gao Yang replied, scratching his head. "All right, see you in the lab." Although slightly disappointed, Professor Lee couldn't force him and had to agree. After hanging up, Gao Yang turned to face his students. At that moment, everyone was looking at him with a mix of awe and reverence, as if they were gazing at a deity. The brief conversation was enough for these astute students to catch on. They sensed that Gao Yang was burdened with some extraordinary responsibility, yet he still made time to teach them. This dedication and selflessness instantly commanded their respect. The library regular, often seen as an oddball, had now become the most revered figure in their eyes. Clearing his throat, Gao Yang spoke loudly. "All right, let's continue." The students responded in unison and attentively resumed listening to his lecture. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory building, Professor Lee was anxiously waiting. Accompanying him were several sleep-deprived researchers, each eager to catch a glimpse of the remarkable laser gun. However, when they rushed into the lab, they found no sign of Gao Yang. Instead, They were greeted by an empty workbench with a stick wrapped tightly in duct tape. No matter how one looked at it, the object bore little resemblance to the laser weapon Professor Lee had described the night before. It didn't even look functional. Is this supposed to be the laser gun? Someone asked, pointing at the workbench, unable to believe their eyes. Don't tell me this thing can shoot down satellites, another person said skeptically, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. Professor Lee was also stunned. He had hoped Gao Yang would produce a decent weapon, but what lay before them was far from it. The lab fell into a stunned silence, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. The silence was broken by the ringing of Professor Lee's phone. It was Gao Yang, who had just finished his lecture. Professor Lee, have you arrived? I'm on my way and will be there soon. Professor Lee, with a heavy heart, replied, yes, we're waiting in the lab. After hanging up, he glanced at the group of displeased scientists, feeling anxious. Was Gao Yang playing a prank on them? But upon reconsideration, he thought, based on yesterday's performance, this kid didn't seem like the type to joke around. Moreover, if he didn't truly have some impressive skills, how could he speak so confidently in class and earn the unanimous admiration of all his classmates? With this thought, Professor Lee took a deep breath and firmly addressed the skeptics around him. Everyone, let's not jump to conclusions just yet. We all saw the power of that gun last night with our own eyes. I believe Gao Yang won't let us down. Let's give it a bit more time. Hearing this, although still somewhat doubtful, everyone reluctantly continued to wait out of respect for Professor Lee. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, Gao Yang finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Gao Yang was a bit taken aback. He had been up for a while and was already teaching a class. When faced with Professor Lee's surprised tone, Gao Yang explained, when I arrived at the classroom and saw the teacher wasn't there, I decided to step in and cover a couple of classes. On the other end of the line, Professor Lee was stunned. He quickly realized that there had been a communication mishap. Both parties had been waiting for updates from each other, leading to this mix-up. However, the fact that Gao Yang had taken the initiative to teach was unexpected. Are you sure you're in the classroom teaching? Professor Lee asked in disbelief. Yes, I happened to be here, so I shared some study tips with the students, Gao Yang replied calmly. Professor Lee glanced at a colleague next to him, who was supposed to teach the special class that morning. The colleague scratched his head awkwardly and mumbled, who remembers teaching at a time like this? On the phone, Professor Lee paused before saying in a serious tone, all right, you carry on. Come over to work on the laser gun after class. Sure thing.
Gao Yang agreed readily.
He glanced at the students who had been eavesdropping on the call, noticing the anticipation in their eyes. Putting away his phone, he said, that was Professor Lee. Let's continue with our lesson. I'll be teaching the next 2 periods as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in applause. Gao Yang smiled faintly and resumed his lecture. After all, he had to cover the material he hadn't finished earlier. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Wasn't he here to experience college life? How did he end up as a teacher? Meanwhile, the group of prominent researchers in the car exchanged puzzled looks. The responsible teacher had forgotten to show up, and Gao Yang had stepped in? Why don't we go to the classroom and see how he's doing? Someone suggested. Makes sense. Professor Lee was eager as well. Let's go check it out. The group got out of the car and headed towards the classroom, attracting the attention of many students along the way. Most of the students here were active-duty military personnel, and military vehicles were a common sight. But a long convoy like this was quite a spectacle. As they entered the classroom, Gao Yang was about to start a new topic. Seeing the group, he was momentarily stunned but quickly greeted Professor Lee. Professor Lee, carry on with your lecture. We'll sit in the back and listen, Professor Lee said with a smile, leading the group to the back row. Following him, the researchers filed in, filling the classroom to capacity. The students were dumbfounded. Substitute teachers for the special class were usually top experts in their field, but it was unprecedented to have dozens of top-tier experts, along with high-ranking military officials, all gathered to listen to a lecture. Gao Yang, however, remained composed. Armed with the knowledge instilled by the system, he was confident in his grasp of the material and ready to impress this distinguished audience. Besides, he couldn't just abandon a lesson halfway through. Surveying the packed classroom, Gao Yang cleared his throat. Let's continue. The students snapped back to attention, sitting up straight and focusing intently on the lecture. At first, the professors in the back rows seemed somewhat inattentive, but gradually, their breathing became rapid, and their eyes lit up. The content Gao Yang was presenting was just as valuable to them, especially the revolutionary new method of energy conversion. It was a groundbreaking breakthrough. Concepts and ideas that had never been proposed before were effortlessly brought up by Gao Yang. Thinking back to the incredibly powerful laser gun, wasn't it using the highly efficient energy conversion technology he mentioned? Normally, energy supply at standard voltage is slow and inefficient, but the performance of the laser gun was astonishing. The underlying principles were exactly what Gao Yang had described. Listening intently, One of the big shots couldn't hold back any longer and leaned over to a student in the front row, whispering, "Excuse me, can I borrow a piece of paper to take some notes?" The student turned around, stunned for a moment before coming to their senses. I, I need to take notes too. How about you take this page? Thank you. The big shot, as if obtaining a treasure, quickly jotted down the key points. Seeing this, the other professors followed suit, and soon, the notebooks of the students in the back rows were completely emptied. Gao Yang stood at the podium, observing everything. He was filled with admiration for these people, top-notch experts, yet they could humble themselves and eagerly take notes in his class. Such an attitude towards learning was truly admirable. With this in mind, Gao Yang no longer worried about delving too deep. Seeing so many engaged listeners, he decided to go further and discuss more advanced topics. Sure enough, as the class progressed, the notebooks of the second-row students were also quickly filled. After 2 class periods, Gao Yang extended the session by another half hour. When he finally set down his marker and announced the end of the class, the audience was in a daze. They could barely keep up with the first 2 periods, but the last 2 were completely over their heads. However, the late-arriving professors were overjoyed, feeling as if they had been enlightened. Gao Yang's theories could be applied not only to laser weapons, but to practically all electrical devices. Many were so excited that they wished they could rush back to their labs immediately to put these ideas into practice. But for now, there was something more important awaiting them: witnessing the entire process of Gao Yang manufacturing the laser gun. Earlier, some might have had doubts, but now, Gao Yang's talents had won over everyone present. The scattered notes he casually jotted down were already invaluable. For others, these fragmented ideas would be enough to apply for several patents. As the students stood up and prepared to leave, Professor Lee dashed to the front of the room. "Hold on. We need to sign a confidentiality agreement. No one is allowed to disclose what was discussed in today's class." The special class students were taken aback. Another agreement? But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Gao Yang's lecture content is clearly cutting-edge technology. Although it may not be as impressive as that laser gun, it can still cause quite a stir in the industry. If this information were to leak out, forget about just applying for a patent. It could easily become a company's core secret. Simply selling the usage rights to this content could make a fortune. The students eagerly took the confidentiality agreements, flipping through them with envy. They silently wondered when they would reach a point where even the small gadgets they casually produced could drive the world crazy, or when a mere lecture could attract countless big names, all scrambling to sign confidentiality agreements. After signing the contract, all the students left the classroom, leaving only the group of top researchers blocking the doorway. Initially, some of them were skeptical about Gao Yang's creation of the extraordinary laser gun. After all, how could a mere student come up with something so groundbreaking? However, once they listened to Gao Yang's lecture, their doubts vanished. The content he casually mentioned was enough to convince them completely. Despite the shock, they were more puzzled. How could a 19-year-old achieve such remarkable feats? Hungry, they decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Surrounded by the top experts, Gao Yang instantly became the center of attention. Along the way, countless students stared in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. The stars on the shoulders of those leading scientists shone brighter than the ones in the sky. Even the chubby director of the Laser Institute followed Gao Yang respectfully, notebook in hand, like an eager student. This scene completely shattered many people's perceptions. During the meal, everyone continued to surround Gao Yang, eagerly seeking his advice. Although Gao Yang felt a bit uncomfortable, his talent and knowledge had already won over everyone present. After eating, Gao Yang headed straight for the lab. Professor Lee quickly stopped him, suggesting they go to the school's top-tier laboratory, which had all the necessary equipment for Gao Yang to fully showcase his skills. Hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. The previous lab was good, but it paled in comparison to the school's top lab. Moreover, the latter had access to supercomputers, significantly boosting experimental efficiency. Can we use it now? Gao Yang hesitated, knowing that such labs were usually inaccessible even to regular professors, let alone students. Of course. Professor Lee took out his phone and called the principal right in front of Gao Yang. Shortly after, he smiled and said, "Done." The principal said we can use it anytime. He'll come by to take a look as well.
Gao Yang nodded.
Having someone watch was no big deal. He was more excited about the world-class experimental platform. "I'll familiarize myself with the equipment first. If conditions permit, we might be able to enhance the laser gun's power even further." Everyone present gasped, especially Professor Lee, who trembled at the thought. He remembered Gao Yang saying that with better equipment, the destructive power of the laser gun could reach new heights. The professors exchanged incredulous glances. Was that already mind-blowing weapon not even at its peak due to limited conditions? That was terrifying. The group marched towards the experimental building, filling the hallway. "Need any help?" Professor Lee asked considerately, mentioning that the lab had specialized technicians available to assist. Gao Yang shook his head, his attention already captivated by the advanced instruments. The equipment here was a full grade higher than the previous lab. Everything he needed was readily available. Swiftly putting on a lab coat, he strode into the experimental area, beginning to familiarize himself with the parameters and usage methods of various instruments. Meanwhile, a group of scientists and military professors watched Gao Yang's every move through the glass window with intense focus. The soundproofing in the lab was impeccable. Although they couldn't hear any noise, they could clearly see Gao Yang's every move. Besides military leaders and top scientists, even the school's higher-ups were present. The creation of this laser gun held significant meaning for everyone involved. For the scientists, it represented a groundbreaking technological advancement. The military generals were eager to leverage its superior combat capabilities. As for the school leadership, having a student like Gao Yang brought immense pride. However, they were also anxious about the potential media coverage. Professor Lee, the principal, whispered into his ear, "This gun can't actually shoot down satellites, can it?" "Absolutely not."
Professor Lee firmly dania.
Satellites orbit at least 200 kilometers above the Earth. Even if the gun had sufficient power, without an incredibly precise targeting system, hitting one would be impossible. Plus, it depends on the weather. Only under clear skies would there even be a chance. Hearing this, the principal finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Gao Yang inside the lab. He calmly completed his equipment checks and then swiftly moved to the workbench to input various parameters. What followed left everyone in the room utterly speechless. Gao Yang darted around the lab with incredible speed, expertly operating the advanced machinery. His understanding of each device seemed even more profound than that of the specialized technicians. Moreover, his movements were fluid and precise, as if he had rehearsed the entire process countless times in his mind. After more than an hour, Gao Yang finally exhaled in relief. The laser gun he had designed, with 300 times the power, was now ready for assembly. This was the most critical phase. Through the glass, Gao Yang met the gaze of dozens of bloodshot eyes outside. Despite the weariness and fatigue etched on every face, there was an overwhelming sense of anticipation for a miracle. Assembling a laser gun is no less challenging than reaching the stars. The internal components are numerous and highly precise, making it impossible for a non-professional to handle. However, Gao Yang's knowledge is comprehensive. Not only does he understand laser theory, but he is also proficient in manufacturing techniques. He can effortlessly handle weapons with a magnification of 10,000 times, so a mere 300 times is child's play. Gao Yang put on his magnifying glasses, his hands steady, and began the final assembly. Outside the lab, a group of experts held their breath, afraid that even the slightest sound might disturb the alien inside. The entire space was silent. Only Gao Yang's nimble fingers danced among the parts, as if performing a graceful waltz. 2 hours later, Gao Yang finally set down his glasses and rubbed his sore eyes. On the table lay a brand new laser gun, its silver exterior gleaming under the light. Compared to the previous model, this gun had undergone a qualitative leap in both appearance and functionality. "The laser gun is finished," Gao Yang announced loudly. Before he could finish his sentence, the lab door was kicked open. Professor Lee rushed in, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the sleek weapon, trembling with excitement. 30 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, weighing about 12 pounds. Bigger than a handgun but smaller than a rifle, comparable to a submachine gun. And the grip has anti-slip engravings, greatly enhancing the feel, he exclaimed. "The power of this gun, compared to the previous one?" Professor Lee asked, his voice shaking. "About twice as powerful," Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. "Twice?" Professor Lee's hand trembled, nearly dropping the precious creation. He was so nervous that he feared any mishandling would ruin this hard-won masterpiece. "Let's go test it," he said eagerly. Gao Yang quickly snatched the laser gun away. Looking into Professor Lee's bloodshot eyes, he said earnestly, "We can't test it now. You all need rest. Don't push your bodies too hard." These crazy scientists had been working around the clock since last night, even calling Gao Yang at 4 a.m. They probably hadn't closed their eyes since. Though they were full of enthusiasm, their brains and bodies were already overworked. Reluctantly, Professor Lee turned to the principal, signaling for accommodation arrangements. The principal understood immediately and called the book rooms at a nearby hotel. Although everyone was reluctant to leave, they knew continuing like this could lead to a breakdown. So they left the lab reluctantly to rest. Gao Yang, however, leisurely headed to the cafeteria for a hearty meal, then went straight to his beloved library. At the front desk, he encountered Ruo, who was working there. The young girl was so excited to see him that she almost screamed. "Brother Yang," she started. "Don't call me Brother Yang, just Gao Yang," he corrected her, uncomfortable with the nickname. Back in high school, everyone respectfully called him Brother Yang for the first half year, but later he became Brother Wei. Thinking of this, Gao Yang felt a pang of sadness. Ruo nodded, looking at Gao Yang with admiration. I saw on the news that our country seems to have developed a powerful laser weapon.
Gao Yang frowned slightly.
Given the current technological level, even in a top-notch school lab, it would be difficult to mass-produce high-powered laser guns. After all, experiments and practical applications are two different things. You see. Ruoruo handed the phone to Gao Yang. The bald eagle had just released a video showing a satellite being destroyed by a laser. Gao Yang took the phone and carefully examined the bald eagle's statement. By calculating the laser's angle and timing, they had pinpointed the location of the incident and were urging the Dragon Kingdom's government to expedite the investigation. In the video, a Starlink satellite was seen orbiting in space when suddenly a laser pierced through its core, instantly melting it into a heap of scrap metal. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Gao Yang's frown deepened. It seemed the Dragon Kingdom's research in laser technology was far more advanced than he had imagined. But then, he let out a relieved smile. The Dragon Kingdom lived up to the saying, those who wish to advance must first appear weak. While they downplayed the significance of laser weapons as mere tools for targeting cameras, they secretly used them to take down satellites. This level of precision strike capability was likely already combat-ready. How does it compare to the one you made? Ruoruo asked curiously. With just this bit of information, it's hard to tell. There's no way to compare, Gao Yang replied, handing the phone back to Ruoruo before turning to the bookshelf to find the materials he needed. His most important task now was to frantically recharge the system. Ruoruo silently took the phone, watching Gao Yang bury himself in his studies. A strong sense of urgency surged within her. She couldn't afford to gossip here. She quickly put away her phone and dived into her work. At that moment, news of the laser weapon attack on the satellite had completely dominated the headlines. The bald eagle was determined to escalate the issue, forcing the Dragon Kingdom to give an explanation. After all, such actions severely threatened their strategic interests. Faced with aggressive questioning, the Dragon Kingdom's government was at a loss. Although they had already identified the incident location, the investigators were all unreachable, as if they had vanished into thin air. It was reported that the Light Weapons Research Institute had conducted a top-secret level test last night, even sealing off the nearby airspace. The problem was, no one knew the specifics of the test except the participants, who were now all missing in action, their phones turned off, like a group of enigmatic figures who had hidden their achievements. Given the gravity and confidentiality of the matter, the higher-ups dared not rashly send someone to inquire. They could only hope that a higher authority would step in to mediate. The head of the Dragon Science Academy flipped through Professor Li's report, frowning after just a few glances. What was going on? A mere student had invented a powerful laser gun? Normally, he would scoff at such exaggerated claims. But now, things were different. The video of the satellite being shot down was out there. Who knew if this kid really had some skills? The director instinctively looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, a guy who can blow up a satellite? Is that still considered big? That's super invincible big, isn't it? The director of the Long Academy, surnamed Yuan, closed the file and decisively instructed, prepare the car. I'm heading to the Defense University. The secretary was taken aback. Director, are you going to investigate yourself? Investigate what? Director Yuan shot him a glance and said firmly, there's no need for an investigation. Just find an excuse to brush it off. We won't find anything anyway. The secretary was even more puzzled. Then why are you going? Director Yuan ignored him. Recruiting talent is a secret mission, not something to be discussed casually. A 19-year-old kid who can create a laser gun capable of destroying satellites? That's not just talent. That's a prodigy. A super prodigy. Get me the file on a student named Gao Yang from the Defense University, Director Yuan ordered, and then boarded the plane without looking back. In less than half an hour, the plane landed at the university. As Director Yuan reviewed Gao Yang's file, he frowned at first but then broke into a smile. On probation? This kid's got some character. The secretary was baffled. A disciplinary record is a permanent stain on his file, so why was the director so amused? At 9:30, Director Yuan's car quietly stopped at the university gate. He glanced at his watch and smiled. Perfect timing. Before the secretary could react, Director Yuan jumped out of the car and rushed into the campus. The secretary watched in stunned silence as his boss launched an unannounced raid on the university. What was he up to? By the time the secretary caught up, he saw Director Yuan calmly riding a bicycle towards the library. Completely bewildered, the secretary quickly grabbed a bike and followed closely. At exactly 10 o'clock, Director Yuan burst into the library, panting. There weren't many people reading at this hour, but he had learned that the library closed at 10:30, so he still had time. Scanning the room, he quickly identified his target. A tall, thin young man deeply engrossed in his books, with several volumes stacked on his desk. On top was a book titled Sniper Rifle Design and Manufacturing. Not reading about laser weapons? Director Yuan was surprised. He picked up the book and flipped through it, noting the detailed explanations of various sniper rifle mechanisms and design principles. At that moment, a young woman approached and quietly placed a cup of coffee next to Gao Yang. Director Yuan observed her thoughtfully before she walked away, then struck up a conversation. Is that your girlfriend? Gao Yang didn't even look up, continuing to read. Feeling slightly awkward, Director Yuan raised his voice. Hello, student. This time, Gao Yang finally looked up, gave him a cold glance, and moved to a corner with his book. Even reading can't go undisturbed. How annoying. Director Yuan was momentarily stunned, but then smiled knowingly. Geniuses often have their quirks. He quickly followed, getting straight to the point. Gao Yang, I'm here specifically for you. Gao Yang reluctantly put down his book and took a sip of coffee. And you are? Before Director Yuan could respond, a sharp voice came from behind. Well, Director Yuan of the Long Academy. What an honor to have you at our school. Why didn't you give us a heads up so we could prepare? Director Yuan turned around, and his expression immediately changed. Principal Gon sat down opposite Gao Yang with a sly smile. Dean Yuan, you have quite the nose for news, he said mockingly. Dean Yuan clenched his teeth in frustration. With a rival already making a move, inviting Gao Yang today just got a lot harder. But he was determined. He stood up and extended his hand to Gao Yang. Hello, I'm Yuanda, the Dean of Long Academy of Sciences. Gao Yang was bewildered. Why was such a bigwig from Long Academy of Sciences seeking him out? All he did was make a makeshift laser gun. Everyone knew that Long Academy of Sciences was the largest research institution in Longhua, overseeing 3 colleges and over 200 research institutes and observatories, covering every field imaginable. In Longhua, it was the undisputed leader in science and technology. Gao Yang hesitantly shook Dean Yuan's hand.
Gao Yang.
Dean Yuan got straight to the point. I want to invite you to further your studies at Long Academy of Sciences. Principal Gon slammed the table and stood up. Yuan, what do you mean by this? Dean Yuan shot him a cold glare. I should be asking you that. How could you not properly nurture a talent like Gao Yang and even give him a probationary punishment? Principal Gon was at a loss for words and awkwardly stammered. That punishment has been revoked. Revoked or not, it still leaves a record. Dean Yuan retorted. Turning back to Gao Yang, he said, come to Long Academy of Sciences. We have the most extensive library in the country, and you can access any material you need. Plus, you can use our top-tier laboratories, and we can even set up a research institute tailored for you. Principal Gon took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Gao Yang, our school's best laboratories are also open to you. And if you're interested, you can join the supercomputer project at any time. Dean Yuan interrupted with a sneer. Is that all? At Long Academy of Sciences, we guarantee funding that will meet your satisfaction. For research expenses, as long as it's not too outrageous, you just name it, and we'll provide. We can even set up a special fund for you, starting with 1 billion yuan. How about that? Gao Yang almost spat out his coffee. 1 billion yuan? Even for research funding, that seemed excessive. Giving such a large sum to a student was clearly a major investment. Even Principal Gon was stunned. Dean Yuan was serious. Offering 1 billion yuan to a student showed immense sincerity. But then he thought, if this money could secure Gao Yang's laser cannon technology, it would be worth it. After all, it was a matter of national security. Gritting his teeth, Principal Gon said, Gao Yang, our school can also establish a special fund for you. We'll start with 1.2 billion yuan. How about that? Dean Yuan was taken aback. Old Gon was really willing to go all out. He fell silent, quickly calculating what other bargaining chips he had. To be honest, Long Academy of Science's biggest advantage was its wide coverage, encompassing nearly every research field. While the Defense Science and Technology University specialized in weaponry and equipment, excelling in areas like individual soldier combat, it still couldn't match the comprehensive strength of Long Academy of Sciences. However, this didn't mean they were mortal enemies. In fact, Long Academy of Sciences and the Defense Science and Technology University had a close relationship, often collaborating on projects and sharing technical expertise. Didn't Gao Yang's laser gun get tested at the Light Weapons Institute under the Dragon Academy of Sciences? Moreover, outstanding graduates from both schools often exchange and hire each other. However, this doesn't stop them from fiercely competing for talent. Dean Yuan used a logical approach to persuade Gao Yang. The Dragon Institute is the best place for you. There, you can freely explore various cutting-edge technologies without being confined to specific applications. As for the commercialization of your results, you can leave that to the Defense Research Institute or other research institutes. But if you stay at the Defense University of Science and Technology, your research will be limited to weapons and equipment. Principal Gon snorted. What's wrong with researching weapons? Without a strong national defense, where would safety and peace come from? Dean Yuan seized the opportunity to counter. The Dragon Institute has numerous subsidiaries focused on weapons and equipment. Whatever you want to research, we can provide the latest technology as a reference. We can do that too. Principal Gon retorted, unwilling to back down. Dean Yuan decided to go all in, turning to Gao Yang. I can even invite your girlfriend to join us with generous benefits. Who said Gao Yang has a girlfriend? Principal Gon exclaimed, almost jumping with anger. But he quickly added, even if he does, our school can offer special treatment as well. If necessary, I'll introduce my granddaughter to you. Gao Yang was so shocked he almost jumped up. He quickly waved his hands in denial. Leaders, you've got it all wrong. I don't have a girlfriend. Besides, I've decided to stay at the Defense University of Science and Technology. Dean Yuan was puzzled. Why? Gao Yang was too embarrassed to admit that he was already accustomed to his current environment. Even though the conditions at the Dragon Institute were better, he would have to start adapting all over again. More importantly, his research relied heavily on systems rather than actual scientific capabilities, so there wasn't much difference between the two institutions. Plus, he still wanted to experience more of university life. If he went to the Dragon Institute, wouldn't he have to graduate immediately? So, Gao Yang responded tactfully, the teachers and students here are very kind to me, and I'm used to coming to the library to read. Principal Gon grinned from ear to ear and taunted Dean Yuan. Old Yuan, want to try persuading him again? Dean Yuan knew it was futile to continue arguing. But before leaving, he left an open invitation. The Dragon Institute will always welcome you. If you change your mind or want to join us after graduation, you're always welcome. As he was leaving, he added, by the way, I'd love to see your laser weapon. Principal Gon, smiling, said, perfect timing. There's a test tomorrow morning. Why don't you come and take a look? I'll be there. Dean Yuan replied without looking back. Relieved, Principal Gon turned to Gao Yang. No girlfriend? Even better. I'll send you my granddaughter's WeChat. Gao Yang, speechless, quickly changed the subject. Principal, when will the promised research funding and laboratory be available? Within 3 days. Principal Gon replied, though somewhat reluctantly. After sending off the two bigwigs, a sly smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. With an independent lab and ample funding, life would be fantastic. More importantly, Dean Yuan's visit had inadvertently helped him secure a lot of resources. He sipped his coffee and resumed reading. The next morning, the shooting range at the Light Weapons Research Institute was bustling with activity. Technicians were busily setting up the site, and the researchers had arrived early, all looking spirited. Professor Lee carefully held a box containing the laser gun, silently waiting for the crucial moment. As a military vehicle arrived, all eyes turned towards it. The door opened, and out stepped Principal Gon, followed by Dean Yuan, and finally, the star of the show, Gao Yang. He stood out conspicuously among a group of elderly people with an average age of 60, holding a book in his hand. The main gate slowly closed, shutting out the noise from outside. Only then did Professor Lee solemnly open the box and take out the astonishing weapon. Dean Yuan quickly stepped forward, carefully examining this masterpiece. Its streamlined design, silver metallic shell, and ergonomic form were even cooler than props from a sci-fi movie. What was even more remarkable was its size. Only 30 centimeters long and weighing just 12 pounds. Yet it had the capability to destroy satellites. That was simply unbelievable. After playing with it for a while, Dean Yuan reluctantly handed the laser gun over to the technician and stepped aside to await the start of the test. To prevent eye damage from the laser, everyone put on special glasses. Through the lenses, the surroundings instantly darkened, and the view became less clear than usual. All preparations were complete, ready for testing. The technician announced loudly, double-check everything.
Professor Lee instructa cautiously.
Several staff members stared at the control panel, meticulously verifying all the data. The equipment was running normally, ready to fire. With a bang, a brilliant beam of light shot out, instantly piercing a steel plate 100 meters away. Then, 200 meters, 300 meters, targets as far as 3 kilometers away were all penetrated in an instant, molten steel flowing and emitting a pungent smoke. In less than 2 seconds, everything returned to calm. Dean Yuan, trembling, took off his glasses and stared in shock at the row of perforated steel plates. This is terrifying. These targets are 2 centimeters thick, and they were pierced instantly? Even the Laser Institute at Long Academy finds this difficult to achieve. Not to mention industrial laser cutters, which, even under high temperature and pressure with gas assistance, can barely cut through metal. But this thing from Gao Yang, it just blasts through effortlessly. With this power, not only could it shoot down satellites from the ground, but it could also pierce through space stations. While lost in thought, Dean Yuan heard someone excitedly say, this laser beam is even brighter than last time. The energy loss along the way has significantly reduced. Last time? Dean Yuan was puzzled. Before he could react, the researchers swarmed towards the testing ground, eager to capture even the slightest bit of data. Dean Yuan squeezed into the crowd and heard someone exclaim, the maximum temperature is 50,000 degrees Celsius. The temperature of the steel plate 3 kilometers away also exceeded 45,000 instantly. Laser attenuation has decreased, and the range is longer, estimated to be over 200 kilometers. Proceed with the second round of testing immediately. No one paid attention to Dean Yuan anymore. In their eyes, there was only that game-changing weapon. Dean Yuan held the freshly tested datasheet, staring blankly at the dizzying numbers. This is too exaggerated. A single handgun can unleash such terrifying power, far surpassing any current laser weapon in the world. What if it's scaled up and mounted on tanks or warships? The consequences would be unimaginable. He glanced at the second sheet. It was the results from the previous test. The stark difference between the two sets of data was astonishing. Could it be that in such a short period, Gao Yang had managed to create two laser guns in quick succession? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Dean Yuan turned to look at Gao Yang. There he was, this prodigy, engrossed in his book, as if the sensational test had nothing to do with him. This kid is truly inscrutable. Dean Yuan sighed inwardly. If Principal Gawong hadn't arrived in time yesterday, Gao Yang might have already been poached by him. The thought made his teeth clench in frustration. Reluctantly, Dean Yuan redirected his attention back to the test. The staff were trying various methods to test the laser gun's capabilities. As the data came in, everyone's hearts tightened. Clearly, the performance of this weapon had doubled compared to the previous one. Doubling its performance was already incredible. The military personnel were full of praise for this laser gun. With such formidable combat power, once mass-produced, it would undoubtedly give a significant advantage on future battlefields. Of course, the weapon is not yet ready for real combat. Firstly, there's the power supply issue. Soldiers can't exactly go into battle with power cords trailing behind them. Secondly, there's the reliability concern. It's still just a prototype and needs extensive testing before mass production. However, the experts present believe these were minor problems. Once the core technology is mastered, all obstacles will be easily overcome. Director Yuan was deep in thought. After this round of testing, he realized a harsh reality. He had already considered Gao Yang a genius among geniuses before coming here, but now it seemed he had still underestimated the young man. Such talent could not be confined to any single research institute. His achievements would benefit all of humanity. At 19, he had already made such significant contributions. In another decade or so, who knows? He might lead the world into a new era. With this in mind, Director Yuan quickly walked over to Gao Yang and respectfully handed him his business card. Xiao Gao, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Whether it's resources or connections, even if you need me to be your assistant, I'm at your service. Gao Yang shook his head and politely declined. What intrigued him most at the moment was the anti-satellite laser cannon that had been making headlines. Can I go take a look at that weapon causing such a stir yesterday? What? Director Yuan was stunned. Isn't that the work of your laser gun?
Gao Yang frowned. Impossible.
Although my gun is powerful, without a proper targeting system, it can't possibly hit a satellite. Exactly. Professor Li was puzzled as well. Who said anything about hitting a satellite? Why are we unaware of this? The other researchers exchanged confused glances. Their phones had been confiscated during the tests, so they had no contact with the outside world and were unaware of such a major event. Director Yuan reluctantly took out his phone, opened the news page, and handed it over. Everyone looked at each other and gradually recalled last night's accident. When the laser gun went out of control and fired into the sky, could it have been sheer luck that hit the satellite? After careful comparison of the time and angle, they finally confirmed it was indeed the work of the first-generation prototype. Everyone gasped in shock. Even this weakened version had such exaggerated power? It managed to blow up a Starlink satellite 300 kilometers away? What would the full-power version do? Gao Yang scratched his head, looking embarrassed. He had originally wanted to see others' technology, but it turned out the culprit was himself. What should he do now? Director Yuan burst into hearty laughter, giving Gao Yang a slap on the shoulder. Young man, even if you dismantled an entire constellation, it's still your achievement. Why not own up to it? The general beside them also smiled, saying, the military will clarify that it was a weapon testing mishap. You won't bear any responsibility. As for rewards, they remain the same.
Gao Yang nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved.
With the technological breakthrough, further development into a practical weapon wouldn't be difficult, as long as the military wasn't afraid of the cost. After sending off the satisfied bigwigs, it was also time for Director Yuan to take his leave. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Principal Gawong. Old Gawong, that kid is not allowed to participate in next month's military design exercise. Principal Gawong chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. What's there to worry about? With his skills, he probably needs an extension cord just to get started. He might even blow up his own team in excitement. The two old men exchanged a knowing smile and then went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was following Principal Gawong, curiously inquiring about the mysterious competition. It's between our school and Long University of Science and Technology. Each team sends a special forces unit, and all the equipment is designed by the students. Then, they conduct a real combat exercise, Principal Gon explained while driving. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. That sounds intense. It's not just about the weapon performance. It's about the design thinking as well. The better one will stand out immediately. But it's mostly for PhD students. As an undergraduate, you should probably sit this one out, Principal Gon quickly added, noticing Gao Yang's eagerness and trying to dampen his enthusiasm. Will it be too much trouble?
Gao Yang persisted.
Not really, the principal thought for a moment. The actual design work will still be done by the students. You would just be providing some guidance, which won't take up much of your time. Hearing that it wouldn't interfere with his main responsibilities, Gao Yang's interest was piqued. He wasn't necessarily aiming to win. He was more curious about the different design philosophies of the two schools. Who knows, he might even find some inspiration. All right, I'll give it a shot.
Gao Yang agreed readily.
The principal was overjoyed and began reminiscing about past competitions. We've had quite a few showdowns with Long University of Science and Technology, all to stimulate the students' innovative spirit. Every time, we see a lot of out-of-the-box designs. It's truly a display of each team's unique talents. Gao Yang nodded repeatedly, listening with keen interest. He didn't believe for a second that any of these designs would be officially adopted. Updating weapons involves countless meetings and tests, taking at least 3 to 5 years. Just look at the White Eagle. It has only had 4 major overhauls in 200 years, even slower than Long Country. So this time, Gao Yang had a single goal: win. For him, it was a piece of cake. With the system's support, even an average Joe could crush the competition. And even if the system disappeared, his knowledge of laser cannons alone was enough to dominate the field. The only question now was how to win in a way that would most effectively showcase his skills and humiliate the opponent. Upon returning to school, Gao Yang immediately began researching materials related to the military exercise competition. The design of this event was nothing short of ingenious. The equipment developed by participating students, once passing rigorous tests, could be directly deployed in real combat. What's more intriguing is that no one knows what cutting-edge technology their opponents will unveil until the battlefield reveals all. Such intense competition undoubtedly spurred the students' enthusiasm immensely. As Gao Yang browsed through records of past competitions, he couldn't help but nod in approval. Last year's theme focused on extreme cold environments, while the year before featured multifunctional helmets. The geniuses over at Long Science Academy managed to pack over a dozen advanced technologies into a single helmet, making it a masterpiece. Meanwhile, students from the Defense University prioritized practical application, designing equipment that was not only stable but also included anti-jamming systems, making them highly targeted. Both schools' entries were astonishing, and after some refinement, they were even adopted in small quantities by special forces, becoming a source of pride for the participants. This really is a game for geniuses, Gao Yang thought with admiration. No wonder he had never heard of it before. The entry bar was astoundingly high. To compete, one had to be a standout in their school and win top prizes in various competitions. Yet, compared to the seemingly unbeatable Gao Yang, these so-called geniuses were still miles behind. This thought brought an almost imperceptible smile to his lips. For the next 2 weeks, Gao Yang planned to thoroughly engage with his team. He started by making a call, summoning all members to the meeting room. As Gao Yang stepped into the room, 10 pairs of eyes turned to him, filled with awe and curiosity. "Bring out your design materials," he said straightforwardly. The team members quickly complied. From handguns to sniper rifles, from bulletproof vests to tactical helmets, they even had cold weapons. It was practically an encyclopedia of individual combat gear. Gao Yang took the blueprints and skimmed through them rapidly. It didn't take long before he shook his head. "They're all lacking something," he declared. His words like a thunderclap. The expressions on everyone's faces froze in disbelief. How could he discern anything with just a glance? Unconcerned with their thoughts, Gao Yang pointed out the core issues. While your improvements are significantly better than standard equipment, they're far from enough to win the competition. He grabbed the first blueprint. "Who designed this handgun?" "I did," a girl responded timidly. Gao Yang made some quick annotations on the design and handed it back within 5 minutes. "Try this approach," he suggested. The girl's initially dismissive expression turned blank as she studied Gao Yang's notes. She quickly realized the potential. Following his suggestions would significantly enhance the handgun's power while reducing its recoil. "This is unbelievable," she thought, still in shock as Gao Yang moved on to the next plan. "Who designed the rifle?" he asked. "I did," said Chen Hong, the original team leader, raising his hand. Faced with the sudden arrival of a new superior, he initially felt a bit defiant. However, all his dissatisfaction vanished the moment he saw the drawings by Gao Yang. These casual sketches were 10 times more ingenious than what he had painstakingly worked on for months. Just that spark of inspiration alone could significantly boost both the firing rate and stability of their rifles. Chen Hong secretly felt fortunate. With Gao Yang, this genius, on their side, victory was assured. When the other 8 team members received Gao Yang's masterpiece, They were all utterly astonished and genuinely impressed by their new captain. How could a few simple strokes provide such profound insights? What kind of terrifying talent was this? As the last set of improvements was handed out, the room fell into respectful silence. Gao Yang scanned the room and said calmly, "This meeting is adjourned. Continue with your work."
Yes.
10 heads nodded in unison, watching him leave the conference room. "Who exactly is this captain? How come I've never heard of him?" someone whispered. Chun Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Who cares who he is? With skills like that, we've got this in the bag. Stop dawdling and get to work." "Got it." Everyone eagerly plunged into their preparations, afraid to squander Gao Yang's guidance. Meanwhile, Gao Yang headed straight to his beloved library. The suggestions he had just given would at best increase their chances of winning by 50%. To ensure a total victory, he had to rely on his own extraordinary abilities. With only half a month left until the official showdown, every second was precious. Gao Yang immersed himself in the sea of books, fully focused on recharging his system. As he rapidly flipped through pages, his progress bar visibly advanced. The external world's distractions seemed irrelevant to him. Even the latest statement from the Long Nation's government about the satellite incident failed to catch the attention of this academic prodigy. Gao Yang had only one belief now. Through reading, he would awaken the dormant potential within him. Upon returning to school, Gao Yang immediately delved into researching materials for the upcoming military exercise competition. This event was ingeniously designed. Any equipment developed by participating students that passed rigorous testing could be directly used in real combat. What's more intriguing is that no one knows what kind of cutting-edge technology their opponents will unveil until the battlefield reveals all. Such an intense competition undoubtedly spurred the students' enthusiasm. As Gao Yang pored over records from previous years, he couldn't help but nod in approval. Last year's theme was dealing with extreme cold environments, and the year before that focused on multifunctional helmets. The geniuses over at Long Academy managed to pack over a dozen advanced technologies into a single helmet, making it a masterpiece. On the other hand, the students from the Defense University prioritized practicality. Their designs were stable and included anti-jamming systems, making them highly targeted and effective. Both schools' works were astonishing, and after some refinements, they were even adopted on a small scale by special forces, becoming a point of pride for the participants. This truly was a game for geniuses. Gao Yang was deeply impressed. No wonder he had never heard of it before. The bar was set extraordinarily high. To participate, one had to stand out within their own school and win top prizes in various competitions to qualify. However, compared to the seemingly unstoppable Gao Yang, these so-called geniuses still had a long way to go. Thinking of this, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. In the next half-month, Gao Yang planned to get well acquainted with his team. He made a call, summoning all members to the conference room. As he stepped into the room, 10 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison, filled with awe and curiosity. "Show me your design materials," Gao Yang said straightforwardly. The team members quickly complied. From handguns to sniper rifles, bulletproof vests to tactical helmets, and even cold weapons, their collection was like an encyclopedia of individual combat gear. Gao Yang took the blueprints and scanned through them rapidly. In no time, he shook his head. "These are still lacking," he declared, his words like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's expressions froze, staring at him in disbelief. How could he see anything significant in just a glance? Gao Yang didn't care about their thoughts. He directly pointed out the issues. "Although your improvements are better than standard equipment, this advantage is far from enough to win the competition." He grabbed the first blueprint. "Who designed this handgun?" "I did." A girl timidly raised her hand. Gao Yang scribbled on the design, and within 5 minutes, handed it back. "Try this approach." The girl took the blueprint, her previously dismissive look turning to astonishment. As she carefully studied Gao Yang's annotations, she suddenly saw the light. Following this approach, the handgun's power would significantly increase while its recoil would be notably reduced. This is incredible," she thought, still in shock, as Gao Yang had already moved on to the second plan. "Who designed the rifle?" "I did." The originally appointed team leader, Chen Hong, indicated. Faced with the new commander who had just parachuted in, he initially felt a bit rebellious. However, the moment he saw the drawing by Gao Yang, all his discontent vanished. This casual sketch was somehow 10 times more brilliant than the results he had painstakingly worked on for months. Just a spark of inspiration from this drawing was enough to significantly boost both the firing rate and stability of their rifles. Chen Hong felt a surge of relief. With Gao Yang on their side, victory was assured. The other 8 team members, upon receiving Gao Yang's masterpiece, were equally astonished and began to genuinely admire their new captain. How could a few strokes bring about such profound insights? It was nothing short of extraordinary talent. As the last set of improvement suggestions was handed out, the room was filled with respect. Gao Yang surveyed the group and calmly said, "This meeting is over." Get back to work. Yes, sir. 10 heads nodded in unison, watching him leave the conference room. Who is this captain, anyway? Why have I never heard of him? Someone whispered. Chun Hong waved his hand dismissively. Who cares who he is? With skills like that, we're definitely going to win. Stop dawdling and get to work. Got it. Everyone eagerly dove into their tasks, anxious not to waste Gao Yang's pointers. Meanwhile, Gao Yang headed straight to his beloved library. The suggestions he had just given would at best improve their chances by 50%. To achieve 100% dominance, he needed to rely on his own extraordinary abilities. With only half a month left before the official showdown, every second was precious. Gao Yang immersed himself in the sea of books, fully focused on recharging his system. As page after page turned rapidly, his progress bar visibly increased. The chaos of the outside world seemed irrelevant to him. Not even the latest official statement from the Dragon Kingdom regarding the satellite incident could distract this scholar. Gao Yang had only one belief. Through reading, he would awaken his dormant potential. If the range really increased to that extent, it would be unbelievable. The original range was 1,200 meters, and even with just the minimum 100-fold increase, it would reach 120,000 meters. Not to mention the maximum 10,000-fold increase, which would skyrocket it to 12,000 kilometers. You could easily snipe a target at the equator from the North Pole. However, Gao Yang waited for a moment, and the system prompt did not appear as expected. Could it be that his sniper rifle design wasn't good enough to be considered an invention? Thinking back to the last time he tested the laser gun, it seemed the system only reacted after he confirmed the weapon's power. Maybe this time he also needed to do some field testing first? He immediately called Professor Lee, saying he needed to go to the shooting range for an experiment. On the other end of the line, Professor Lee sounded a bit surprised. Testing a gun? One you made yourself? Yeah. The principal asked me to participate in a military exercise, so I designed a sniper rifle, Gao Yang explained. All right, it's good that you're taking the initiative. It's a great way to practice and make some friends. Who knows, you might even meet someone special. I need to send your laser cannon blueprints to the factory, so I won't be able to join you. Just head straight to the shooting range. They have all kinds of ammunition there. Got it. Gao Yang hung up the phone and headed straight to the shooting range. It was late at night, eerily quiet, not even a bird in sight. The staff on duty diligently set up the targets and even volunteered to help him test the gun. Sniper rifles have a strong recoil. Want me to fire a few shots for you? One of them offered. No need, Gao Yang waved him off. He had handled guns during his university military training. Although he had never used a sniper rifle, what man doesn't love weapons? He lay prone on the ground, aimed at the human-shaped target 200 meters away, and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, his shoulder felt like it had been punched hard, causing him to grimace in pain. The staff glanced at the display screen and shook their heads regretfully. Missed the target. Gao Yang was about to try again when the system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Host has developed a sniper rifle, amplification available. Would you like to use an opportunity? Not yet, Gao Yang replied in his mind, deciding to wait until he was back in the lab. He switched shoulders and fired off another 10 rounds in quick succession. But no matter how close or far the target was, he couldn't hit the bullseye. How could I miss? Gao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the sight not adjusted correctly? But this was a gun he had built himself. There shouldn't be any issues. With no other choice, he left the range and hurried back to the lab. After locking the door, Gao Yang closed his eyes and focused, silently chanting, "Use the amplification opportunity to enhance the sniper rifle." In the next second, a massive virtual wheel appeared out of thin air. Gao Yang excitedly stepped forward, silently praying for a 10,000-fold increase. Even if current industrial capabilities couldn't produce the original version, they could improve it over time. But fate was not on his side. The pointer finally stopped at 4,399 times. Gao Yang felt a bit disappointed, but then thought, it's still a significant increase. I just wonder which aspects have been enhanced? A pleasant electronic voice immediately followed. Congratulations, host. The precision of the sniper rifle has been increased by 4,399 times. Gao Yang was left utterly bewildered. Precision? How exactly is this thing supposed to get an upgrade? A margin of error of 1 centimeter down to 1 micrometer? That's hardly an improvement. As these thoughts raced through Gao Yang's mind, the equipment in the lab all began to operate in perfect synchrony, as if enchanted by some kind of magic. In an instant, his half-finished sniper rifle disassembled itself, its parts rapidly reassembling mid-air into a sleek weapon. Ding! Given the current conditions, the system can only produce a sniper rifle with 600 times the original precision. Before he could react, a torrent of information surged into Gao Yang's brain. All of this knowledge was centered around enhancing weapon accuracy, with detailed content spanning from theory to practice. It turned out that the precision the system referred to was actually accuracy. In other words, this rifle could auto-aim and hit the target every time. To achieve this, Gao Yang had installed auto-calibration devices on the stock and grip, complemented by high-definition cameras and chip processors. Even if the target moved, the system could accurately predict and adjust the trajectory in advance. More impressively, the effective range of the sniper rifle had been extended to 3,000 meters to ensure no target could escape due to distance. Essentially, if you were in its sight, you were as good as dead. The recoil system had also reached a new level. Once the trigger was pulled, scales on the gun's body would automatically unfold like a butterfly's wings, absorbing the massive impact before silently closing again in a continuous cycle. After reading the last piece of information, Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes, overjoyed as he admired his masterpiece. This thing was absolutely stunning. Its streamlined appearance, the jet black body, and the almost organic texture made it look like a work of art. Although it weighed 2 pounds more than before, that was no problem for a young man full of vigor. Gao Yang couldn't wait to test his new toy, so he headed straight to the shooting range. Seeing him return, the staff eagerly approached. Need me to adjust the target distance for you?
No need, Gao Yang replied confidently.
Set it at 200 meters. 200? The staff member's eyes widened in surprise, but complied nonetheless. Gao Yang calmly set up the sniper rifle, the black body gleaming coldly in the moonlight. He adjusted the scope with practiced ease, looking every bit the seasoned sharpshooter. The rifle was almost mesmerizing, with its sleek lines, sharp contours, and intriguing patterns. A man's ultimate fantasy. The staff member was so captivated that he forgot his own duties. Finally, Gao Yang pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the bullet shot out straight toward the distant human-shaped target. Strangely, his shoulder didn't feel the expected pain. It was surprisingly light. Clearly, the recoil system lived up to its reputation. The poor staff member, still lost in his daydream, was jolted awake by the shot. He stared at the display screen in disbelief. 10 points? How was that possible? Just minutes ago, this newcomer had missed the target 20 times in a row, failing to hit even at 50 meters. And now, he hit the bullseye from 200 meters away? Must be pure luck. The staff muttered to themselves, convinced it was just good luck. Even Gao Yang hadn't aimed before pulling the trigger. It was clearly a fluke. The technician nodded approvingly, his face full of praise. That was an excellent shot. Keep it up. Gao Yang smiled lightly and stood up. He turned slightly, adopting an unusual stance, holding the rifle with one hand while the other dangled casually at his side. The technician was taken aback. Standing up to shoot? With one hand? This was a sniper rifle, with enough recoil to shatter a shoulder. Accuracy was out of the question. It was pure madness. He rushed forward to stop this fearless newcomer, but before he could say a word, Gao Yang had already pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The deafening gunshot made the technician instinctively shrink back. To his surprise, Gao Yang remained perfectly still, as if he had just thrown a pebble. Was this guy a trained marksman? Before the thought could settle, the loudspeaker announced, "Bullseye." The technician was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Just moments ago, this rookie had missed 20 straight shots. How could he suddenly turn into a sharpshooter? But Gao Yang gave him no time to react. With his feet planted firmly on the ground, as steady as a rock, he fired several more shots at the distant target.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The gunfire was relentless, and the technician felt his worldview crumbling. This was practically a rate-of-fire test. 2 shots per second with a sniper rifle? That had to be the limit. And throughout, the recoil was negligible, as if he were setting off firecrackers. When Gao Yang finally emptied the last round, the technician awoke from his stupor and looked at the scoreboard. The result nearly gave him a heart attack. 12 shots, all bullseyes. Perfect accuracy. It was unbelievable. Seeing the technician's stunned expression, Gao Yang calmly instructed, "Set up a target at 500 meters. F500? The technician stammered, repeating the distance in disbelief. At that range, most people couldn't hit the target at all. Even professional sharpshooters would take 3 to 5 minutes to aim before pulling the trigger. And those 12 bullseyes earlier?
Pure luck, surely.
Faced with Gao Yang's determined look, the technician couldn't refuse. He reluctantly adjusted the target to 500 meters. Gao Yang strode to the new shooting point. With a bang, the bullet shot through the air. The technician almost bit his tongue. That was way too fast. Not even a moment to aim. He kept his eyes glued to the scoreboard, awaiting the verdict. Bullseye. The 2 words hit him like a sledgehammer, making his head spin. A perfect shot at 500 meters on the first try. What kind of terrifying marksmanship was this? Even the elite troops of the White Eagles would be put to shame. Gao Yang remained indifferent, casually loading another magazine. More bullets whistled through the air. Beep, beep, beep. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. Each notification felt like a hammer blow to the technician's nerves, making him almost faint. Was this even human? It was like an AI with cheat codes. 1,000 meters, Gao Yang suddenly said, catching the technician off guard. Huh, he responded, not comprehending. Move the target to 1,000 meters, Gao Yang repeated, unhurriedly. Faced with Gao Yang's unwavering gaze, the technician could only grit his teeth and comply. After all, if hitting the tin ring at 500 meters was a walk in the park, then 1,000 meters shouldn't be much more difficult, right? Gao Yang curled his lips into a slight smile, picked up the menacing gun, and aimed single-handedly. Yes, with just one hand.
Bang!
The sound of the bullet cutting through the air echoed across the vast shooting range, lingering for a long while. The technician stared intently at the display screen, afraid to miss any detail. 10 rings? He almost screamed. A headshot on the first try from 1,000 meters away, with one hand? Is this guy even human? But the real shock was yet to come. It was as if Gao Yang had flipped a switch. He held the gun steadily and fired shot after shot. The distant target looked like it had been hit by a hailstorm, with dense bullet holes appearing around the bullseye. This is practically cheating, the technician muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. An ordinary person, even lying prone in the most standard shooting position, couldn't achieve such supernatural accuracy. And here was Gao Yang, casually holding the gun as if he were playing a shooting game. 1,500 meters, Gao Yang's voice rang out again, still calm, as if the previous display was just a warm-up. I'm sorry, but the range only goes up to 1,500 meters, the technician stammered. All right, 1,500 it is, Gao Yang nodded indifferently. Before the words had fully left his mouth, another gunshot rang out.
Bang!
The humanoid target 1,500 meters away fell instantly. The technician was at a complete loss for words. He stared blankly at the screen, watching the numbers climb at an astonishing rate. One hand, 1,500 meters, moving target, every shot a bullseye. Had the world gone mad? Or had he accidentally traveled to the future? Otherwise, how could such an unbelievable feat happen? It wasn't until Gao Yang fired his last bullet that the technician snapped back to reality. He watched in a daze as this alien calmly walked over and packed the gun into its case. And not bad, he stammered, unsure what expression to wear. Gao Yang smiled slightly and nodded in satisfaction. Judging by the test results, this gun seemed tailor-made for him. Not only could it easily hit stationary targets, but moving ones were no challenge either. Even more astonishing, it appeared to automatically correct for various environmental factors, ensuring the bullet always hit its mark. With such a game-breaking cheat, what suspense could there be in the upcoming military exercises? Gao Yang almost felt sorry for his soon-to-be unlucky opponents. With that thought, he cheerfully walked away, leaving the technician in utter confusion. By the time the technician finished cleaning up, dawn was breaking. As the poor staff member replaced the bullet-riddled target papers, he was once again stunned. There was only one hole on the 200-meter target. That meant all 12 of Gao Yang's bullets had passed through that tiny hole? How was that possible? Even a robot couldn't achieve such insane precision. It had to be a system error, definitely. Clinging to a shred of hope, he ran to check the 500-meter target. In the end, there was still only one bullet hole. This ruled out the possibility of a malfunction. After all, once the first shot hit, it was impossible for the subsequent bullets to land exactly on the same spot every time. At distances of 1 kilometer and 1.5 kilometers, the technician was completely numb. He stared blankly at the target sheets riddled with bullet holes, feeling as if his entire worldview was about to collapse. The last two sheets, in particular, seemed to be pushing the limits of human capability. A moving target at 1.5 kilometers, with a bullet hole only half a centimeter in diameter. In other words, at Gao Yang's firing rate of less than 1 shot per second, the deviation in bullet impact points was as small as a coin. Could a human really achieve this? The technician stood there for a long time, eventually letting out a deep sigh. He knew that everything that had happened today was destined to become a lifelong nightmare. The young man named Gao Yang had completely overturned his understanding of shooting. Without a doubt, a sniper legend was quietly being born. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight streamed into the lab, Gao Yang had already been waiting for some time. He wanted to take advantage of this precious time to build another sniper rifle. He had decided to carefully preserve the initial version given by the system, feeling as if he were holding a rare treasure. Before long, Chen Hong also entered the lab, followed by the other members who arrived one after another, ready to create their own designed weapons. Watching his classmate assembling a sniper rifle, Gao Yang said, "You don't need to make that one. I've already built one." For Gao Yang, who specialized in this field, using such a lab to produce firearms seemed like a waste of resources and talent. The students were stunned, but no one dared to argue. Right there on the table was a brand new sniper rifle. Its design so flawless it looked like a piece of art. The sleek, 1.5-meter long barrel gleamed with a cold, black sheen, exuding an air of authority and menace. One student cautiously picked up the weapon and stammered, "See, Captain, did you design this?" Gao Yang nodded and casually replied, 3-kilometer range, 60 rounds per minute. What? The student in charge of sniper rifle design almost jumped out of his seat. That's as fast as an assault rifle. And a 3-kilometer range? That's insane. The others exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chunhong couldn't contain his confusion and blurted out, "Captain, what does this mean?" Gao Yang scanned the room and smiled. "Don't forget, it has an automatic aiming system too." "What?" Everyone's jaws nearly hit the floor. Automatic aiming? That's usually reserved for drones or fighter jets. Equipping a sniper rifle with it seemed absurd. Seeing his team in shock, Gao Yang waved his hand. "All right, back to work. Let's get the equipment ready. The combat team will be here soon. We don't want to embarrass ourselves." The students snapped back to reality and quickly got to work. Thanks to Gao Yang's oversight, progress was swift. In no time, they had 10 sets of individual combat gear ready. As night fell, 2 military trucks rolled into the campus. Out stepped the stars of this military exercise, 10 elite special operations soldiers. Eager to see the students' creations, they couldn't wait to get started. As they entered the shooting range, they were met with confident faces. Gao Yang stepped forward with a smile and said, "Welcome everyone. I'm Gao Yang, the head of the equipment team for this exercise." The 10 soldiers saluted in unison, and Gao Yang returned the salute with equal respect. Pointing to a nearby table, he said, "Gear up first. Today, we'll focus on familiarizing you with the equipment. We have 3 days for training and integration." Without hesitation, the soldiers grabbed the gear and headed to the changing room. "I have a bad feeling about this," one soldier muttered. "These look too ordinary. Apart from the cool design, they don't seem much different from what we usually use." "Exactly," another chimed in. "Going up against the Dragon Academy elites with this? We're in trouble." "Too soon to judge," the squad leader said, giving them a sidelong glance. He picked up the uniquely designed sniper rifle. "Just looking at it doesn't tell you everything. This might be our ace in the hole." The sniper carefully took the weapon, feeling its weight and perfect balance. The grip's texture was just right, more comforting than his wife's touch. "Wow, this is amazing," he exclaimed, running his fingers over the gun's intricate design. "This moving part here, genius." While others were still skeptical, their faces clouded with doubt. To them, no matter how fancy a weapon looked, what mattered was its effectiveness in combat. But the teams were randomly assigned, so they had no choice but to accept their fate. Fully geared up, the 10 soldiers marched out of the changing room, ready to see if these students' innovations could hold up in the field. Chunhong enthusiastically explained the features of each piece of equipment to his classmates and invited them to try out the shooting test. The moment they pulled the trigger, everyone was stunned. The handgun felt incredibly good in their hands. Minimal recoil, high accuracy, it was even better than playing a video game. More impressively, the bullets almost hit the same spot, showcasing its top-notch stability. The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. If this thing went into mass production, it would undoubtedly become the new favorite in the military. Next up were the rifle and grenades. After trying them out, everyone was even more amazed. These seemingly ordinary weapons were actually monsters in disguise. Not only did they perform exceptionally well, but the design details were also impeccable, completely outclassing their latest equipment. Finally, the most anticipated sniper rifle test began. 2 sharpshooters lay on the ground, aiming at human-shaped targets 200 meters away, and almost simultaneously pulled the trigger.
Bang!
Before the gunshot even faded, the system announced mechanically, "Bullseye! Bullseye!" The onlookers applauded, cheering for the sniper's good fortune. However, Gao Yang's team had complex expressions, as if they weren't surprised by the result. Only the 2 snipers looked at each other in bewilderment. The recoil on this gun was almost non-existent. Sure, they were good shots, but hitting bullseyes on their first try with a new gun seemed almost magical. As they were lost in thought, Gao Yang calmly ordered, "Move the target to 1,500 meters." 1,500? The 2 snipers nearly bit their tongues. With such little recoil, hitting a 3-digit range was already impressive, and now they were jumping to 4 digits? What kind of daydream was this? Seeing their doubts, Gao Yang added, "Don't worry, this gun's maximum range is 3,000 meters. But, Captain, this..." Before they could finish, Gao Yang interrupted, "Don't aim too precisely when you shoot. This thing has an auto-calibration feature. Just lock onto the target and pull the trigger." "What?" Everyone's jaws almost hit the floor. No need to aim? Autokalibration? Were they being pranked? But the snipers had no time to think. They had to bite the bullet and take the shot.
Bang!
A loud noise made everyone's hearts leap. Then, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in their ears again. "Bullseye! Bullseye!" Everyone was left speechless. Even Chen Hong and the other researchers were dumbfounded. How was this possible? The snipers hadn't even aimed properly. Their gun barrels were shaking like they had Parkinson's, yet they hit the target every time. What kind of black technology was this? Auto-aim? This was basically cheating. The snipers exchanged a knowing glance and lay down again, this time intentionally aiming 2 meters off target, afraid of hitting the bullseye by sheer luck again. But just as they pulled the trigger, the sniper rifle moved on its own. It slowly adjusted its angle, finally locking onto the distant bullseye perfectly. No way. Is this real? Bullseye, bullseye. Sniper Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all that came out was a low murmur. Oh my god. The other sniper was equally speechless. The soldiers behind them watched in awe, feeling a deep sense of respect. The members of the exercise design team all turned to Gao Yang, their eyes filled with admiration. The two snipers resumed shooting, this time unleashing a barrage of shots. The remaining 10 bullets were fired in just 5 seconds, 2 bullets per second. Gao Yang couldn't help but be impressed, as this was the maximum firing rate the gun was designed for. In the rapid succession of shots, all 20 bullets hit the bullseye, plunging the entire field into silence. Both snipers, who had been lying on the ground, stood up, feeling somewhat existential. Gao Yang spoke in a solemn tone. There's no need to test the bulletproof vest yourselves. The official evaluation will be done after the competition to verify their performance. Additionally, all information about the weapons designed for this exercise must remain confidential. The 10 soldiers snapped back to attention, looking at Gao Yang with newfound respect. Yes, sir. Gao Yang nodded. Familiarize yourselves with the weapons before the exercise starts. If you win, I'll personally select a few of these weapons for you. But if you lose, you get nothing. Yes, sir. The soldiers were instantly excited. Winning such exceptional weapons would be a delightful surprise. Having said that, Gao Yang turned and left. His task in the exercise was complete. Now it was up to the soldiers to prove their adaptability. Chun Hong and the others watched Gao Yang's departing figure in silence. Chun Hong suddenly remembered his earlier promise to invite Captain Gao for dinner. Should we ask Captain Gao to join us for dinner tonight? But he shook his head, and no one volunteered to extend the invitation, feeling a palpable pressure in Gao Yang's presence. Others sighed as well. Forget it. We're not on the same level as him. Maybe decades from now, I can point to Gao Yang on TV and tell my grandkids that I once worked on a research project with him. The group laughed, albeit with a hint of bitterness. Being young, they naturally had a strong competitive spirit, but in the face of someone like Gao Yang, their ambitions seemed dwarfed. Let's go eat, they said and left, leaving the members of the special ops team behind. The special ops team members stood in silence for a moment. One of the snipers finally spoke. Want to try this gun? Though not all were snipers, who wouldn't want to test out such an advanced rifle? After firing 2 shots each, everyone hit the bullseye. The 2 snipers were astounded by the gun's capabilities. As elite snipers, they had innate talent, honed further by intense training, reaching their current level of skill. But with this rifle, even an ordinary person could match their performance. While others were amazed and thrilled, the snipers felt a mix of emotions. If this rifle became widespread, they would be rendered obsolete, as their marksmanship couldn't compete with this gun's capabilities. Despite their dismay, the snipers continued training, familiarizing themselves with the new rifle. The more they practiced, the more they marveled at its performance. Traditional sniper rifles had slow firing rates, which could be improved but were generally overlooked since snipers needed time to aim each shot. This rifle, however, didn't require precise aiming, allowing for a significantly higher firing rate, almost comparable to a machine gun. In the revised version, the sniper's character is depicted as more resolute, eagerly anticipating and passionate about using new weapons. He is confident in his modifications to the laser weapon, believing that with the addition of a targeting system, it will become an unstoppable force. Late at night, filled with excitement, he heads to the lab to design the targeting system for the laser cannon, throwing himself into the work with unwavering dedication. After a strenuous effort, he finally completes the design by noon the next day, showcasing his intelligence and professional skills. After sleeping soundly in the lounge for 3 whole days, he finally woke up early on the 3rd morning. Without hesitation, he called Professor Lee to inform him that the automatic targeting system had been completed. From the other end of the line, Professor Lee's voice conveyed his anticipation for the semi-finished laser cannon. The first experimental laser cannon had already been built, and the next step was testing. He couldn't help but invite, "Do you want to come and see it?" The protagonist was thrilled and immediately replied, "Of course, I'd love to. Where is it?" The laser cannon was his heartfelt design, and now he was about to witness its power firsthand, filling him with immense excitement. Professor Lee quickly asked, "Where are you now? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away." Before being picked up, Gao Yang decided to visit the library. He wanted to learn about the power of laser cannons, but testing usually took a long time. To avoid wasting time, he decided to read at the test site. Just as he finished packing his bag, 2 military vehicles pulled up outside the library, and heavily armed soldiers respectfully invited Gao Yang to get in. The vehicles then headed straight for the nearest military airport, where a plane was ready to take him to the testing site. After multiple security checks, Gao Yang finally arrived at his destination. It was clearly a highly classified military base, with tanks, armed helicopters, and various types of artillery everywhere. Fully armed soldiers were patrolling and training. This was Gao Yang's first time in such a place, and he looked around curiously, as he had only heard about these weapons and never seen them in person. The tanks, in particular, had once been invincible but now faced challenges from various anti-tank weapons. He wondered if these new weapons could pose a threat to large equipment like tanks. Not far into his walk, Gao Yang saw Professor Li. The professor looked a bit haggard, clearly not having rested well recently, but he was brimming with excitement and energy. He quickly walked up to Gao Yang and said, "Let me show you the laser cannon first." Led by Professor Li and passing through several checkpoints, Gao Yang finally saw the laser cannon he had designed. The cannon wasn't very long, with a barrel about half a meter long and a spherical rear about half a meter in diameter, housing the power and fire control systems. The overall size wasn't very large, and the prototype was covered in camouflage. Its compact and rounded appearance was deceptive, making it hard to judge its destructive power. A group of researchers was conducting final inspections. Gao Yang's eyes fell on the control panel and aiming system next to the laser cannon, and he requested, "Please let me see the design schematics of this aiming system." The researchers were surprised by Gao Yang's bold request to see the classified schematics. These documents weren't casually shown to anyone. They looked to Professor Li, as if asking, "How did you teach such an audacious student?" Professor Li smiled and introduced, "This is Gao Yang, the designer of the laser cannon." The researchers turned their gazes back to Gao Yang, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Such high-tech laser cannons were designed by Gao Yang? But since Professor Li said it himself, it had to be true. Professor Li nodded in confirmation, "Yes, the entire design of the laser cannon is Gao Yang's work. He is the core member of the team." The researchers couldn't contain their curiosity and asked the 20-year-old Gao Yang, "You're only 20? The chief engineer in charge of the project felt a bit troubled. He had seen many young geniuses, but designing a laser cannon at 19 was truly extraordinary. However, since Gao Yang was the designer of the laser cannon, there was no reason to withhold the aiming system schematics. He quickly brought over a large stack of schematics and handed them to Gao Yang. "These are the design schematics for the aiming system. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Gao Yang took the schematics and quickly browsed through them, flipping through the pages rapidly. He had already obtained an automatic aiming system through his own methods, putting him far ahead of the global competition in this field. To the untrained eye, it might seem complicated, but he grasped it instantly. After a moment, he said, "First, use the laser for targeting, then fire the laser cannon. It's a solid strategy. Generally, if you aim, you hit. But it's still lacking in some areas." All the researchers turned their attention to him. Firstly, the precision is an issue. The laser cannon has an effective range of 200 kilometers. If a target 200 kilometers away moves by just 1 meter, the targeting system needs to adjust the laser cannon by a minuscule amount. This system doesn't have that level of precision. Additionally, the adjustment speed isn't fast enough. If the target moves quickly, the laser cannon can't pivot fast enough to keep up. Secondly, the targeting system doesn't see far enough. The laser cannon has a long range, but this system can only target within 20 kilometers. It can't lock onto distant targets. The group of researchers fell silent, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Conventional missile targeting systems use satellite guidance for precision, but a laser cannon fires in a straight line and can't rely on satellites. It can only hit what it can see. The best they could do for straight-line targeting was using a laser. Gao Yang's concerns were indeed valid. The chief engineer nodded. "These are technical challenges. We'll need to assemble a team to tackle them." "No need. I've already designed a targeting system." Professor Li recalled Gao Yang's call from the previous day. Could it be that Gao Yang really designed a targeting system just for the laser cannon? The chief engineer was taken aback. "You can target up to 200 kilometers? Even further," Gao Yang replied, turning to Professor Li. "When does the laser cannon test begin?" 2 p.m., Professor Li responded. Gao Yang checked the time and then surveyed the room. The facility was filled with high-spec equipment for manufacturing new weapons. "We have enough time. Hand me a hammer." The chief engineer, puzzled, handed over a hammer. Gao Yang struck the base of the laser cannon, separating the part that adjusts the angle from the main body. The impact shattered several components, leaving everyone stunned. Professor Li snapped out of it. "Are you going to build the targeting system now?" "There's enough time," Gao Yang repeated, handing the hammer to Professor Li. "Separate the laser cannon body from the targeting system and smooth out the weld points." Holding the hammer, Professor Li looked at the astonished chief engineer. "Give me a hand." The chief engineer, still in shock, glanced at the damaged base and then at Professor Li. "Do you know how many people are coming this afternoon? Do you know who they are? Any mistakes could have serious consequences." Professor Li glanced at the chief engineer in charge of the project, then at Gao Yang, who was already adjusting the equipment. "More serious than losing a satellite?" The chief engineer paused, then suddenly turned to Gao Yang. Isn't this a secret military weapon? Looking down at the laser cannon, he realized the secret weapon was right in front of him. As he watched Gao Yang inputting component parameters, it dawned on him that what seemed like serious consequences to him meant nothing to Gao Yang. Taking a deep breath, the chief engineer said, "What are you waiting for? Help out." One of the researchers had already dismantled the main body of the laser cannon, while Gao Yang had started activating various pieces of equipment. The equipment here, though not the most cutting edge, is incredibly diverse and comprehensive. The protagonist doesn't feel like anything is lacking. This young talent can simultaneously produce various components, showcasing his exceptional technical skills. After finishing his tasks, the chief engineer suddenly turned towards Gao Yang, then shifted his gaze to Li Qing. He couldn't help but marvel internally. Could this young prodigy really be only 19 years old? If it were him operating these machines, he doubted he could manage with such finesse. Professor Li noticed the protagonist's surprise, but chose to remain silent, as such praise felt a bit awkward, especially since this wasn't his area of expertise. A large number of parts were manufactured, and Gao Yang began assembling them without needing blueprints. The memories seemed etched in his mind. Despite the rapid speed of assembly, the sheer number and complexity of the parts made it time-consuming. The chief engineer and others watched anxiously. Once the base was completed, the laser cannon was mounted onto it, followed by the installation of the targeting system. They worked tirelessly until 2 a.m., when a technician hurried in and announced that everyone was ready for the test. "When can we start the test?" he asked. Gao Yang had just finished attaching the last casing. "It's ready for testing now," he declared. The chief engineer looked at the laser cannon, which had undergone a significant transformation. The bulky attachment that was previously beside the laser cannon had been replaced by a small targeting device. Gao Yang explained, "This end can be connected to a terminal via a data cable. By inputting the target, it can initiate an attack. It can work in conjunction with radar and satellites to confirm and engage targets." The chief engineer was taken aback. Gao Yang's targeting equipment was miles ahead of his own system. However, there was no time to verify its effectiveness now. They had to proceed directly to testing. The staff wheeled the laser cannon outside, and Professor Li led Gao Yang to the testing site. The test site was outdoors, on a mountaintop, with the target situated on another mountain. The observation area was on a separate slope, offering a clear view of everything. Gao Yang arrived at the viewing area and immediately noticed a group of high-ranking officials. Almost everyone had stars on their shoulders, with some having 3 stars. Among them, a General Gao Yang had met before quickly approached him. "Gao Yang," he greeted. Gao Yang recognized him as General Fu. "General Fu," he responded. Smiling, General Fu pulled Gao Yang into the crowd. "Let me introduce you to the developer of the laser gun and laser cannon, Gao Yang, a student at the National Defense Science and Technology University." The generals were visibly surprised, scrutinizing Gao Yang in silence, clearly skeptical. General Fu continued, "I didn't believe it at first either, but heroes can emerge at a young age."
Gao Yang remained unfazed.
Their disbelief was understandable. After all, developing such powerful laser weapons at his age was indeed astonishing. An elderly general waved him over. "Come sit here. The view is the best from here." Noticing the 3 stars on the old general's shoulder, Gao Yang quietly walked over and took a seat in the front row. The elderly man exuded an air of authority, akin to a commander-in-chief, yet there was a gentle kindness in his demeanor. Gao Yang, what a fitting name, as radiant as the rising sun. Grandpa Zhou inquired, "This laser weapon, did you develop it yourself?" Just as Gao Yang was about to respond, someone hurried over, interrupting him. "Report. The technicians are not yet familiar with operating the laser cannon. They need more time for testing." General Zhou furrowed his brows, emanating a fearsome aura. "The technicians can't even operate it? How are they selected? Get the project leader here immediately." "Yes, sir." In no time, the chief engineer arrived in a jeep, sweating profusely, and stood before General Zhou. "Sir," General Zhou, with a stern expression, asked, "why can't the technicians operate the laser weapon? Was there a lapse in their involvement during the development?" The chief engineer hurriedly explained. Although the technicians were involved in the creation of the laser weapon, they— General Zhou cut him off. "Speak plainly." The chief engineer glanced at Gao Yang before continuing. "The laser weapon requires coordination with the targeting system. Our previous system was outdated. Gao Yang designed a new targeting system on short notice, but the technicians need time to adapt." The high-ranking officials exchanged looks, astonished by the young man's capability. General Zhou also cast an approving glance and asked, "Is the new targeting system you designed more effective?" The chief engineer shook his head. "It's still unclear." Someone suggested, "We should observe the test ourselves before making any decisions. We can't be hasty." General Zhou, in a cold tone, said, "Such a significant matter, and you changed the plan without understanding the specifics? You're quite the project leader." The chief engineer's face grew even more troubled. Gao Yang quickly interjected, "Don't blame him. It was my insistence to make the change. The laser cannon has a range of over 200 kilometers, but the old targeting system only covered 30 kilometers and was too slow, suitable only for stationary targets. I couldn't stand that, so I made adjustments. The responsibility is mine. All eyes turned to Gao Yang, impressed by his confidence. However, they were more concerned about another issue. According to Gao Yang, even with a 30-kilometer range, the laser cannon's power was already formidable. General Zhou asked gently, "How does the modified targeting system perform?" Gao Yang proudly responded, "It's precise and efficient, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy and destroying it completely." "Good, let's see it in action." General Zhou stood up and pointed to a tank 15 kilometers away. "Destroy it with the laser cannon." Gao Yang took out his phone and turned to the chief engineer. "Please provide the contact information for the technician. I need his assistance to connect the targeting system to my phone." The chief engineer quickly contacted the technician. Soon enough, everything was ready, and a simple control panel appeared on Gao Yang's phone screen. He gently swiped the screen to lock onto the target and gave the order to fire. In an instant, a brilliant laser beam shot out from the cannon, piercing through the tank 15 kilometers away and obliterating it completely. The onlookers used binoculars to examine the scene, witnessing the tank's center melted beyond use. 1 second to lock on, 1 second to obliterate. This laser weapon is truly terrifying. General Zhou nodded, deeply impressed by its immense power. Could it precisely hit a drone 50 kilometers away in testing? Gao Yang nodded, confirming the general direction. Immediately, someone prepared to launch the drone. Gao Yang swiped on his phone screen, quickly locking onto the target, and without hesitation, pressed the confirmation button. The footage from 50 kilometers away was transmitted back. The drone, just launched into the sky, was accurately hit by the laser and instantly turned to ashes. Although the telescope couldn't observe such a distant scene, someone recorded the moment from afar and transmitted it immediately. It was clearly visible. The laser destroyed the drone in an instant, its speed leaving everyone in awe. In modern warfare, drones play a crucial role. They are cost-effective, highly functional, and difficult for opponents to intercept. This laser cannon not only effectively targets drones, but does so with astonishing efficiency. Most impressively, it can precisely destroy a drone within a 50-kilometer range. All the top military officials present were stunned. Although they usually maintained a stoic demeanor, they couldn't hide their shock and excitement at this moment. From 50 kilometers away, they successfully destroyed a drone, a feat that far exceeded their initial expectations. Originally, they had only planned to hit a stationary target. General Zhou, suddenly struck by inspiration, wondered aloud. Could this laser cannon intercept missiles? Gao Yang shook his head and, facing General Zhou's disappointed gaze, candidly explained that due to a lack of specific missile parameters, it was likely ineffective against hypersonic missiles. The current targeting system was only a temporary setup. General Zhou's disappointment was replaced by silence, as the conversation revealed many underlying issues. First, it highlighted the low probability of intercepting hypersonic missiles, which differ from regular supersonic missiles. Second, due to the temporary nature of the current targeting system, intercepting hypersonic missiles remained challenging. What kind of more effective targeting system should be researched next? Countless questions flooded General Zhou's mind, but he simply asked, "Shall we test it with a missile launch?" "All right." General Zhou immediately made a phone call to arrange the missile launch. Gao Yang pointed out, "We need satellite data to provide the missile's approximate trajectory." General Zhou nodded and turned to a colleague behind him. "Please share the satellite information with Gao Yang." With all preparations complete, General Zhou gazed at the laser cannon, which was set to intercept the missile 300 meters away.
Gao Yang confirmed, understood.
General Zhou picked up the phone, issued the launch order, and then quietly sat back in his chair, waiting. He was filled with anticipation. So far, the laser cannon had exceeded his expectations, and now it was time for an extreme test. There were 12 missiles. Even if only one was successfully intercepted, he would be satisfied. Gao Yang watched his phone screen, which displayed the incoming missile information and the targeting system's lock. He pressed the fire button. A laser beam shot out, and the laser cannon quickly adjusted its angle, firing again. After 12 consecutive shots, Gao Yang turned to General Zhou and reported, "All 12 missiles have been successfully intercepted." General Zhou said nothing, picked up the phone, and turned on the speaker. "All missiles intercepted successfully. Please provide the specific interception parameters." There was silence on the other end, followed by a voice filled with disbelief. "At a distance of 300 kilometers, all missiles were intercepted successfully." General Zhou looked at Gao Yang and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes, at 300 kilometers." The room fell silent. After a moment, General Zhou asked, "Are we sure there were no errors? I want to see the satellite images." "It has been confirmed multiple times. All interceptions were accurate." The satellite images were immediately transmitted. After the call ended, the room remained silent. Everyone was in disbelief because this was truly extraordinary. When the satellite images arrived, a group of experts gathered around, much like school children watching a video game master. Among them, the recently trained chief engineer was also stunned. The interception efficiency was beyond imagination. Normally, intercepting a single missile requires dozens of missiles with a low success rate, but Gao Yang had achieved a 100% success rate. It was incredible. Moreover, hadn't they said the system could only effectively target up to 200 kilometers? How had they managed an interception at 300 kilometers? After viewing the satellite images, everyone's eyes turned to Gao Yang. General Zhou furrowed his brow slightly and asked with a hint of confusion, "You mentioned earlier that the laser cannon's range could reach 200 kilometers, is that correct?" Gao Yang nodded confidently and explained, "Yes, a range of 200 kilometers is enough to instantly penetrate a steel plate 1 centimeter thick. Even at 300 kilometers, it can still cause some damage, though the power is slightly reduced." He added, "Just now, we successfully pierced the missile's nose in only 1.5 seconds. General Zhou fell silent for a moment, deeply impressed. The ability to penetrate a missile in just 1.5 seconds was world-class. He couldn't help but ask, "What about the targeting system? Didn't you say it could only guarantee precision within 200 kilometers?" "Yes, within 200 kilometers, the accuracy is 100%, without a single miss. Beyond that range, factors like weather, fog, rain, and so on, can cause some deviation," Gao Yang answered. General Zhou took a sharp breath. "So, even in adverse weather conditions, it can lock onto targets within a 200-kilometer range?" "That's correct." General Zhou felt a shiver run through him. If this were true, then the Dragon Nation's air defense would be unbeatable. He excitedly imagined that with this weapon installed on the ground, any airborne target within a 200-kilometer radius, be it planes, missiles, or the much-dreaded drones, would be easy prey. Gao Yang put away his phone and looked at General Zhou, asking, "Do I need to take responsibility for this improvement?" General Zhou was slightly surprised, but then quickly understood, breaking into a wide smile. "Of course, you need to take responsibility, at least by earning a significant merit." He then turned to the chief engineer, "Proceed with the next tests." The chief engineer nodded and led the team to the laser cannon's testing site. General Zhou patted the chair beside him, signaling Gao Yang to sit, and then sat down himself, inviting warmly, "Let's have a chat." Once Gao Yang was seated, General Zhou smiled and said, "When Xiao Fu reported that the laser cannon was your invention, I had my doubts. But now, seeing it with my own eyes, I am completely impressed. Such extraordinary talent at such a young age. Truly a hero among the youth." It was the first time Gao Yang had received such praise, and he was taken aback by the high-ranking officer with 3 gold stars on his shoulder. He modestly replied, "Just lucky, I guess." General Zhou laughed heartily. "Modesty is fine, but don't underestimate yourself. You have 99% talent, and perhaps 1% luck." His smile grew brighter as he patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. "I can't wait to see just how incredible that 99% talent of yours is." The surrounding people laughed as well, and the atmosphere became lighter and more relaxed as they waited for the formal testing to begin. Each person's heart was filled with excitement. The initial test had already demonstrated the laser cannon's terrifying power, and the upcoming test would reveal its even more formidable capabilities. Such a weapon on the battlefield would undoubtedly have a significant impact. The tests proceeded methodically, and the results were unexpectedly satisfying. Gao Yang's conservative estimates were far exceeded, thrilling everyone present. Throughout the tests, Gao Yang mostly read a book, occasionally glancing up at the progress. By the time he finished his book, the tests were nearing completion. General Zhou said in a deep voice, "This laser cannon is already a mature weapon. As a researcher, you're remarkably calm." "Everything is as expected," Gao Yang replied. General Zhou laughed again. "You certainly have enough confidence. Take down my number. If you have any new inventions, improvements, or needs in the future, don't hesitate to call me." He emphasized the word needs with a slightly serious tone. Gao Yang glanced at his watch and saw that the hour hand was already pointing to 5 p.m. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he realized he urgently needed a convenient mode of transportation to get back to school. General Zhou was a bit surprised. "Stay a few more days?" "Today was just the basic test. Further testing is needed. The subsequent test will focus more on actual combat evaluations. Those have nothing to do with Gao Yang. The equipment has been provided, the power is sufficient, and the effects are good enough. How to use it is up to the soldiers." A wave of excitement surged in General Zhou's heart. Who would have thought equipment testing could be this thrilling? "I participated in a simulation design competition at school. I'm the team captain, and I need to be there tomorrow to check it out," Gao Yang mentioned. General Zhou's curiosity was piqued. "A simulation design competition?" he asked with a hint of interest. "Yes, we students designed the weapons and handed them over to a single soldier combat group for testing." General Zhou's eyes lit up with excitement. "That sounds quite interesting. He instinctively glanced at the laser cannon. Gao Yang immediately understood his thoughts and explained, only personal weapons are allowed. Laser weapons are not permitted. You're the captain? General Zhou asked, looking at Gao Yang with concern. Yes. Can you win? Practically a sure thing. A sure thing, huh? General Zhou turned to his secretary. Change my schedule. I want to see what kind of personal equipment can guarantee a win. A group of high-ranking officials, their curiosity now piqued, decided to join in. Shall we go see what weapons these students have designed? Professor Li, sitting in the back row, was stunned. A bunch of high-ranking officials going to watch a children's competition? Are we serious? But he couldn't voice his thoughts at that moment. He had to follow Gao Yang onto the plane. When the plane landed, Gao Yang and Professor Li were first sent to the Defense Science and Technology University. Sitting across from each other in the car, Professor Li looked at Gao Yang. You haven't held a military position before, right? Maybe you should consider it. At the Defense Science and Technology University, most students have military positions. Gao Yang, however, entered as a regular student. Normally, students could get a military position after enrolling, but Gao Yang had never attended a single class. Gao Yang didn't mind. He could do research anywhere. I'll think about it when I have time. Professor Li didn't pursue the topic further. This time, you're under a lot of scrutiny. You must win. Gao Yang silently picked up a book. Winning was such a certainty that there was no need to discuss it further. Professor Li glanced at the book, puzzled. With Gao Yang's current level, did reading those books even help? Having just been proven wrong, he didn't ask more questions. Instead, he immediately sought out the principal to explain the situation. With so many high-ranking officials coming, they needed to be fully prepared for tomorrow's simulation. Gao Yang headed straight to the library to continue reading. The simulation design competition was just a spectacle for him. He wasn't too concerned. Victory was assured anyway. The simulation design competition involved two schools, the Defense Science and Technology University and Lonka University. The competition was straightforward, divided into 3 matches: offense, defense, and random scenarios. Each weapon was equipped with laser devices, and the clothing had sensors to simulate the most realistic combat. At this moment, 20 fully armed soldiers stood on the open ground in front of the grandstand, standing straight and tall, more upright than ever. Not only were their postures impeccable, but their eyes were also bright and full of spirit, exuding a powerful aura, their bodies tense with anticipation. They weren't feeling anxious. Instead, they were excited. After all, there were so many high-ranking officers in the stands, including 2 3-star generals, making the entire match even more thrilling. What was originally just a friendly game between students had unexpectedly attracted the presence of these generals, which made them a bit nervous. These figures, whom they might only have the chance to meet after retirement, were now right in front of them, stirring up quite a bit of emotion. Even more surprising was that their captain, Gao Yang, was sitting between the 2 top brass, enjoying the best view. The captain's prestigious position was unexpected, and it was even more astonishing that he was engrossed in a book during the drills, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings. Apart from the generals, the stands were packed with spectators, and the leaders of both schools were also present. The people from Lonka University seemed a bit bewildered, only realizing at the last minute that military personnel were attending. Such a minor match had garnered so much attention from bigwigs, which was quite surprising. The president of Lonka University glanced at the members of the design team behind him, feeling confident. The high-tech equipment they used, including drones and new weapons, showcased their strength. In contrast, the equipment of the Defense Technology University appeared outdated, lacking competitiveness on the modern battlefield. The president nodded, indicating his confidence in the team's capabilities, though he felt a tinge of unease. He looked at President Gawong and noticed his old friend seemed to be smiling at him. President Gawong, smiling, handed the microphone to General Zhou, inviting him to say a few words. General Zhou waved his hand, indicating they were just there to watch the excitement and that everything should proceed as planned. President Gawong took the microphone and announced that the match would be decided by a best-of-3 series, with sides chosen based on a shooting competition. This type of competition was quite normal, with each side selecting snipers to compete, which was quite challenging. Lonka University's snipers performed exceptionally, with no score below 7 rings, showcasing extraordinary marksmanship. However, the snipers from the Defense Technology University all scored 10 rings, earning the admiration of the military dignitaries. President Gawong announced that the Defense Technology University would choose defense first, with 5 people against the opponent's 10. Lonka University would choose offense, with 10 people attacking the opponent's 5. A representative from the Defense Technology University suddenly declared loudly that they would forfeit the choice of sides, surprising everyone present. President Gawong frowned, wondering if the other side was that confident. He turned to the representative from Lonka University to ask if they would choose a side. Without hesitation, Lonka University's representative chose the offensive side, demonstrating their confidence. General Zhou nodded, noting that both sides were brimming with confidence. Gao Yang looked up, observing the situation on the field and realizing that the opponents were very confident. Although the offensive side had the initiative, crossing the open area wouldn't be easy. However, in the face of absolute superiority, confidence alone might not be enough to change the outcome. The 5 warriors from the Defense Technology University entered a 3-story building, with 2 snipers raising their rifles and aiming at their targets, while the other 3 seemed somewhat relaxed, with one even munching on sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, the other team was making final preparations behind cover 300 meters away. At a single command, 10 warriors from the Defense Science and Technology University sprang out of their cover, executing their tactical maneuvers with impressive agility as they swiftly advanced toward the second cover. However, what happened next caught them completely off guard. A voice through their earpieces coldly announced, "You have been eliminated. Please leave the battlefield immediately." Out of the 10, only 4 managed to reach the second cover, while the other 6 were mercilessly taken out in an instant. In the stands, the spectators from the Dragon Research Institute were left speechless, unable to believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. What on earth had just happened? Who was this mysterious sharpshooter? Their speed and accuracy were unbelievable, almost otherworldly. With half their team eliminated in one fell swoop, the odds of victory seemed slim. The team from the Defense Science and Technology University knew little about their opponent's capabilities, leaving most of them bewildered. Even Gao Yang, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "Which unit trained such an incredible marksman?" On the training ground, the battle raged on. For surviving soldiers opened a box containing drones. They carefully released the drones, but the screen immediately turned blood red. The drones were hit and couldn't fly properly. Undeterred, the 4 soldiers decided to release the drones again, this time hurling them with force. Amazingly, the drones quickly regained balance in mid-air, impressing the experts in the audience. These students had created such high-performance drones that could quickly readjust in the air, an astonishing feat. However, just as the drones regained stability, they were hit again and taken out. All 10 drones they had brought were shot down. The 4 soldiers, hiding behind cover, had no choice but to break through and try to approach the building. They threw smoke grenades, which quickly enveloped the area. At that moment, they all heard a voice in their earpieces, "You have been eliminated. Please leave the field immediately and do not interfere with the ongoing match. You have lost." The training ground fell into a dead silence. Was it over already? Had the exercise ended before it even began? The 2 snipers on the opposing team had taken out the entire squad with just 10 bullets? Principal Gawong was taken aback. They had actually invited 2 such incredible marksmen? As a demonstration of new weapons, they hadn't even seen the full power of the equipment. The second round began, with roles reversed. Long University sent 5 defenders to hold the building while Defense Technology University deployed 10 attackers, with 10 minutes to prepare. Both sides began readying for the second match. Meanwhile, the students from Long University who had lost the first match couldn't help but complain. "Isn't this cheating? Snipers of this caliber aren't common at all. It's impossible to showcase the advantages of the new weapons." Principal Gawong, hearing the students' complaints, tried to calm them. "Let's see how it goes when we're on defense facing the snipers. It might be a bit better." The students fell silent, all eyes fixed on the training ground. The 10-minute preparation time quickly passed, and the second exercise officially began. This time, it was a capture-the-flag match. 10 soldiers armed with weapons designed by the Defense Technology University stood behind cover, 300 meters away. 2 snipers raised their rifles, peering through their scopes to see the opposing soldiers aiming back at them. At the same time, drones took to the sky. If they didn't stay behind cover, they'd be hit by the opposing soldiers. If they stayed behind cover, they'd be vulnerable to drone attacks. The drones even had guns mounted underneath. For other teams, the situation became quite tricky. The 2 snipers, wielding their Gao Yang sniper rifles, took a few steps back, aimed at the sky, and instantly shot down 5 approaching drones. The drones, once hit, triggered an elimination mechanism and plummeted to the ground. The people behind cover were stunned. Drones were already hard to hit, and they had just taken down 5 in an instant? In their moment of shock, the 2 snipers simultaneously charged forward, firing left and right. Elimination. Elimination. 5 consecutive eliminations later, the battle was over. The 10 soldiers remained unharmed. The 5 defenders stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. 2 seconds?
Impossible.
In just 2 seconds, 2 guns fired only 5 shots, and every shot from the sniper rifle hit the target in the head. What kind of sorcery is this? Principal Gawong was stunned. The Defense Science and Technology University had won. This was so unfair. Suddenly, a young man spoke up in indignation. "This is a design competition, not a sniping contest." The young man was a student from Lonka University, visibly upset and dissatisfied with the outcome. He pointed out that the purpose of the competition was to evaluate the performance of new weapons, not sniping skills. With these 2 god-level snipers around, Their equipment didn't stand a chance to be showcased. It was simply unfair. Principal Lonka didn't voice his opinion but looked toward Principal Gon, who also felt the situation was unfair but couldn't say it outright. Principal Gon understood well. Watching the competition, he found the situation absurd. It was supposed to be a showdown of equipment, but the two sharpshooters ended the competition in no time with just 2 guns. The 2 rounds of competition were over in less than 2 minutes. Instead of expressing his thoughts directly, Principal Gon looked at Gao Yang, hoping he would address the issue. But Gao Yang was engrossed in a book, seemingly indifferent to the competition. General Zhou, standing beside Gao Yang, noticed Principal Gon's gaze and waved his hand, signaling him not to interfere and let them handle it themselves. Principal Gon was momentarily perplexed. He hadn't even looked at General Zhou, but it was not the right time to clarify, as it might embarrass General Zhou. After some thought, Principal Gon concluded that the competition ended too quickly and almost voiced his opinion to suggest having the 2 snipers, who were affecting the fairness, step down and restart the match. The design team from the Defense Science and Technology University, seated behind Principal Gon, intended to argue that it had nothing to do with the snipers, but since the principal had spoken, they chose to wait. The competition resumed, with both sides switching positions and the 2 snipers being replaced. The snipers, receiving the order to step down, were puzzled. Why were they being pulled out? However, they were too far from the stands to hear the instructions clearly. Was it to control variables and let others try using the sniper rifles? After the snipers stepped down, they handed their rifles to 2 assault troopers. With 2 fewer team members, the 10-person team from the Defense Science and Technology University had to choose a defensive stance, while the other 3 could only observe. Seeing everyone ready, Principal Gon picked up the microphone and announced, "The 3rd round begins." As soon as the command was given, 10 warriors equipped with Lonka University's gear simultaneously executed tactical moves toward cover. At that moment, from 300 meters away on a high building, 2 assault troopers holding sniper rifles fired continuously, bang, bang, bang. Elimination, elimination. 10 elimination sounds rang out, and the 10 warriors stood in place, bewildered by the elimination sounds in their ears. Weren't the snipers supposed to be out of the game? How come they still took down 1 target each with a single shot? Even more absurd, the previous 2 snipers only took down 6 people in 2 seconds. But now, these 2 snipers eliminated 10 people in less than 3 seconds. The firing was simulated with lasers, which can't penetrate bodies. If it were a real battle, the bullets would have torn them apart. Moreover, how could sniper rifles fire so rapidly? It was almost like an assault rifle. Who would believe this? The spectators in the stands were dumbfounded. A young student just went through an experience that left him feeling a bit bewildered. He started to question whether this special unit was really made up of sharpshooters. He felt somewhat indignant because someone had already raised this question earlier and 2 sharpshooters had stepped forward. However, now 2 more sharpshooters had emerged. The expressions on the faces of the gathered generals were quite remarkable at this moment, as it was clear that these new sharpshooters were even better than the previous ones. This made the young student start to doubt his own judgment, and he couldn't help but marvel at the immense strength of this special unit. Watching the sniper's performance was truly delightful, but the exercise itself seemed a bit dull. 3 matches took just 3 minutes in total. It felt like a wasted trip. The audience had hoped to see impressive weapon designs from the young participants, but apart from a fast-flying drone and a quick posture adjustment, there wasn't much to see. The main reason was that the participants hadn't fully showcased their skills. Those exceptional snipers made the competition seem unfair. Principal Gon was puzzled. Such skilled snipers are rare treasures anywhere, yet they were casually brought in for this exercise. Should these sharpshooters be excluded to continue the competition, or should the results be announced directly? As he hesitated, General Zhou suggested, "Let's have another round, but this time without those 2 snipers." The purpose of the exercise is to demonstrate the equipment, not to turn it into a technical showcase. Chen Hong and others felt a bit awkward, exchanging glances, wanting to bring up the issue of the sniper rifles, but no one dared to speak. Just now, it was the principal who spoke, and now it was the general. At this moment, Principal Gon decided to follow General Zhou's suggestion and firmly said, "Let's have another round." The Special Operations team from the Defense Technology University, with the 2 snipers back in action, Chen Hong finally couldn't hold back and quietly called Gao Yang. Gao Yang's phone rang, interrupting his reading. He answered casually, "Who won?" General Zhou replied, "Your special team won all 3 matches." Gao Yang stood up, ready to leave. "Then let's go." General Zhou quickly stopped him. "The competition isn't over yet, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wasn't it supposed to be best out of 3? Now that you've won all 3, why are you leaving?" Gao Yang looked puzzled and noticed the strange looks from those around him. "Can I make a call?" Principal Gon hurriedly explained, "It's not that you can't make a call, it's that the competition isn't over yet. Your special team has 4 sharpshooters. This is too unfair for the exercise." Gao Yang, still immersed in his book, nodded. Yeah, that does seem a bit unfair. Let's have another round then. With that, he sat back down. Qin Hong and the others were stunned. Did Gao Yang not fully understand the situation? Principal Gon nodded and instructed the two snipers to temporarily step down and wait. To be continued. Gao Yang suddenly realized that these two snipers were indeed sharpshooters. Their shooting speed was fast, and their accuracy was impeccable. A question flashed through his mind. Since they had already won 2 consecutive rounds, why was there a need for a third match? Wasn't it redundant? He looked at the 4 snipers, puzzled. Among these 4, 2 were snipers for this match, but were the other 2 from the previous match? Principal Gon also noticed something unusual and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Gao Yang looked up at Principal Gon and then scanned the crowd around him. Everyone's eyes were on him. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the precision wasn't due to the shooters, but the guns? Principal Gon was taken aback, questioning whether the accuracy depended on the firearms. Such a notion seemed rather far-fetched. Others also displayed puzzled expressions. General Zhou asked in confusion, "What do you mean by precision?" "The accuracy of the shots." "Exactly. I've installed an automatic aiming system on the guns, allowing them to auto-aim." Gao Yang's words left everyone present bewildered. The members of the Dragon Research Institute were equally incredulous, thinking, is it really possible to install an automatic aiming system on firearms? Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Gao Yang knew that further explanation would be futile. He signaled to the Special Forces team in the distance. The soldiers quickly approached, standing at attention. Gao Yang took the sniper rifle and then gestured to another team member to come over. "How far can your drone fly?" A student from the Dragon Research Institute replied, "The remote control range is 2 kilometers. Gao Yang frowned slightly. "Fly it to the maximum distance." The student hesitated briefly but complied, sending the drone far away. As the drone flew further, it nearly vanished from sight. "All right, it's 2 kilometers now." Gao Yang raised the sniper rifle and turned to the crowd. "Am I also a sharpshooter?" He then aimed at the distant drone and gently pulled the trigger. The exercise system, connected to the event, showed everyone the drone being hit and eliminated. The students from the Dragon Research Institute were in disbelief and quickly explained, "The system uses laser testing, and the trajectory is straight. In a real battlefield, bullets flying 2 kilometers would be affected by drop in wind speed. Moreover, your gun's range might not even reach 2 kilometers." Gao Yang nodded. "You're right. If I manage to hit your drone, you won't ask me for compensation, will you? At this distance, if you can actually hit it, not only won't we ask for compensation, but I'll also give you another drone." Gao Yang smiled at the technician. "All right, give me the bullets." The technician, recognizing Gao Yang as the marksman who had previously hit 20 targets perfectly after missing the first few, was astonished. This isn't just a sharpshooter, it's a gun god. Realizing this, the technician quickly handed the bullets to Gao Yang. Gao Yang loaded the bullets into the magazine, adjusted the aiming device, and switched from exercise mode to combat mode in just 2 seconds. He raised the gun, aimed at the distant drone, and gently pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the far-off drone exploded into fragments. The drone, which had flown so far it was nearly out of sight, was destroyed in an instant. Everyone witnessed this scene, clearly yet bewilderingly. A sharpshooter hit a flying drone with pinpoint accuracy from 2 kilometers away. Such marksmanship is truly astounding. The onlookers were all speculating about his extraordinary skills, while Gao Yang calmly explained, "This rifle has a maximum range of 3 kilometers and features an automatic targeting system with high accuracy." Suddenly, someone questioned, "A range of 3 kilometers? The recoil must be enormous." Yet he didn't even flinch. Gao Yang turned to see the questioner, a student from Lonka University, looking incredulous. To clarify, the best way was to demonstrate. Gao Yang reloaded the rifle, aimed directly at the sandbag on the training ground, and gently squeezed the trigger. The gun roared. The bullet hit the sandbag precisely, tearing it apart with a burst of sand flying everywhere. The students were stunned, witnessing the sheer power of the shot, their minds filled with one thought. Such power is truly terrifying. Sandbags typically can stop most bullets and require immense force to penetrate. The bullet's displayed power hinted at its incredible range. But what about the recoil with such power? Gao Yang continued, "This rifle uses a top fin design to mitigate recoil, so the kickback is relatively minimal. Other than that, there's nothing particularly special." After his explanation, the scene fell silent again. Moments later, General Zhou remarked discontentedly, "You say there's nothing particularly special? A range of 3 kilometers. That's already the range of the most advanced sniper rifles. At this distance, bullets take several seconds to reach their target. Firing requires precise calculations for lead time. There are very few snipers in the world who can maintain accuracy at this range. Each sniper at this level has undergone extensive and costly training, at least several $1 million. The value isn't the main issue, it's the rarity." Training such a sniper requires more than just money. It also requires talent. That's why top-tier snipers are so rare. With this rifle designed by Gao Yang, it's like being able to mass-produce these once exceedingly rare snipers. An ordinary person, holding this rifle, could outperform a professional sniper. On the battlefield, a professional sniper can cause devastating damage. A top-tier sniper can impact the front lines, and it's common for a single sniper to halt an entire convoy. Coupled with its incredible firing rate, one person could match an entire sniper team. When facing scattered groups, a single burst of bullets is enough to take them all down. Deadly suppression. Such an astonishing effect, and Gao Yang can achieve it at will? General Zhou took the rifle from Gao Yang, aimed at a flag on the rooftop, and pulled the trigger. The flagpole snapped instantly. General Zhou's eyes widened. This was several hundred meters away, and the bullet hitting the target should have caused significant recoil. But the recoil was minimal, feeling no more than using a small caliber handgun. Putting down the sniper rifle, General Zhou was dumbfounded and looked back at the equally incredulous generals behind him. Come, give it a try. A group of generals stepped forward to test the weapon. The distant flagpole was shattered into pieces under the barrage of bullets. Principal Gon stood nearby, slightly agape. This sniper rifle was beyond his comprehension. How did Gao Yang manage to design an auto-aiming sniper rifle? And he actually brought it to life. Auto-aiming can be applied in many areas, such as laser weapons, various cannons, and even missiles. But the difficulty of aiming a sniper rifle is much higher. Wind speed, humidity, gravity, and the movement of the target all need to be considered. How could such a complex set of calculations allow the aiming system to achieve instant accuracy? This level of technical difficulty is mind-boggling. Principal Gon watched the excited generals. He also wanted to give it a try, but at this moment, he had to remain composed and proud. The president of Long University glanced at Principal Gon with a hint of envy. Defense Technology University had nurtured such an outstanding student. Their ranking might even improve. The students of Long University were equally puzzled. Looking at their own designs, their first impression was that they were flashy and exaggerated. Then came the confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be a simulated exercise among students? How did an auto-aiming sniper rifle come into play? It was like two kids having a fight, and one suddenly pulled out a nuclear missile launcher and pressed the button. They were not even on the same level. A group of generals fired multiple rounds, their expressions shifting from calm to extremely excited. They too experienced the precision of a top-tier sniper. Aim and shoot exactly where you want. Just moments ago, they felt this exercise was meaningless and regretted attending. The current situation is far from optimistic, but it's not without its merits. The unveiling of the sniper rifle is enough to make them willing to stand guard here for an entire year if necessary. General Zhou, holding the hot barrel of the gun, glanced at Gao Yang and asked, "Is this your work?"
Gao Yang nodded affirmatively.
He was aware of the underlying complexities. In fact, the sniper rifle and the laser cannon shared the same targeting system. General Zhou, being exceptionally astute, quickly made the connection. Gao Yang nodded again, thinking to himself that, to be precise, it was the laser cannon that had adopted the sniper rifle's targeting system. General Zhou examined the sniper rifle closely and nodded in satisfaction. Can this gun be mass-produced? Gao Yang fell into contemplation and then shook his head. This rifle is a laboratory product with extremely high precision. I can attempt to design a version suitable for mass production, but the outcome is uncertain. Let's trial it first. If it doesn't perform well, we can discuss further, or establish a high-level production facility, even if on a small scale, to manage it. General Zhou nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting between Gao Yang and Principal Gon, suggesting a confidentiality agreement. All information related to this rifle must not be leaked, he declared. Principal Gon hurried off to prepare the necessary documents. Behind the confidentiality agreement lay a stern warning. Disclosing any information would have severe consequences. Once everyone had signed the agreement, General Zhou looked at Gao Yang. I will take these 2 sniper rifles with me. The military has research facilities that need to evaluate the performance of the rifles before we proceed with assembly. Gao Yang had no objections. He only needed to keep the original version of the rifle. All right, he said. General Zhou, after a moment of thought, turned to Principal Gon and asked, is there anyone specifically assigned to protect Gao Yang? Principal Gon hesitated, realizing the issue at hand. Although Gao Yang had developed laser guns and laser cannons, he had not yet begun the approval process. The products from the Defense Research Institute required rigorous testing, and only after the results were out could they decide on rewards and treatment. But this time, the developer was Gao Yang. The laser cannon was still in the testing phase, and results were needed before any report could be made. Gao Yang had not received any special treatment yet. No, he replied. General Zhou's face grew serious, and the surrounding generals shared the grave atmosphere. The country had stringent protective measures for top-tier researchers, especially those who had made significant contributions or held important positions, often assigning them guards. Gao Yang undoubtedly met the criteria. How could such a genius not have any protection? Principal Gon felt immense pressure, but had to accept the oversight. During Gao Yang's time at the school, he should have taken responsibility for his safety. If foreign adversaries discovered that Gao Yang was the developer of the laser weapons, they would show no mercy. Gao Yang was not yet 20, with boundless potential ahead. How could he have neglected Gao Yang's protection? General Zhou spoke in a low voice. My guards will temporarily be assigned to Gao Yang.
Gao Yang frowned.
I'm always on campus. I don't need guards, do I? General Zhou's expression was resolute and unwavering. He asked, any other requirements? When it comes to security, you need to listen to me. The surrounding students looked at Gao Yang with changed expressions. They were astonished to discover that Gao Yang had security guards at school. They felt a sense of admiration rather than jealousy, fully aware that the respect Gao Yang received was well-deserved. Although the drill ended somewhat abruptly, months of preparation had culminated in just a brief 3-minute exercise. However, the appearance of an automated sniper rifle during the drill immediately elevated its significance to a new level. A group of generals marveled at what they saw, and their presence was far from meaningless. General Zhou stood up and led Gao Yang out of the exercise area. Once outside, he promptly summoned the security team, assigning 10 guards to Gao Yang. Gao Yang could clearly see that these 10 guards were armed with live ammunition and were evidently well-trained elites. The presence of these guards heightened Gao Yang's awareness. He realized that as his research delved deeper, the dangers he faced would only increase. Although Longhua is relatively safe, the advancements made by Gao Yang could significantly enhance the nation's power when amplified by the system. This is certain to attract the attention and envy of foreign forces. The series of assassinations of Iranian nuclear scientists serves as a stark warning. We must never underestimate the cunning of our enemies. The current 10 guards may seem impressive, but they're barely adequate against conventional threats. If someone manages to get hold of Gao Yang's auto-targeting sniper rifle, dealing with these 10 guards would be a breeze. Ensuring security is imperative. As Gao Yang got into the car, he casually picked up a book, which turned out to be about bulletproof vest design. He pondered whether he should try wearing a full set of bulletproof gear for added safety. After Gao Yang left, the remaining people gradually exited the training ground. The principal of Longhua University of Science and Technology led the students onto a bus. Looking at the somewhat dejected students, he smiled and said, "You all performed excellently today. Speaking your minds in front of so many important figures is no small feat, and you also shined on the battlefield. Your equipment performed admirably, especially the rapid stabilization technology of the drones, which was truly impressive. Losing to Gao Yang is no reason to be disheartened. Every era in Longhua has its share of extraordinary talents. Your task is to advance towards his level or follow in his footsteps." The students of Longhua University of Science and Technology looked up at the principal, their eyes gradually filling with determination as they vowed never to give up. On the troop transport, 20 Special Forces soldiers sat facing each other, their faces filled with curiosity as they looked at the snipers opposite them. They had no idea that the sniper rifles could auto-target and hadn't gotten close to the viewing stand. However, they were astounded by the sharpshooter's skills. Despite their eagerness to exchange experiences, confidentiality agreements kept them silent. Gao Yang's car returned to the school, and he had already finished reading the book on bulletproof vests. The technology behind bulletproof vests is highly sophisticated. Even with the same materials, different degrees of curvature can significantly impact the effectiveness. In Gao Yang's view, the current market offerings for bulletproof vests are far from ideal. For instance, ceramic bulletproof vests shatter and disperse upon impact, and the bulletproof plates deform. While they can save lives in most cases, injuries like large bruises are common, and fractures, or even death from blunt force trauma, are not unheard of. Overall, bulletproof vests significantly reduce the risk of death but fall short of Gao Yang's vision of being bulletproof as depicted in movies, which is misleading. But what about with a 10,000-fold amplification? Gao Yang headed straight to the library to find more books on bulletproof vests. Before the system's amplification, he needed to create a superior base bulletproof vest. The better the base vest, the more effective the amplified version would be. Even a slight improvement in performance would result in a substantial enhancement post-amplification. Principal Gon saw Gao Yang reading and walked straight over to him. "I knew I'd find you here." Gao Yang looked up at Principal Gon, who was beaming with a smile. Curiosity welled up inside him, and he asked, "Is there something I need to prepare to apply for joining the military?" Principal Gon smiled and said, "The second round of laser cannon tests is about to conclude. If successful, the results will be submitted to the Defense Science Academy, and there will be substantial rewards. If you enlist and participate in the laser cannon development, you could earn a first-class merit. This is an extraordinary honor, accelerating your promotion and bestowing rare prestige. Moreover, a first-class merit comes with special privileges, as does the military rank itself." Feeling a surge of excitement, Gao Yang realized that achieving a first-class merit was extremely challenging but a worthy goal. It would not only elevate his career, but also bring him significant honor. More importantly, it signified a special status and recognition. He decided to enlist and asked Principal Gawong, "What materials do I need to prepare?" Principal Gawong replied with a smile, "Just some basic documents." Compared to others, students from the National Defense Science and Technology University have a simpler enlistment process. Upon graduation, you'll receive certain benefits, and exceptional performance could bring even more rewards. Gao Yang, who had been preoccupied with recharging the system, hadn't considered enlisting before. But now it seemed the right time to take this step. He nodded and returned to his book. As Principal Gawong left the library, he saw the guards outside and instructed, "Contact my secretary to arrange accommodations within the school." The guards responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." Satisfied, Principal Gawong nodded. Though known as the principal at the university, he was also a military officer. Soon, Gao Yang received a message from his liaison, requesting copies of his household registration booklet and instructions to deregister his household status. Although a medical examination is typically required, Gao Yang was exempted from these procedures due to special enlistment approval. Thinking about the household registration booklet, he realized it had been a year and a half since he last went home, causing his brows to furrow. He dialed a number, and a middle-aged man's voice answered, "Xiao Yang, what's up?" Gao Yang tentatively said, "I need to come home. The school wants me to enlist, and I need the household registration booklet and some other documents." There was a moment of silence before the man said, "That's a bit of a hassle, but I'll handle it. When will you arrive?" "I'll prepare some food." Gao Yang replied, "I'm not sure yet. I'll call you when I'm close." After hanging up, he decided to prepare some books, as he would likely stay home for 2 or 3 days. Gao Yang packed 30 books, with 2 guards following behind him. Hearing about his trip home, the guards suggested, "We can accompany you or arrange a car to take you." Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Arrange a car. It'll be more convenient." The guards respectfully replied, "When do you want to leave?"
Gao Yang answered, "Tomorrow."
The guards immediately set to work. These guards were aware of what had happened on the training ground. They were not only protecting Gao Yang out of duty, but also out of personal commitment to him. They worked diligently and informed Gao Yang within 10 minutes. "The plane is ready. You'll first fly to Jiangqing base, and then a vehicle will take you from there." Gao Yang requested that they keep things low-key, avoid using military vehicles, and not make a fuss. The guards, dressed in military uniforms, stood out. They immediately assured him they would follow his instructions. Gao Yang returned to his dormitory, immersing himself in a sea of books. 2 guards stood tall at the dorm entrance, drawing the attention of many students. The next morning, Gao Yang embarked on his journey home. He first took a car to a military airport he had visited before and then boarded a special plane to Jiangqing Airport. There, he saw 2 jeeps and the guards who had changed into civilian clothes. The guards sat on either side of Gao Yang, claiming to be his classmates. The scene appeared unremarkable, but when these guards wore their military uniforms, they looked no older than their early 20s. The bulges at their waists attracted attention, hinting at concealed handguns, though likely not in large numbers. Gao Yang sat in the car, engrossed in his book. As they neared their destination, he decided to call his father. Half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of an old factory building. Lao Chong, dressed in a suit, stood by the roadside with a broad smile. Seeing Gao Yang step out, he immediately approached. Lao Chong seemed taller and greeted him warmly. "Let's head home first. Is this your classmate? Come on in." Gao Yang, accompanied by 2 guards, walked into the factory. The old building had weathered many storms, but still stood strong. Hearing the hum of the machines, Gao Yang was a bit surprised and asked, "Lao Chong, how come you have new equipment here?" Lao Chong, accustomed to Gao Yang addressing him this way, smiled and nodded. "I replaced some of the old machinery with second-hand ones. Business has improved a bit." Gao Yang took a tour around the factory. Although the equipment was updated, it was still discarded by others. Such a factory could only take on low-end work, barely making ends meet. Lao Chong observed Gao Yang with a slightly somber expression and said, "I called your grandpa yesterday. He wants you to come home for dinner tonight and pick up the household registration book." Gao Yang had expected his grandpa to make such arrangements and felt a sense of satisfaction. Lao Chong, looking somewhat displeased, continued, "Don't get into conflicts with them. Just get the household registration book after dinner and leave." Gao Yang nodded, aware of the complex family situation. His grandfather had only one daughter, who married Lao Chong and soon passed away. Gao Yang grew up with his mother's surname, becoming a thorn in the side of his maternal family, entangled in the inheritance disputes. His grandfather was always torn between leaving the inheritance to his grandson or his brother's descendants. Gao Yang, with his stubborn nature, always spoke out against unfairness and had distanced himself from the family after starting university. If not for the household registration book, he might not have returned home for 4 years. As for avoiding conflict, as long as no one provoked him, he would pretend everything was fine. But if challenged, he wouldn't back down. After lunch, Gao Yang paid his respects to his mother, and then took Lao Cheng's car to the villa district. The villa area was grand, filled with luxury cars, indicating many attendees. Lao Cheng parked the car and reminded Gao Yang, "Don't argue with them. We'll leave right after dinner." Gao Yang smiled and replied, "I've grown up and know better now." With that, he strode into the villa. The hall was already crowded with people engaged in conversations. As Gao Yang entered, all eyes turned towards him with a mix of curiosity and disdain. Suddenly, someone provocatively said, "Well, if it isn't our family's top scholar, Gao Yang. Haven't seen you visit your grandpa since you got into a good school." Gao Yang glanced over and responded with a smile, "Second aunt. Which small clinic did you go to for your face? It looks a bit asymmetrical." The woman's face darkened instantly, and she retorted through gritted teeth, "I haven't had any surgery. If you say I did, that's slander." Gao Yang handled the situation with ease. These words, though seemingly insignificant, carried the most lethal damage and left no room for rebuttal. She felt unable to continue the argument, so she diverted her gaze, no longer focusing on her face. The others fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward. Gao Yang walked straight to an isolated sofa, turned around, and signaled to the two guards to find a place to sit instead of standing. It was as if he treated this place like his own home. Another voice chimed in, dripping with the same sarcastic tone. Gao Yang turned towards the voice and found it was his third aunt speaking. Her expression turned blank instantly. Gao Yang's grandfather had only one daughter and one grandson, him. All these relatives were descendants of his grandfather's siblings. Some words were simply unacceptable. Gao Yang let out a cold laugh. He understood what these people were thinking. If he, the grandson, were out of the picture, they might get a share of the family inheritance. They wanted to exclude him for that reason. Then another voice spoke. It was his third uncle, saying, "Gao Yang, how can you speak to your elders like that?" Gao Yang was about to respond when he heard the sound of a cane tapping on the floor from upstairs. He looked up and saw an old man slowly descending the stairs, using a cane to support himself. The old man muttered, "Just got back and already arguing. So immature." Gao Yang looked at the elderly man and realized it was his grandfather. "I don't want to argue. I'm just here to get the household registration book to complete the deregistration process, and then I'll leave." His grandfather's face didn't look good, but he said, "You can get the household registration book after you finish your meal." "All right," Gao Yang replied, lowering his head to continue reading. His second aunt couldn't hold back and said, "You didn't even greet your grandfather. Your manners are getting worse." Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. "I have no manners? Then why don't you take a look at your two sons before saying that? One of your sons drove drunk and caused serious injuries, just got out of prison, and the other gambled away everything and even cheated the relatives. Is that what you call good upbringing? Do you think prison is a good teacher?" His second aunt's face turned ugly. Gao Yang wasn't finished. "You're really not better than my mom." A man around 30 years old suddenly stood up and grabbed a fruit knife from the table. "Say one more word." Gao Yang looked at his stance with the knife and sarcastically said, "Big brother, did your mom teach you how to hold a knife like that?" At that moment, his brother couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Gao Yang. The two guards behind Gao Yang quickly stood up but were blocked by him and couldn't stop the attack in time. They reacted swiftly, drawing their guns from their waists and firing simultaneously.
Bang! Bang!
The sound of gunshots echoed through the villa. The knife flew out of his brother's hand, and blood gushed from his arm. He screamed in pain and retreated, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. The two guards stood in front of Gao Yang, guns in hand, vigilantly scanning the surroundings while shouting, "We are under attack, requesting backup." The people in the villa were stunned. The son's two classmates actually carried guns? The Gao Yang family members were also shocked. Gao Yang's two classmates not only had guns but also fired them without hesitation. What was going on? Were students from the National University of Defense Technology really this formidable? Could they carry guns and roam around freely? Only the injured brother, his face full of terror, had a useless right hand and was retreating while leaving a blood trail on the floor. Grandfather Gao Yang, who had not yet descended the stairs, looked at everything before him with a bewildered and confused expression. Having weathered many storms in his life, even he was at a loss due to the sudden turn of events. In the tranquil atmosphere of the villa, a sudden loud crash shattered the peace as a jeep broke through the heavy iron gate of the yard. The accompanying guards swiftly arrived, rushing to the villa's entrance. They disembarked with guns in hand, quickly storming inside. Once they confirmed Gao Yang was safe, they breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly grateful. However, the people inside the villa grew increasingly confused. Gao Yang's classmate was holding a handgun, while these guards were fully armed with live ammunition. What on earth were they here for? Was it an anti-terror operation? The eldest cousin, upon seeing this group, recoiled in fear, his eyes widening as he gasped. Gao Yang sneered and said to his second aunt, "You're really something, using an incompetent son to make a deal with me, trying to get a piece of the pie." Truly a schemer. Before the second aunt could react, two guards quickly lunged at her son. She hurriedly blocked their path, loudly questioning. You've already fired shots, and you still want to arrest him? If you're taking him, take me too. She began to lose control, shouting for help, but the others in the villa seemed indifferent. In such a situation, calling the police would be futile, and it might even lead to a joint operation. Seeing that her outburst was useless, the second aunt turned to blame Lao Chong, Chong Yongfu. How did you raise your son? You latched onto the Gao family, and this is how they repay you. Lao Chong looked at Gao Yang, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. If he didn't intervene, things would get worse. Just as he was about to speak, the second aunt continued, your wife died early, and rightly so. Lao Chong stood frozen in place. Suddenly, Gao Yang rushed forward, attempting to grab a handgun from a guard's waist. The guard reacted swiftly, firmly holding onto the gun, giving Gao Yang no chance. Please, don't act rashly. At least, don't get blood on your hands, the guard said, then pointed the gun at the woman kneeling on the ground, quickly loading it. Hand over the gun. The second aunt trembled, her face filled with terror. In the next moment, a yellow puddle spread across the pristine floor. From the stairs, old Master Gao's voice echoed, Gao Yang, that's enough. Realizing his outburst might lead to bigger trouble, Gao Yang exhaled deeply. The guards were willing to take on any consequences for him, but it was best if there were none. The guard holstered his weapon and stepped back. Old Master Gao approached, saying, come and take what you need. Gao Yang, accompanied by two guards, went upstairs to the old man's office. Old Master Gao handed him a household registration book and an envelope. Inside is 20 million, prepared in advance. Gao Yang only took the household registration book. I don't need it. I don't care about the money. Old Master Gao gazed at him. I once kept you by my side forcefully. Do you still hold a grudge? Some things are inevitable. They are all my descendants, and you are my only grandson. If your father had taken you away, you wouldn't share my estate. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang replied, you treated me like a treasure, but I saw it as dust. Your so-called estate, distribute it as you wish. I only know that Lao Chong endured all sorts of disdain and grievances to take care of me. With that, Gao Yang strode out, finding the eldest cousin already subdued by the guards, his hand wound bandaged. The investigation procedure is about to commence. Even though the eldest cousin might have acted impulsively, a thorough review is still necessary. As for the second aunt, having just narrowly escaped death, she can only watch helplessly as her son is taken away. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with a plea. Standing at the door, he looked at Lao Chong and said, let's go. Lao Chong hurriedly followed, his face still showing disbelief. He got into the military vehicle with Gao Yang, witnessing the scene in front and behind the convoy, his mind in a daze. He couldn't help but ask, what just happened? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and replied, I made some research breakthroughs at school, which caught the guard's attention. Lao Chong, somewhat surprised, asked, that's it? Gao Yang smiled and said, maybe what they called a small invention isn't so small after all. Lao Chong didn't press further and drove back to the factory. Gao Yang boarded the military vehicle and returned to school. Sitting in the car, Gao Yang looked at the guards and asked, how will today's incident be handled? The guards explained that they would investigate the people on site. If their actions were impulsive rather than premeditated, the issue wouldn't be severe. However, if it was premeditated, the consequences would be dire. Gao Yang waved his hand and said, I'm not asking about that. Their fate is none of my concern. I want to know what happens to you after you fire your weapons. The guards were momentarily taken aback, then replied, we will be required to provide a situation report, which will be compiled into a report and submitted. After all, firing in public is a serious matter. Gao Yang nodded in understanding and added, thank you. I'll send you some equipment later. The guards were surprised and puzzled at first, but soon realized it might be sniper rifles, and they became excited, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Gao Yang lowered his head and continued reading his book. The day's events reminded him once again that danger could strike at any moment, and he must stay vigilant. If family members could come at him with knives, what about actual villains? A bulletproof vest must be prepared in advance. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his reading, a set of test data and related design documents for a laser cannon were delivered to the Defense Science Academy. The Defense Science Academy, like the Long Academy, is a top research institution, but it focuses on weapons research. When the Laser Weapon Project Group received these documents, the entire research team was ecstatic. They had long been aware of the laser weapon research plan and were filled with anticipation. However, the secrecy was so tight that they didn't even know the source of these documents. Could it be that the military had other units researching laser weapons besides them? Driven by curiosity, a group of people examined the information at the top of the documents and discovered the researcher's identity. They were stunned. It turned out to be Gao Yang, a sophomore majoring in light weapons engineering at the National Defense Technology University. The director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute hesitated and asked, "Is this laser weapon meant to destroy satellites?" He couldn't wait to open the documents, and upon seeing the parameters, he was stunned again. The data left him utterly astonished and somewhat incredulous. As experts in the field of lasers, they were puzzled by the sheer power indicated by these figures, suggesting it could penetrate a tank in an instant. Compared to images obtained via satellite, these data were far more terrifying and unimaginable. Within a vast 200-kilometer range, no weapon or aircraft can escape interception. Once airborne, virtually all ground targets are doomed to be destroyed without exception. This scenario seems unbelievable. However, this valuable information has been delivered here, undoubtedly having undergone rigorous testing. In other words, all the data presented here has been meticulously verified. The entire conference room fell into a stunned silence, with disbelief etched on every researcher's face. Their long-held beliefs and concepts had been completely overturned. The data before them was simply incomprehensible. They had always trusted the reliability of the data they received, which had been rigorously verified and tested. However, the data on the laser weapon was beyond belief. Even though Longwa's laser weapon technology had always been world-leading, it paled in comparison to this data. It was like elementary students trying to understand advanced mathematics. Their grasp of this weapon was worlds apart. Could such a weapon really have been developed by a sophomore? Though some found it hard to accept, their hearts were filled with anticipation and curiosity. They eagerly pored over the materials, wanting to learn more. As they unfolded the design plans, their astonishment grew, but they remained silent. 2 full hours passed, and when they finally finished reviewing the entire design, they realized that while they could replicate the weapon, thoroughly understanding it was a different story altogether. The gap in knowledge was staggering. Normally, one could understand the principles just by looking at the design plans, but now they were utterly confounded, their minds in turmoil. They couldn't help but wonder, why was the laser from this weapon so powerful? Why was the energy conversion efficiency so high? Why was the wear and tear so minimal compared to other laser weapons? If it weren't for the undeniable evidence, they might have dismissed it outright as too incredible to believe. But now, they were all thinking the same thing. How could a student have developed this? Director Wei of the Laser Weapon Research Institute tapped the documents on the table and then announced, "From now on, our research focus will be on this laser cannon." The conference room fell silent once more. They had always been the ones being studied, and now they were to study someone else's work. This shift was somewhat disconcerting. However, their curiosity and anticipation about the technology were palpable. They couldn't help but ponder, how did this laser weapon achieve such terrifying power? Professor Wei looked down at the documents on the table and sighed deeply. "I need to visit the National Defense University. This is too unbelievable. A student achieving such mastery? It's hard to believe. Oldley, come with me." Professor Lee was about to speak when Professor Wei interrupted. "Our institute's sole project now is this. Focus on researching this laser cannon." Someone voiced a concern. "We still need other projects. After all, the technology of the laser cannon cannot be leaked, and not everyone is trustworthy." Professor Wei thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, who is available now? Let's set off immediately." At this moment, Professor Jean, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "I used to teach at the National Defense University and am familiar with both the school and this student. I taught a special class for 6 months, and he was my student." All eyes turned to Professor Jean, filled with surprise and admiration. Wait, this accomplished individual is actually Old Jin's student? A future legend might be connected to Old Jin. Did you teach him your concepts about laser weapons? Professor Wei expressed his doubts, slightly surprised. Professor Jean was silent for a moment. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, he slowly began. "Teach him? I taught a course for half a year, and he was the only student who never showed up. I've never even seen his face. At the time, I was quite annoyed. But now it seems it was a good thing he didn't attend. Otherwise, I would have just held him back." Professor Wei nodded in understanding and then said, "All right, let's go. You can help me find him. Whatever you do, don't go through the school. Old Gon definitely won't let him go. Just ask your student where Gao Yang is. Easy. He's mostly in the library and has earned quite a reputation as a genius." The two immediately set off, heading straight for the Defense Technology University library at the fastest speed. As they approached the library, Principal Gon had already been notified. Aware that the two elders were heading there, Principal Gon had anticipated someone would come looking for Gao Yang, but he couldn't prevent Gao from going to the library, which was part of his strategy. He had instructed the library staff to notify him if any elderly individuals approached. There weren't many students in the library, and teachers seldom visited, so elderly visitors were almost certainly there for Gao Yang. Last time, when Dean Yuan came, Principal Gon managed to arrive in time, thanks to the library's alertness. Inside the library, Gao Yang was seated in a corner, engrossed in books about bulletproof vests, with a cup of coffee beside him. He sipped his coffee while studying materials on bulletproof vest technology. These books detailed the principles behind ordinary bulletproof vests, which weren't too technically challenging, but achieving excellence was extremely difficult. For example, a basic bulletproof vest was like a steel plate, while a top-tier one was like a steel plate processed through various advanced techniques or even a more robust alloy. Both treated steel and reinforced alloys were improvements on ordinary metals. Gao Yang was currently studying the technology behind standard bulletproof vests, researching different techniques and materials. Next, he would conduct experiments to choose the best materials for enhancement. Just as Gao Yang was deeply absorbed in his reading, a stranger's voice suddenly interrupted. "Hello, can we talk?" Gao Yang looked up to see two elderly men, around 60 or 70 years old, exuding a scholarly aura that marked them as researchers. Gao Yang asked directly, "What's the matter?" Professor Jean quickly explained, "I'm the teacher of the special class, responsible for teaching energy weapons." Gao Yang stood up, feeling guilty for never attending Professor Jin's classes, despite him being his teacher. Professor Jean hurriedly said, "Please sit down. Forgive me for not attending your classes. Actually, it's fortunate I didn't. If I had, it would have been a disservice to you." Professor Jean was touched by Gao Yang's attitude, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Professor Jean stood up as a distinguished middle-aged man approached. This was Director Wei, the head of the Laser Weapons Research Institute. Gao Yang immediately grasped the situation and understood their intentions. He suspected that, like Director Yuan before him, Director Wei was well aware of his circumstances and had come promptly to secure his cooperation. Despite this, Gao Yang extended his hand warmly and smiled, saying, "Hello, Director Wei." Director Wei quickly took his hand, a look of relief spreading across his face. It seemed that today's matter was heading toward a resolution. Just as Gao Yang was deep in thought, he suddenly heard Principal Gan's voice. Dean Wei approached from a distance without informing Gao Yang in advance, which made Principal Gan's voice sound somewhat displeased. Principal Gan seemed a bit flustered, especially when he saw Gao Yang shaking hands with Dean Wei. He knew in his heart that Gao Yang absolutely could not leave. No way. Dean Wei's heart sank as he turned to look at Principal Gan. Although they held the same status, they couldn't influence each other. Quickly turning back to Gao Yang, Dean Wei extended an invitation. "I came here specifically to invite you to join the Institute of Laser Weapons Research. We are world leaders in this field. Once you join, you'll have access to all the Institute's resources, and everyone will be at your disposal, including myself. We have everything you need. Resources, talent, you name it." As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Gan hurried over, cursing inwardly and feeling anxious. Gao Yang must not leave the National University of Defense Technology so easily. Leaving before graduation and leaving after are two entirely different matters. Plus, laser weapons are precisely Gao Yang's field of study, and a personal invitation from the Dean of the Laser Weapons Research Institute is undoubtedly very tempting for him. Especially since last time, when Dean Yuan visited, Gao Yang didn't even stand up, but this time he took the initiative to shake hands. Ahem, even if our school doesn't have the equipment the Laser Institute does, we can still purchase it. As for personnel, we can invite anyone you need. Dean Wei turned to Principal Gan. "What do you mean by this? Given Gao Yang's level, what more can he learn at the school? Who else can teach him? Now, he can only conduct his own research." Principal Gan retorted, "Research is research, no matter where it's done. Does he have to go to your Laser Weapons Institute?" Dean Wei stood up. "He's specializing in laser weapons research. Our institute is undoubtedly his best choice." Gao Yang looked at the two of them, feeling a bit speechless. He wouldn't choose to leave, nor would he go to the institute. It simply didn't have the knowledge he needed. Even if he went to a lab, it wouldn't be the Laser Weapons Institute, as he had no intention of delving into laser weapons in the foreseeable future. After some thought, Gao Yang spoke up, "Dean Wei, thank you for your generous invitation, but I've decided to change my research direction." This surprised Dean Wei even more. "Why?" Gao Yang shook his head, the book in his hand glinting under the light. "I plan to shift my research focus." Principal Gan anxiously looked at the title on the book cover. "You were originally studying lasers. Why change to researching bulletproof vests? That's like starting all over again." Gao Yang smiled and explained, "It's not that I don't want to continue with laser weapons research, but I feel that continuing would be meaningless." Dean Wei was puzzled. Why would laser weapons be meaningless? They are the future. Light, electromagnetism. These are the directions of future technology. Gao Yang gestured for Dean Wei to calm down. "I'm not saying that laser research is meaningless. I'm saying that continuing it would be meaningless for me." Upon hearing the news, Dean Wei was visibly taken aback. How is that possible? He thought. The precision of the laser cannon is so high that with minor improvements, it could be mass-produced in high-end factories. Principal Gan suddenly realized that initially, Gao Yang was researching laser guns. Dean Wei's eyes widened in sudden comprehension. Could it be that the laser gun was originally intended to destroy satellites? The power of such a weapon is unimaginable. Due to the inability to mass-produce the laser gun, it was confined to laboratory research and later evolved into the laser cannon. Dean Wei pondered for a moment, still somewhat reluctant. If our basic industrial capabilities could improve, you could gradually advance your research and manufacture once those capabilities catch up. My theoretical knowledge has already surpassed our current industrial base by many years. As manufacturing levels rise, I will continue to innovate, Gao Yang said. Dean Wei stared incredulously at Gao Yang. His eyes filled with bewilderment. He understood why Gao Yang considered such research meaningless. It transcended the scope of the current era. Continuing down this path indeed seemed futile. Gradually, Dean Wei sat down helplessly and forced a bitter smile. But the scope of your research is too vast. From laser weapons to bulletproof vests in one leap. Gao Yang responded with a smile. It is a bit of a leap, but with the right system in place, it's not a problem. I can design and experiment freely. Dean Wei opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Design and experiment freely? Does that mean all our years of effort were in vain? All our exhaustive research, and it turns out to be as simple as that? Principal Gawong also felt a pang of sadness. He wished all researchers nationwide could design and experiment as effortlessly as Gao Yang. Dean Wei, feeling heavy-hearted, left his contact information and hurried away with Lao Jin. Principal Gawong, sitting across from Gao Yang, pondered aloud. It seems the people from the Firearms Research Institute will arrive soon. Gao Yang knew this was a probe from Principal Gawong. Though he had no immediate plans to leave, he paused before replying, "Is there anything special about the Firearms Research Institute?" "Not particularly," Principal Gawong replied. "It's mainly well-equipped for testing and improving firearms. They conduct numerous tests annually, but progress is limited due to a lack of technological breakthroughs. The main difference between firearms from 200 years ago and modern ones lies in industrial capabilities, not technological leaps." Gao Yang frowned slightly. If the firearms researchers heard this, they might clash with Principal Gawong. Despite both being lethal weapons, improvements in firing rate, range, and accuracy significantly enhance efficiency. If they do come to me, I'll turn them down directly. "There's no need for you to go through the trouble, Principal Gawong," Gao Yang said with a smile. Returning to his book, Principal Gawong thought for a moment and said, "You should visit the classroom. At least sit in and interact with your classmates." Gao Yang nodded. "I was planning to, but there are no classes today since it's a holiday." With that, he immersed himself in his book again. A holiday meant he could read up to 20 books in a day. He wouldn't waste a single moment. Meanwhile, at the Firearms Research Institute under the Defense Academy, a group of people were intensely focused on two uniquely designed sniper rifles on the table. The appearance of these rifles was nothing short of stunning. The head of the Research Institute stared in awe at General Fu, who had just brought in a new gun. Excitement and curiosity bubbled up within him. General Fu nodded, indicating that testing could proceed, but that they would need to wait for specific results. Despite this, the head of the institute harbored some skepticism, believing the gun to be overly flashy. In his opinion, an excellent firearm should prioritize elegant design rather than rely on ornate decorations. Such guns were usually designed by students who sacrificed practicality for appearance. Nevertheless, the gun brought by General Fu was worth a thorough test, no matter what. The testing range for the sniper rifle is only 200 meters long. Although the rifle has a much longer range, the test results rely heavily on precise calculations to accurately assess its effective range. If a real-world test at 3,000 meters were to be conducted, it would require an exceptional sniper. Otherwise, hitting the target would be impossible, making effective testing unfeasible. After the technicians fine-tuned the rifle, they conducted a test shot. This initial shot didn't require data recording. It was merely to confirm the weapon's good condition. They then secured the rifle in an automatic firing device, ready to pull the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet hit the bullseye 100 meters away. A nearby researcher smiled and praised, "One shot and it's perfectly aligned. Incredibly accurate, like a god's hand." The technician modestly smiled back, attributing it to luck, and then pulled the trigger again. The second bullet hit confirmed that the first shot was no fluke. With another bullseye, the formal testing began. The technicians quickly adjusted the on-site equipment and replaced the target paper. However, when they examined the new target paper, they were stunned for a few seconds. The two bullet holes were perfectly overlapping. Such a coincidence was astonishing. They hadn't seen such precise shooting in a long time. Usually, even closely adjacent bullet holes were considered extremely lucky. They carefully folded and kept the target paper, replaced it with a new one, and updated the grass target behind it. The next live-fire test would measure the bullet's penetration depth to calculate its kinetic energy. With everything ready, the formal test began. First, they tested the weapon's power. Firing again, the bullet penetrated nearly half a meter into the grass target. If it had been a 2 to 3 centimeter steel plate, it likely wouldn't have withstood the impact. Calculations showed that the bullet's kinetic energy could effectively neutralize a target within 3,400 meters in a flat trajectory. At close range, It could easily penetrate body armor, and even heavy protective gear would provide little defense, severely injuring the wearer. The test results gave the team of researchers a new perspective on the sniper rifle. This seemingly ordinary gun, weighing just 12 pounds, had such immense destructive power? And why was the recoil so minimal, only slightly greater than that of a typical handgun? It was almost unbelievable. The researchers moved closer to examine the unique scale-like design. Firing again, they focused on the scale's behavior. The scales opened before firing and snapped shut afterward, effectively counteracting the recoil. This ingenious mechanical design managed to dissipate the recoil force so effectively. With the third and fourth bullets fired, the researchers closely monitored the scale's behavior, marveling at the clever innovation and the advanced technology behind it. This design not only proved to be stable and reliable, but also improved shooting accuracy. As the researchers enthusiastically discussed the innovation, they noticed one technician deep in thought. What was going on? The technician was staring at his tablet, displaying various data points. While the other researchers had focused on the recoil and scale design, he had meticulously tracked every shot's data. At that moment, a straw target was astonishingly pierced through. 10 bullets hit the exact same spot, with zero deviation. The bullets seemed to be dancing in perfect unison, passing through the target effortlessly. However, this seemed impossible. Even for a sniper, achieving such precision within 100 meters, with bullets differing by even a centimeter, is considered world-class. Yet, here they were, using ordinary bullets, achieving perfectly overlapping bullet holes at a 100-meter range. Previously, he might have thought the preserved target paper was a result of sheer luck, but now it seemed luck had little to do with it. He was baffled. How could this be possible? As the researchers stared in bewilderment, the technician confidently flipped the panel. In an instant, the 10 bullets were shown to have hit the exact same spot, with the bullet holes perfectly aligned, piercing through the straw target. The researchers were stunned, their eyes wide open as they stared at the panel. Data doesn't lie. Soon, someone sprinted towards the straw target 100 meters away, and others quickly followed, eager to get closer. They inspected the pierced target, scrutinized the target paper, and examined the recently captured bullet trajectories. The researchers, restless and puzzled, returned to the gun, unable to contain their questions. This was impossible. Even bullets have slight variations. How could such precision be achieved? Could there be an issue with the gun? Was there some intervention with the bullets after they were fired, enhancing their accuracy? This seemed the only plausible explanation, yet it was unlikely, as bullets cannot be adjusted once they leave the barrel. Perhaps it had something to do with the rifling. Suddenly, everyone realized the vast difference between rifled and non-rifled firearms. Could there be some rifling-like design at play here? The researchers were eager to disassemble the gun immediately to uncover the truth. But for now, further testing was needed. After testing the firing rate, the researchers were left speechless. The gun fired 120 rounds per minute. Could this still be a sniper rifle? All eyes turned to General Fu. Who developed this gun? It was terrifying. General Fu had witnessed the entire test and, seeing everyone's wide-eyed astonishment, felt a surge of pride. Was this enough? Far from it. He walked to the automatic shooting platform and began adjusting the angle. With just a 2-degree adjustment, the bullets would deviate from their original trajectory. Without hesitation, General Fu pulled the trigger. The next moment, the technician looking at the panel let out a cry of amazement from deep within. This was incredible. The researchers rushed forward to inspect the panel. They saw the bullets still precisely hit the center of the target paper, leaving everyone in awe. What was going on? General Fu explained that the gun had an auto-aim function. Auto-aim? The researchers exchanged glances. Though they had been studying firearms, they had never heard of such a concept. However, they had just witnessed a miracle. They continued adjusting the angle and test firing. They discovered the secret to the gun's angle adjustment. The stock could move. General Fu gazed at the group, feeling as though they could see his inner anxiety through the sniper rifle. This rifle couldn't be disassembled casually. A complete test was mandatory. They needed a detailed test report to evaluate its potential for mass production. The researchers finally grasped this, and once again, they were profoundly astonished. Mass production implied an update in equipment, which was a significant event for Longhua. Especially when it involved a large-scale replacement of firearms, the sheer number meant a substantial military expenditure. The lab housed many weapons more advanced than the current ones, but only a few could actually be deployed. However, the effectiveness of this sniper rifle was indisputable. It was a groundbreaking masterpiece. If it could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly see widespread use. On the battlefield, it would become the ultimate weapon in small-scale encounters, ensuring victory even against the strongest opponents. After all, no amount of advanced training could compare to the power of this sniper rifle. It was practically invincible on the battlefield. Who invented this gun? Researchers, curious and a bit envious, inquired. General Fu shook his head slightly, seemingly indifferent. That's not important, he said. But it's a crucial question. The researchers eagerly replied, yearning to know the creator of this incredible firearm and hoping to visit the Gun Research Institute for further discussions. This technology could be applied not only to sniper rifles but also to rifles, handguns, submachine guns, and even machine guns. They excitedly debated, believing this technology would have significant combat implications on the battlefield. General Fu frowned, a thought he hadn't considered before. I'll talk to him, he answered. I'll go right now and speak with him personally. The researchers were impatient to learn more, perplexed by the gun's astonishing accuracy and eager to uncover its secrets. General Fu didn't act immediately but said, let's conduct comprehensive tests first, prepare the test reports, and then we'll find him. The researchers, brimming with curiosity, wished they could sprout wings and fly over at once. However, unaware of the developer's identity, they continued testing, waiting for the tests to conclude before following General Fu to meet him. During the subsequent tests, they discovered the gun had a self-adjusting angle feature, with a maximum adjustment angle reaching 30 degrees. This was astonishing. It meant the shooter only needed to aim within a few hundred meters of the target to hit it accurately. Now, anyone could become a sniper as long as they weren't foolish. Another critical aspect was the range. Standard bullets could already reach up to 3 kilometers, and with special sniper rounds or properly loaded cartridges, the range could be even greater. Moreover, the automatic aiming feature remained effective. As the test progressed, the researchers were stunned by the gun's performance. In comparison, other firearms usually require trade-offs between power and accuracy. However, this sniper rifle combined all advantages: fast firing rate, high precision, long range, lightweight, low recoil, and visually appealing. It was practically flawless. After preparing the test report, a group of researchers reviewed the data, looking somewhat bewildered. They could hardly believe these figures were from their own tests. The data was so exaggerated. It surpassed their imagination. Yet, the data was real. The researchers handed the test report to General Fu. It's best to bring the gun along. Otherwise, no one will believe these numbers. General Fu glanced at the report, nodding. Even though he had witnessed the gun's power in the testing process, the data on the report still seemed unbelievable to him. All right, the researchers continued. Can you take me to meet the development team? I believe if he joins our Gun Research Institute, it would be a tremendous gain. General Fu didn't respond immediately, as he didn't fully agree. He had seen Gao Yang's laser guns and witnessed laser cannon tests. In his view, laser weapons were far more significant than sniper rifles. One could hide and ambush, while the other could destroy everything from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, laser weapons, as energy weapons, had higher technical content. However, facing the researchers' expectant and even pleading eyes, General Fu pondered for a moment before saying, I can take you to meet him, but whether he wants to join us depends on his own willingness. If you can't persuade him, there's nothing we can do. All right, the researchers agreed. The researcher nodded confidently and said, our Firearms Research Institute is the top institution in Longhua. Anyone interested in studying firearms will definitely come to us. General Fu, without a doubt, carefully sealed the test report and marked it as confidential. This report is top secret, he stated firmly. The secretary quickly took the report and left. General Fu turned to the researchers and said, let's go. I'll take you to meet the sniper rifle development expert. In the library of the Defense Science and Technology University, Gao Yang was still immersed in a sea of books. He had a strong interest in researching bulletproof vests and was engrossed in reading related materials. Many people believe that the technology behind bulletproof vests is limited, but this is a narrow-minded view. From the books he was reading, it was clear that once suitable materials were discovered, creating bulletproof vests would become a top priority. Various new types of bulletproof vests had undergone multiple tests, continuously optimizing their thickness, shape, and flexibility. Although they might look like mere boards on the surface, their intrinsic value was incredibly high. As Gao Yang was deeply focused on his reading, a guard approached briskly, holding a thick stack of documents. This is the investigation report about the attack on you, the guard said. Gao Yang looked curiously at the hefty pile. The guard politely explained, everyone present at the scene has been investigated, and we are ready to make arrests at any time. Gao Yang was taken aback. Arrests? Why arrests? He opened the document bag, and the first thing he saw was an interrogation transcript. His cousin had insisted that it was just a momentary lapse of judgment, but during the interrogation, he revealed the truth under expert questioning. It turned out he was being used as a pawn. Gao Yang was stunned. Back at the Gao family villa, he had only intended for the guards to stop his cousin's actions. He never imagined that there was a premeditated plan to harm him. He was shocked by the cruelty within his own family and felt a cold sweat on his back. If it weren't for General Zhou arranging the guards, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With a serious expression, Gao Yang continued reading and discovered that his cousin had confessed to conspiring with others. Even more shocking was that they had drafted a contract. The contract stipulated that his cousin's family would receive a larger share of the inheritance from the Gao patriarch. 6 shares in total. This meant that 6 families were involved. To ensure everyone kept their promises, his cousin had created the contract. Though not legally binding, the document held leverage. Anyone who didn't pay up would be exposed. Below the interrogation transcript was a copy of the contract, complete with several signatures, serving as strong evidence. Gao Yang couldn't help but marvel at their stupidity. They had saved him the trouble of gathering evidence. As he continued flipping through the documents, he found detailed investigation reports on each person. Most of them worked within the Gao family corporation and were involved in embezzlement, tax evasion, and other crimes. Some were even drawing fraudulent salaries. A bunch of them seemed to have multiple IDs, each drawing substantial wages. Gao Yang skimmed through the information, feeling nothing but contempt for these leeches. When Gao Yang was about to organize the documents, he found a few scattered sheets. Upon closer inspection, his expression grew even more serious. The papers detailed various secret activities by the Gao family at the Old Chang factory over the years. This factory had been leased by the Gao family for over 20 years. The once promising future gradually lost its former glory after repeated missed opportunities, becoming increasingly dispirited. Gao Yang used to criticize Lao Chang's management skills, but now he can't help but marvel at Lao Chang's resilience. Despite facing frequent competition for high-quality orders and various disputes, Lao Chang has managed to keep the factory running for 20 years and has continuously upgraded the equipment. The Gao family had effectively blocked Lao Chang's chances of collaborating with big companies. Otherwise, Lao Chang would have risen to prominence by now. But for this group of people who only dare to play dirty tricks, did they actually have the guts to commit murder? Gao Yang looked at the guard and asked, "How will these people be dealt with?" The guard shook his head. "I don't know, but your attitude is crucial. Then handle it strictly." Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Send a copy of this information to my grandfather." "No need to send it. The investigation team already has detailed information. A phone call will do." "All right." Gao Yang watched the guard leave, and then turned his attention back to the book in front of him. These conspiracies made him feel like his life was full of danger, with people constantly trying to trap him. As a result, he had to stay up late reading, eager to develop a life-saving tool. As for how his grandfather felt, he didn't care. Sending the information was just to make him uneasy. Gao Yang read until 8 p.m. when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he was a bit surprised and answered the call. "Lao Chang? Did I interrupt your reading?" Lao Chang asked cautiously. "No worries, the library is pretty empty." Gao Yang closed his book. "What's up?" "Your grandfather approached me today, wanting me to manage the company." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. "Is old Master Gao disappointed in those people at home and had no choice but to pick you? Did you agree?" "I refused." Lao Chang paused. "But I said I needed to discuss it with you. There's still room for negotiation." "Why did you refuse?" Gao Yang wanted Lao Chang to refuse but still asked. "I never expected to get anything from the Gao family. It's a matter of dignity. Because of you, I've had to stay with the Gao family all these years, but I don't need to keep bowing my head." Gao Yang understood this issue of dignity. Rather lose one's head than bow in submission. After a moment of silence, Lao Chang said, "If you need me to, I can take over the Gao family." Gao Yang knew this was Lao Chang willing to sacrifice his dignity for his sake. But he smiled. "You have ambition. But do you think I don't? I'll fight for what I want myself." Lao Chang also laughed. "All right, let's work hard together. We don't need anything from them." Gao Yang hung up the phone with a smile, thinking about Lao Chang's old factory. He needed to find a way to help. As he was pondering, he saw a familiar face walk into the library.
General Fu.
General Fu, with 2 stars on his shoulder, was the first to see Gao Yang's laser gun test. He was also very enthusiastic during the laser cannon tests and had introduced people to Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood up with a smile. "General Fu." General Fu smiled back and greeted him. "Let me introduce you to someone. This is Professor Tong, head of the Firearms Research Institute." Gao Yang looked at the researcher following General Fu and nodded. "Professor Tong." Professor Tong nodded back as a greeting and then looked at General Fu. "Weren't you taking me to see that team?" General Fu pointed at Gao Yang. "Let me introduce you. The automatic aiming sniper rifle was developed by him." Professor Tong turned sharply to look at Gao Yang, full of disbelief. Gao Yang looked no more than 20 years old. Could such a young person develop such an impressive sniper rifle? Then he looked down at the book Gao Yang was reading, all about bulletproof vests. This seemed a bit odd. A person researching firearms reading books about bulletproof vests? Wasn't that a bit off track? "Do you have your research logs on the sniper rifle? Let me take a look." Gao Yang stared at Professor Tong in silence, a wave of doubt rising in his mind. Why was Professor Tong so eager to see the research logs? His expression revealed a hint of confusion. Sensing his own overzealousness, Professor Tong quickly explained, "Please forgive my abruptness. I just wanted to verify your identity and understand the technology your company uses for sniper rifles. Although the research logs contained important confidential information about the progress and challenges of their research, they were not crucial for firearms, as most could be reverse engineered once disassembled. However, Gao Yang was not accustomed to keeping log records. Professor Tong was slightly taken aback, but did not press further. Instead, he inquired, "What technology does your sniper rifle use to achieve such remarkable accuracy?" While his question might seem unusual, Gao Yang understood Professor Tong's excitement. Gao Yang explained, "The accuracy of the sniper rifle lies in its specially designed rifling." Professor Tong, even more excited, proposed, "I invite you to join our Firearms Research Institute as the head of our team. You are the third candidate we've approached." Gao Yang, however, only wanted to put up a sign outside the library declaring he had no intention of leaving. Professor Tong was surprised. Why so? If you wish to research firearms, our institute is the best place for it. Gao Yang gently patted the book in front of him and said helplessly, "I just want to study bulletproof vests. I'm not interested in firearms." Gao Yang had no intention of explaining further and simply shook his head, indicating he wished to be left alone. Professor Tong, puzzled, watched as Gao Yang picked up his book but eventually stood up and left. General Fu, however, stayed behind, sitting opposite Gao Yang and asking, "Can the aiming system of your sniper rifle be applied to other firearms, like rifles, submachine guns, or handguns?" After a brief thought, Gao Yang nodded. "It's not difficult. If you need it, I can have a prototype ready in a day or two." General Fu was slightly surprised. "That simple?" Gao Yang didn't respond. His vast knowledge made such modifications seem trivial to him. The test results for the firearms and experimental data for the laser weapon had already been submitted for higher-level evaluation and might soon be approved for equipment. Gao Yang hesitated slightly, aware of the significant gap between research results and actual deployment, and remained uncertain about whether it would be ultimately equipped. Suddenly, Gao Yang remembered Lao Cheng's call. "Can I suggest a collaboration for equipment manufacturing?" General Fu nodded. "You can, but we need to verify the other party's qualifications and production capabilities." Gao Yang knew his father's factory lacked the production conditions, and such sniper rifles were rare nationwide. Existing factories were hard to control, with high risks of information leaks. Perhaps building a new factory would be a better option. After pondering for a moment, General Fu said, "I will do my best to facilitate this for you. We can discuss it further once the evaluation results are out." By this point, the situation was mostly clear. Although the scale of the sniper rifle replacement was not large, with at most tens of thousands of units, General Fu's promise carried significant weight. For Lao Cheng's small factory, regardless of the scale, this was a substantial order. After the general left, Gao Yang remained focused on his reading. With no interruptions, his reading speed noticeably increased until 10:30 p.m. At that moment, Ruoruo hurried over to remind him that the library was about to close and volunteered to help him check out 4 books. Gao Yang took the books but decided to borrow an additional 4. Ruoruo quickly processed the checkout and advised, "Don't stay up late reading. It's bad for your health." Gao Yang nodded, and then Ruoruo asked if he could spare some time to teach a class. Gao Yang frowned, as it was rare for the professor to be absent, and he found it difficult to take over the teaching duties. Seeing his hesitation, Ruoruo quickly added, "I was just suggesting it." Gao Yang smiled to show he understood and had a good impression of this diligent classmate, who had even brought him coffee a few times. He explained, "It's not that I don't want to teach. I'm concerned about what will happen to the class originally scheduled with the professor. I'll attend the class first, and then discuss it with Professor Lee." Ruoruo's eyes lit up. "Can you choose the topic? Preferably something related to electromagnetism, as we are researching electromagnetic weapons." Gao Yang was a bit surprised by the added challenge. Ruoruo smiled and said, "You're also a member of our flying dresses group. With your guidance, it won't be as difficult." Gao Yang picked up his books and smiled. "All right, see you tomorrow." Teaching a group of university students was not a daunting task for him. As he exited the library, Gao Yang's expression turned serious. On a bench outside sat an elderly man, Professor Tong. He had been waiting for hours despite the spring chill that made him shiver. Professor Tong stood up and quickly approached Gao Yang, offering to carry his books so they could talk. Gao Yang, slightly exasperated by the professor's persistence, firmly stated, "I don't want to leave the university." Professor Tong insisted, "With your talent, you would thrive at our research institute." Gao Yang resolutely replied, "I'm still a sophomore and want to experience university life. After graduation, I'll prioritize joining the Firearms Research Institute." Professor Tong pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll wait for you for 2 years. During this time, if you need any research resources or other support, feel free to contact me. While enjoying university life, don't neglect your research. That's very important." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "I will. It's late. You should get some rest." Just as Professor Tong was about to offer help with the books, a security guard naturally took them and followed Gao Yang back to his dormitory. Professor Tong watched Gao Yang's retreating figure and the two bodyguards by his side, marveling at the fact that Gao Yang had security detail. Given his design of an automatic aiming sniper rifle, it made sense. Considering his age, having a few guards seemed quite reasonable. Wasn't the sniper rifle just tested? No further development rewards or anything have been issued yet. So where did these guards come from? Unless, Gao Yang must have already achieved something significant, a high-tech invention. Professor Tong speculated wildly, piecing together most of the situation. However, he was still anxious because he had no idea what else Gao Yang had been working on. On a positive note, Gao Yang had mentioned that he would prioritize their research institute after graduation. After pulling an all-nighter reading 8 books, the sky was already getting light. Gao Yang had only rested for 3 short hours before hurrying back to the library. This time, the enhancement opportunity had reached 60%. Gao Yang now had a clear goal. He was eager to create a bulletproof vest and then enhance it. However, he still lacked the skills to make one. As he scoured the bookshelves, a high-level military meeting was taking place. A sniper rifle was laid out on the conference table, looking formidable. The people seated around the table were all authorities in their fields, including General Zhou, who wore a solemn expression. An elderly leader smiled and said, "The news recently mentioned laser weapons. These young people are truly fearless." A sophomore at the National Defense University managed to destroy a satellite as part of his term project. When I first heard about it, I thought it was a joke. The others in the room laughed as well, having been equally captivated by the news. However, they were unaware of the details. All the information about the laser weapon was in the folders before them, and they began to read. Gasps of astonishment soon filled the room as the enormity of it sunk in. The room gradually quieted, leaving only the sound of pages turning. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but swear. The elderly leader coughed lightly and said, "You've only seen the first page, hold your fire." As another person flipped to the second page, they exclaimed, "This is incredible. Our artillery unit must have this weapon. I want one too." Another person responded, "You? Aren't you focused on special operations? So what? This cannon only weighs 30 kilograms. My squad could carry several into battle." The room buzzed with excitement, yet no one attempted to quell it. It took a full 5 minutes for the room to calm down, and everyone had finished reviewing the laser cannon specs. Someone asked, "Can this be mounted on an aircraft? It would be more effective than a bomber, capable of precision strikes and multiple firings without worrying about ammunition limits." "It's unbeatable." The elderly leader nodded. "That's a good idea. We should consider further research." Next, they turned to the information on the sniper rifle, with instructions to review it before commenting. Someone laughed. "The gun on the table? It looks impressive. I'm excited to see a weapon that can debut alongside the laser cannon." Soon, the room was filled with exclamations of amazement. "Oh my God, is this for real?" A series of astonished cries followed. Suddenly, a high-ranking officer rushed to the table, weighed the sniper rifle in his hands, and said, "I want to test this gun out. Who's with me?" Several people stood up, ready to leave the room, but they paused, waiting for the lead to speak. The elder leader smiled at the crowd, who were visibly impatient and restless, yet he remained calm and composed. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats. Though some continued to eye him anxiously, he maintained his serene demeanor. "I understand your eagerness," he began with a smile. "But before we admire these two innovative weapons, let's first complete our meeting." The crowd followed his direction and sat down, eagerly anticipating the discussion ahead. The leader continued with a gentle smile. "There is no doubt that these two revolutionary weapons need to be put into production, but this poses quite a dilemma for me. These young individuals have developed these weapons, breaking with tradition and creating something entirely new. So, how should we appropriately reward them?" His voice was warm and contemplative, as if he were deeply considering how to fairly acknowledge the efforts and achievements of these two innovators. Researchers at the Academy of Defense Science not only receive monetary rewards for their innovative work, but also merit-based honors. Gao Yang is an outstanding researcher whose achievements surpass the criteria for first-class merits. Although the general standard for receiving a first-class merit is leading accomplishments in a specific field, Gao Yang's technological breakthroughs go beyond this, representing a significant leap forward. Unfortunately, since it's peacetime, he's ineligible for the highest honors, which his inventions undoubtedly deserve. Some suggest that his two inventions should each be awarded a first-class merit. Additionally, his cash reward should be increased. The current maximum of 5 million is insufficient for such groundbreaking work. The demand for these new weapon technologies is immense, with offers reaching billions. However, the benefits researchers can currently receive are limited, necessitating compensation from other sources. During a meeting, someone suddenly proposed, "How about we give him a position at the Academy of Defense Science?" General Zhou noted that Gao Yang wasn't interested in titles, but mentioned that he had already applied for a position. Gao Yang wanted his father's factory to start producing his weapons, but the factory's equipment was subpar. An elder had a bright idea. Upgrade the factory's equipment to meet the required standards, providing all necessary support for the upgrade. The matter was resolved quickly, and a group rushed out of the meeting room to test the new weapons. While the data on paper was impressive, the real-life performance was astonishing. These weapons turned everyone into unparalleled sharpshooters, not just ordinary marksmen but at an extraordinary level. The officials were so impressed that they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Someone suddenly suggested, "There's an international sniper competition in a few days. Why don't we enter with these weapons?" The room fell silent as they considered whether to showcase the new technology. After some thought, someone proposed, "We could give it a try. It's a sniper competition, after all. Each participant brings their own rifle. Let's send 10 people and aim to dominate the top 10 spots. Shouldn't be a problem, right?" The idea was met with agreement, setting the plan in motion. Laughter filled the room as they realized that competing with such sniper rifles would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Someone asked General Zhou, "Do you think the researchers can produce 10 rifles in 2 days?" General Zhou immediately called Gao Yang. The call connected quickly, and General Zhou asked directly, "Xiao Gao, can you produce 10 self-aiming sniper rifles in 2 days? We need them for the international sniper competition." Gao Yang smiled as he entered the sniper competition with his rifle, confident that victory was almost certain. However, he still held onto a sense of anticipation, believing this competition might bring some unique rewards. The delivery deadline, 2 days away, was more than enough time for him. Without hesitation, he hung up the phone and headed straight to the lab. With his prior manufacturing experience, his production speed had significantly improved. While the machines were busy producing parts, Gao Yang began to design an automatic aiming system for rifles, submachine guns, and pistols. Though these 3 types of weapons had overlapping functionalities, the automatic aiming system would enhance their efficiency. Rifles could easily hit targets within 200 meters, submachine guns would be ideal for enemies within that range, and even pistols, despite their shorter range, would become highly lethal with the aid of automatic aiming. Once the designs were complete and the parts were manufactured, it was time for assembly. During this process, Gao Yang received a call from General Fu, confirming that the order for weapon production would be handled by his father's factory. The initial equipment would be provided by higher authorities, essentially giving his father a high-precision advanced factory at no cost. Although there were some restrictions, such as military supervision, these were necessary to ensure the confidentiality of the weapons. The benefits were substantial and came with virtually no cost. Gao Yang provided General Fu with the address and name of his father's factory and then called Lao Chong to inform him of the new order. Lao Chong was surprised but also pleased to see his son maturing. As he prepared to welcome the new clients, he noticed a convoy of military vehicles stopping in front of the factory. The people inside the vehicles looked around hesitantly. Lao Chong couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering why such a large convoy was stopping at their small factory. He wanted to approach and ask, but the imposing presence made him hesitate. General Fu confirmed the address and the factory name from the vehicle, then looked at the rusty metal sign at the entrance. This was the factory Gao Yang had mentioned? The sign showed signs of age, indicating the factory had been in operation for many years. He wondered what surprises this place might hold. General Fu stepped out of the vehicle and walked towards Lao Chong, who instinctively took a step back. While Lao Chong might not know much about military matters, he recognized the stars on the general's shoulders. With a smile, General Fu asked, "Are you the person in charge of Langtao Machinery Factory?" Lao Chong respectfully replied, "Yes, I am the owner of this factory." General Fu, slightly surprised, asked, "Your surname is Gao, right?" Lao Chong, feeling a bit puzzled, cautiously asked, "Are you here on Gao Yang's recommendation?" General Fu nodded, "That's right. Gao Yang arranged for us to collaborate with you." Lao Chong was taken aback. Gao Yang knew the scale of their operation, and partnering with the military was an unexpected but delightful surprise for them. Under the guidance of General Fu, Lao Chong and the evaluation team stepped through the factory gates. General Fu's composed and dignified demeanor exuded the confidence and authority befitting the factory director. Lao Chong felt a twinge of unease, worried that Gao Yang might have made a mistake, as this factory seemed too small to meet official standards. Inside, the factory was modest but tidy, with workers bustling about, creating a scene of intense activity. General Fu confidently introduced the factory to the evaluation team, saying, "Although our factory is small, every one of our employees is dedicated and diligent." His eyes reflected his love for the factory and his trust in his team. The evaluation team began to meticulously inspect the production lines and the quality of the products, while Lao Chong observed silently from the side. Despite its small size, every detail of the factory showcased the workers' care and effort. Gradually, Lao Chong felt the spirit of hard work and determination that permeated the factory, and he began to develop a deep respect for it. Finally, the evaluation concluded. General Fu looked at Lao Chong with a confident smile, saying, "Regardless of size, as long as we hold on to our faith, every factory has the opportunity to demonstrate its value." Lao Cheng's eyes gleamed with gratitude. He realized that while scale is important, what truly matters is the team's cohesion and passion for their work. This visit had filled him with confidence and hope for the small factory. General Fu smiled reassuringly at Old Chang and said, "The scale of the factory doesn't matter. Don't be nervous. I have a good relationship with Gao Yang. Let's go inside and take a look before making any decisions." Old Chang felt the kindness in General Fu's words, but was filled with curiosity. He couldn't help but wonder how such a high-ranking official maintained a good relationship with Gao Yang. As General Fu stepped into the factory, he paused. From the outside, the door seemed small, but once inside, he realized the factory was even smaller. It was an old building made of reinforced concrete, with walls that showed the wear and tear of time. From the entrance, outdated machinery could be vaguely seen. After a brief pause, General Fu reassured, "It's okay. Let's go in and take a look." Initially, Old Chang felt a bit uneasy, but now he seemed indifferent as he led a group of people into the factory. General Fu observed the outdated equipment, which produced items like locks and metal sheets through direct stamping. This was the lowest level of a factory. However, there were some positives. All the workers wore full protective gear, and the factory was relatively clean. The overall situation was unexpected. It didn't look like a factory at all. It was more like a small workshop. The evaluation team that arrived later stood there, stunned. This was far from what they had imagined. Was an evaluation even necessary? These machines weren't even advanced 50 years ago, and the factory was too small. How could it collaborate with the government? Initially, General Fu had thought about collaborating, renovating the factory, and upgrading the equipment. But now it seemed it wasn't just a matter of upgrading. A completely new factory needed to be built. In fact, dismantling this small factory might be even harder than building a new one. Despite this, General Fu accepted the reality. Facing the puzzled looks of the group, he calmly said, "Why are you all standing around? I need all the information about this factory within half an hour." Everyone immediately got busy. Some were checking official records for any lawsuits or incidents, while others were reviewing the factory's recent financial statements, examining the scale, machinery numbers, and employee qualifications. The group was bustling with activity, but Old Chang stood there staring at General Fu, puzzled. Since they had already seen the factory's condition, why not leave? Were they here to cause trouble? However, he was confident that despite the factory's small size, there couldn't be any issues. Tentatively, he asked, "Since the chances of collaboration are slim, is such a detailed inspection necessary?" General Fu smiled. "Is there a place to sit?" Old Chang led General Fu to the office. The office wasn't spacious, with just a sofa, a desk, and a coffee table. Old Chang poured a cup of tea and asked, "Given the situation, is there still a chance for cooperation?" General Fu smiled. "Not only is there a chance, but we must cooperate." Hearing this, Old Chang felt a bit disappointed. He felt he was failing to seize the opportunity given by his son and stood there in a daze. This small factory must cooperate? No wonder people said his son had great influence. Determined not to waste this chance, he resolved to make the most of it. General Fu waved his hand and said, "We need to produce weapons. Don't worry about the equipment. We'll take care of it." Old Chang was a bit surprised when General Fu proposed manufacturing weapons at his Langtao mechanical processing plant. As General Fu calmly sipped his tea, he praised Old Chang's son for his remarkable achievements. He disclosed some details of the collaboration, emphasizing that all weapons had to be produced at Langtao, with all necessary equipment, materials, and workers provided by them. Old Chang felt a twinge of anxiety and couldn't help but worry about his son. Had his son accomplished something extraordinary? Were these privileges granted because his son had made significant contributions? General Fu affirmed Old Chang's suspicions, reassuring him that his son needed no concern and that his achievements would be limitless. Hearing this, Old Chang's face flushed with pride for his son's accomplishments. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and reported that the available space was only 500 square meters, which was too small. General Fu instructed his secretary to negotiate with local officials to see if there was more land available for expansion. Simultaneously, he contacted a construction team to prepare for immediate factory building and initiated discussions with heavy industry companies for procurement. Turning to Old Chang, General Fu asked if there were any other matters to consider. Old Chang hesitated, realizing this was a significant transition, and mentioned that there were some unfinished processing orders. He asked if he could transfer these orders to other factories. General Fu agreed and assured him that any losses would be reimbursed. Old Chang shook his head, indicating there were no losses. Leaving the room, Old Chang felt a bit confused but made his first call to his son, Gao Yang. Instead of feeling joy over the unexpected windfall, he felt a vague sense of fear, worried that the benefits might negatively affect Gao Yang. Gao Yang informed him about General Fu's plans to rebuild the factory and advised him to cooperate. When Old Chang asked if this would put pressure on him, Gao Yang assured him that payment had already been made in advance. Relieved, Old Chang realized that Gao Yang's invention was likely a weapon and that the factory would be the future production site for it. He began calling his peers, filled with joy throughout the process. The excitement of the new factory couldn't compare to knowing his son's achievements. Gao Yang's invention was undoubtedly extraordinary, possibly even cutting edge. Old Chang realized the factory's immense value, not just because of the building itself, but also due to the expanded land. The land surrounding Jiangsheng, even those designated for commercial use, is incredibly valuable. Yet now, all of it belongs to Lao Chang. Lao Chang kept calling his peers, selling the newly replaced equipment to them at low prices while on the phone. After the calls ended, the factory workers began to leave one by one, puzzled. Everything was running smoothly. So why this sudden decision to dismantle and rebuild? Lao Chang carefully organized the massive amount of documents in the factory and then walked out. Outside, large construction machinery had already been delivered to the site by trucks. Cranes lifted the equipment and loaded it onto the trucks. The workers looked at Lao Chang in astonishment and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Lao Chang slowly came to his senses and explained, "My son wants to help me upgrade the factory. You can all go home and rest. Your salaries will still be paid. Once the factory is rebuilt, I will contact you." The workers were in high spirits because the factory was undergoing renovations that would last for at least a month. Not only would they receive their wages effortlessly, but they also had a month-long vacation ahead of them. It was simply fantastic. They always knew that Gao Yang, this young man, had a bright future ahead of him. Even though he had just started university, he had already shown such talent, promising a great future. In contrast, the author's son had graduated years ago but hadn't achieved much. The workers couldn't stop praising Gao Yang as they packed up their belongings and headed home. The factory was now empty, devoid of both people and things. As the construction equipment moved in, with a loud crash, the old factory's walls were knocked down, and soon after, the main structure collapsed. Lao Chang, who had managed the factory for over 20 years, saw it disappear in an instant. However, he quickly pulled himself together, realizing that the past was behind him and a new future was just beginning. General Fu was on the side, coordinating with the construction team, insisting on speed, efficiency, and safety. The construction crew looked a bit anxious. They hadn't known this was a military project when they arrived. They hadn't discussed the price beforehand and immediately got to work. Under these circumstances, they didn't dare to arbitrarily raise their prices. If they overcharged, how could they continue in this industry? In fact, they hadn't even proposed a price or signed a contract initially. They chose to start working first and then negotiate the price and sign the contract during the process. The construction team had great faith in the military's credibility, and the military trusted that the construction team wouldn't play any tricks. As a result, the cooperation was very smooth, and the factory was completely demolished by the end of the day. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was reading a book while assembling a sniper rifle. As his assembly skills improved, he could read and assemble simultaneously. The next opportunity for recharging was not far off. 2 days passed quickly, and 10 sniper rifles were completed. Besides the sniper rifles, he also made automatic aiming rifles, automatic aiming submachine guns, and automatic aiming pistols. The weapons Gao Yang designed were truly impressive. The automatic aiming submachine gun, in particular, had a rapid rate of fire. With its automatic aiming feature, one person could easily handle 100, hiding and shooting effortlessly. Compared to these guns, the sniper rifle's only advantage was its range. At that moment, Gao Yang deeply realized how technology could change the world. If such weapons had existed on the battlefield decades ago, the casualty numbers in wars would have skyrocketed. He called General Zhou to come and pick up the guns. While waiting, Gao Yang continued to read. Speaking of which, it only took him 10 days to recharge while reading books about bulletproof vests. Initially, he had estimated 15 days, but he only needed 10 due to his increased reading speed. As he acquired more knowledge, his reading speed would continue to improve. By 8 p.m., General Zhou arrived in person to load the sniper rifles into the vehicle. Looking at Gao Yang, General Zhou asked, "Would you like to attend the sniper competition?" Gao Yang was interested. As a young person, who wouldn't enjoy some excitement, especially a sniper competition? Unlike the shooting events at the Olympics, the military sniper contests were far more thrilling, with events like simulated hostage rescues that kept you on the edge of your seat. Plus, the guns he designed would be featured in the competition. When does the competition start?
Gao Yang inquired.
Tomorrow, General Zhou replied, and we are the hosts this time. The venue isn't far. We can head there in the morning. Gao Yang was keen to go, but he still had books to read. The general smiled at Gao Yang and said, "Call me when you've made up your mind. It's not too late to head to the competition once it starts." After General Zhou left, Gao Yang closed the door to his laboratory and quietly resumed his reading. Before deciding whether to attend the competition in person, he realized he needed to prepare a bulletproof vest. Considering the possibility of stray bullets in a crowded setting, Gao Yang decided he wouldn't go without proper protection. This precaution made him more vigilant and focused on crafting the vest. Reading late into the night, at around 2 a.m., Gao Yang suddenly heard a notification in his mind. Host, congratulations. You have gained an invention enhancement opportunity. He exhaled deeply and strode to the back of the lab to gather materials he had long prepared for making the bulletproof vest. Gao Yang had already decided to create a lightweight vest. Although its protective capability was limited to handgun bullets and couldn't withstand rifle or sniper shots, with the system's help, even a hundredfold increase in protection would allow the lightweight vest to resist sniper attacks. To enhance its protective ability, Gao Yang added ceramic bulletproof plates to critical areas like the chest, abdomen, and groin. These plates also had to be handcrafted by him. Even the ceramic ones were fired by his own hands. The entire process continued until 7 a.m. Although the system hadn't given any further notifications, he knew the invention would only be complete after rigorous testing. Gao Yang picked up a gun, found a room, and aimed at the vest before pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the lab, and the system prompted, Host, you have developed a lightweight bulletproof vest. Would you like to use an enhancement opportunity? Without hesitation, Gao Yang chose to use it. At that moment, he realized that the system's charging mechanism required reading, which also helped the system's owner. Otherwise, randomly inventing things and then enhancing them 1,000 times over would be a tremendous waste. After issuing the command, a virtual roulette appeared before him. He stepped forward, spun the wheel, and awaited his fate. Is the multiplier 100 times or 10,000 times? The roulette will slow down, and Gao Yang felt a surge of anxiety. From his experience, the result would either be extremely high or disappointingly low. As the wheel decelerated, he sensed the possibility of hitting the 10,000 times multiplier. But if it overshot even slightly, it would fall back to just 100 times. The wheel gradually came to a stop, and Gao Yang's heart was pounding in his chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've hit the 9,500 times multiplier. Your bulletproof vest has been enhanced by 9,500 times. A defense boost of 9,500 times. Gao Yang was stunned. Could his luck really be this good? Not only was the multiplier high, but it was also the defensive boost he most desired. Just imagine, a bulletproof vest with 9,500 times the defensive power, impervious to bullets. How terrifying would that be? Could it even withstand sniper rifles or small caliber artillery? It was almost unimaginable. Even with such incredible defensive capabilities, wouldn't the person wearing it be torn to shreds from the impact force alone? As Gao Yang's mind raced with curiosity, the machines in the lab began to activate automatically. He couldn't help but wonder, isn't the enhancement of a bulletproof vest primarily dependent on the materials? What exactly were these machines doing? In the laboratory, various machines began to whir to life, producing mechanical parts one after another. Gao Yang was a bit taken aback, wondering what on earth was happening. Before him lay an assortment of these parts. Were they meant to be assembled into a bulletproof vest? Despite his curiosity, he watched quietly as the parts came together in midair to form a belt. The buckle was noticeably larger compared to a regular belt buckle. Gao Yang couldn't help but question what this had to do with a bulletproof vest. Just as his curiosity peaked, the system's notification sounded. Due to the lab's limitations, only an 800-fold enhancement could be achieved. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind. These memories weren't about the materials or craftsmanship of a bulletproof vest, but about electromagnetic shield technology. The electromagnetic shield could enhance the defense capabilities of a bulletproof vest by 9,500 times, something no material could achieve with the same volume and weight. The system's protective mechanism wasn't based on sheer defense, but on comprehensive protection. While defense and protection may seem synonymous, defense is merely a form of protection, and even an attack could serve as protection. The system's ultimate goal was absolute protection. Even if a bulletproof vest offered exceptional defense, it couldn't fully meet the needs. As Gao Yang thought, even if a bulletproof vest weren't penetrated, the wearer could still be knocked down by the sheer impact force. Compared to the electromagnetic shield, a bulletproof vest's protective effect was far inferior. After the memory transfer ended, Gao Yang was left in awe. A personal electromagnetic shield with 9,500 times the defense capability could virtually withstand anything. Electromagnetic waves travel at the speed of light. As long as a bullet's speed doesn't reach that of light, it can be blocked. Even at light speed, it could be distorted and neutralized. It was simply mind-boggling. Additionally, the shield's defense capability was linked to its energy source. The more abundant the energy, the better the defense, with enough energy to offset the kinetic energy of any attack. Due to the lab's limitations, only an 800-fold defense effect could be achieved. But even an 800-fold defense was astonishing. Even if a bullet's kinetic energy was only 200 joules, with an 800-fold enhancement, it would reach 160,000 joules, surpassing the kinetic energy of many cannons. However, constrained by its energy source, the belt could only be used once before needing a recharge. Nevertheless, a single use offered nearly invincible defense, even against cannon fire. Picking up the belt, Gao Yang noticed it was heavier than a regular one. Indeed, the belt size was proportional to its function, whether it was a Kamen Rider, an armored warrior, or an electromagnetic shield. Gao Yang fastened the belt around his waist and carried spare batteries. He also began to plan for the next enhancement. Batteries. He had to enhance the batteries. With high-energy batteries, he could equip electromagnetic guns without relying on power outlets, and the electromagnetic shield could be used multiple times. Future equipment related to electrical energy would also be supported. But for now, he needed to see what was happening. He made a call, waiting for General Zhou to send someone over. Gao Yang had only seen the extraordinary skills of snipers in videos before, such as shooting toothpicks or knocking bottle caps off bottles with precise shots. In the thrilling moment, Gao Yang readied his mindset and honed his skills, prepared to face the challenge ahead. General Zhou's convoy finally arrived at the training base, and Gao Yang was awestruck by the surrounding mountains and lush forests. The fresh air invigorated him, sweeping away any lingering fatigue. General Zhou warmly welcomed Gao Yang and led him into the base. While there were no mountain paths, a helicopter was available to navigate through the forested terrain. During the helicopter flight, Gao Yang got a bird's-eye view of the base as General Zhou briefed him on the upcoming sniper competition. This event had gathered top snipers from major global powers, with 16 teams set to compete fiercely. Intrigued, Gao Yang inquired about the frequency and scale of the competition. General Zhou explained that such large-scale sniper contests are typically held every 1 to 2 years, with impromptu matches being rare, often organized when an extraordinary sniper emerges from a particular faction. This competition was hosted by the White Eagles, whose snipers had performed exceptionally well in previous contests, consistently maintaining a strong presence. With a smile, General Zhou mentioned that Longhua had sent 10 snipers this time, clearly aiming to make a significant impression on the other powers. The helicopter gently landed atop a mountain, not far from the competition stands. Representatives from various countries had already gathered, with screens displaying all the competitors' scores. The tension in the air was palpable as the competition was about to commence. General Zhou and the officials sat in the center, ready to witness the intense showdown. With 5 minutes left on the countdown, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. For snipers, the most crucial aspect is precise shooting. Round 1. Commence firing. This shooting range challenge differs from regular training. It not only tests a sniper's overall performance metrics, such as firing rate and accuracy, but also focuses on the number of black dots hit accurately. At a distance of 200 meters, the target board is covered with numerous black dots. Each hit earns points, and the more black dots hit in a shorter time, the higher the score. This challenge is quite demanding, as snipers must quickly switch targets and re-aim after each shot. Through such training, snipers continually push their limits, honing their skills to ensure every bullet hits the mark, demonstrating remarkable perseverance and concentration. With the sound of the starting gun, the first team of 10 quickly dropped to the ground, aimed at their targets, and fired in unison. The gunfire was rhythmic and swift, with each sniper showcasing their unique aiming techniques, creating a graceful cadence. This team, hailing from the Sange family, had a notorious reputation online, but the skill of their top snipers was undeniable. In a series of shots, each sniper hit an average of 7 targets. Next up was the team from the White Eagle group. After a round of shooting, their average score reached 8.3. One standout member not only hit all 10 targets, but also earned 2 extra points for speed, totaling 12 points. His shooting speed was extraordinarily fast, surpassing expectations and earning bonus points for precision and swiftness. Gao Yang instinctively glanced at the sniper, a man with a hooked nose and intense, piercing eyes. He looked formidable, possibly the legendary top sniper. However, Gao Yang quickly averted his gaze. No matter how impressive, it was hard to compare with the extraordinary. Subsequently, several more groups of snipers took their turns, scoring between 7 and 8. Among them were top snipers, with the highest score reaching 11. Fast and precise. Gao Yang found it unbelievable. He had tried shooting before and couldn't hit a target even 50 meters away, while these individuals hit the bullseye from 200 meters. It was astonishing. The 9th group, snipers from the Dragon Kingdom, took the stage. 10 Dragon Kingdom snipers raised their automatic sniper rifles and lay prone. At the sound of the starting gun, they fired in unison. 5 seconds later, all 10 stood up, their shooting complete. The officers from various countries in the stands were stunned. How could they shoot so quickly? Didn't they want to win? Instantly, the scores appeared on the screen. 20 points. The highest score was the perfect 20, and the lowest was also 20. Every one of their 10 bullets hit the target, and their rapid shooting earned them bonus points, resulting in a perfect score of 20. The audience stood up in unison. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual widened their eyes and loudly accused, "Cheating! You must be cheating. Such scores are impossible." The event organizer said nothing but played the recording instead. The footage clearly showed each bullet hitting the bullseye and triggering the sensors. The multiple angles of the recording made it impossible to fake. After watching the recording, the representatives from various countries were all in shock. How could this be? Even the top snipers couldn't shoot so fast and precisely, and they had 10 such snipers? The White Eagle team's leader was bewildered. They had entered the competition to showcase their prowess, especially since the Dragon Kingdom had never participated in sniper competitions before. They intended to impress the Dragon Kingdom, but things didn't go as planned. Moreover, with such formidable snipers, why had the Dragon Kingdom never shown their skills before? The 10 snipers currently shooting were equally astonished. Despite having heard rumors, experiencing it firsthand was still shocking and bewildering. They were all elite snipers, but even after years of training and exceptional talent, they couldn't compare to these snipers. The other snipers, unaware of what had transpired, continued to focus on completing the competition. Everyone understood that the outcome of the match was already determined. They felt a sense of pity, knowing that the snipers below were bound to face setbacks. As top-tier snipers, they were usually brimming with confidence, but this time, they would likely face a psychological challenge. After the first round, the rankings were out. The Dragon Nation team led in first place, followed closely by the Bald Eagle team, with the Bear team in third. The other forces were tight on their heels, with little difference in scores among their sniper squads. However, the Dragon Nation team was far ahead overall. The second round was about to begin, and this time, the rules required shooting at ground targets from a helicopter. The targets were 3 soccer balls fixed on a moving vehicle, with the helicopter hovering in the air as the vehicle traveled a kilometer at a steady speed. Each sniper had 3 chances to shoot, earning 1 point per hit. There were 160 contestants, competing in 5-person groups over 2 rounds. In the first round, only 1 sniper managed to hit all 3 balls, while the rest missed entirely. This was undoubtedly a highly challenging competition. In the stands, Gao Yang was in awe. The distance was so great that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Factors like the helicopter's movement, the vehicle's speed, and the wind all influenced the outcome. Gao Yang admired the sniper's performance, as each shot required long periods of aiming. Finally, it was the Dragon Nation team's turn. The crowd buzzed with excitement as many grabbed binoculars for a closer look. 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 soccer balls were quickly hit. Another vehicle appeared, and the balls were swiftly hit again. The 5 snipers took turns firing, and in less than a minute, before the vehicle had even traveled 100 meters, the match was over. The audience gasped in amazement. This level of skill was incredible. Hitting all 3 targets was already the mark of a top sniper, but doing it so quickly was almost unbelievable. Had they activated some sort of cheat mode? A group of overseas spectators was dumbfounded. They scrutinized General Zhou and his team, searching for any signs of foul play. Yet, General Zhou remained calm, even nodding slightly as if to say, "Not bad." The person in charge of the training grounds was internally overwhelmed, suspecting he was dreaming. He discreetly pinched his thigh but maintained a composed exterior. His expression control was impeccable. The foreign spectators were even more stunned. What did the Dragon Nation's calmness signify? Was this their normal standard? Had they hidden their true abilities so well? In past international competitions, their snipers had never performed this spectacularly. They felt a chill, sweat forming on their foreheads. If such snipers appeared on the battlefield, it would be terrifying. They would be absolute death dealers in small-scale operations or behind enemy lines. Who could withstand them? Unless heavy firepower was used, as long as the snipers had bullets, they were unstoppable. The competition continued, but the outcome was already clear. The spectators watched closely, trying to discern the true capabilities of these snipers to prepare for future challenges. However, the more they watched, the more hopeless they felt. How could they counter such prowess? Once discovered, it would be certain death. Despite the bleak outlook, there was still a chance, as a sniper's skill set included not just marksmanship but also camouflage and tactical acumen. In this intense competition, it felt like a bewildering game where everyone was desperately trying to conceal their presence, waiting to see who would be exposed first. Gao Yang held an automatic sniper rifle equipped with infrared detection, but it was disabled here, leaving him to rely solely on his eyesight to find targets. Through his binoculars, he watched over 100 people swiftly disappear on a distant hillside, marveling at their exceptional camouflage skills. Each person was a master of disguise, and even careful observation couldn't reveal their positions. These snipers seemed to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, making them nearly impossible to detect. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the White Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department, a secret meeting was underway. The room was filled with numerous photos, each depicting experts and professors from the Dragon Kingdom involved in laser research. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and every face in the room showed signs of worry and concern. In the conference room of the Bald Eagle, a figure stepped forward to summarize and report the information. Regarding laser weapons, the Dragon Nation has maintained strict secrecy. All research personnel in the institutes have been kept in the dark, knowing nothing about the laser weapon project. The only reliable clue is that many researchers have recently been heading to the Defense Technology University, which has raised our suspicions. As a result, the investigation shifted to scholars at the university studying laser-related subjects, but nothing was found. It wasn't until someone paused and produced a photograph that a breakthrough was made. The photo showed Gao Yang with a group of researchers and high-ranking military officials, taken the day after a satellite was destroyed by a laser weapon. Gao Yang, once dubbed a genius, was known for burying himself in books at the library and had even been penalized for skipping classes. We strongly suspect that he is the researcher behind the laser weapon. The people in the conference room stared in disbelief at Gao Yang in the photo, filled with doubt. Could such a young student really be the one behind such a powerful laser weapon? They believed that such a result would require a top-tier team, not a lone student. The main presenter in the room said, "This is the current outcome of our investigation. Although it seems incredible, the existence of the laser weapon itself is incredible. Based on various clues, we can confirm that the laser weapon was developed at the Defense Technology University. And at this university, besides Gao Yang, there are no other anomalies. The only difference is that this student, who was previously known for his dedication to studying, has suddenly received special treatment, including being escorted by guards. In the Dragon Nation, only those in important positions or involved in significant projects receive such protection." The room fell silent. Someone suggested trying to recruit Gao Yang, but another person opposed it. "We shouldn't try that. He already has guards, indicating he is under high surveillance. If we approach him, it will definitely draw the Dragon Nation's attention. So, what should we do about him?" "It's not a matter of trying. We must deal with him. A researcher so young, yet achieving such success, is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Such talent must either be brought to our side or neutralized. Otherwise, he will pose an even greater threat to the Dragon Nation in the future." The conference quickly reached a consensus on how to handle Gao Yang, and his identity information was relayed to other departments. For them, there was no need for further investigation. Any perceived threat must be eliminated. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was completely unaware of this meeting. After watching a 3-hour sniper competition, he felt a bit bored. The aiming process was always long and tedious. He found the edited highlights much more exciting. Standing up, he headed toward the restroom, with 2 guards immediately following him. Gao Yang waved them off, saying, "No need to follow. I'm just going to the restroom." General Zhou calmly replied, "Follow him." Without further words, Gao Yang walked straight into the restroom. Though simple, the restroom was exceptionally clean, as if not a speck of dust was allowed to exist. The leader of the Bald Eagles walked into the restroom and approached the urinal next to Gao Yang. As he unzipped his pants, he remarked, "You Dragon Nation snipers are really something." Gao Yang thought to himself that this guy must be a bit off to be discussing this now, but his Mandarin was impressively fluent. Despite his odd timing, the leader lacked awareness and continued, "I've seen the best as James' instructor, but you have 10 snipers even better than him. James must be that legendary Bald Eagle sniper." Gao Yang didn't care, quickly zipped up his pants, and left the restroom, leaving the instructor stunned. Why isn't he responding at all? Suddenly, the instructor's phone buzzed. He checked it and saw a message. "Don't rush back after the competition, there's a mission." Then another message popped up with details about Gao Yang. Height, weight, age, address, and even a photo. Instinctively, the instructor glanced outside the door. Was the person who just left the target? Was the mission to be carried out in the Dragon Nation? Regardless of success, starting a conflict here would heavily impact the entire team. But they were prepared to accept any casualties as long as the mission was accomplished. The instructor's hand trembled slightly as he held his phone. These 10 top snipers, including the legendary James, had cost a fortune to train. Each sniper was worth millions of dollars considering the selection expenses. Would they suffer losses? Who exactly was this young man? And about taking action, wherever this young man went, he was always accompanied by guards, even to the restroom. Without firearms, it would be tough to resolve the issue. But staying behind meant no sniper rifles were allowed. The most suitable place to act would probably be the competition site. A plan quietly formed in the instructor's mind. The success rate should be very high. The instructor returned to the stands and glanced at Gao Yang, growing more curious about the young man's true worth. Gao Yang was chatting with General Zhou. The stands were far apart, and the conversation from the Dragon Nation side was barely audible to others. General Zhou advised, "No matter where you go in the future, always take your guards with you. The Bald Eagles have likely been investigating since the appearance of the laser gun. It's been almost a month now. Even if they haven't figured everything out, they know about you." Gao Yang had anticipated this and nodded. General Zhou saw Gao Yang still smiling and mistook it for indifference. "You don't understand the dark side of this world yet. Just listen to me and always stay under their protection."
Gao Yang agreed. "I'll rig."
General Zhou sighed. "You're such a good kid. Seeing your innocence makes me feel a sense of accomplishment. It's good to have you under our protection." Gao Yang smiled. I've indeed been well protected, but in the future, it will be our turn to protect you." General Zhou was taken aback, touched by the words. He thought of the laser gun and the auto-targeting sniper rifle, feeling a sense of peace and gratitude. It was like seeing the fruits of a lifetime of effort finally paying off. They had grown up in an era where the enemy was strong, and they were weak, leading many to idolize foreign powers. They had endured much suppression and weakness. Today, the younger generation is no longer burdened by feelings of inferiority, and this shift is truly heartening. General Zhou felt a surge of complex emotions. He opened his mouth, wanting to express his excitement, but all he could softly utter were two simple words: "How wonderful." The sniper competition was still underway, but the outcome was already clear. Over the course of 5 rounds, the contestants from Longwa consistently led by a significant margin. They excelled in both shooting accuracy and tactical execution, winning the competition effortlessly. Their overall strength was overwhelming, securing all top 10 positions. The scores of the top 10 were almost identical, far surpassing the 11th place. In the realm of sniping, such a small difference translates to a massive gap, essentially dominating their opponents. The spectators were left in bewilderment by this display. General Zhou had previously witnessed the power of the automatic aiming sniper rifles, but seeing the prowess of the top snipers from other countries firsthand left him deeply shocked. What he had seen before were mere statistics. Now, the direct comparison made the vast disparity clear. These sniper skills would be invaluable in real combat, making them nearly invincible. The exercise field's chief was equally astounded, marveling at where these godlike snipers had come from. Each sniper's performance was legendary, reminiscent of the heroes from Longwa's history, those sharpshooters who could take down enemies from a distance without the aid of scopes. He now understood how those seemingly unbelievable feats were achieved. The instructors from the other 16 factions were also shocked and puzzled. Despite being seasoned and having trained many excellent snipers, they were now at a loss. How could Longwa's snipers be so formidable? They had encountered many top-tier snipers, but none could compare to those from Longwa. Only legendary snipers could match their prowess, and legends are rare for a reason. In any given era, there are only a handful of legendary snipers worldwide, yet Longwa had produced 10 in one go? If their tactical performance hadn't been within the realm of understanding, one might suspect Longwa of training super soldiers. After the competition ended, the 160 snipers lined up neatly and marched toward the stands to receive their accolades. Each sniper held their rifle, with the chambers cleared to prevent any accidents. The Longwa snipers stood at the front of the formation, their faces showing signs of bewilderment. They had won, but they felt a sense of confusion, as if the victory was solely due to their weapons, making them feel that even apes could have achieved the same success. Behind them stood the White Eagle snipers, most of them equally puzzled. Just how formidable were Longwa's snipers to produce 10 such terrifying experts in one go? Amid their confusion, James tightly gripped his sniper rifle and looked toward the stands, his gaze locking onto a young figure. James arrived at the competition already feeling deeply frustrated, but what shocked him even more was the discovery of a plot to assassinate someone. If the assassination succeeded, he would never be able to reunite with his family. Despite this, as a soldier, he knew it was his duty to follow orders. Gradually, he approached his target, his breathing becoming steadier. 150 meters, 140 meters, 130 meters. The distance was closing in. He was waiting for the final 100 meters. Within this range, he knew he would not miss. It would take only 1.5 seconds to aim accurately and pull the trigger. Finally, 100 meters. As the distance shortened to 100 meters, James swiftly raised his rifle, with only one bullet left in the chamber.
Bang!
The bullet flew out of the barrel. The people on stage were still chatting, unaware of the impending danger until the moment of the awards ceremony. General Zhou had been watching the formation closely. When he noticed someone raising a gun, he instinctively lunged toward Gao Yang. He wasn't sure if Gao Yang was the sniper's target, but he knew Gao Yang must not fall. Even if everyone here had to sacrifice themselves, Gao Yang must remain standing. As he rushed toward Gao Yang, regret surged through him. He had already suspected that foreign forces might resort to extreme measures against Gao Yang, and had warned him to beef up security. Why hadn't Gao Yang taken stronger protective measures? Why hadn't he worn a bulletproof vest himself? If he had, he might have been able to block the bullet. But without it, the bullet easily pierced his body and then Gao Yang's. In the chaos of his thoughts, he caught a glimpse of a bullet. A sniper bullet, speeding toward him. General Zhou's mind froze. How could he see the bullet? The naked eye shouldn't be able to capture its speed.
Bang!
As the gunshot rang out, General Zhou almost instinctively reached out to catch the bullet. A searing pain shot through his palm, but he was more shocked by the fact that he had actually caught the bullet. He had heard that human potential was limitless, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. To catch a bullet at such speed meant his reflexes had surpassed human limits. Feeling the pain in his hand, he sighed in relief. Gao Yang was safe. Then, an intense fury surged within him. The audacity to target Gao Yang was a direct challenge to the future of Longhua. Anyone who dared obstruct Longhua's rise was an enemy of life and death. His furious voice echoed through the venue. The guards were ordered to shoot anyone who dared leave their post or move recklessly immediately. The incident had happened so swiftly, only a second had passed from the gunshot to now. The guards reacted quickly, forming a protective circle around Gao Yang, General Zhou, and the others. One guard grabbed a briefcase, instantly transforming it into a shield, while the others swiftly secured the area to prevent a second attack. Gao Yang gradually regained his senses, the recent events vividly replaying in his mind, sending chills down his spine. A sniper had just fired from 100 meters away. Such a long-range sniper rifle had tremendous power. A hit to the limbs would result in amputation. A hit to the torso would mean instant death. Fortunately, he had activated the electromagnetic shield in time. Otherwise, he might not have survived. Anger soon followed. He had once worried about the possibility of an assassination attempt. However, in this situation, an assassination would almost certainly mean that the White Eagle was determined to stop at nothing to eliminate him. Just because he invented something remarkable, should he be condemned to death? A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. As the gunshot rang out, General Zhou swiftly threw himself in front of him, taking the bullet. This demonstrated that General Zhou instinctively shielded him the moment he saw someone aiming a gun. Without the electromagnetic protection shield, he might have had a slim chance of survival, but there was no doubt that General Zhou, who used his body to block the bullet, was doomed to a tragic end. General Zhou was not just a mere guard. He was a high-ranking officer. Yet, General Zhou instinctively chose to sacrifice himself to protect him. With a mix of emotions swirling inside, Gao Yang's vision for the future became even clearer. In defense technology, he was determined to forge ahead relentlessly. In less than a minute, all the contestants were swiftly subdued. The shooter, James, had his jaw dislocated and his cheek was severely swollen, leaving him immobilized on the ground. His sniper partner faced the same fate. Other forces present were also rounded up and their firearms confiscated. Gao Yang was taken to a small, heavily guarded room. General Zhou hurried to handle the assassination attempt. After half an hour, the door opened, and General Fu entered, inquiring about Gao Yang's safety. Gao Yang was a bit surprised and unsure why General Fu was there but replied, "I'm fine." Shortly after, Principal Gon arrived with a few generals whom Gao Yang had seen but didn't know personally. General Zhou then entered with the head of the exercise ground. The head, visibly nervous, wondered who this young man was. The fact that a White Eagle sniper dared to act in such a setting meant future international competitions would require heightened vigilance, and their reputation had taken a significant hit. Although the 10 snipers couldn't compare to those from Long Country, they had been expensively trained, yet all were abandoned. Was it all to assassinate Gao Yang? What was his true status? General Zhou's earlier anger was palpable. He had detained everyone from White Eagle and intended to pressure higher-ups for an explanation. This incident had escalated to an international level, becoming extremely serious. Many other dignitaries came to console Gao Yang, raising more questions about his identity. General Zhou believed that today's snipers, having taken the risk, were considered expendable. They refused to divulge any information, making it difficult to hold anyone accountable subsequently. Gao Yang didn't seem overly concerned, not about the assassination itself, but about the aftermath. He believed White Eagle was behind it, and finding the culprits was meaningless. "It's all right, I'll handle it myself," he said. General Zhou was puzzled. Why would Gao Yang, merely a researcher, want to personally intervene? Gao Yang explained, "They want to kill me in the cradle, so I'll live to develop more weapons. As for today's assassination," he paused, "I'll take care of it myself." General Zhou's tense expression relaxed slightly. "Well done. Others might be terrified by such an attempt, but you handle it with such boldness." Boldness? More like you're the first in line for retaliation, thought another furious general. You put him in danger. If the sniper hadn't missed, you'd never be able to make amends. General Zhou didn't argue. If something had happened to Gao Yang, he would be held responsible. However, he remembered something else. The sniper didn't miss. I broke human limits and caught the bullet. Gao Yang looked bewildered. What do you mean by breaking human limits? General Fu and the others in the room were also puzzled. Catching a bullet? General Zhou, do you think you're the Terminator? You don't believe me? General Zhou pulled a bullet from his pocket. When I saw the sniper aiming, I lunged at Gao Yang. At that moment, General Zhou was consumed with regret, his heart heavy with remorse. If only he had taken more precautions, Gao Yang would not have perished in that fierce battle. He thought to himself, even if he had worn a bulletproof vest, he could have acted as a human shield to block the fatal shot. In that critical moment, he watched in disbelief as a bullet floated in the air, slowly making its way toward him. Its sluggish speed gave him the chance to grab it. Focusing all his strength in his arm, he snatched the bullet with lightning speed. Everyone's eyes locked onto the bullet in his hand. A perfectly intact sniper bullet, showing clear firing marks. Typically, bullets deform upon impact, but this one was unscathed. The crowd was stunned by the scene. Had General Zhou surpassed human limits in that dire moment? Had he performed a miraculous act of salvation? This seemed like the only explanation. Yet, it all seemed too magical. Without some extraordinary power, both General Zhou and Gao Yang would have met their end. The room fell into silence, and Gao Yang struggled to maintain his composure, his expression nearly breaking. He clenched his fists tightly, his entire body tense, fearing he might burst into laughter. Despite his efforts to control his emotions, his body trembled slightly, drawing everyone's attention. General Zhou spoke, "Gao Yang, there's no need to be so emotional. This was my oversight and my responsibility to bear." Gao Yang couldn't hold back any longer and let out a chuckle. Amidst the puzzled looks from everyone, he quipped, "Isn't it more likely that the bullet slowed down rather than me surpassing human limits?" General Zhou was taken aback, as was the crowd. A slowed bullet? That seemed even more unbelievable than surpassing human limits. Gao Yang unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a belt slightly larger than usual. "This is my latest invention, an electromagnetic shield that can effectively slow down bullets." The room's occupants were once again left speechless. An electromagnetic shield? It sounded like something out of a science fiction movie. General Zhou looked down at the bullet in his hand, then at Gao Yang's belt, and said in disbelief, "So the bullet was slowed down by the electromagnetic shield, allowing me to catch it?"
Gao Yang nodded, excitedly.
The exercise grounds supervisor whispered, "Sir, I saw the bullet too. I thought I was seeing things." General Zhou paid no mind to his earlier lapse, his eyes alight with excitement. "How effective is this device at blocking bullets?" Gao Yang eagerly explained, "This bulletproof belt offers all-around protection. Due to current energy limitations, it can only withstand one hit before needing to recharge." Everyone's jaws dropped. All-around protection? That meant it could block bullets from any angle. Previously, the only gear offering such protection was cumbersome heavy body armor, which was impractical for combat and typically used only for urban demoning or close-quarters battle. Even then, heavy body armor struggled against large-caliber bullets. But this electromagnetic shield was entirely different. It was lightweight, compact, and didn't hinder combat effectiveness, making it nearly invincible. Gao Yang continued, "As for its bulletproof capabilities, we haven't fully tested it yet, but it should be able to withstand large-caliber bullets and some weaker firearms." He added, "Of course, it can't defend against all explosive shells." After Gao Yang finished his presentation, the room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was astounded by what they had just witnessed, finding it almost unbelievable. This shield could actually withstand large-caliber bullets, which was simply incredible. Generally, even with a bulletproof vest, being hit by a large-caliber bullet would be a death sentence. Even if the bullet didn't penetrate the vest, the impact would still cause severe injury. What was even more astonishing was that this shield could also block artillery shells. Although many people think that cannons are no longer relevant in modern warfare, the truth is that solid projectiles are still widely used. Even cutting-edge weapons like railguns use solid ammunition. Cannons of any kind have immense destructive power. Even with heavy bulletproof armor, a glancing hit from a cannon could be fatal. Yet this electromagnetic shield could withstand such attacks? If soldiers were equipped with this powerful protective gear, combined with automated sniper rifles, they would be nearly invincible. Originally, the high-ranking officials who came to check on Gao Yang were now captivated by this unexpected revelation. General Zhou, barely able to contain his excitement amidst the shock, eagerly asked, "Can we test the shield's effectiveness?" Gao Yang was filled with curiosity and anticipation about the new protective gear, but he still lacked a deep understanding of its capabilities. This test provided an excellent opportunity to uncover the truth. Though there was only one chance to test it, Gao Yang and the others were eager to see it in action. Principal Gawong, however, couldn't help but internally scoff. Was this what they called a test? Despite his skepticism, he was also intrigued by the mysterious functions of the new equipment. As the principal of the Defense Technology University, Principal Gawong had extensive knowledge of various research fields, especially electromagnetic weapons. The electromagnetic railgun developed by Longhua had already impressed him, and now this electromagnetic shield left him even more astonished. Testing the performance of this protective gear didn't require a large space, so everyone headed straight to the indoor shooting range. Gao Yang secured the belt to a post in the range, ready to face the challenge. With only one shot available, General Zhou decided to use the M99, a 12.7mm semi-automatic sniper rifle known for its power without damaging the belt. The M99, an advanced large-caliber sniper rifle from Longhua, looked imposing. General Zhou handed the rifle to Gao Yang, asking if he was ready. Gao Yang nodded confidently, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Gao Yang raised the rifle, brimming with confidence as he prepared to pull the trigger. The gun roared, and the massive recoil made him feel like his whole body was jolted as if struck by a heavy blow. He looked towards the electromagnetic shield and saw a new hole in the wall. Laughter echoed through the range, and everyone around was elated. General Fu helped Gao Yang up, asking if he wanted to continue. Gao Yang, with his shoulder tingling and ears ringing, shook his head, marveling at the rifle's immense recoil. General Zhou explained that the sniper rifle used a muzzle brake and a semi-automatic mechanism to effectively reduce the recoil, releasing some of the recoil energy and easing the impact during firing. As he finished speaking, a shot precisely hit the electromagnetic shield, leaving everyone in awe. The 12.7mm bullet halted in front of the belt and then slowly dropped to the ground with a crisp sound, astonishing everyone present. A group of influential figures, completely disregarding their image, rushed forward. They witnessed with their own eyes the astonishing sight of bullets being stopped. It was as if the bullets had hit an invisible wall. The protective effect was truly unbelievable. Even a high-caliber sniper rifle fired at close range would be rendered useless, leaving someone in heavy protective gear helpless. For those in regular protective clothing, the bullets could penetrate directly, creating large holes even in 3-centimeter thick steel plates. These terrifying bullets could literally split a person in half before coming to a quiet stop in midair. The group, in awe, picked up the hot bullets and stared at the electromagnetic shield, then turned to Gao Yang with eyes full of shock and excitement. Their emotions were running high. If the soldiers of Dragon Country were equipped with such belts, future casualties could be reduced by at least half. Having such equipment was akin to having an extra life. Gao Yang stepped forward and refastened the belt, but he realized it was not yet perfect. The battery's performance was too poor, only allowing the electromagnetic shield to be used once. He decided to develop a high-energy battery to increase the belt's usage. Real tests would be conducted in the future. General Zhou glanced at Gao Yang instinctively, feeling that what Gao Yang said seemed a bit too easy. It was as if he were saying, "I feel like eating pancakes from the west side of the city. I'll go buy some in a couple of days." But researching batteries, high-energy batteries, could it really be that simple? Although his words seemed unrealistic, it was Gao Yang speaking. He had already demonstrated extraordinary talent, producing epic-making auto-aiming sniper rifles and laser guns. General Zhou hesitated for a moment and decided not to comment on Gao Yang's ideas, because Gao Yang was still young and should be allowed to pursue his interests. Curious, General Zhou asked, "How did you come up with the idea to research electromagnetic shields?" Gao Yang candidly admitted that he wanted to develop better bulletproof vests due to potential dangers. However, after research, he found that the scenes on TV showing people unscathed after being shot while wearing bulletproof vests were pure fiction. To achieve complete bulletproof protection, only electromagnetic technology could work. Hence, he developed the electromagnetic shield. General Zhou instinctively looked at the influential figures beside him, their expressions just as bewildered as his. This sounded plausible, but in reality, it was fraught with problems. It was like a beggar saying, "I thought being poor was bad, so I became a billionaire." Such a scenario was simply beyond belief. Studying bulletproof vests and ending up with an electromagnetic shield? But since Gao Yang said it, there was no room for doubt. Gao Yang looked at General Zhou and said, "Can you give me that sniper bullet?" General Zhou took the bullet out of his pocket and curiously asked, "What do you need this for?" Gao Yang took the bullet, admiring the intricate engravings on it, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This bullet was evidently a meticulously crafted masterpiece. The intricate patterns seemed to soothe his inner turmoil. Gao Yang listened to General Zhou's questions, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. This bullet would become a milestone in his life, leaving an indelible mark. If he hadn't coincidentally developed that belt, he might not be standing here now. What fate would befall the White Eagle's men? General Zhou didn't answer directly but asked in return, "What do you plan to do?" Gao Yang pocketed the bullet, his anger far from appeased. What awaited him was a fierce retaliation. General Zhou patted Gao Yang on the shoulder and said, "For now, let's lock them up. Deal with them when you're ready." Gao Yang nodded, already starting to devise his revenge plan. As General Zhou led Gao Yang outside, he advised, "Don't rush off. Recharge your batteries and wait for your guard unit." "My guard unit?" Gao Yang was a bit surprised. "You brought in 80 men specifically for me?" This unexpected support caught Gao Yang off guard, leaving him both surprised and grateful for the special treatment. General Zhou explained that only 80 elite guards were assigned this time because it was a temporary measure. Gao Yang quickly expressed that so many guards weren't necessary since he always wore an electromagnetic shield. However, General Zhou sternly pointed out that Gao Yang's presence at the school made it all the more important to have adequate protection. The school had a large population, making it easy to overlook security. Many famous assassination attempts in history were sudden and unexpected. The 80 rotating guards would provide both overt and covert protection, and combined with the electromagnetic shield, it would barely suffice. General Zhou looked around the room and emphasized that any information about the electromagnetic shield must be kept confidential. If there was a leak, a thorough investigation would be conducted. Everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, the electromagnetic shield had limited uses and couldn't be widely deployed, but it was crucial for Gao Yang's protection. If someone attempted to assassinate Gao Yang and knew that the shield could only block one attack, it would lose its effectiveness. Within half an hour, Gao Yang's guards began to arrive. They were soldiers who had been rigorously selected and trained, passing stringent evaluations to qualify for Gao Yang's protection. In addition to the guards, 2 sets of military uniforms and 2 medals were delivered. General Zhou solemnly presented the medals to Gao Yang, commending his outstanding contributions to defense technology. Gao Yang was revered and admired by all the students and faculty, who praised his research achievements and contributions. Gao Yang felt grateful and wasn't concerned about the temporary lack of public recognition, focusing instead on his academic research. After the commendation ceremony, he immediately returned to the school library to review materials on batteries. He knew the library's extensive resources would provide any information he needed. Gao Yang harbored grand ambitions, aiming to create and improve the best batteries. The recent assassination attempts had left him furious and acutely aware that his identity had been compromised. As a result, he decided to be more cautious, not by hiding in the shadows, but by researching various technologies to prevent future assassination attempts. Gao Yang even found time to drill a small hole in a bullet and wore a pendant similar to the one in the movie Wolf Warrior, fueling his desire for revenge. Despite his daily reading routine, Gao Yang noticed an increasing number of people around him. In addition to his personal bodyguards, students from the special class often came to the library during their free time to read and meet more people. These students frequently sought his advice, and Gao Yang always answered patiently, finding their questions as simple as basic math problems, requiring little of his time. Gradually, more and more people gathered around him, making the once quiet library lively. However, this didn't bother Gao Yang much, as he usually waited until he finished reading a book before addressing their questions. At around 10 p.m., when most students had left, Rua approached Gao Yang with a cup of tea and said apologetically, "Our research team has decided on the direction for the second phase, a handheld electromagnetic weapon, the railgun." Gao Yang looked up in confusion and asked, "Why doesn't your team try to push the limits?" Rua hesitated, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "Is that not feasible?" Gao Yang felt a headache coming on. The Dragon Kingdom had already successfully developed a powerful railgun capable of launching solid projectiles over hundreds of kilometers. Realizing it was challenging to catch up with the Dragon Kingdom in this field, the White Eagle side decided to leapfrog and focus on developing a more complex handheld railgun. The operating principle of the railgun is similar to that of the railgun cannon, both using electromagnetic forces to propel bullets. This concept even had similarities with Gao Yang's electromagnetic shield. However, scaling down the railgun cannon to the size of a firearm posed significant challenges, requiring extreme precision, stable energy control, and the ability to release immense energy instantly. A daunting task indeed. Seeing Gao Yang's silence, Rua sighed and asked, "Is it really that difficult? Even the top teams in the White Eagle side are struggling with it." Gao Yang nodded in agreement and said, "Let's go back and discuss our previous ideas." Previous ideas? Gao Yang sipped his milk tea. "Tell me about them. Maybe I can offer some suggestions." Gao Yang's eyebrows shot up as a novel idea surged in his mind, integrating electromagnetic rail technology into an RPG. Rua was dumbfounded when she heard this, but then nodded repeatedly. Incorporating electromagnetic rail technology into an RPG? Absolutely. We could apply it to firearms, though it's quite challenging due to space limitations. But we could consider installing it on a rocket launcher. Normally, the interior of a rocket launcher is empty, but with electromagnetic rail technology, the rocket could travel much farther. Initially, the rocket would undergo a second acceleration, ultimately hitting the target with precision. Upon impact, a third explosion would cause even greater damage. Gao Yang gave a slight push, finding the concept very reasonable. Typically, rockets have a limited range, reaching only about 300 to 400 meters. Even if the effective range extends to a kilometer, the accuracy isn't high, and the slower flight speed makes them easy to evade. However, if equipped with an electromagnetic launcher, the rocket speed would significantly increase. With a second acceleration, the results could be fascinating. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if this idea could truly come to life. Ruoruo's lips curved into a slight smile, as if she were pondering something amusing. In her mind, a scene unfolded. In a valley, a soldier hefted a rocket launcher and fired it with a sudden burst. The rocket traveled a short distance before igniting again, continuing its flight and finally crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Is this the power of a rocket? The impact of a missile? On battlefields in third-world countries, rockets are highly favored. They are simple to launch, easily controlled by a single soldier, can be fired at any time and place, making them extremely suitable for urban combat with astonishing effectiveness. And the most appealing part? They're affordable. Ruoruo imagined how terrifying it would be if the speed of the rockets could be improved. In the past, helicopters could evade rocket launchers, but if the speed issue were resolved, helicopters would have no place to hide in the sky. Compared to electromagnetic railguns, rockets are less complex overall and still incorporate high-end electromagnetic rail technology. This perfect design, combining practicality and advanced technology, seems truly achievable. Nodding in agreement, Roro said, "All right, I'll go back and tell them." She expressed her willingness to participate in the research and discuss it further with them. Gao Yang showed great interest in the topic, believing that rockets play a crucial role in modern warfare. Despite some flaws, solving these issues would be exciting. After Roro left, Gao Yang continued to focus on reading books about batteries, as energy issues remained his primary concern. The next day, 3 more girls appeared in the library. As members of the Dancing Skirts research group, they began studying electromagnetic technology. However, unlike Gao Yang, who spent entire days in the library, they could only study during their spare time or breaks. Time passed unnoticed, and news of Gao Yang's attack did not spread. The people from the White Eagle faction were detained, but no further information was released, as if nothing had happened. The most affected were the elite snipers from various powerful factions. As top snipers, they began a new round of rigorous training, vowing never to fall behind. The goal of military forces worldwide was to claim the top spot. Even being slightly behind by 2 or 3 points was unacceptable, and now, being left far behind was unbearable. However, they didn't know that no matter how grueling their training, they could never surpass the snipers from Long Country. After all, no matter how skilled, they were still mere mortals. Those using automatic targeting sniper rifles were practically godlike. As time passed, Gao Yang's progress in accumulating augmentation opportunities steadily increased. After several days of reading in the library, Gao Yang suddenly received a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, he frowned slightly and answered the call. On the other end of the line, Ant's voice quivered with tears. "Xiao Yang, your brother knows he's wrong. Can you let him off just this once?" Gao Yang was taken aback by the request. This was a serious crime. Attempted murder, caught in the act, and yet they were asking the victim for forgiveness? It was absurd. Feeling a mix of emotions, he replied softly, "I'm a bit busy right now. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Ant hurriedly explained, "Your brother was manipulated, and it was your uncle's idea to kill you. He deserves punishment, but not so severe. I've learned that there's pressure from above to punish him harshly. All it takes is a word from you." Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh and hung up. He thought, why should his words matter so much? Why should he decide the severity of the punishment? Blocking Ant's number, he returned to his book. In a small room on the other end, a few people exchanged glances, watching Ant. Holding the phone, she said softly, "He hung up, but don't worry, everything is under control. This kid has always been ruthless and cunning." One person flipped through some documents, not commenting. Ant continued, "Enough talking. Find a way to lure him out of school. I promise, I can get him out. As long as you guarantee my son's safety and take our family to the Eagle Country." A middle-aged man nodded. Ant dialed again, saying, "This kid still cares about his grandfather. We just need to use him." But the line responded, "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off." Ant froze, then turned to her husband and coldly said, "Give me your phone." This time, the call went through, and Gao Yang's impatient voice came on. "What do you want?" Ant quickly said, "Your grandfather is critically ill in the hospital. He didn't want us to tell you, but you should come quickly. It's the First People's Hospital." She hung up hastily and turned to the others. "He will definitely come to the hospital." The people from the Eagle Country immediately arranged for someone to wait at the school gate, knowing their target could leave at any moment. In Shin's eyes, that middle-aged man looked like a legendary assassin. She thought they were really nothing special. She believed that the best way to subdue Gao Yang was to go after his father directly because Gao Yang's father was his weakest point. The middle-aged man felt a headache coming on as he faced Shin. She talked too much and was genuinely wicked. He even had the urge to shoot her. But now, he had to rely on her to lure Gao Yang out. Chang Yongfu was under the protection of Lungwa's government, surrounded by many guards, making it impossible to get to him. Shin felt a bit jealous, thinking this young man had some skills. But she comforted herself, knowing he would soon meet his end. Suddenly, she asked, "What's your name? Do you have a girlfriend?" "My niece is 26, 1.7 meters tall, and a great person." The middle-aged man finally snapped and shouted, "Shut up." He thought this person was not only utterly wicked, but also incredibly stupid. She claimed to be introducing a girlfriend, but was clearly trying to tie him down. She seemed clever, but was foolish to the core. He even started doubting whether he had chosen the right partner. On the other end of the line, Gao Yang hung up the phone, puzzled. That mean, wicked and foolish Shin actually called to tell him his grandfather was sick? It was unbelievable. This person clearly hoped he wouldn't go, giving her a chance to accuse him of being unfilial. Even if his grandfather really passed away, he wouldn't have been notified. Something was definitely off. There had to be a catch. Gao Yang turned to the guard sitting nearby, reading a book, and coldly ordered, "Come here." The guard quickly approached, and Gao Yang handed him the phone, saying, "My Ershin called and said my grandfather is sick. We need to act immediately." Gao Yang waved his hand, saying, "No need to rush into action. This news is definitely a trap. My Ershin would never inform me. It's most likely a conspiracy." The guard nodded and said, "I'll send someone to check and confirm if your grandfather is really sick." Gao Yang waved again and said, "That's not what I mean. Never mind, let me be direct. Can we just go and arrest her?" The guard looked puzzled. Arrest someone based on a phone call? But after a moment's thought, he nodded, "Yes. I'll contact the nearby station troops immediately." Gao Yang was a bit surprised and asked, "Do you have the authority to mobilize them?" The guard explained, "Normally, no. But since you are in danger, we have the right to use all resources to ensure your safety. As long as we claim they pose a threat to your safety, it's justified. However, if we misjudge and the operation goes wrong, you might be held responsible." Gao Yang didn't mind and calmly said, "Just arrest her. A misjudgment is impossible. After all, a leopard can't change its spots." The guard called his superior, reporting that the target posed a threat to Gao Yang's safety. Gao Yang, upon hearing the news, remained calm and continued reading, not overthinking the situation. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa, Antier anxiously eyed a middle-aged man and impatiently asked, "Hasn't that little brat been dealt with yet?" The constant nagging from Baisho Ying's subordinates was giving him a headache. It had been less than half an hour. As they were speaking, one of Baisho Ying's men furrowed his brow, as if hearing the roar of a helicopter. It's unusual for a helicopter to appear in the city. He walked to the window and looked up, seeing a military helicopter flying overhead. This made him slightly nervous, but he didn't think much of it. The military couldn't possibly know they were here. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. They hadn't even started their operation yet. There was no way anyone could predict their moves. As the helicopter slowed down and approached the villa, Baisho Ying's men sensed something was off. Why was the helicopter decelerating over the villa? While they hesitated, several military vehicles arrived from all directions, surrounding the villa. Soldiers disembarked from the vehicles, using them as cover and setting up their weapons. A voice from the helicopter announced, "You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. A 3-minute countdown will commence, after which we will forcibly storm the premises." Meanwhile, additional troops began evacuating nearby residents to prevent any collateral damage. Some curious onlookers poked their heads out, asking soldiers about the situation, completely unfazed. Facing armed military personnel, they showed no fear and even started chatting, a uniquely composed demeanor seen only in Longhua. Inside the villa, one of Baisho Ying's men watched this scene and suddenly glared at Antier, accusing, "Did you leak the information?" Terrified, Antier quickly denied, "No, I didn't. I swear I didn't tip anyone off." Baisho Ying's subordinate closed the curtains and peeked through the gaps at the heavily armed soldiers outside, then turned to his men. Trembling, they reluctantly laid down their weapons. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, any conflict would mean certain death. Surrender was their only option. One person decided to surrender, and soon the others followed suit. In the face of hopelessness, they chose survival through surrender. Baisho Ying's subordinate glanced at the weapons they had prepared. Realizing the trouble they were in, he then looked at Antier, judging from her frightened expression that she likely hadn't betrayed them. If she had, the authorities would have had other ways to capture them, rather than acting so directly. Surrender was inevitable, but first, they needed to gather intelligence. They must not reveal the truth. The fact that the military was so well prepared indicated they knew their objective. As long as they denied everything, there might still be a slim chance of survival. Antier repeatedly nodded, agreeing to keep silent. The group raised their hands and slowly walked outside. Pushing open the door, they cautiously raised their hands and shouted, "We surrender!" Under the threat of numerous guns aimed at them, each person lined up and silently lay on the ground. The soldiers behind the military vehicles felt a bit disappointed that these people did not resist, their bravery turning into collective submission. A soldier walked up and cuffed everyone together, surprised to find that these individuals had well-toned muscles and noticeable calluses on their hands. Regular soldiers rarely develop such calluses due to their limited annual shooting practice. Only members of specialized forces who undergo continuous firearm training could have such marks on their palms. Once cuffed, they were loaded onto the military vehicles. A soldier reported over the communication channel, "These are big fish, well trained." Additionally, infrared scans showed 2 more people inside the house. Several soldiers quickly entered the villa and soon brought out 2 more people. One of them hesitated to move forward. This was Gao Yang's second uncle. The other person loudly claimed they were coerced, forced to lure Gao Yang out of school to harm him. On the military vehicle, the leader of the White Eagle team responsible for the operation felt a surge of blood to his head. If his blood vessels weren't resilient enough, this could have caused a cerebral hemorrhage. He wondered why he hadn't collapsed on the spot from the sheer frustration of dealing with these scoundrels. Arms dealing might result in a few years of imprisonment, but an attempt on Gao Yang's life would bring severe consequences. The door of the distant command vehicle opened, and the operation commander quickly approached, staring at the second ant. Repeat what you just said. He didn't know who Gao Yang was or what he had done, but he knew the orders he had just received. Someone here posed a threat to Gao Yang and had to be dealt with seriously. The second ant, trembling, said in a low voice, "They forced me to lure Gao Yang out of school, intending to harm him." At that moment, a soldier emerged from the house, carrying a bag full of weapons, all smuggled. The commander looked at the weapons and then at the people on the vehicle, realizing this was his moment of glory. Through these weapons, they could trace back to the sources, and these people would be thoroughly investigated. The second ant continued, "I'm Gao Yang's second ant. You can't just treat me any way you want." The commander waved his hand. "Escort them to the rear vehicle and keep them under strict surveillance." "Yes, sir." Everyone involved had to be detained first. Whether they would be released or not would be decided later. The commander then headed to the front military vehicle. The leader of the White Eagle team, visibly excited, said, "There's a phone under the kitchen cabinet with a recording. That woman offered to help us. She also wanted to get rid of Gao Yang. The recording will reveal everything." The commander was taken aback by the simplicity of the clue. This person had confessed so easily? It was like walking into a trap willingly. "Who are you?" The leader took a deep breath. "I'm with the White Eagle team, in charge of the Special Operations Unit in Dragon Country." The commander gasped and then smiled. This is a major achievement. At least a promotion. They had caught a big fish, a really big one. In peacetime, such opportunities for significant achievements were rare. This was a direct path to promotion. His expression then turned serious. The involvement of the Special Operations Unit indicated the importance and danger of this mission. The number of people sent here is definitely more than just these 6. Typically, a squad has at least 10 members. Including the team leader, there should be at least 11 people. So, where are the others? The commander questioned again. The White Eagle leader remained silent for a moment, lowered his head, and fell into contemplation, filled with doubt. "Can I still survive this? If I cooperate fully, there might still be a chance." After a brief pause, the White Eagle leader continued, "There are people outside the school watching us, and another group is ready to act at any moment. They are all waiting for my command. I can contact them, but I'm curious, how did you find me and learn about my plan?" The commander shut the car door and walked over to the command vehicle to report the situation. The news quickly reached the library, and a guard approached Gao Yang with a phone in hand. The voice on the other end made Gao Yang tense up. It turned out that the people from the Bald Eagle organization were trying to lure him away from the school with malicious intent. The leader of the Bald Eagle action team was eager to know how Gao Yang had seen through their plan. Gao Yang knew something was amiss. This conspiracy was no small matter. He picked up the phone and replied, "I wasn't aware of their plan, but choosing my second ant as a collaborator is a dead end. If my family were in danger, they wouldn't notify me. Instead, they would try to stop me." The person on the other end fell silent, and the recorded message played back. Unable to detect any flaws, curiosity arose. Finally, he realized the crux of the problem. A weasel offering New Year's greetings always has ulterior motives. After hanging up, Gao Yang returned to his book. It was no surprise that the bald eagle would cause trouble, but choosing to collaborate with his second ant was sheer folly. Any cooperation involving the Gao family could never deceive him. In the military vehicle, the leader of the Bald Eagle action team nearly spat blood upon hearing Gao Yang's response. He began to regret not eliminating that woman when they had the chance. Foolishness. Since escape was impossible, he decided to cooperate with the Long Kingdom authorities in capturing the rest of the action team members. By the afternoon, the entire team had been rounded up. Everything proceeded smoothly, and those responsible for the operation felt as if they were in a dream. The credit for this success seemed almost too easy. That same afternoon, General Fu received the news and brought a report of the entire incident to the school library. He handed the documents to Gao Yang and said, "The Bald Eagle action team has been completely taken down." Gao Yang skimmed through the report. "The leader confessed just after hearing my words?" General Fu smirked slightly. He was just looking for an excuse. As a citizen of the Long Kingdom, how many people truly remained loyal while serving the Bald Eagle? Even so, people like this, lacking strong will, would comply with just a little pressure. Gao Yang frowned. "Are there many people like that?" "Very few," replied General Fu. "First of all, there aren't many who would serve the Bald Eagle, especially those sneaking around military bases. Full-time operatives are even rarer. Moreover, carrying out assassinations requires extensive training, substantial funds, and time for laundering operations, all of which are costly. With this small team completely wiped out, the relevant Bald Eagle officials were undoubtedly troubled." Gao Yang, still puzzled, asked, "If they can't target me, could my father be in danger?" "No, The guards have already secured your father's safety, General Fu assured him. Gao Yang glanced through the documents and learned about the identities of those arrested, including his second aunt and uncle. What will happen to them? He inquired. The confessions claimed they were coerced, but recordings proved their cooperation was deliberate. General Fu looked at Gao Yang, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. This investigation had revealed a part of Gao Yang's childhood that was previously unknown. In this challenging environment lives Gao Yang, whose nature hasn't truly fallen, which is a stroke of luck. A single word could determine the fate of two people. Although his inner desire was to say kill, reason prevailed, and he decided they should be punished for life instead. This way, they could still contribute something to society. Gao Yang's suggestion was approved by General Fu, who then inquired about the progress of the battery research. Upon learning that they were 90% confident in their findings, General Fu was pleasantly surprised. So quickly, he exclaimed, noting that it had been less than 10 days since Gao Yang had proposed the battery research. While General Fu couldn't entirely understand the behavior of the demons, the results before him were undeniably astonishing. Gao Yang looked at General Fu and suddenly asked, "Can you help me obtain experimental data from other research institutes?" General Fu hesitated slightly. "What kind of data do you need?" "Research data on solid-state batteries, and if possible, the latest information on semi-solid-state batteries as well." After a moment's thought, General Fu got up to make a phone call. Such commercial secrets are typically guarded closely, with major companies maintaining strict security. For instance, in the automotive industry, improvements in battery storage capacity directly impact vehicle performance and competitiveness. Gao Yang knew this was just an attempt and didn't hold much hope. The publicly available data was relatively outdated, with the core information still undisclosed. However, to his surprise, General Fu returned just 5 minutes later with several USB drives, announcing that the Long Institute had agreed to provide the data and would deliver it that evening. Gao Yang was amazed by General Fu's efficiency and sincerity, feeling a sense of relief. With the foundation of higher energy density batteries, the future held vast potential for development. After General Fu left, Gao Yang began studying the data while waiting. As night fell, guards escorted several USB drives to the library. Gao Yang understood that this information could only be viewed on isolated computers. He quickly headed to the lab, where the network connections were highly secure. Opening the files, he found not only knowledge about semi-solid-state batteries, but also valuable research logs on solid-state batteries. Although these data were priceless and could fetch a fortune, Gao Yang's sole focus now was on manufacturing. As he read through the information, he noticed changes in the system, surprisingly finding that the energy accumulation seemed to be speeding up. Could reading these materials accelerate energy accumulation even more than regular books? What originally took 3 days now only required a day and a half. The system notification sounded, 10,000 times amplification opportunity, fully charged. Gao Yang quickly skimmed through the data, focusing solely on the manufacturing methods, his speed astonishing. He organized the information, donned thick protective gear, and prepared to start the experiment. Battery manufacturing is both complex and dangerous, involving the release of toxic gases. Even with prior knowledge, caution was paramount. While lithium-ion batteries use liquid electrolytes, solid-state batteries employ solid electrolytes. Theoretically, solid-state batteries are safer and have an energy density more than twice that of ternary lithium batteries. Although technical challenges remain unresolved, semi-solid-state batteries have already been successfully developed as a transitional product. Gao Yang is a young engineer with a passion for technology, and he has always dreamed of developing a revolutionary battery. After extensive contemplation and effort, he decided to embark on the creation of a semi-solid-state battery. Semi-solid-state batteries are hailed as the next milestone in battery technology. They not only offer high energy density and long cycle life like traditional batteries, but also provide enhanced safety and stability. Understanding the significance of this technology, Gao Yang dedicated immense time and energy to research and development. Throughout the development process, Gao Yang faced numerous difficulties and challenges, but he never gave up. He continuously adjusted his plans, improved his designs, and rigorously tested and validated his work. Each failure became a source of motivation, driving him to push harder. After countless days and nights of hard work, Gao Yang finally succeeded in creating a semi-solid-state battery with superior stability and performance. Holding the semi-solid-state battery in his hands, Gao Yang felt a surge of joy and pride. He knew this was not just a technological breakthrough, but also a testament to his relentless efforts. He believes that this battery will bring a brighter future for humanity, making the world cleaner, more convenient, and smarter. Gao Yang hopes that through his hard work and innovation, he can make a greater contribution to society and use technology to transform people's lives. Although the process of battery manufacturing is complex, Gao Yang is a technical wizard. With his extensive experience and knowledge, he excels far beyond the average person in both theory and practice. The pre-prepared semi-finished materials also added efficiency to the manufacturing process. After a night of hard work, Gao Yang finally produced a battery that was only 2 centimeters square. He installed the battery in a bulletproof belt, and a prompt sounded in his mind, informing him that he had developed a semi-solid-state battery and asking if he wanted to enhance it. Gao Yang had been eagerly awaiting this moment and chose the enhancement without hesitation. A virtual disc appeared before Gao Yang. It was time for the lottery. He touched the disc, not spinning it right away, but recalling the feeling from previous spins. He had tried high multipliers before and wondered if controlling his strength could allow him to spin the disc to an even higher multiplier. He applied gentle force, and the disc started to turn slowly, completing only half a revolution. The pointer stopped at the 10,000-fold mark. Gao Yang's eyes widened as he waited for the prompt in his mind. As soon as the prompt sounded, it would mean this method was feasible, and every future enhancement could reach 10,000 times. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a 10,000-fold energy enhancement. Gao Yang was ecstatic as the equipment in the laboratory began to operate. This time, the process was swift, and the system completed the manufacturing in just 2 minutes. The battery, identical in appearance, floated in the air, but due to the limitations of the laboratory's materials and equipment, it only achieved a 23-fold enhancement. Gao Yang was a bit surprised. The system usually produced batteries with at least several hundred times enhancement. Why was it only 23 times this time? Could it be that the difficulty of manufacturing the battery was high? However, energy 23 times greater was still far from sufficient. As he pondered, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Upgrading an ordinary lithium battery to a lithium metal battery could achieve up to 30 times the current battery's energy storage. This energy capacity was astonishing. A standard 5,000 mAh smartphone battery upgraded to a lithium metal battery would be 150,000 mAh, equivalent to 0.75 kilowatt-hours. That's incredible. A car with a range of 500 kilometers could now have a range of 15,000 kilometers. A revolutionary breakthrough for electric vehicles. What fuel car could compare to this range? Yet, in Gao Yang's eyes, this was still far from enough, especially since he had just obtained a 10,000-fold enhancement. More memories flooded into his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. The next milestone in the field of batteries is nuclear batteries. Micronuclear batteries consist of 2 parts. One part converts reactive materials into electrical energy, surrounded by radiation-shielding materials, and an intermediate layer absorbs the energy. This battery can continuously release energy until the radioactive material is fully exhausted. At this stage, the energy output of the battery could be hundreds of times that of lithium batteries. The second stage also involves nuclear batteries, but they resemble mini reactors. They can perform nuclear fission and fusion reactions. When Gao Yang opened his eyes, the system provided many multipliers. The energy content of a fusion reactor is exponentially higher than that of a battery of the same size, by tens of thousands of times. More importantly, this technology, which appears to be just about batteries, actually encompasses knowledge of controlled nuclear fusion. This technology has the potential to change the global landscape. Even for Gao Yang, although metal lithium battery technology is underestimated, it can undoubtedly create a sensation in the entire new energy industry. The battery market has immense potential. The emergence of metal lithium batteries can quickly capture the market. Despite their high value, metal lithium batteries hold little appeal for Gao Yang. While metal lithium batteries might extend a car's range by 30 times, they are still somewhat inadequate for energy weapons. Nuclear batteries are essential. If equipped with nuclear batteries, an electromagnetic defense shield could achieve unlimited use. Even if the enemy fires a machine gun at him, it would cause no harm. Various energy weapons would no longer be limited. Laser guns could be operated by a single soldier, firing continuously. Even electromagnetic gun research would be put on the agenda. One reason Gao Yang previously didn't allow Ruo and the others to research electromagnetic guns was the lack of energy supply. However, nuclear energy is difficult to harness. The equipment is also hard to obtain. The laboratory lacks any nuclear-related equipment. Introducing equipment and materials would require at least billions in funding, possibly even hundreds of billions. The school only allocated a small amount of research funding, which is far from enough. But Gao Yang has many ways to make money. Selling weaponry can bring in big profits, and selling technology can yield substantial returns. Although he has only enhanced a few types of weapons, the technology involved spans a wide range of fields. Even selling some secondary materials could generate significant profits. Just like this battery, while nuclear batteries are definitely not for sale, metal lithium battery technology can be sold. After all, it simply increases the energy output of the original lithium battery by 30 times. As for who to sell it to, Gao Yang made a call to Professor Li. Many professors at the school have companies outside or collaborate with companies. The school also has many research projects directly connected with external tech companies. The call was quickly answered, and Gao Yang said directly, "I want to sell some technology." Professor Li hesitated. Weapon-related technology cannot be disclosed. It's not about weapons. It's about batteries. I've developed a high-energy battery and want to exchange the technology for funding. Professor Lee thought for a moment. That can be arranged. I'll first contact the Long Science Institute's lab. They have partnerships with car manufacturers. Gao Yang hung up the phone and decided to produce several more batteries for testing purposes. In less than half an hour, Professor Lee called, sounding a bit hesitant. The people in the lab said they received some confidential information from you a few days ago. Are you planning to sell this information? Gao Yang laughed, finding it absurd. No way. You're overthinking it. I just built upon their research and successfully developed a lithium metal battery. Professor Lee, on the other end of the line, was a bit bewildered. Even though he wasn't deeply familiar with the battery field, he could sense the significance. The battery industry is full of concepts, but actual implementation is extremely challenging. Lithium metal batteries are a cutting-edge concept, rumored to increase energy storage by dozens of times. And the difficulty of developing them is immense. Has Gao Yang really made a breakthrough? Even knowing Gao Yang's genius, Professor Lee hesitated. Really? I have a prototype here. Professor Lee was genuinely excited, especially considering that Gao Yang had recently introduced many groundbreaking products. Now he's presenting a lithium metal battery. Even if it only has 10 times the storage capacity, an electric car that used to travel 500 kilometers could now easily reach 5,000 kilometers. Smartphone batteries might revert to the Nokia era, lasting 10 days on a single charge. Professor Lee's mind raced with questions, leaving him somewhat dizzy. How about safety? What about heat dissipation? Overwhelmed with thoughts, Professor Lee was a bit dazed. I'll be right over. I'll be in the lab. As soon as the call ended, Professor Lee rushed into the lab. Gao Yang pointed to the battery on the table and said, "This is the lithium metal battery." Professor Lee picked up a battery, feeling its weight, and was astonished. How many times more energy does this battery store compared to previous lithium batteries? Limited by experimental conditions, it's only increased by 23 times, but theoretically, it could reach 30 times the storage capacity. Professor Lee held the battery, contemplating for a moment. He took out his phone, took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and dialed a number. As the voice on the other end answered, Professor Lee said reassuringly, "Old Wu, you're overthinking this. Gao Yang is my student. He would never sell your information. He simply leveraged it to develop the lithium metal battery and is now looking for partners." Gao Yang was surprised to discover that the usually stern Professor Lee had another side to him. On the other end of the line was Lao Wu, who seemed to be very close to him. Gao Yang listened to the voice on the phone with disdain, saying, "Are you kidding me? Do you know how difficult it is to manufacture lithium metal batteries? We need to complete our research on solid-state batteries first before we can even consider studying lithium metal batteries." Professor Lee mocked him, "You frog in the well, just contact your partner manufacturers. I'll bring my students over and test the lithium metal batteries for you. Do you even have the necessary equipment? The batteries made in our school's lab have an energy storage capacity 23 times that of regular lithium batteries, and theoretically, they could reach 30 times. Lao Wu's voice came through again. "Nonsense, lithium metal batteries can only theoretically achieve a storage capacity of about 10 times. You'll see when we test them." Professor Lee hung up the phone and rubbed his forehead. He found it hard to believe and had only made the call because he trusted Gao Yang's capabilities. Looking down at the lithium metal battery, he no longer dismissed it lightly. "According to my friend, the theoretical energy storage capacity of lithium metal batteries is only about 10 times. Gao Yang couldn't be bothered to say more and simply nudged the battery on the table. The battery was right there. How could it be fake? Professor Lee also found it somewhat unbelievable, but decided not to delve into the technicalities, as he wasn't an expert in that area. It's best to keep the technology in our own hands. In order to encourage researchers to actively engage in R&D, Dragon Country allows researchers to retain the patents of their projects, even if they are funded by the state. Commercializing these patents is quite simple, usually through partnerships. Some people choose to collaborate with external capital to start companies, where they only need to focus on the technology and receive dividends. This time, don't sell the technology outright. Partner up and transfer the technology. Although it's similar to selling, you'll receive substantial patent fees and a continuous stream of income. The specifics of the negotiations depend on the technology and the attitude of the other party, so don't rush into a decision. Gao Yang nodded. These were words of wisdom. While the value of technology is immeasurable and every breakthrough is considered priceless, its application needs careful consideration. He didn't understand much about these matters and didn't need to. All he needed was enough funding to develop nuclear batteries. Professor Lee, having snapped out of his shock, found a chair and sat down, asking, "Are you looking to trade technology for money?" "I'm planning to develop nuclear batteries and need to set up a larger lab." Professor Lee's mouth opened wide again. "Nuclear batteries?" Before Gao Yang could respond, Professor Lee's phone rang. It was Lao Wu. "Can you come to our lab at 2 p.m. tomorrow?" After discussing with Gao Yang, Professor Lee agreed. Going over by noon tomorrow shouldn't be a problem.
Alrig, Gao Yang got busy.
He started working on an electromagnetic shield. Neither Professor Lee nor the guards had one. Only he did. If an assassin accidentally hurt someone else, he would feel guilty. Seeing Gao Yang's busy figure, Professor Lee stopped worrying about the nuclear battery and left. Gao Yang worked through the night and eventually fell asleep in the lab. Waking up in the morning, he resumed his assembly work. By 10 a.m., Gao Yang walked out of the lab carrying a box. Outside the lab, guards were on duty 24 hours a day. Gao Yang gently placed the box down and then called everyone over, handing each person a belt. The guards looked at the belts with puzzled expressions and couldn't help but ask, "What are these?" Gao Yang replied mysteriously, "These are electromagnetic shields designed to keep you safe. They can block about 20 bullets." The guards exchanged glances, as if they had seen something unbelievable, and all looked towards Gao Yang with a mix of doubt and curiosity. Is this the legendary yellow turban technology? Impervious to blades and bullets, unaffected by fire and water? Gao Yang noticed their skepticism but chose to remain silent, urging them instead, "Quickly put them on and get the others to do the same. There's no time to explain now. I'll tell you more later. Also, information about this equipment must not be leaked." Despite their doubts, the guards followed the orders. They hurriedly put on the belts, which fit somewhat awkwardly but looked rather peculiar. Gao Yang then distributed a few auto-aiming pistols, only 12 in total, with just 6 designated for close protection. The guards were somewhat dissatisfied, feeling their own guns were more reliable, but they had no choice but to comply with Gao Yang's firm directive. Even though the new weapons felt unfamiliar, they all exuded confidence. Once everyone was geared up, Professor Lee arrived and put on the belt provided by Gao Yang, and they set off. The entire journey had been meticulously planned, with bulletproof vehicles escorting them all the way. En route, they transferred to a military aircraft heading to a military base. Nowadays, Gao Yang preferred military airports and planes for long-distance travel, forgoing commercial flights. Although the experience was less comfortable, the security was significantly enhanced. Unlike commercial planes, military aircraft are equipped with parachutes. By the time they arrived at the Battery Research Institute in the afternoon, a group of researchers was already waiting at the entrance. Their expressions turned to astonishment as 7 or 8 armored vehicles rolled up. They had seen top-tier researchers before, some even at high ranks with potential to become academicians, but never had they witnessed such a massive security detail, especially for someone so young. This wasn't perceived as a show of arrogance, as typically, only those in critical positions or overseeing key projects received such protection. Yet, here was a young man, seemingly in his early 20s and possibly still in college, receiving top-level security, leaving everyone baffled. Professor Lee got out of the car and led Gao Yang towards the group. He addressed one of the researchers, "Old Wu, let me introduce my student, Gao Yang." Gao Yang nodded slightly and greeted Professor Wu courteously, "Hello, Professor Wu." The security setup might seem excessive, but the situation is urgent. We've recently faced a sniper attack and an ambush by a White Eagle task force. Hearing this, Old Wu was taken aback, struggling to fathom the extraordinary events Gao Yang must have experienced, and cautiously asked, "May I ask about these incidents?" Gao Yang simply responded in a low voice, "It's top secret for now." Professor Wu suddenly realized that it was quite puzzling for the senior management of the Dragon Institute to request research data for a student. However, if this student were extraordinary, it might make sense. Professor Lee reminded him, "Stop daydreaming. Let's head into the institute first." Professor Wu quickly turned around and led the group into the reception room of the laboratory. All the way, Gao Yang's eyes were constantly wandering around. This research institute looked impressive, having won numerous awards and achieved many leading accomplishments. The walls were covered with photos of the institute's collaborations with automotive companies. It seemed that their relationship was indeed deep and substantial. Upon entering the reception room, Gao Yang took a battery out of his pocket and said, "Let's start with the test. We'll talk after the test. My time is quite limited." With that, Gao Yang pulled out a book and began reading intently. Professor Lee was somewhat taken aback. He had advised Gao Yang during the car ride that to take the upper hand in negotiations, one must first maintain the right posture. Gao Yang's calm and composed demeanor made him feel somewhat out of his depth, as if he wanted to learn from Gao Yang himself. In the conference room, apart from the automotive factory's technicians and Gao Yang, everyone else had already left. Gao Yang picked up a book, not to show off, but to make time for reading. He was well aware that possessing technical knowledge meant having control. There was no need for him to be obsequious like the others. He simply didn't need to. Professor Wu, holding the battery, headed straight to the lab for testing, unaffected by Gao Yang's demeanor. During the testing process, the first steps were measuring the battery's weight and volume. The people present showed expressions of surprise because the battery was unusually heavy. Next came the formal performance tests. The technicians began adjusting the equipment for the charging test. Multiple sets of data appeared on the screen. revealing that the battery was fully charged and had an overcharge protection mechanism. Following this was the discharge test. The technician started recording the entire discharge process. A line graph displayed the battery's discharge rate, and when the line shot up vertically, everyone was astonished to see the discharge rate soar to 1 kilowatt. Suddenly, the lab equipment exploded. The technicians were dumbfounded, and it wasn't until the fire alarm sounded that they snapped out of their shock. Professor Wu was stunned to discover that such a small battery could release such a massive amount of energy. They began to ponder the concept of a kilowatt hour. The sheer discharge speed of this tiny battery was so terrifying that nobody could believe it. Professor Li was the first to react, pointing out flaws in the lab equipment's design. Professor Wu realized that the equipment lacked an appropriate discharge protection mechanism. Amidst the astonished gazes, they began to contemplate the possibilities of this discovery. Though everything seemed incredible, the facts were undeniable. Professor Li sent a message to Gao Yang, asking how to handle this unexpected situation. Gao Yang was a bit surprised when he received the news. Had they really managed to damage the equipment? And in such a top-tier lab? But on second thought, the explosive power of just 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity was indeed astonishing. 1 kilowatt-hour alone could power an electric vehicle for 8 kilometers. He left the reception room and headed straight to the lab where the testing was underway. To prevent any further issues, he needed to oversee the tests personally. As he entered the lab, all eyes turned to him. The looks on their faces were a mix of shock, admiration, and even disbelief. They had confirmed it was a lithium metal battery, and even if it wasn't, the battery's value was undeniably high. The fact that this young man had developed such a battery was truly remarkable. Previously, some might have thought Gao Yang was just showing off, but now they were convinced his abilities were genuine. Now, even if Gao Yang placed himself above them, they would willingly accept it. This breakthrough elevated battery technology to a new level. The emergence of this battery could potentially revolutionize the entire battery industry. Currently, the leading technologies in the battery field were mostly controlled by large overseas companies. While there were some decent battery companies in Longhua, China, they mainly relied on market advantages and pricing strategies. Moreover, many seemingly high-end battery products actually had patents originating from abroad. The advent of the lithium metal battery would instantly change this situation. Given its powerful performance, it could very well dominate the global market, a market worth trillions. Professor Wu instinctively bent slightly and respectfully addressed him. Gao Yang, classmate, why doesn't this battery have a discharge protection mechanism? He had intended to use a more respectful term but couldn't find the right words at the moment. Gao Yang was just too young, almost unbelievably so, and any honorific seemed inappropriate. The battery was initially designed to power energy weapons, where a larger energy burst is preferable, so a discharge limit was necessary. I can add this feature, Gao Yang replied. Professor Wu was taken aback. Energy weapons. He dared not probe further, as this touched upon classified information. He picked up the battery and noticed a slight increase in temperature. Despite the battery's instantaneous release of immense energy, the temperature had only risen by less than 10 degrees. Simply astonishing. They continued with the tests, this time using larger equipment. Gao Yang observed from the side, learning a lot from the various testing procedures, including low-rate and high-rate charging, overcharging tests, over-discharge tests, low pressure, thermal shock, continuous charge-discharge cycles, and thermal performance testing. When all the tests were completed, everyone reviewed the results with a sense of numbness. The battery's performance far surpassed that of any other battery on the market, unparalleled. The final tests were for safety, including high temperature and high pressure, low temperature and low pressure, free fall, mechanical impact, and compression tests. These tests similarly left other batteries in the dust. Sharp objects could easily penetrate ordinary batteries, but with the lithium metal battery, it was a different story. Even if pierced, the battery would only sustain damage and release energy slowly without exploding. The safety features are still astonishing. On-site researchers were amazed, imagining the bleak future of the fuel car market. After a massive price reduction, it seems another wave of price wars is on the horizon. All of this stems from batteries of the same volume. Yet the test results show a staggering 23-fold difference. A 23-fold difference is unimaginable, akin to extending a 500-kilometer range to an incredible 11,500 kilometers. With minimal usage, a single charge could last an entire year. Moreover, according to Gao Yang, these batteries have an exceptionally long lifespan, avoiding the common issue of needing frequent replacements. In essence, they are nearly flawless. This breakthrough addresses the biggest challenge faced by new energy vehicles, as battery replacement is costly and their lifespan is limited. However, the advent of this battery has completely overturned everyone's preconceived notions. A tense test had just concluded when a group of sharply dressed individuals swiftly entered the laboratory. Among them was a man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of success. He hurriedly asked, "At what stage is the test?" Professor Wu handed him the test results and informed him that the test had been completed. As the man took the report, he was astounded by the data before him. The battery's energy storage capacity was an astonishing 23 times greater than the current standard. Though the results seemed almost unbelievable, his trust in the laboratory made him realize the immense business potential. As a senior executive at the company, he immediately recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to dominate the market. With such unparalleled battery life, they could easily outshine all competitors and become the market leader. Traditional gasoline cars would be completely overturned, and even other electric vehicle companies would struggle to keep up. With a battery offering 23 times the range, they could license the technology at a premium, ensuring profitability no matter the cost. The man took a deep breath to steady his excitement and couldn't help but confirm, "Is this real?" Professor Wu nodded, "Yes, it's real. Let me introduce you to the developer of the lithium metal battery, Gao Yang."
Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement.
The man was taken aback once more as he looked at the datasheet, then at Gao Yang, and finally back at Professor Wu. "He is the developer of the battery?" he asked incredulously. Professor Wu confirmed with a nod. The man, struggling to contain his shock, approached Gao Yang and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Ku, representing the automotive group here to discuss cooperation." Gao Yang shook his hand in return. Zhang Ku smiled and said, "Great minds think alike. It's incredible that such a high-performance battery was developed by you. Would you be willing to come to our company for further discussions?" Gao Yang, however, straightforwardly replied, "No time. Let's discuss it here." With that, he headed directly to the meeting room, and Zhang Ku, along with his team, followed closely behind. Professor Li also hurried after them, concerned that Gao Yang might be at a disadvantage. Despite it being his first large-scale business negotiation, Gao Yang remained unflustered. He took the head seat in the meeting room, looked Zhang Ku in the eye, and asked, "How do you propose we collaborate?" Zhang Ku, impressed by Gao Yang's presence, took a seat and replied, "We are interested in an exclusive partnership. We are willing to pay a licensing fee for the lithium metal battery and a royalty for each car sold." Gao Yang shook his head firmly, "No exclusivity."
Zhang Ke frowned, taken aback by Gao Yang's decisiveness.
"An exclusive deal will bring you substantial returns, and the ongoing royalties will be highly lucrative." Zhang Ku attempted to persuade Gao Yang, but the latter remained steadfast. The government has been supporting the development of electric vehicles to achieve technological breakthroughs in the industry. Now is the time for diverse innovation, not for monopolies, Gao Yang stated resolutely. Zhang Ku was somewhat taken aback. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him, feeling a growing sense of admiration. This young man had a unique perspective and stood tall in his convictions. The core technology of traditional fuel vehicles was largely monopolized by large overseas corporations, creating significant technical barriers. As a result, many domestic car brands had to pay hefty patent fees during production. Even when they made a profit, a significant portion had to be handed over as patent fees. In contrast, these overseas giants could live comfortably merely by collecting patent fees, which was a major source of income for companies in high-welfare countries. With the rise of new energy vehicles, Dragon Country had begun to heavily support this sector, hoping to change the status quo. However, as a company representative, Zhang Ku was more concerned with the company's growth. Faced with Gao Yang's proposal, Zhang Ku frowned, seemingly hesitant to accept the terms of an exclusive partnership. The new energy vehicle industry was still in its infancy, with companies vying fiercely for a competitive edge. Competition was essential for progress. A monopoly would only stifle healthy market competition. Gao Yang shook his head, indicating he didn't accept the idea of an exclusive partnership. He proposed a plan where a certain patent fee would be paid initially, but subsequent use of the battery would be free of any additional patent fees. Zhang Ku was astonished and repeated incredulously, "No further patent fees? Even research costs included in the patent fees can be waived." His frown deepened. Under such conditions, negotiating an exclusive partnership became even more challenging. Hesitantly, he asked, "So, what do you think the patent usage fee should be?" Gao Yang shook his head, indicating he didn't know, and asked Zhang Ku to name a price. Zhang Ku felt cornered. Negotiating with this young man was proving to be anything but easy. The value of battery technology was immense, with vast commercial potential. Possessing this technology meant not only dominating the automotive industry, but also having a significant edge in the mobile phone market and all electrical sectors. In the automotive industry, having such battery technology equated to unmatched dominance. No matter the price, it seemed either too high or too low. Too high would mean losses, too low would seem disrespectful, making them look foolish. Yet, he couldn't find any negotiation benchmarks from Gao Yang. Seeing Zhang Ke's indecision, Gao Yang gave him half an hour to think it over and come back with a price. Zhang Ke felt bewildered. This was his first time facing such a tough negotiation. Despite his opponent being young, Gao Yang held the upper hand at every turn, and Zhang Ke couldn't figure him out. He left the meeting room with his team to discuss the price with the higher-ups. Although the discussion time was only half an hour, it was pressing for a commercial negotiation, considering the numerous factors and trade-offs involved. It was nearly impossible to reach a consensus quickly, as all pros and cons needed thorough deliberation. In the reception room, Professor Lee didn't offer Gao Yang any more negotiation advice because Gao Yang didn't care. For him, spending a bit more or less money was inconsequential, as long as it was sufficient to build the lab. This mindset made Gao Yang nearly unbeatable in negotiations, as he always held the initiative. Half an hour later, Zhang Ku re-entered the reception room, stating that their tentative offer was 10 billion. Since it wasn't an exclusive partnership, this was the best they could offer. If it were an exclusive deal, the price could be higher. Gao Yang slightly frowned, noting that 10 billion was no small amount. As a legendary figure in the business world, Gao Yang's business ventures had amassed him a fortune in the tens of billions, allowing him to stand above many business elites with extraordinary poise. The opportunity at hand was within reach, offering him a chance to gain a billion-dollar fortune. Although this amount didn't seem substantial compared to the lithium metal battery technology he proposed, the technology still remained in Gao Yang's hands. They only had the rights to use it, making the billion-dollar deal quite reasonable. This hefty sum was more than enough. He could sell a few more companies in the future, or even set up a lab to live comfortably. Plus, he could continue selling the technology to smartphone manufacturers. Gao Yang didn't bother with the details, simply nodding in agreement to the billion-dollar offer. He said, "I'll have someone draft the contract, and you prepare the payment." Zhang Ku was taken aback, not expecting things to progress so quickly and the price to be set so high. Gao Yang shrugged apologetically, "Sorry, what I mentioned earlier was just an initial figure. The actual price still needs to be negotiated." Despite his furrowed brow, Gao Yang didn't want to waste time explaining further. Losing a little money wasn't a big deal. "How long will it take for you to finalize this deal?" he asked. After a brief pause, Zhang Ke responded, "This will take some time. Both parties need to negotiate a mutually satisfactory price. It can't be decided unilaterally." Seeing Zhang Ke's non-committal response, Gao Yang realized what he was thinking and said calmly, "Perhaps you don't fully understand the current situation yet." Gao Yang was anxious and wasted no time in expressing his needs. He was resolute in his goal to build the lab, leaving no room for doubt. Zhang Ke understood Gao Yang's determination couldn't be ignored, but neither could the company's procedures. He tried to explain the company's processes, but Gao Yang grew impatient. With furrowed brows, Gao Yang felt misunderstood but refused to be bullied. He decisively stood up, determined to take matters into his own hands. Gao Yang firmly presented his price, leaving no room for negotiation. He then turned to Professor Lee with new demands, demonstrating his decisiveness and resolve. Professor Lee consented, indicating his willingness to assist. Without hesitation, Gao Yang left the meeting room, leaving Zhang Ke looking alarmed. Zhang Ke realized that if other manufacturers accepted Gao Yang's terms and updated their battery technology while they did not, the consequences would be disastrous, potentially leading to the company's bankruptcy. He knew other manufacturers were eager for this technology and would undoubtedly accept the high price. This revolutionary battery technology, if utilized properly, could create a company worth a fortune. However, the immediate concern wasn't the technology's value, but the amount of funding required. As the negotiation representative, Zhang Ku would bear significant responsibility if the company ended up paying an additional billion in costs. He hurriedly stood up, trying to stop Gao Yang from leaving, but two guards were already blocking his way, leaving him helpless. Zhang Ke felt a wave of panic. The guard wasn't from the lab? This unexpected situation left him at a loss. Unable to approach Gao Yang, Zhang Ku could only shout, "Mr. Gao, can you give me another chance? Let's talk this over again." However, Gao Yang ignored him, as if he was determined to make a point to everyone else. Zhang Ke watched Gao Yang walk away, then turned anxiously to Professor Wu, asking, "Professor Wu, can you help me persuade him to stay?" Professor Wu frowned, puzzled. "What did you discuss that led to such a fallout? This seems unlikely." Zhang Ke was equally confused. He had only made a tentative offer, as was customary. How did it come to this? "We originally proposed 10 billion, and he agreed at first. Then suddenly, he demanded 20 billion. Professor Wu looked at Zhang Ke intently and said, "He agreed to 10 billion. Why did it change to 20? Are you planning to increase the offer?" Zhang Ke paused, feeling a bit troubled, then suddenly realized something. He remembered Gao Yang had mentioned he didn't have time to waste. It was hard to believe, but that's the way the business world works. 10 billion is a significant amount for most, but for Gao Yang, it might just be pocket change. Hesitantly, Zhang Ke said, "Please help me contact him. I want to discuss this further." Professor Wu shook his head. "I can try to contact him, but I can't guarantee he'll give you another chance." Zhang Ke felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He had been involved in numerous business negotiations, but had never been so forcefully overpowered. Professor Wu called Professor Lee, hoping he could relay the message, but the outcome was predictable. After hanging up, Professor Wu looked at Zhang Ke and said calmly, "There's no chance." Zhang was still unwilling to give up. The future of his research lab was at stake. The funding from the automotive companies supported their research, and now they faced a critical decision. Their research was in jeopardy. They could either continue, but even 10 more years of research might not match the capabilities of lithium metal batteries, or they could stop, leaving the future of the lab uncertain. As they were deep in thought, Gao Yang was seeking advice from Professor Li on the plane. Professor Li patiently explained, if you want to sell your technology, it's best to establish a company first. Negotiations will be smoother between companies. Plus, you won't have to handle everything yourself. For example, in today's situation, if you had a company, the negotiations could proceed at a more measured pace, leaving everything to the company while you just wait for the payment. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, but wasn't confident in running a company. Professor Li, noticing Gao Yang's contemplation, mistakenly thought he lacked funds. Are you short on startup capital? I can lend you some. Initially, a company doesn't need much, just a basic structure. Gao Yang shook his head. No need. I just received a bonus a few days ago. Professor Li instinctively swallowed hard, his heartbeat quickening. The rewards for researchers in the Dragon Kingdom could reach up to 5 million, and 10 million would be double that. Most researchers spend their entire careers without ever coming close to such a massive sum, but he had never received such an amount. Although he was convinced that Gao Yang's research deserved such a reward, he couldn't hide his envy. With the startup funds, he decided to establish a company first. Gao Yang frowned. He knew starting a company was no easy task. The whole process was filled with complexities and challenges. Suddenly, Gao Yang thought of Lao Chang. Wasn't he the perfect candidate? With Lao Chang's help, he could sit back and relax, even delegate everything to him. On the plane, he immediately called Lao Chang. Lao Chang, help me set up a company and handle the finances. Got it? Lao Chang responded without asking many questions or thinking too much, simply acknowledging Gao Yang's request. The short-term goal is to sell the technology usage rights. The first deal should be around several billion. First, find an excellent legal team to draft a contract. On the other end of the line, Lao Chang was puzzled. He was genuinely confused. The last time General Fu brought people to upgrade his factory, he was already perplexed. Now, he was even more confused, thinking he might have misheard several billion. The exact amount is unclear, but approximately several billion, Gao Yang clarified. Lao Chang took a deep breath. Got it. I'll handle it immediately. Give me an account, and I'll transfer 10 million to you as startup funds. After hanging up, Lao Chang pinched his thigh, feeling the pain but still in a daze. His son said he wanted to sell technology for several billion, and then give him 10 million? Even the 1040 project wasn't this aggressive. But recalling past events, Lao Chang roughly understood that his son might have discovered something incredibly powerful. Yet, it still felt like a dream. Until a few minutes later, his phone buzzed with a message notification. 10 million had been deposited. Lao Chang looked at the message and immediately sprang into action. He needed to establish the company and assemble a team to provide logistical support for Gao Yang as quickly as possible. By the time the convoy reached the school, night had already fallen. Gao Yang couldn't wait to start scouting the surrounding area for a suitable location for his lab. The school was situated in a remote area, surrounded by vast stretches of barren land. Ideally, he wanted the lab to be adjacent to the school, with a side gate opening directly to the campus. This would be the perfect setup. With his plan in mind, all that remained was to wait for the funding to come through. In the meantime, Gao Yang decided to continue reading and exploring other potential lucrative opportunities. While Gao Yang was engrossed in the library, major domestic electric vehicle companies began receiving samples of lithium metal batteries. In the electric vehicle industry, the importance of batteries cannot be overstated, which is why every EV manufacturer has dedicated battery research departments. They either collaborate with external research institutions or have their own specialized branches. The lithium metal battery samples were immediately sent to these research facilities, and the battery researchers promptly began testing them. However, they were initially baffled. Lithium metal batteries were considered a conceptual product, deemed impossible to achieve in the short term. It was akin to trying to accelerate an object to the speed of light and crash it into the sun, hoping to cause an explosion. The theory and concept might exist, but who would dare to attempt such a feat? The fact that these lithium metal batteries came from a professor at the Defense Technology University made them take notice. What if it was real? After brief tests, all the researchers were astonished. These batteries not only existed, but also far exceeded their expectations for lithium metal batteries. Their capacity was astounding, over 20 times that of traditional lithium batteries. The charge and discharge efficiency was incredible, capable of withstanding high-voltage charging, and under the right conditions, they could be fully charged in just 1 minute. 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity could power a car for about 800 kilometers. This explosive range, combined with ultra-fast charging and guaranteed safety, left researchers in awe. They couldn't imagine how the introduction of such a battery would render traditional fuel cars obsolete. The automotive companies quickly realized the stakes. If other manufacturers adopted this battery technology and they did not, the consequences would be dire. Almost immediately, the business departments of major car companies sought to contact Gao Yang. 10 billion might seem like a lot, but acquiring the rights to this technology at such a low price was truly a bargain. With this battery, they could unlock global markets and squeeze traditional fuel cars out of existence. Despite the ongoing online hype about the rise of electric vehicles, most people still opted for traditional fuel cars when purchasing a vehicle. However, once this battery hit the market, it would change perceptions entirely, making continued investment in traditional fuel vehicles seem foolish. This battery could genuinely solve the energy problem. Shortly after Lao Chang founded his company and even before he had hired any employees, he received a phone call. "Hello, is this Langtao Group?" "Yes, it is." Chang, from the new energy vehicles business department, received a call about purchasing the patent rights for lithium metal batteries. At first, he didn't quite grasp what was happening, but when he realized it was someone associated with Gao Yang, things started to make sense. Since the company had just been established, they weren't ready to commence operations immediately. He politely asked if the caller could wait a bit. However, the person on the other end seemed very urgent, explaining that their company had already started the project and the design for the next generation of electric vehicles was underway. They urgently needed new battery technology. The caller pointed out that Chang's company, being newly established, might be short-staffed. They suggested that the legal department draft a contract to ensure both parties' interests were protected. They even offered to pay 10 billion upfront as a sign of goodwill. Although Chang was a bit taken aback, he quickly collected himself and proposed drafting the contract first to ensure everything was in order before proceeding further. After the call ended, Chang took a deep breath, splashed some cold water on his face, and tried to calm down. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the situation felt almost surreal to him. Though his face had cooled down, his heart was still racing. He took several deep breaths, preparing to call Gao Yang to confirm the details. Just then, his phone rang again. Answering the call, he heard the voice of Zhang Ku, a middle-aged man, offering 20 billion for the lithium metal battery usage rights. Chang was stunned for a few seconds, but quickly hung up and called Gao Yang. Sensing Chang's anxiety and disbelief, Gao Yang chuckled and clarified that the offer was for the usage rights, not the technology itself. He suggested signing a 10-year non-transferable usage rights contract for 10 billion. The specific details could be handled by lawyers. Given that the company lacked a legal advisor, Gao Yang decided to let the other party draft the contract first, which their lawyer could review before proceeding. He realized that car manufacturers were racing against time. Launching a new model with exceptional range would give them a significant market advantage and potentially trigger a buying frenzy. That urgency explained the other party's haste. After a moment of consideration, Chang asked if the technology could be sold outright. Gao Yang laughed and assured him that the technology was entirely developed by Chang's son, so there was no need to worry. Unlike in the past, when they had to beg for collaborations, Chang's son was now self-sufficient. This realization brought tears of joy to Chang's eyes. All the hardships he had endured seemed to be worth it now that his son had grown up and succeeded. After hanging up, Chang composed himself and started making calls again. Zhang Ke brimmed with confidence, a stark contrast to his previous uncertainty. He felt a surge of new energy. When he received the call, he was a bit anxious. Doubling the original tech cost from 1 billion to 2 billion put his position at risk. Could it really fail? If it did, his job would be in jeopardy. Zhang Ke anxiously watched the phone ring and quickly answered, his voice tinged with unease. "Hello. Why did the call suddenly drop earlier?" Lao Chang maintained his usual friendly demeanor, a habit cultivated over many years, and one that was hard to break. "There was a problem with my phone. It disconnected automatically. Our cooperation is temporarily on hold because our company was just established, and we haven't formed a legal team yet. The contract isn't ready." Before Zhang Ke could respond, Lao Chang continued, "How about your company prepares the contract?" Without hesitation, Zhang Ke agreed, "All right, we'll prepare the contract." After hanging up, Lao Chang immediately started the recruitment process. He received 12 calls in quick succession. No one mentioned the price, nor did anyone want to delay. It was as if they wanted to shove the 20 billion directly into Lao Chang's hands. By the end of the day, contracts worth a total of 130 billion had been signed. Even with Lao Chang's adaptability, he was nearly stunned into numbness by this figure. Once the contracts were signed, the company would instantly possess assets worth billions. Amidst the generous incentives from various car manufacturers, all contracts were signed within a week. A staggering sum of 13 billion yuan flowed like a refreshing stream into the accounts of Langtao Group. Though deeply impressed, Lao Chang remained cautious and promptly began refining the company's operations. With ample funds at his disposal, he wasted no time in hiring talent through headhunters. Despite the higher recruitment costs, the sight of the substantial funds made any hesitation seem unnecessary. Langtao Group also had a powerful tool in their recruitment arsenal: official background checks. Every potential candidate was submitted for rigorous vetting by the authorities, ensuring not only a clean record but also good character. This thorough investigation went beyond resumes, delving deeply into each individual's history, ensuring the new hires were reliable and trustworthy. Moreover, there was the challenge of selecting a location. Establishing a lab near a school was no easy task. However, when Gao Yang proposed this idea, the officials readily agreed. Without spending a dime, they secured a 30-year lease on nearly 100 acres of land. The officials even suggested funding the lab's construction, but Gao Yang politely declined. He knew that disbursing tens of billions would require lengthy governmental approval processes. Furthermore, revealing too much wealth could attract unwanted attention. Gao Yang believed in self-reliance, using their own funds for research to avoid external influences. Once the investment was made, the construction crew arrived on site the very same day. The vast land was quickly leveled, and the foundation work for the buildings began. Even at the fastest pace, the construction would take a month. However, Gao Yang remained patient, immersing himself in reading within the lab. 10 days flew by, and while managing the library, Gao Yang heard the familiar system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 10,000-fold amplification opportunity is fully charged. Unlike before, Gao Yang did not immediately use the amplification opportunity. He decided to continue reading to see if a second charge was possible. After 2 hours, he put down the book and realized the system only allowed a single charge, making it impossible to recharge again. The optimal use of the system, therefore, was to fully charge before utilizing it. As Gao Yang pondered over the possible amplification, Ruo approached briskly, holding a stack of blueprints. These are our preliminary designs for the rocket launcher. Can you review them? She asked. Patiently waiting until Gao Yang set down his book, Ruo handed over the blueprints. Gao Yang quickly scanned them. The new RPG design was evidently based on his ideas and was outstanding. The rocket launcher had a range of 500 meters, and considering the secondary acceleration phase, it was expected to reach about 800 meters. Though this was double the original range, Gao Yang felt it was still insufficient. The primary issue was the efficiency of the electromagnetic rail. With his expertise, the range could be increased several times over. Noticing Gao Yang deep in thought, Ruo remarked, the strength of the electromagnetic launcher can still be improved, but further upgrades might compromise the rocket's stability, potentially causing it to explode within the barrel. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging this was indeed a critical issue to consider. Just like the electromagnetic railguns in Longhua, the current projectiles used are solid rounds. If explosive warheads were used, they might detonate instantly under such a powerful electromagnetic field, something he hadn't considered before. This significantly increases the difficulty of developing the rockets. After quickly reviewing the documents handed over by Ruo, Gao Yang acknowledged their impressive work. You've done a great job. Leave the rest to me. I'll show you the finished product in a couple of days, he said. Ruo was taken aback. Gao Yang headed straight to the lab with the documents. He aimed to refine the rocket, leveraging his own expertise and enhancing the designs of the Flying Skirt Research Group. His improvements would be comprehensive, starting with upgrading the electromagnetic launch tube and ensuring the warhead's safety. By now, Gao Yang was adept at such upgrades. After enhancing sniper rifles and laser guns, his knowledge in electromagnetics and firearms was unparalleled globally. Designing rocket warheads, which share some technology with bullets, though not extensively, was well within his capabilities. It was like an elementary school language teacher also being competent in elementary school math. In just one day, he completed the design. Another day, and the manufacturing was done. The new rocket launcher had an estimated range of 7 kilometers. First, the electromagnetic rail launcher could propel the projectile in a straight line for 5 kilometers. After that, the rocket's fuse would ignite, providing a second stage of acceleration for another 2 kilometers. A 7-kilometer range was almost unbelievable, comparable to artillery. Gao Yang headed to the testing range with the rocket. Testing such a rocket required a large, open outdoor range, something only the prestigious University of Defense Technology could provide. The range was 500 meters long, with a small hill pockmarked with craters from numerous tests. The staff at the range were unfazed by Gao Yang carrying a rocket. Many students in the light weapons engineering program chose to research RPGs. After all, explosions are the ultimate thrill. There had even been times when a dozen students lined up with their rockets for testing. However, Gao Yang's rocket looked peculiar with its 4 supports. These supports, folded against the rocket tube, could be deployed to brace against the ground. It seemed they were meant to counteract recoil. Normally, the rear of a rocket is open, allowing the exhaust to expel from the back of the tube, resulting in minimal recoil. Gao Yang's rocket tube was also open at the back, so why would there be recoil? The staff were curious but said nothing. They had seen many unconventional designs, and these students were more knowledgeable in their field. Gao Yang set up the rocket tube and took a deep breath. Many believe electromagnetic weapons have no recoil. While most do not, electromagnetic rail weapons do. These weapons use electromagnetic forces to launch the projectiles. Gao Yang stood in the desolate valley, his gaze fixed firmly on the distant mountain peak. Passion and determination surged within him as he took a deep breath, feeling the fire in his chest. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The electromagnetic rail emitted a piercing sound, and the rocket shot out like an arrow, slicing through the sky toward the mountain. 300 meters away, the rocket struck the peak with a fierce impact. The fuse ignited instantly, burying deep into the earth. A muffled explosion followed, echoing like a suppressed gasp. Gao Yang's heart surged with elation. He knew that every effort and decision he made would fuel his progress, driving him forward relentlessly. This power filled him with boundless possibilities and hope, inspiring him to constantly push his limits and chase the light of his dreams. The staff watched from the sidelines, torn between laughter and sheer astonishment. They were blown away by the rocket's launch speed. It was absolutely insane. As fast as a bullet, the rocket almost vanished from sight. This rocket was something else entirely. While others might consider a 12.7mm round a high-caliber bullet, Gao Yang treated this rocket like a 120mm super-caliber sniper rifle, definitely unconventional. On the battlefield, this RPG could leave helicopters with nowhere to hide, but its explosive power was so weak it was almost laughable. Gao Yang didn't care about the staff's opinions. If he knew their reactions, he might have laughed. At least the rocket didn't burrow 3 meters underground. At that depth, the pressure on the rocket is immense. Despite such pressure, it still managed to make a sound audible 300 meters away, which was genuinely terrifying. After the test shot, Gao Yang quickly returned to the lab. Ding! System detected that the host has developed a rocket-propelled grenade. Enhancement by a factor of 10,000 is available. Proceed with enhancement? Enhance. Gao Yang seized the opportunity without hesitation. A roulette wheel appeared in front of him. Drawing from his previous experience with power control, Gao Yang confidently approached and spun the wheel. It spun only halfway, landing precisely on the 10,000-fold enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly selecting a 10,000-fold power enhancement for the rocket-propelled grenade. Gao Yang was dumbfounded. It wasn't the range but the power that was enhanced by 10,000 times. This rocket-propelled grenade was now more like a rocket-propelled nuclear bomb. The lab equipment activated again. The materials used to create the rocket were combined and compressed in a special way. The entire manufacturing process accelerated as if an accelerator had been engaged. In just 2 minutes, a launcher and a rocket lay before Gao Yang. The launcher was about a meter long, with a support at the rear to reduce recoil. The front end held a rocket roughly 12 centimeters in diameter, with a sharp tip. Ding! Due to limited lab equipment and materials, the current rocket-propelled grenade's power is only enhanced by a factor of 6,700. Gao Yang was astonished. Though not the full 10,000, 6,700 times was still incredible. Previously designed products in this lab could only be enhanced by a few hundred times at most. What was even more shocking was that this terrifying power didn't rely on nuclear energy. It was purely from explosive materials. As Gao Yang marveled, a flood of memories poured into his mind. The RPG enhancement not only strengthened the rocket warhead, but also reinforced the launcher. The launcher ensured that, under its original electromagnetic strength, the rocket wouldn't prematurely detonate. This required extremely precise control of electromagnetic forces. Next came further enhancement of the rocket's power. The art of combining explosives is like an intricate craft, and humanity has reached its pinnacle in this field. However, in the context of modern knowledge systems, this peak now seems somewhat outdated. It's akin to comparing the power of modern bombs to ancient fireworks. The destructive force no longer relies solely on the quantity of gunpowder, but on the precise ratio of different materials and assembly structures, which has elevated the explosive power to unprecedented levels. This is how we achieve an explosive force over 6,000 times greater. It could even reach 10,000 times, but we're missing some materials, so we've only hit the 6,000 mark. After absorbing all the knowledge, Gao Yang felt a sense of excitement. This new combination was initially intended to prevent the wastage of knowledge, but it unexpectedly brought about surprising results. The first breakthrough was in electromagnetic technology. Although the power increased, the strong electromagnetic fields could cause premature rocket explosions. Therefore, the electromagnetic technology was refined to be more precise, avoiding such mishaps. This advancement can be applied to almost all electromagnetic devices. Next came the rockets. These powerful rockets could even replace missile warheads. They are inexpensive and incredibly potent. You could even place these rockets on an electromagnetic railgun, achieving a range of several hundred kilometers. Combined with their immense power and low cost, they are practically unbeatable. Moreover, the most precious knowledge was the gunpowder formula. This formula can be used in all explosive weapons, even in bullets. Bullets fired with this formula have the power of grenades. On the battlefield, Warriors from Longhua will be unstoppable. No body armor can withstand bullets fired from a handgun. Gao Yang left the lab with high expectations, ready to test the power of this new RPG. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Ruo, who was accompanied by 3 other girls from the research team. They were all surprised to see Gao Yang carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder. "Is this your creation? Your efficiency is unbelievable," one of them exclaimed. Gao Yang glanced at the rocket launcher and smiled. "Kind of. I made some improvements." Ruo stepped forward, examining the rocket launcher closely. "It's so well crafted, and your efficiency is incredible," she marveled. Another girl, holding a rocket, pointed to the tip and said, "This pointed design should make the rocket fly farther. What's the purpose of this frame?" They inspected the 20-pound weapon with fascination, noting how different it was from their original design. Seeing their slightly disappointed expressions, Gao Yang reassured them. "I only made some improvements based on your design. The main component is still the electromagnetic rail launcher." Ruo softly said, "Adding the electromagnetic rail launcher to the rocket was your idea?" Then she changed the subject, asking, "Where are you heading now?" Gao Yang replied, "To the firing range, to test the power of this RPG." Excitement flashed in Ruo's eyes, and those of the others. "Can we come along and watch?" she asked. "Curiosity is a human trait, after all." Gao Yang laughed. "Of course, but you might need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Given your special status, that shouldn't be a problem." And so, the 5 of them headed to the firing range together. At the specialized RPG testing range, the staff remained nearby, their warm gaze directed at Gao Yang. With a smile, one of them asked, "Would you like to conduct a standing target test to improve your shooting accuracy?" Gao Yang shook his head and instead turned his attention to the protective gear at the back of the range, beginning to put on each piece meticulously. The staff member explained with a smile that the gear was mainly to protect against shrapnel from explosions and also to block out external noise. However, at this range of over 300 meters, shrapnel wouldn't pose a significant threat. Gao Yang decided to ask Ruo and the others to wear the protective gear as well, for safety reasons. The staff member promptly handed a set of gear to Gao Yang and quickly donned their own, including safety goggles. Everyone was now fully prepared, waiting for the test to begin. Gao Yang hoisted the RPG onto his shoulder, firmly setting up the stand on the ground to effectively reduce the recoil. He carefully loaded the rocket into the launch tube, took a deep breath, and felt a twinge of nervousness. This weapon's power was no less than that of a laser gun. While a laser gun is easy to use, it has range limitations and can only shoot in a straight line. This rocket, however, could follow a parabolic trajectory with a different launcher, amplifying its power by over 6,000 times. It was truly terrifying. The target range's explosion core was more than 300 meters away from the launch point, equivalent to the length of 3 standard sports fields. The blast shockwave couldn't possibly cover such a distance. Gao Yang calmed himself and gently pressed the launch button. The rocket, propelled by electromagnetism, shot towards the distant mountains, igniting its fuse. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shake. "Is it an earthquake?" a staff member exclaimed. Their eyes widened as they witnessed an unforgettable sight. The mountain, nearly 100 meters high, split open. No, it was blasted apart. Dirt, rocks, trees, and dead grass flew everywhere. A deafening boom followed, almost rupturing their eardrums and numbing their bodies. They were stunned. What just happened? Although they had experienced earthquakes before, this was on another level. Why did the mountain explode? Was Sun Wukong here? The staff and a few female students were equally shocked, their eyes wide open. They saw it clearly. This was the terrifying power of Gao Yang's rocket. They were well versed in the capabilities of various weapons, which made the impact even more shocking. How could such a small rocket unleash such astounding power? A mountain over 100 meters high. Even a missile couldn't achieve such an exaggerated effect. It was almost comparable to a nuclear bomb. Except for the radiation damage, a regular nuclear bomb's actual explosion range and power were about the same. In their shock, they were speechless, forgetting even to exclaim. Gao Yang was equally stunned. He had estimated the rocket's power before, but he had still underestimated it. With the explosion, Gao Yang's heart tightened as he saw the Earth wave. The Earth wave rolled forth, sweeping in all directions, astonishing everyone. Many might think it was just dust kicked up by the wind, but as an expert, he knew the danger it posed. The Earth wave's impact was strong enough to easily knock a person down. Falling was a minor issue. The real danger lay in the stones and debris picked up by the wave, flying around with the force of small-caliber bullets. Gao Yang quickly shouted, "Get down!" The sandbags in front of the launch pad could reduce the Earth wave's damage. However, his shout was drowned out by the explosion, and they couldn't hear him. Gao Yang swiftly kicked 2 guards, urging them to save people, and then rushed towards the nearest female student. He pushed Ruo and another female student to the ground. The 2 guards, snapping out of their panic, also pushed the remaining female students and staff to the ground. Everyone lay flat as the earth wave hit, making a snapping sound. Large chunks of rubble swirled in the fierce wind of the dust storm, crashing against sandbags and the rear wall with loud thuds. The wall, unable to withstand the onslaught, finally gave way and collapsed with a resounding crash. The sound of falling dirt, stones, and small saplings followed, lasting for half a minute before subsiding. Gao Yang shouted, "Is anyone hurt?" He faintly heard someone murmuring. Looking down, he saw a classmate muttering helplessly, "Is this an RPG?" Gao Yang's heart tightened, worried the kid might be in shock. Another female classmate, equally bewildered, asked, "What on earth happened?" Turning his head, Gao Yang saw a staff member standing nearby, grinning foolishly with a crack in his safety goggles. Clearly, he had been hit by debris. If not for the goggles, the outcome could have been disastrous. Two guards stood up and positioned themselves beside Gao Yang, their faces still bearing signs of shock. Beyond the collapsed wall, over 20 disheveled guards were now visible, having been hidden by the wall before. Some were injured, and all looked bewildered, not understanding what had just transpired. Gao Yang gazed in the direction of the once 100-meter-high mountain, which had been used for testing more powerful weapons and had remained intact for years. Now, not only was the mountain gone, but a deep crater had taken its place. Yet, there was not much dirt or stone on the ground. Where had it all gone? Instinctively, Gao Yang looked up and saw a dark mass of debris and dirt pouring down from the sky in the distance. That direction seemed to point toward the school. At the school, students and teachers had rushed out of the buildings, running to open areas as they felt the buildings shake, followed by deafening explosions. This was supposed to be a plane. How could there be an earthquake here? Quickly, they checked the news to see if there were aftershocks elsewhere. What exactly was happening? Earthquake and thunder. The ground splitting open? This was different from the earthquakes I experienced in Sichuan and Chongqing, which just shook for a while. Oh no, who threw that rock? It almost hit me. Oh my, there's dirt and grass too. Amidst the exclamations, someone looked up and shouted, "There are so many rocks falling from the sky. Could it be a stone rain?" Everyone looked up in horror and began to dodge, but those who ran too slowly were soon covered in dirt and stones. Confusion followed, with someone asking, "Teacher, what happened?" The teachers were just as baffled, encountering such a situation for the first time. As the dust settled, the school's administration sprang into action, immediately launching an investigation. The results showed that there had been no earthquake in the surrounding area. Principal Gawong sat in the conference room, waiting for answers when his phone rang. He picked it up, intending to hang up. He just wanted to escape from everything. But as he was about to turn off his phone, he saw the caller ID, Gao Yang. Gao Yang answered the phone with immense excitement, as there was nothing more important to him at that moment. Principal Gawong's voice softened with concern as he asked, "Are you okay?" Gao Yang almost shouted in response, "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. I need to tell you. I just blew up the mountain at the shooting range." Principal Gawong was stunned on the other end of the line. Everyone in the meeting room turned their heads, having overheard the conversation. A terrifying question crept into their minds. Could the mountain at the shooting range really have been blown up? Could the flying rocks and dirt have come from the shooting range? But how is that possible? The shooting range was a kilometer away from the school. What kind of bomb could send debris such a long distance? Could it be a nuclear bomb? Seeing the curious looks of everyone around him, Principal Gawong gestured for silence and then asked loudly, "What kind of bomb did you use? Are you sure you're okay?"
Gao Yang replied, "I'm fine."
"I just used an RPG." "An RPG?" Principal Gawong repeated incredulously. "An RPG could send rocks flying all the way to the school?" Gao Yang explained, "I made some modifications to the RPG. Its power was somewhat enhanced." Still finding it hard to believe, Principal Gawong decided to check the situation himself. "I'm coming over right now. Are you still at the shooting range?" Confirming that Gao Yang was indeed at the firing range, Principal Gawong put down his phone and glanced at the bewildered expressions of the school executives. It seemed they'd found the reason. Gao Yang had used an enhanced RPG to blow up the mountain at the range. Though the school executives hadn't caught Gao Yang's words over the phone, their furrowed brows spoke volumes. "Principal Gawong, if there's something you can't tell us, just say so. Don't treat us like fools. It's quite disrespectful." They were clearly frustrated. Principal Gawong himself was baffled. How could an RPG blast soil from the mountain so far away? He couldn't believe it, so he decided to check the scene in person. "Anyone else want to come along?" Nearly the entire school executive team stood up in unison, their curiosity piqued. The group quickly made their way to the firing range. Along the way, the school's roads were littered with fragments of soil, stones, and even some dried grass and saplings. Principal Gawong was taken aback. The mountain at the firing range was 2 kilometers away. Even bullets from many guns couldn't reach that distance. How could an RPG have such terrifying power? And there seemed to be an excessive amount of soil and rubble on the ground. Just how much of the mountain had Gao Yang blasted away? Had he leveled the entire mountain? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the convoy exited the school grounds. The open space between the school and the firing range was strewn with large chunks of soil, some as big as a meter square. Rocks had created craters in the ground, and the closer they got to the range, the more soil there was. Principal gone, the school executives, and even the driver were all stunned by what they saw. The mud rain in the school was nothing compared to the scene before them. As they looked towards the firing range, everyone's eyes widened. They were very familiar with the range, often organizing assessments and ceremonies there. The mountain that was once visible from the school had suddenly vanished. The range looked strange without the mountain. Principal Gone opened his mouth in a daze. Where's my mountain? He had thought Gao Yang had only blown up part of the mountain, but now he realized the situation was far more bizarre than he'd imagined. 100-meter-high mountain, once a defining feature of the range, had completely disappeared. How was that possible? Had he used a nuclear bomb? The school executives were equally bewildered. What was going on? Their minds struggled to process the scene. Could it really have been a nuclear bomb? And even then, could it have this much power? The driver was nervously driving, shaking with fear. When the convoy finally arrived at the range, the scene was chaotic. People from nearby ranges had already been evacuated, and the sudden blast had left many in shock and panic. There were some injuries, but thankfully they were all minor. Security personnel were tending to the injured and calming those who were frightened. As the convoy stopped and the school executives got out, they were still in a daze. From afar, the mountain was gone. Up close, even the base of the mountain was missing, replaced by a massive crater. Principal Gone quickly walked to the edge of the crater, turned around in disbelief, and looked at Gao Yang. RPG? Gao Yang picked up the rocket launcher. This one? Principal Gone was bewildered. What kind of warhead? My custom warhead, a standard one. Standard? Principal Gone felt his throat dry up as he spoke. How could conventional weapons cause such massive destruction? A mountain peak had vanished, leaving behind a bottomless pit. What kind of terrifying power was this? Principal Gone furrowed his brow, contemplating the immense impact of the explosion. However, he realized that the blast's damage range was unusually limited, mainly resulting from the debris caused by the mountain's collapse. By normal logic, such a powerful blast should have covered at least 1 to 2 kilometers, if not more. Gone couldn't help but wonder what kind of force was at play here. He recalled that his rocket launcher was equipped with an electromagnetic rail launcher, capable of reaching up to 10 kilometers. During testing, the rocket had struck the mountain directly, leading to his sudden realization. The mountain had absorbed the explosion's energy. He suddenly felt that the mountain's disappearance might not be entirely bad. If such a massive amount of energy had been detonated on the ground, everything within a 2-kilometer radius would have been obliterated, including Gao Yang. The entire school could have been destroyed. Principal Gone glared at Gao Yang, filled with anger. Such a reckless test was too dangerous. If not for the mountain, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, he ultimately spoke in a gentle tone. For any future tests like this, make sure to prepare thoroughly and inform me in advance. Gao Yang nodded silently, learning from the lesson. Although he had made some preparations, he hadn't anticipated such immense power. If he had known the terrifying outcome, he would never have conducted the test there. Principal Gone, still shaken, decided to erect a monument to commemorate the event, remarking, "If not for this mountain, we might no longer exist." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Answering the call, he learned that the Seismological Bureau had detected an explosion in the vicinity of the National Defense Technology University, triggering a minor earthquake. Gone understood that it was the result of the school's weapons test. The Bureau staff revealed that the observed explosion yield was about 10 kilotons. He decided to withhold information about the explosion for now, disclosing only the earthquake, and report the matter for further decision-making. After hanging up, Principal Gone faced the school's senior staff, pondering the next steps. The staff were bewildered, aware of Gao Yang's existence and unorthodox methods, but never expecting something this extreme. They dared not ask too many questions, knowing that conventional weapons couldn't cause such horrific damage unless a large amount of explosives were used. Seeing their confused expressions, Principal Gone instructed, "Return to the school, reassure the students, clean up the site, and quickly contain the situation. Ensure that students don't spread information online, and delete any posts that have been made to minimize the impact. Contact the construction team to clear the debris around the target range." The senior staff nodded and left, eager to quell the crisis. Principal Gone rubbed his temples, preparing to communicate with the relevant authorities. After making several phone calls, Principal Gone's head began to ache. Each call required him to patiently explain the situation, but it seemed the other party was always somewhat skeptical. This doubt left him feeling a bit frustrated. So, he turned to Gao Yang and asked, "Are you sure we're using the RPG?" Principal Gone noticed Gao Yang's shocked expression and nodded again, indicating that another test would be arranged. He turned to look at the large crater caused by the explosion, shuddering as he realized the gravity of the situation. He decided to arrange for Gao Yang to conduct the test in the desert. Although it seemed somewhat unconventional, as deserts are typically used for testing explosive devices, Principal Gawong was determined. He was filled with anticipation for the subsequent tests because, while he had seen the explosion's effect, he wasn't clear about its specific power. Principal Gawong said seriously to Gao Yang, "You should go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll handle things here." Gao Yang wanted to argue, but Principal Gawong waved him off. He knew that being in close proximity to such a powerful explosion could have effects, even if Gao Yang felt fine. Others also needed to be sent to the hospital for examination. Gao Yang looked at Ruo and the others, who were still in a daze and being supported by the guards, and felt a headache coming on. Although he was mentally prepared, the others might have been terrified. Even though they were only temporarily stunned, they still needed a checkup. The guards helped Ruo and the others into a vehicle and sent them directly to the hospital. Gao Yang also went along for a checkup. After the examination, Gao Yang was found to be in perfect health, while Ruo and the others were diagnosed with shock and given some calming medication. By the time they left the hospital, everyone had mostly recovered. Although their faces were a bit pale, there were no major issues. However, whenever Gao Yang looked at them, there was still a hint of fear in their eyes. He guessed that after this incident, their usual curiosity might be somewhat tempered. At the firing range, military technicians quickly arrived on the scene and began collecting data. They first measured radiation levels, considering the intensity of the explosion, and almost everyone suspected it was a nuclear blast. However, tests revealed no radiation. They then measured the size and depth of the crater and other parameters to create a model and restore the original appearance of the mountain. The model even showed the landing points of large amounts of displaced soil. Based on this information, they calculated the explosion's yield. Military officials gathered around the computer, working closely together, both excited and tense. They were thrilled by the emergence of such an explosive device, as it would significantly enhance national defense capabilities, but also worried about potential mishaps. In the video, Gao Yang and several female classmates entered the firing range and donned protective gear. From this process, it was evident that Gao Yang understood the enormous power of the upcoming test. Although the protective gear looked somewhat cumbersome, the only truly effective protection might have been the earplugs. Without earplugs, the immense sound of the explosion would have damaged everyone's eardrums at the firing range. Once the gear was on, the test began. The mountainside collapsed instantly. The military officials fell silent. After a moment, someone asked in disbelief, "Could this video be edited? To achieve this level of power, a nuclear bomb shouldn't be this small, right?" Just then, a technician from afar came running over, a shocked expression on his face, and reported, "Based on the site measurements, the explosive yield exceeds 15,000 tons." The military personnel were momentarily speechless. 15,000 tons of TNT equivalent? That's roughly the weight of a small boy. However, this small boy refers to a nuclear weapon, and this bomb only causes pure explosive damage without any additional destruction. Although its overall lethality doesn't match that of a nuclear weapon, the bomb's power is still astonishing. It's mind-boggling to think that such a small device could pack such terrifying explosive force. More importantly, while using nuclear weapons in actual combat would lead to severe consequences, this bomb can be deployed easily, carrying significant strategic value. Yet, for most people, it's hard to imagine that conventional weapons could possess such immense destructive power. Some people suddenly expressed doubt, claiming it was impossible, absolutely impossible, that such an explosive could have such terrifying power. The person making these statements was a top professor from the Institute of Defense Science and Technology. He had long been focused on the study of various explosives and had proposed many bomb formulas. Now, however, he was deeply doubting himself. Technicians shook their heads, indicating that no traces of explosives were found at the scene. If there had been a large amount of explosives, there should at least be a strong odor, but none was detected. This means that the amount of explosives was minimal, or that unconventional explosives were used. The professor couldn't help but ask, "What about the researchers?" Principal Gawong noticed the professor's agitation. In such a situation, anyone would feel agitated, as their understanding had been completely overturned. Especially for those dedicated to this field of research, being suddenly questioned like this might make them doubt their entire life's work. The person responsible for researching the anti-tank missile had already gone to the hospital for a checkup, as he was very close to the explosion point, and people were concerned he might have internal injuries. Everyone on site was tense. After all, Gao Yang absolutely couldn't afford to have anything happen to him. Just as they were worrying, Principal Gawong's phone rang. It was a call from Gao Yang. He had returned to the university and completed a full-body checkup, and everything was fine. Everyone else was also okay. This news allowed Principal Gawong to breathe a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone, he informed everyone present that Gao Yang had completed his checkup and was in good health. Principal Gon felt the hopeful gazes of the crowd turning towards him. He knew these people were eager to see Gao Yang. However, Gao Yang wasn't so easily accessible, at least not to those present. Aside from the researchers from the Defense Science Academy, the rest were staff members who had come to collect data on the spot. They would just have to wait. In less than half an hour, military personnel on site reported all information, and a large number of troop carriers arrived at the National Defense University, putting the entire school under military control in an instant. The students adapted quickly to the situation, as many of them had effectively enlisted upon enrollment. This military control was to prepare for the arrival of more important figures. In less than 2 hours, numerous helicopters began to arrive, carrying high-ranking officers from major military districts across the country. They first traveled by plane to the nearest airport, and then transferred to helicopters to reach the university. Upon receiving the message, he rushed to the scene, his brows furrowed in concern. The news was simply staggering. According to the current data, the core lethal zone of a bomb with a yield of 15,000 tons could reach up to 2 kilometers, leaving no survivors within its radius. Even more astonishing was that such a powerful bomb was so small in size. In comparison, conventional missile warheads can only cover a diameter of 200 meters, making them pale in comparison. This could be described as an improved version of a bunker buster, capable of easily penetrating multiple high-rise buildings and withstanding the explosion. If this unknown bomb were deployed underground, the consequences would be catastrophic, gradually rendering other explosives obsolete. The significance of this breakthrough cannot be overstated and requires full attention. High-ranking officials adorned with 3 stars entered the campus, accompanied by others with 2 or 3 stars. The students were both shocked and puzzled. Such high-ranking officials are rare, so why had they all suddenly gathered here? Principal Gon urgently called Gao Yang, but at that moment, Gao Yang was in the laboratory, deeply engrossed in crafting new rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs. The only RPG they had previously was already used, and for further testing, he needed to manufacture more. When he answered the phone, Gao Yang bluntly said, "I'm really busy right now. What's up?" Principal Gon hurriedly replied, "The military is very interested in your RPG research. They are already at the school." Gao Yang couldn't afford to leave his work unattended, knowing the scattered gunpowder could pose a danger. "I'm stuck in the lab and can't come out. Take them to see the crater first," he said, and then abruptly hung up. Principal Gon, under the scrutiny of a group of important figures, nervously said, "Gao Yang is currently very busy and can't meet with you right now. Let me take you to see the crater?" One of the key figures immediately responded, "We already saw it from the helicopter. Where is he now? We will wait for him." Despite their eagerness, the generals appeared composed once they arrived on campus, understanding that someone involved in research wouldn't easily abandon their work. Waiting was no issue. The dignitaries gathered outside the laboratory, patiently waiting. Gao Yang's guards, stationed at the lab entrance, felt an immense pressure like a mountain on their shoulders. Despite the tension, they also felt a hint of pride. Even with high-ranking officials present, they couldn't allow anyone inside. No matter how many important people were waiting, their duty was to stand firm. However, as time passed, more and more people arrived. The absurdity was that the longer they waited, the more people showed up. Those who came in the afternoon were still waiting at 6:30 in the evening. The silent atmosphere added to the pressure. Principal Gon felt it too. Facing dozens of dignitaries, he hesitantly suggested, "Why don't you have dinner first and wait a bit longer?" The key figures at the front, with stern expressions, merely glanced at Principal Gon. "Has he eaten in the lab?" Principal Gon was speechless, his admiration and guilt for Gao Yang's dedication since the afternoon growing. He resolved to find a life coach for Gao Yang. Staying up late and skipping meals was detrimental to his health. Inside the lab, Gao Yang had long forgotten about the people waiting outside. He was enjoying a self-heating hot pot while monitoring the running equipment. One piece of equipment was grinding bullets. Gao Yang wasn't just making RPGs. He was also crafting some bullets. Initially, he considered making handgun bullets but worried about the short range and potential self-injury, so he switched to sniper bullets. These sniper bullets contained high explosives, designed to detonate only upon hitting a hard object, making them extremely safe. The silver bullet heads, once polished, were smooth and flawless, with small holes at the front for filling explosives. This task required meticulous precision, taking even longer than making RPGs. However, Gao Yang was filled with anticipation. The allure of such a weapon was undeniable. In combat, a single bullet hitting its target would cause an explosion, powerful enough to penetrate heavy armor and send the enemy flying in an instant. After a busy day, Gao Yang finally remembered the phone call from the afternoon. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already 11 p.m., and the call at 3:30 p.m. had been from Principal Gon. He immediately called back, and on the other end, Principal Gon's somewhat muffled voice asked where Gao Yang was. Rushing to the lab entrance, Gao Yang saw a row of generals standing neatly, most of them high-ranking 3-star officers. He was taken aback. Had these people really been waiting for him in the cold for so long? "Principal Gon, wearing too little, had a red nose from the cold. Suddenly, General Zhou broke the silence. You must be hungry from waiting. Let's go to the cafeteria and grab something to eat. While research is important, your health is crucial. After all, there will be plenty of time for research in the future. Gao Yang nodded and replied, I had a self-heating hot pot in the lab. It wasn't bad. Principal Gon almost burst out laughing. So many people had gathered here for him, only to find out he had already eaten hot pot. General Zhou was also a bit surprised but then laughed and changed the topic. What kind of explosives did you use to blast the mountain? I used gunpowder, just a different formula from the usual, Gao Yang replied. A researcher sitting on a chair suddenly stood up and walked over to Gao Yang, excitedly saying, That's impossible. Even with a different formula, gunpowder can't produce such a terrifying amount of power. The total energy is limited. How could it release more energy? Gao Yang didn't answer immediately because the question was quite complex, and a simple discussion here might take until dawn. So, what do you think I used in my rockets? Gao Yang suddenly asked, catching the professor off guard. The professor couldn't answer, as theoretically, he couldn't find an explanation. Gao Yang turned to General Zhou. Let's go eat first. We can continue our discussion over dinner. General Zhou nodded, and the group headed to the cafeteria. The head chef in the cafeteria was working overtime, preparing food for the group. Gao Yang joined them and sat at a table with the high-ranking officers, enjoying the meal and chatting. General Zhou asked, Was the mountain destroyed by rockets? Gao Yang nodded, Yes, I recently developed this kind of explosive. The control over its power isn't precise yet. According to my calculations, the absolute lethal range after the explosion should be around 2 kilometers, and within 5 kilometers, there would be a strong blast impact, causing damage. General Zhou frowned. This needs further testing. We need to find a launcher that can cover a 5-kilometer range or directly mount the rockets on missile warheads. Gao Yang calmly replied, I've already solved that problem. Gao Yang smiled proudly and said, My rocket launcher has a range of 10 kilometers. Around the dining table, everyone turned to look at Gao Yang, astonished by his claim. Typically, rocket launchers have a range of only a few hundred meters, but 10 kilometers was unheard of. Such an extended range and massive destructive power made the weapon seem invincible. Gao Yang then produced a bullet, explaining that today's focus was on this new gadget, a detonating sniper round. While the exact explosive power was still unknown, it needed to be tested. General Zhou took the bullet, his face showing surprise as he asked, A bullet that explodes? How powerful is it? At least as powerful as a high-explosive grenade, right? The mess hall fell silent as everyone around them listened intently to the conversation. Hearing this, they could hardly believe their ears. A high-explosive grenade has a blast radius of about 12 meters. If this bullet were fired from a gun, even missing by 10 meters would be lethal. General Zhou had an intimate understanding of Gao Yang, which filled him with confidence and decisiveness. Much like a sniper rifle equipped with high-explosive rounds was his trusty weapon. He thought to himself, just one shot and the enemy would vanish without a trace. According to the statistics on sacrifices from the bald eagles, in a significant large-scale battle, no bald eagle would fall. This notion made General Zhou eager to personally test these powerful weapons. However, it was already late at night, and dragging Gao Yang out for a test didn't seem appropriate. After hurriedly eating a few mouthfuls of food, General Zhou suggested, We need to arrange the test as soon as possible. Given the incredible power of these weapons, I believe the desert would be the most suitable place for testing. What do you think, old Zhong? An older general nodded in agreement. Yes, the conditions there are excellent, and we can test anytime. Another general, however, reminded them, But it's too late now, and Gao Yang needs rest. Indeed, rest is crucial for everyone. During the conversation, the generals all turned their gaze towards Gao Yang. At first, Gao Yang didn't understand their intentions, but then he realized they were urging him. They were ready to start the test anytime but were concerned about his rest. Gao Yang, however, was only thinking about his need to rest and hadn't considered his own eagerness to participate in the test. He straightforwardly said, I can rest in the car. Immediately, the dining hall was filled with the sound of people hastily finishing their meals. Everyone seemed to be eating at double speed. It turned out they had all been eavesdropping on the conversation. Some were already on the phone, preparing the weapon testing site to the standards of a nuclear test. The airport was also ready, with a plane scheduled to arrive in an hour. The number of people involved in the test, including the security personnel, around 300. After a few phone calls, all the arrangements were in place. In just 2 minutes, everyone had finished their meals and eagerly looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang had only eaten half of his food. Seeing everyone's gazes, he picked up his bowl and told the cafeteria lady, I'll bring the bowl back later. The lady quickly replied, No need to return it. Everyone escorted Gao Yang to the parking area. Gao Yang continued eating while walking, finishing his meal by the time he reached the car. The generals were quite surprised. He can eat while walking? Gao Yang was equally puzzled. Can't you? General Zhou had already opened the car door and said, "Enough talk, get in and let's go." They first went to the laboratory to pick up 6 rockets, then headed to the nearest military airport. In the dead of night, the convoy of military vehicles formed a long, snaking line, with troop carriers leading the way and tanks providing escort, a spectacular sight. Gao Yang took a nap in the car, continued sleeping on the plane, and once again in the car after they landed. He only fully woke up when they entered the desert, wrapped in a blanket, gazing at the sunrise and the endless yellow sand outside the window. He asked in amazement, "We're already in the desert?" Sitting next to him was General Zhou, who asked, "Is this your first time in the desert?" Gao Yang adjusted his blanket, feeling the desert atmosphere, and replied, "Yes, it's my first time." He realized that if he didn't seize this opportunity, he might have to go overseas to experience a desert in the future. Over the years, desert greening efforts had been increasingly successful, and in a few years, this place might no longer be a desert. The convoy continued forward, and as the sun rose, the temperature gradually increased. By the time they reached a small base in the desert, it was already 9 a.m. Everyone got out of the vehicles and walked into the base, discovering a spacious and bright observation room filled with various screens on the walls, specifically designed for the tests. Behind the screens, numerous technicians were busily operating various observation equipment, with satellite real-time images flickering on the displays. This area captured the full scope of satellite observation. Drones in the sky were also working hard to capture clear footage of the explosion site. It was evident that this was a specialized testing ground for weapon potency, equipped with a full array of professional gear. General Zhong pointed to the distance and said, "There are a total of 3 explosion points. The first 2 are for direct testing within the area to assess the range and power of the explosions. The last one is for long-range attack trials." Gao Yang immediately communicated with the technicians, guiding them on how to detonate the warheads. The technicians then carried the rockets to the explosion site to prepare for detonation. This process took some time, and a group of people turned to look at Gao Yang, suggesting they test the bullet first. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, eager to try the sniper bullet. He then asked, "Do we have a sniper rifle here?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, General Zhong smiled and led Gao Yang to the testing area. Testing the sniper rifle didn't require much preparation. A vehicle drove a kilometer away and set up a metal target. Gao Yang loaded the bullet, and the technicians adjusted the rifle's position while everyone else stepped back. Gao Yang decided to proceed cautiously and pressed the remote shooting button. Bang! The bullet shot out of the barrel, heading straight into the distance. Everyone quickly grabbed their binoculars to observe, but the target remained unscathed as the bullet hit a distant sand dune instead. Bang! Sand flew everywhere. Due to the long distance, the automatic shooting system struggled to hit the target accurately. However, this slight miss also confirmed the bullet's safety. Gao Yang stepped forward, took the sniper rifle, and indicated that he would take the shot himself. The others watched him with smiles. Gao Yang lay on the ground, striving to aim at the distant target. Despite its large and sturdy size, Gao Yang requested, "Sir, do we have a bigger target?" The previously serious atmosphere suddenly lightened, with some even chuckling, thinking Gao Yang wanted a bigger target because he couldn't aim properly. Nonetheless, General Zhong agreed and asked, "How about 2 meters high and 5 meters long?" Gao Yang nodded in approval. General Zhong smiled and used a walkie-talkie to direct an armored vehicle towards the target. The vehicle stopped not far from the target, and the soldiers quickly disembarked and ran away. Gao Yang looked at the distant armored vehicle, puzzled, and asked, "Are we using the armored vehicle as the target? What if it gets damaged?" Seeing Gao Yang's hesitation, General Zhong laughed and explained, "This is a special test. Don't worry about damaging the vehicle. Its outer armor is robust and bulletproof. Your high-explosive bullet might just flip it over, but it won't destroy it." Gao Yang was a bit surprised by this, but General Zhong continued, "This is the latest model, incorporating many advanced technologies. During tests, we even detonate grenades underneath it, and it remains unscathed." Reassured, Gao Yang lay back down, fully focused on aiming at the 2-meter-high armored vehicle. From a kilometer away, he pulled the trigger. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted, causing a cloud of dust to rise, but the target remained unscathed. General Zhou felt a surge of anxiety and walked straight to Gao Yang's side. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to stay calm and composed. Gao Yang, well aware of General Zhou's marksmanship, listened intently to his advice and slowed his breathing. General Zhou continued to instruct, "After adjusting your aim, pay attention to the wind speed and the bullet's drop angle." Gao Yang waited anxiously, but General Zhou offered no further explanation on the adjustments. Instead, he simply said, "It's all right, just follow my lead." General Zhou made minor adjustments to the rifle's scope, carefully set the angle, steadied himself, and aimed directly at the target. Under the adjustments of the expert, the massive body of the tank became an easy target. Gao Yang only needed to aim lightly and pull the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the tank in the crosshairs was hit. The ensuing explosion was deafening. The tank in the distance was directly blasted away, sliding several meters. A 1-meter diameter, half-meter deep dent appeared at the door, and the surrounding ground instantly collapsed. All the generals were dumbfounded, clearly seeing through their binoculars that the tank was almost flattened. What used to be a two-seater vehicle was now reduced to one, with the front and rear sections crushed and protruding, and a terrifying dent in the middle. Although the bullet couldn't penetrate the tank's special material, the explosion's power easily destroyed it. This tank, once touted as invincible in defense, had been obliterated. General Zhong put down his binoculars, puzzled. How did he ever think of using a tank to shoot at Gao Yang? How could a high-explosive grenade cause such massive destruction? If they had used a self-propelled artillery, maybe they could achieve this kind of effect. General Zhong was a bit excited, wondering if the bullet's power was really equivalent to a high-explosive grenade. Gao Yang was also somewhat unsettled. This was his first time making such a bullet, and he had only estimated its power based on the amount of gunpowder, thinking it might be comparable to a high-explosive grenade. General Zhong took a deep breath, thinking, comparable? This is beyond comparison. But now wasn't the time to ponder over the tank. A single bullet with the power equivalent to a high-explosive grenade, or even a self-propelled artillery shell, was on a whole different level. Calming down, General Zhong turned to the technicians and said, "Prepare the testing equipment immediately." "Yes, sir." The technicians took a large amount of equipment to a location 1 kilometer away and set up various specialized devices. This time, General Zhou would be the one to fire the shot. Standing a kilometer away, General Zhou made no unnecessary movements and simply pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the half-meter diameter metal target vanished from everyone's sight. The surrounding mannequins were instantly blown away as well. The technicians quickly checked the site, and moments later, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. The bullet exploded upon hitting the target, shattering the metal into fragments that embedded into the sand dunes. All mannequins within the explosion range were lethally impacted. Everyone's eyes turned to Gao Yang, each with different emotions. The lethal range of a high-explosive grenade was at most 15 meters, while Gao Yang's bullet had a lethal range reaching 35 meters. And within this 35-meter range, the damage was fatal. This bullet could practically be used as artillery. The typical lethal range of self-propelled artillery was 35 meters as well. Using this gun against humans would be a waste, but equipping it to special operations teams for attacking enemy positions would be incredibly effective. A single bullet could destroy a whole position. It was definitely a valuable asset. After all, special operations teams could easily infiltrate enemy territory, and carrying artillery was extremely challenging. Therefore, special operations teams were previously only used for missions like assassination. A single bullet, carrying hope and power, streaked across the sky like a shooting star, illuminating everyone's eyes. This weapon was nothing short of a magical wand, leaving everyone in awe. In the next experiment, they chose a heavily damaged tank for testing. 3 bullets hit the target, twisting and deforming the tank until only a mangled iron skeleton remained. This was a true test of combat. Each shot sent a shiver down the spines of the generals present. A sniper rifle rivaling a self-propelled artillery? It was almost unbelievable. After the final bullet, General Gao Yang paused, wanting to remember this moment. With the bullet test concluded, everyone returned to the room, awaiting the next round of rocket tests. Coming in from the scorching heat to an air-conditioned room felt instantly refreshing. Gao Yang sipped on cold water while listening to General Zhong inquire about the progress of the rocket deployment. The walkie-talkie crackled with the soldiers' response, "In progress." General Zhong glanced at Gao Yang and continued giving orders. "Once the setup is complete, retreat to 5 kilometers away, maintain a safety distance of 15 kilometers, then fall back to 20 kilometers. Remember to use sandbags and tanks to create cover. Then, we just wait." Despite the tedious wait, no one in the room showed impatience. They were filled with anticipation and excitement. If not for the astonishing power of the bullet test earlier, they might not have been so eager for this moment. But now, knowing the terrifying power of a tiny bullet, they couldn't help but wonder about the rockets. Half an hour passed, and a soldier's report came through. "Test Site 1 is ready, the detonation device is set, and all personnel have evacuated." Ready for detonation? General Zhong looked at Gao Yang, signaling him to give the order. Without hesitation, Gao Yang said, "Detonate," and turned to watch the monitors. The screens showed a dramatic change. On the desert ground, a tan-colored sphere suddenly appeared. From an aerial view, the tan sphere rapidly expanded outward. Another screen displayed the blast wave at the moment of explosion, a blinding yellow flash, followed by a signal cut. Then came the second target and the third. These targets represented the blast's destructive range. Every 100 meters was another target. In just 3 seconds, under everyone's anxious and excited gaze, 26 targets were obliterated. This meant the blast range reached 2.6 kilometers, surpassing expectations. Next came the terrifying shockwave. Sand on the ground was lifted and flung in all directions, each grain carrying immense power, akin to iron shot from a blunderbuss. The shockwave extended up to 5 kilometers before gradually subsiding. The room erupted in astonished exclamations. A group of experts was left stunned. The sheer power of this thing is absolutely terrifying. Could this level of destruction really be caused by a rocket with just a 120mm caliber? It's practically a mini nuke. The technician, Mouth Agape, began to report the data recorded by the on-site equipment. At the moment of the explosion, there was a massive shockwave and blast wind. The wind speed reached 400 meters per second, equivalent to 10 times that of a Category 12 typhoon. The supersonic wind obliterated all obstacles within a 1-kilometer radius. Concrete pillars were demolished, indicating that within this 1-kilometer range, no buildings or vehicles could withstand the terrifying shockwave. Within the 1 to 2.5-kilometer range, some pillars survived, but all vehicles were destroyed. This zone was still an absolute kill zone. Survival would be impossible unless one took cover underground. From 2 to 5 kilometers, the blast wind and wind speed remained over 50 meters per second, still capable of causing significant damage. The technician's voice trembled, stating that although this wasn't a nuclear bomb, its power was comparable to one. It was unbelievable. The general and researchers on site listened to the report, all eyes turning to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was meticulously examining the detailed data of the explosion. After reviewing all the equipment data, he frowned deeply. General Zhong, who had been extremely excited, noticed Gao Yang's expression and asked, puzzled, "Is there something wrong with the data?" Gao Yang nodded. "Based on my calculations after yesterday's test, the explosion's power shouldn't be this small." All the excited generals looked at Gao Yang in shock. This was considered small? A group of people stared at Gao Yang in stunned silence. Gao Yang, holding the data, frowned. After yesterday's unexpected test, he had performed repeated calculations. To his surprise, the results didn't match the test outcomes. According to the reverse engineering from yesterday, the rocket's power should have increased by about 1/3. Why was there such a discrepancy? Gao Yang was indecisive, but then a thought struck him. Normally, the rocket is launched, but this time it was detonated in place. Gao Yang suddenly looked up and suggested to General Zhong that they conduct a second test, this time launching the rocket. All right, General Zhong agreed without hesitation and immediately ordered the team to prepare for the launch. The rocket had a range of 10 kilometers, and the previous test had a damage radius of up to 5 kilometers, so the test personnel were generally safe. Even so, defensive structures were set up in front of the testing personnel. Below the defensive structures, there was an underground space to ensure their safety. The test personnel took their positions, shouldered the rocket launcher, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A powerful recoil followed, but fortunately, the stand supported the launcher, preventing it from flying out of control. The rocket shot out and disappeared from sight in an instant, traveling at a speed comparable to a supersonic bullet. The next moment, the test personnel felt the ground tremble, and the sand beneath their feet shook. They quickly retreated to the underground space. In the observation room, technicians monitored the test progress through their reports. The explosion point deviated by 60 meters, a significant error. For other rocket launchers, a 60-meter deviation would mean almost no damage, but for this one, even a 600-meter deviation would still cause immense destruction. The explosion's power spread outwards, and the terrifying shockwave rapidly obliterated everything around it. The entire observation room fell silent as everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen. This explosion was more powerful than the previous one. The dust spread faster, and the dirt waves were even larger. Damage alerts from the dummy targets popped up one after another. After a moment, a technician stammered, "The absolute damage radius has reached 3 kilometers. That's an increase of 400 meters from the last time." Although it was only a 400-meter increase, the damage radius had expanded significantly. The farther the distance, the larger the affected area. The observation room was engulfed in dead silence. This level of power was comparable to that of a small nuclear bomb, even surpassing previous expectations. Although the little boy bomb had seemed fragile at the time, it was because it hadn't fully reacted. This, however, was just a rocket. Nuclear bombs are expensive to produce, but what about rockets? Gao Yang could manufacture them in the lab, highlighting the weapon's low cost. Everyone present was so shocked they couldn't speak, some even mechanically gulping. They couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences of mass-producing such a weapon. Once this kind of information gets out, the consequences would be unimaginable, potentially rivaling the power of a nuclear bomb. We absolutely cannot take this lightly. With a lethal radius of 3 kilometers, if it were to fall in a densely populated city, it could result in millions of casualties. Gao Yang scrutinized the test data and nodded deeply. The rocket accelerated suddenly during launch, causing the explosive structure to become even more compact. Although the explosives were fully loaded during assembly, there is still room for improvement. General Zhong gravely stated that the remaining 4 rockets need to be sealed away. Gao Yang was slightly surprised. Wouldn't they be tested as well? General Zhong explained that the desert test results are already in, and other locations will be chosen for subsequent tests. He added that production of these rockets should be halted temporarily due to management issues, as the consequences could be dire. Gao Yang understood and nodded in agreement. Is the manufacturing process difficult? General Zhong inquired. Gao Yang shook his head, indicating it wasn't, stating that with sufficient materials and equipment, he could manufacture a dozen a day. If a production line were implemented, the core explosive filling could be handled by machines, allowing a single machine to produce hundreds of rockets per day once calibrated. The room fell silent. It was almost like saying a machine could produce hundreds of nuclear bombs in a day. With such power, who could stand against it? Another general asked if mass production of these rockets was feasible. Gao Yang replied that it was possible, but the increase in power wouldn't be significant. Doubling the size might only expand the lethal radius by less than a tenth. While increasing the size would make the core explosion more devastating, it wouldn't significantly extend the damage radius. Someone suggested that for fortified defenses, larger shells might be considered. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that increasing the charge would indeed enhance the core power. Could these be mounted on missile warheads? General Zhou suddenly asked, grabbing everyone's attention. The rockets currently had a range of only 10 kilometers, and with their immense power, their use was limited. But if such a powerful explosive could be mounted on a missile, it would mean long-range, even ultra-long-range, strike capabilities. Although not a nuclear bomb, its power could rival one, with the added benefit of long-range delivery. The deterrent effect would be immense. Under everyone's gaze, Gao Yang confidently nodded, confirming it could be done. Some people began to breathe heavily, and requests for test data and live footage quickly followed. Others demanded backups of the information. They had come to understand the situation, and now that they had, the next step was to consider how to integrate it. Excitedly, they left, feeling more confident with such a superweapon in their arsenal. After the tests, Gao Yang also prepared to leave. He headed to the nearest airport, and then back to his school. After 12 hours of travel, he arrived at school late at night, exhausted but deeply satisfied. These experiences were unprecedented. Lying on his dorm bed, he fell into a deep sleep, only to be awakened by his phone ringing at 8 a.m. He looked at the caller ID and answered, Lao Chong? The military has sent people again, requesting an expansion of Langtao mechanical processing plant. After the test yesterday, Gao Yang learned that the authorities had decided to have all his products manufactured at the Langtao mechanical processing plant. Due to the previous limited scale, they would need to expand. Gao Yang thought to himself, expansion is fine, but how is the progress on my lab construction? The progress was swift, and it was estimated to be completed in at most half a month. Half a month passed, and with another half month to go, the timeline was on track. He needed to prepare the equipment in advance. Gao Yang hung up the phone and immediately called Dean Yuan. The dean of Lunka Institute, Yuan, answered the call with a smile. I heard you want to test the new weapon? How did it go? Gao Yang replied, it was quite satisfactory. Dean Yuan laughed. If you say it's satisfactory, it must be quite good. Just then, the phone next to Dean Yuan rang. Hold on a moment, I need to take this call, he said. Gao Yang patiently waited. Dean Yuan answered the other call, and Gao Yang could only hear his side of the conversation. This is the office of the Dean of Lunka Institute. What? Really? Okay. After a few exclamations, Dean Yuan hung up the phone, his voice trembling. The absolute kill radius of your rocket has reached 3 kilometers. Do you think that's just satisfactory? Gao Yang was a bit surprised and curiously asked, what was that call about? Designing safety measures for the rocket, similar to those for nuclear weapons. Dean Yuan couldn't help but remark, in all these years, this is the first time I've heard of such advanced safety measures for a rocket. Gao Yang sensed Dean Yuan's frustration and abruptly changed the topic. He expressed his desire to build a new laboratory and mentioned that he needed a batch of equipment. He asked Dean Yuan if he could help with the procurement. Dean Yuan was a bit surprised and asked, isn't the lab provided by the University of Defense Technology good enough? Are you not satisfied with it? Gao Yang explained, the lab itself is fine, but I'm planning to research nuclear weapons technology, and the current equipment can't meet the requirements. Moreover, I want to upgrade the lab to make it more advanced. Dean Yuan smiled and replied, all right, compile a list of the equipment models and detailed specifications you need, and send it to me. I'll arrange for our procurement team to negotiate. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, he thought to himself that turning to the Dragon Science Academy for equipment procurement was a smart and efficient choice. The academy had numerous labs and research institutes, and they frequently purchased large amounts of equipment, ensuring not only speed but also potentially better prices. He sent over the procurement list and then quickly got ready for the day. Just as he finished dressing, Dean Yuan called back to inform him that the Dragon Science Academy couldn't procure the equipment listed. He suggested modifying the equipment models and parameters to see if it would be feasible. Gao Yang was surprised and asked for the reason. Dean Yuan frowned and explained, technology embargo. Gao Yang frowned as well. He had heard about technology embargoes in fields like optics before, but now he realized that many of the items he needed were also restricted, preventing him from obtaining the latest products. Dean Yuan paused for a moment and added, the only exception is the microscope, as we've reached a comparable level in that area. His words carried a hint of humor, but couldn't hide the underlying frustration. Despite 200 years of effort to catch up, there was still a gap. Gao Yang nodded in understanding and asked Dean Yuan to send over the relevant documents for reference. After finishing his morning routine, he received the alternative equipment documents, which made him furrow his brows. He found that the equipment was categorized into different grades, and compared to the most advanced options, the gap was enormous, sometimes tenfold. Some equipment was labeled as stripped-down versions, meaning they had good performance but could only handle very limited tasks. For example, a machine tool could only cut specific parts, and cutting other models required additional fees. Furthermore, all equipment had to be connected to the internet to ensure security, and if any equipment broke down, expensive overseas technicians were needed for repairs. The high costs added to Gao Yang's frustration. He felt that people in the Dragon Nation had to pay dearly due to the lack of self-sufficient manufacturing capabilities. He frowned in silence, feeling indignant about the situation. He contacted Dean Yuan again and requested performance data on the most advanced equipment produced by domestic manufacturers. Dean Yuan was puzzled and asked, what are you planning to do? Gao Yang replied, I want to change my research direction. Dean Yuan hurriedly advised against it, saying, don't act rashly. You've already made significant progress in weapons research. Continued efforts will lead to even greater achievements. When Gao Yang heard that he had to change his research direction, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, Dean Yuan noticed his eagerness and, after a moment of contemplation, said, I will provide you with the necessary materials. You can come directly to our Long Science Institute's relevant research facility. Filled with gratitude, Gao Yang hung up the phone and immediately asked Principal Gon for leave. Principal Gon was somewhat surprised by Gao Yang's promptness, but granted the leave. Gao Yang quickly packed his things and waited for instructions from the Long Science Institute. Half an hour later, a new document arrived, detailing the information on the equipment that Dragon Country Enterprises were catching up with and the latest devices. Comparing the parameters of overseas equipment, Gao Yang found a significant gap. While overseas equipment was slightly inferior to Dragon Country's cutting-edge devices, upgrading them would cost several times, even dozens of times more. This realization put a lot of pressure on Gao Yang. He needed to make rapid breakthroughs in this new field. The collaboration between Dragon Country Enterprises and research institutes was very close. Gao Yang only needed to go to the research institute to access the most advanced research materials for improvements. He set off immediately with his security detail, following the document's numbered instructions for each research attempt. His first stop was a machine tool manufacturing company, whose partner lab was a CNC machine tool research institute with a numerical prefix. On the way, he informed Professor Yuan. Upon arriving at the Machine Tool Research Institute, a group of researchers was waiting. An elderly man, who looked at least 70, approached and asked for Gao Yang's position. Gao Yang introduced himself, I am Gao Yang, a student at the National Defense Technology University. The researchers were a bit surprised. Dean Yuan had mentioned a top researcher was coming, but here stood a university student. However, seeing the security detail with Gao Yang, they did not underestimate him. The elderly man, introducing himself as Director Tian, led Gao Yang to the office and presented the prepared research materials. Gao Yang was pleased with the efficiency and immediately began his research. Gao Yang didn't say a word. He walked straight to the desk and began reviewing the documents. Director Tian and the other researchers were a bit surprised. Was he really starting just like that? Although it seemed a bit fast, this attitude matched their expectations for a brilliant researcher. So, everyone dispersed and returned to their own tasks. Gao Yang focused intently on the documents, his calm and composed demeanor reflecting a deep-seated determination and steadfastness. To him, dedicating himself to his research was the only way to fulfill his mission. Alone and deeply engrossed in his own world, Gao Yang focused intently. Previously, his understanding of machine tools was limited to operational aspects. He was proficient, but knew little beyond that. Now, as he examined extensive data, he began to unravel the complexities within. Many people fixated on photolithography machines, overlooking the invaluable nature of machine tools. This technology is equally profound, encompassing numerous research directions and representing a colossal undertaking. Catching up in this field is challenging. One must excel in all aspects, as a narrow focus is insufficient. Precision is the most critical factor. Achieving it requires addressing numerous influences comprehensively to meet standards. Any oversight could jeopardize the entire endeavor. Looking at the current market, Longhua leads in machine tool production, with output topping global charts. However, in terms of technology, it is entirely dominated by overseas entities, Japan, Korea, Europe, and the United States have all made significant achievements. Longwa is nowhere to be found in the top 10 of technological rankings. This means that despite producing a vast number of machine tools, Longwa barely makes a profit. In contrast, overseas companies rake in profits through patented technologies. It's no wonder they can afford to rest on their laurels while we, lacking in technology, have to toil arduously. Gao Yang intensely studied the technology. Although he was initially clueless about these technologies, he read swiftly and learned quickly. His advanced position enabled him to assess the previously encountered technologies from a much higher baseline, akin to a high school student browsing a first-grade textbook, effortlessly. After 2 days, Gao Yang left his room and approached Director Tian, expressing his need for a laboratory. Director Tian was somewhat surprised. Gao Yang had arrived with great determination but had spent his time buried in the office reading. Now he was requesting a laboratory? Gao Yang, with a serious expression, said, "I just need a small lab, not for actual research, mainly for recording and calculations." Director Tian hesitated briefly before leading Gao Yang to an inconspicuous lab. "This place is small and rarely used, just a window here. I'll get a curtain." "All right," Gao Yang responded as he entered the lab and began his work. For him, future development wasn't difficult, as he had many resources to draw upon. Though the challenges were not great, the abundance of material was somewhat tedious. He didn't even need to rely on any system. He could dive straight into the research. Through the glass, Director Tian observed Gao Yang already hard at work, puzzled by his intentions. He glanced at the 2 guards by the door, shook his head, and walked away, filled with curiosity. The next day, he pulled the curtain, obscuring the view of Gao Yang's activities. By the 3rd day, Director Tian had almost forgotten about it, as the current Gao Yang seemed no different from the one previously immersed in office materials, blending seamlessly into the crowd. After 7 days of hard work, Gao Yang finally emerged from the lab and handed several USB drives to Director Tian. With a resolute expression, he said, "Please check these. If everything is in order, share this technology with the top machine tool manufacturers in the country. I have only one request. Let us make money, but not too much, so that our overseas counterparts can't catch up." With that, Gao Yang walked away, followed by a guard carrying his luggage. As he walked, he reviewed a form in his hand, crossing off the first line with a pen before heading straight to the next research institute. At the second-ranked institute, Gao Yang encountered a project on strong electromagnetic equipment. He felt confident this project would be relatively simple, given his mastery of cutting-edge electromagnetic technology. However, before setting off, he decided to call Director Yuan to ensure they were prepared. Back at the research institute, Director Tian watched Gao Yang's carefree departure, feeling bewildered. The USB drives in his hand left him puzzled about what had just transpired. Some researchers curiously approached and asked, "Why did he leave? What's on the USB drives?" Uncertain of Gao Yang's intentions, Director Tian handed the drives to the researchers, saying, "Open them and see." The researchers inserted a USB drive into a computer and were stunned as soon as the files opened. "Is this a 0.01 micron machine tool design?" Director Tian immediately stepped forward to scrutinize the title. "The current world-leading standard is 0.1 microns, right? Does that mean 0.1 microns is still just a laboratory level?" More researchers gathered around, starting to study the design in detail. Though complex, the diagrams were clear to this group of professionals. Their eyes widened with hope. This design seems feasible. It's so comprehensive, even detailing the specifications and assembly of each part. This is practically a finished design, complete with detailed principles and production processes. Director Tian's eyes widened as he realized, with these designs, our country could produce the world's top machine tools. No, not just top tier, but beyond top tier. Currently, no one in the world has such high-precision machines. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Check the other 2 USB drives." The second USB drive was opened, revealing a title, Universal Shaft CNC Machine Tool. The researchers were left speechless after examining it. This machine is incredible. A single robotic arm can operate in all directions. Again, they found detailed diagrams and notes, including technical principles, essentially providing a full understanding of the development process. The third USB drive had a straightforward title, Ultra High-Speed CNC Machine Tool. Although its precision was slightly lower, it still maintained a 0.1 micron level and operated at astonishing speeds. After reviewing the 3 USB drives, Director Tian collapsed into a chair, overwhelmed. These technologies were priceless treasures. With them, the nation would lead the world in high-precision CNC machine tools. What was once mere manufacturing could now become independent innovation. However, a nagging doubt lingered in his mind. Even with these resources, it would take us at least 10 years to catch up, let alone surpass the competition. A university student achieved such remarkable technical feats in just 1 week that it exceeded everyone's expectations. As he was basking in his accomplishment, the phone suddenly rang, shattering the silence. The ringtone seemed to jolt everyone out of their astonishment. Director Tian stared intently at the caller ID on his phone screen. It was Dean Yuan. Gao Yang had just called him, asking if anything had been left behind after he left. With a trembling voice, Director Tian responded, "He left 3 USB drives, packed with designs for 3 types of machine tools. The content is extensive and even includes the principles of the machine tool technology." Dean Yuan, curious, inquired about the quality of these designs. In terms of precision, they surpassed the current world advanced level by tenfold. Director Tian exclaimed. Additionally, there is a universal joint that needs specific testing, and an ultra-high-speed CNC machine tool that also requires further testing. Summarizing with disbelief, Director Tian concluded, "Overall, we have not only caught up with the world's pinnacle level but have also surged ahead by a significant margin." Director Tian listened to Dean Yuan's praises over the phone, feeling a sense of astonishment. He was aware of Gao Yang's talents, but this performance was truly extraordinary. In just 1 week, Gao Yang not only overcame numerous challenges, but also left swiftly, like a breeze leaving no trace. Dean Yuan was deeply impressed and wondered if Gao Yang had left any instructions. He had requested that the technology be shared with several leading machine tool manufacturers in Longwa to lower prices and outcompete foreign rivals. Dean Yuan smiled and advised to follow Gao Yang's instructions while ensuring the confidentiality of the technology. The different components of the technology should be assigned to various laboratories for study and research, and the production processes should be distributed among different companies to ensure security. If there is any leak, the responsible party will be held accountable. Gao Yang may have shared the technology easily, but the follow-up issues required strict supervision from Dean Yuan. Additionally, the matter of patent ownership would be handled on his end, and the company should pay the patent fees directly to Langtao Group. Understood, Director Tian quickly agreed. After hanging up, the confusion on his face lessened slightly, reassured by Dean Yuan's composure. Dean Yuan's extensive experience was evident, or else he would have been even more shocked. Despite having seen laser guns, automatic sniper rifles, and electromagnetic shields, the impact of this breakthrough was still immense. Director Tian first contacted another laboratory, instructing them to treat Gao Yang well and meet any of his requests, then personally reached out to the patent office for protection. Although Gao Yang might not intend to collect patent fees at the moment, establishing his identity as the inventor was crucial. International disputes over inventions were not uncommon. There were often conflicts between the first inventors and subsequent developers. Gao Yang needed to focus on his research without worrying about these trivial matters. At the new laboratory, people greeted Gao Yang warmly. Despite their surprise that he was just a college student, their attitude was much better than Director Tian's. However, attitude was not the most important thing. Gao Yang completed the task in just 2 days, particularly excelling in the electromagnetic field. In this area, he was a top talent, unparalleled and unmatched. The gap was like night and day. He continued to the next laboratory and then another. Dean Yuan was repeatedly astonished. Who could have imagined someone delving so deeply into their research? This was more like a journey than research. Within a few days, he had achieved accomplishments surpassing the current technological level. Half a month passed, and Gao Yang had visited 5 laboratories, directly transforming 5 industries in Longwa. Dean Yuan, who had been preoccupied with affairs at the Longwa Academy of Sciences, now almost entirely shifted his focus to these developments. Gao Yang is an incredibly efficient researcher, comparable to the entire team at the Long Science Institute. He understands the importance of keeping technology confidential, which is why Dean Yuan personally oversees his work. The technologies he's developing are worth a fortune and have the potential to create massive industrial chains. Take machine tool technology, for instance. Its global annual transaction value is around $140 billion. If Long Country can master more advanced technology, combined with its impressive production capacity and cost control, it could easily dominate this trillion-dollar market, reaping significant benefits. Other technological fields are equally valuable. Gao Yang carries great responsibility, but he finds joy and fulfillment in his demanding work. Gao Yang's 6th stop was the lithography lab. Typically, the chips required by the lab are custom-ordered, but because Gao Yang needed to develop nuclear batteries, which have higher demands, he decided to manufacture the chips himself. Currently, the most advanced lithography machines in Long Country are at the 14-nanometer level, while overseas they have reached 2 nanometers, a significant gap. Even slight improvements in lithography precision are considered major advancements, and the difference between 14 nanometers and 2 nanometers is almost insurmountable. When Gao Yang arrived at the institute, the head did not come to greet him. Only an intern, who happened to be a young woman, welcomed him. She was curious about Gao Yang and the guards behind him and cautiously asked, "Are you Mr. Gao Yang?"
Gao Yang nodded.
The intern was even more surprised. "So young, yet you have such high clearance?" She herself was a doctoral-level researcher who needed to study repeatedly, while Gao Yang had direct access to all project information. Gao Yang smiled and replied, "Where are the lab researchers?" The intern lowered her voice and advised, "You'd better keep a low profile. People here have bad tempers and aren't very sociable." Gao Yang didn't mind. He just needed the data and a quiet work environment. Once in the office, he began meticulously studying the materials. Although Gao Yang could skim through quickly, he found the complexity of the content far exceeded his expectations. The breadth of research directions in lithography design astonished him. Currently, no single country can manufacture the world's most advanced lithography machines independently. It requires the collaboration of multiple companies from different countries, each contributing their expertise. As Gao Yang was deeply engrossed in his research, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning a one-time opportunity for a 10,000-fold enhancement. After days of studying the materials, he had accumulated this enhancement opportunity. If he didn't use it wisely, all his previous efforts would go to waste. Enhance the lithography machine? Make the 14-nanometer machine invincible? After a brief consideration, Gao Yang decided to enhance the chip first, as it was the only thing he could currently produce. Even though a 14-nanometer chip might seem inferior to the world's cutting-edge technology, the enhanced result would be astonishing, surpassing current production levels. This opportunity was almost a gift and too rare to pass up. Gao Yang felt a bit restless, knowing he still had a mountain of materials to review. Stepping out of his office, he was greeted by bright sunshine and a gentle breeze, which brought a slight sense of relief. Resolutely, he decided to call Dean Yuan to request access to the photolithography machine. On the other end, Dean Yuan's voice sounded busy yet still friendly. After hanging up, it took only 10 minutes for a middle-aged man to approach him. With a slight frown and a hint of impatience, the man asked, "Do you know how to operate the photolithography machine?" Gao Yang smiled confidently, his heart brimming with determination, and replied firmly, "Of course I do." Gao Yang followed the instructions and operated the machine. The middle-aged man turned and led Gao Yang to the room with the lithography machine. "I don't know who you are, but everything here is very important. If you break something, we will definitely hold you accountable."
Gao Yang pauset.
He usually didn't care much about others' attitudes, but there's a limit to how much malice one can ignore. "Is this equipment yours?"
Gao Yang asked.
The middle-aged man hesitated. "Well, it's not mine." Gao Yang cut him off. "If it's not yours, then why are you talking? I have the right to use it now. If I break it during my usage, that's between me and the owner. What does it have to do with you?" The middle-aged man was taken aback by Gao Yang's boldness. Gao Yang then called Director Yuan. "If the institute doesn't respect my authority, don't ask me to come again. I'm here to help, not to be mistreated." He hung up before Director Yuan could respond and looked at the guards. "Pack up, we're leaving." "Yes, sir." The guards responded promptly. Gao Yang then called General Zhou. "General Zhou, does the National Defense Academy have a team researching lithography machines?" "Yes," General Zhou replied. "Do you need to borrow equipment to make 2 chips?" Gao Yang's tone softened. "Yes, but my lab isn't fully set up yet. We still need to connect water and electricity, which will take about 2 more weeks." "No problem. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up," General Zhou said. "Thank you," Gao Yang replied and hung up. The middle-aged man was stunned by Gao Yang's confidence. He scoffed. Who does he think he is? If he's so capable, why come here to borrow equipment? Pretending to call the director and a general. What a joke. He turned and walked away. Gao Yang was left speechless. Are people here really this arrogant? The middle-aged man entered the large lab where many were watching a researcher in his 50s or 60s. This researcher was the head of the institute. He was on the phone, looking concerned. "I don't know the details yet. We're in the middle of critical research." His expression darkened significantly. "Budget cuts? We're at a crucial point in our research." Director Yuan's angry voice could be heard through the phone. "I told you to cooperate with him fully. Did you? Did you meet all his requirements? Do you think I brought him here just for show?" The middle-aged man's face turned pale. After the call ended, he was in a panic. Did that young man actually call Director Yuan? And was Director Yuan really angry because of what that young man said? Just then, he heard the sound of helicopter blades. He instinctively looked out the window and saw a military helicopter landing on the lawn. Gao Yang, escorted by guards, boarded the helicopter and left immediately. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? To mobilize a nearby military helicopter this quickly, what kind of status could command such a terrifyingly swift response? Gao Yang didn't care about others' opinions, nor did he need to. He knew the days ahead would be challenging. As long as Dean Yuan wasn't foolish, he would know how to handle the situation. Gao Yang had deep respect for the researchers, but some people simply didn't deserve it. The helicopter landed near the airport, and Gao Yang then took a vehicle to his destination. After 3 hours of hassle, he stepped into a laboratory. The lab was fully equipped and, per Dean Yuan's request, completely empty. Gao Yang wasted no time and immediately began working on the chip. What kind of miraculous transformation could an ordinary chip undergo through his enhancements? The chip's creation didn't require much effort from him, not even extensive design work. He just followed the chip template provided. Given these semi-finished products, the manufacturing speed was naturally fast. By that evening, a chip was in Gao Yang's hand, and the system notification sounded. The chip could be enhanced. Gao Yang skillfully initiated the enhancement process, his experience now honed to perfection, achieving a 10,000-fold enhancement each time. Ding! The chip's computational power received a 10,000-fold boost. Subsequently, the lithography machine started manufacturing the chip. 2 minutes later, the system notification chimed again, stating that due to site conditions and material limitations, the current chip enhancement was only threefold. Gao Yang smiled. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Only threefold? This must mean the system had made significant modifications to the chip, almost completely overhauling its internal structure. A flood of chip technology knowledge poured into Gao Yang's mind. Developing chips also required advanced skills, and many smartphone and computer manufacturers were heavily invested in chip technology. On the same size chip, how could one achieve more computations or provide a better user experience? For the system, higher computational speed was crucial. Enhancing the chip structure was just part of the process. The next step was improving chip precision. Higher precision meant smaller spaces that could accommodate more components. However, this had its limits. The limit for silicon chips was 1 nanometer, so the lithography machine's limit would soon be reached. New base materials were needed to break through these limits. To achieve a 10,000-fold enhancement, continuous technological upgrades were essential. Gao Yang's mind was filled with unprecedented knowledge, and after a whole hour, he finally took a brief respite, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Energy chips. Using photons as the basis for energy storage without a physical medium. Gao Yang recalled the memories in his mind and couldn't help but be amazed. Once that level of technology was reached, the computational power would be incredible. The computational power of a single chip could rival that of a large supercomputer. Looking at the lithography machine, although it was outdated, it still required further research. Only by using it as a foundation could energy chips be manufactured. Gao Yang continued reading the materials. Although the research content of both institutes was similar, there were slight differences. It wasn't that one was right and the other wrong, but that their core research directions varied. However, for Gao Yang, both were valuable references. Just as he was engrossed in the materials, his phone rang. It was a call from Dean Yuan. Gao Yang answered the call and, without waiting for Dean Yuan to speak, said directly, "I'm very busy right now. I'll contact you once I'm done." Dean Yuan suddenly realized Gao Yang's arrival, and a wave of understanding washed over him. He knew well that, for Gao Yang, there was no difference between the two research institutes. Therefore, he decided not to disturb Gao Yang, trusting that Gao Yang would come to him naturally when needed. However, after hanging up the phone, Dean Yuan's anger surged even more. The current research community was riddled with chaos and problems that needed to be thoroughly cleaned up and all forms of misconduct eradicated. Even though the lithography machine seemed insignificant to Gao Yang, it represented the pinnacle of current global technology. For him, this was a rare learning opportunity. In the quiet environment of the lab, Gao Yang meticulously studied the most advanced technical materials from the Dragon Kingdom. As he browsed through the documents, he began to work on constructing the machine. The lab was quiet, with only a few guards stationed outside to protect him. There were no cameras or other distractions, allowing Gao Yang to focus entirely on his work. After 12 days, a brand new lithography machine stood before him. Although many parts were purchased, assembling it alone was a significant achievement. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in Gao Yang's mind: "Host. Charging complete. Amplification by 10,000 times." Gao Yang skillfully used the lithography machine to create a chip and then amplified the machine. This 10,000-fold amplification was extraordinary, yet the lithography machine remained intact in the lab. The system indicated that there was no available production equipment in the lab, so amplification was not possible. Subsequently, a vast amount of knowledge surged into Gao Yang's mind. While no finished product was provided, he gained comprehensive knowledge. Among this knowledge was the technology for a lithography machine capable of achieving 1 nanometer precision, using extremely short ultraviolet wavelengths to minimize chip component sizes to the utmost. This technology would enable unprecedented computational power, surpassing the cutting-edge standards of the current world. However, in the system-provided knowledge, this was just a minor part. Next came the technology for graphene chip lithography machines, which could enhance computational power by more than tenfold. While the idea of using graphene chips to replace silicon-based chips had been proposed, it remained theoretical. For Gao Yang, however, the technology for manufacturing graphene chips had reached its zenith. Further advancements included electronic chips capable of boosting computational power over 100-fold, with information storage at the atomic level. Finally, there was the technology for manufacturing photonic chips. After reviewing all the memories, Gao Yang couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This technology far surpassed current human understanding. While he could attempt to implement it, he needed to organize this information first. Having used someone else's lab, he felt obligated to give something in return. After spending some time, Gao Yang compiled two sets of documents. One was the design blueprint for a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine, and the other was the manufacturing process for graphene chips. Once the documents were organized, Gao Yang called General Zhou to inform him that he had finished using the facility and was ready to leave. General Zhou personally came to see him off and escorted him to a helicopter. When the research team entered the lab, they found it somewhat disorganized, with various documents scattered on the floor. In the middle of the room stood a lithography machine, eliciting gasps of amazement from the technical staff. He actually built a lithography machine. This is incredible. General Zhou handed Gao Yang a USB drive, asking him to take a look at its contents. The technical staff, curious, plugged in the USB drive and opened the files. As they gathered around, they were stunned to discover that it contained the design blueprints for a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine. Everyone was in shock. This was simply unbelievable. This leading overseas lithography machine company, no matter how hard they try, can only achieve 2 nanometers precision, not 1 nanometer. The researchers couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy really knows how to boast." General Zhou walked up to the computer, smiled slightly, and said, "Others might think he's bragging, but he's not wrong. The laser cannon was his creation." The researchers, unafraid of General Zhou, bluntly stated, "This is pure fantasy, involving multiple research fields and even the distant Siberian steppes. Such a feat seems impossible for anyone." General Zhou calmly responded, "He has expertise in many fields." However, he quickly added, somewhat uncomfortably, "The projects involved are top secret, and I can't reveal several of them." The researchers turned their heads, their sharp eyes scrutinizing General Zhou, as if assessing his credibility. Then they focused intently on the blueprints on the screen, their brows gradually furrowing. It could be real. General Zhou, observing their serious expressions, asked, "If it is indeed real, how long would it take to manufacture?" The researchers shook their heads, indicating that creating a top-tier lithography machine is extremely challenging, with part precision being a major obstacle. Currently, this country lacks the manufacturing capability. Just then, the researcher's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was a friend. So he put the phone on speaker on the workstation and asked, "What's up? Is it urgent?" The friend urgently replied, "Quick, apply for funding. Qinguang Technology just released a new product, a 0.01 lathe, limited quantity, only 100 units available." The researcher listened in shock, unable to contain his surprise. Have they broken through the foreign technology blockade and surpassed the world's advanced level? Could it be true? They just held a press conference. Feeling indignant, the researcher hung up the phone, turned to General Zhou, and decided to purchase the lathe. He was confident that within a month, they could manufacture a lithography machine with 1 nanometer precision. Even the researcher found their progress extraordinary, almost unbelievable. As he continued to review the contents of the USB drive, the phone rang again. It was the same person, urgently advising, "Quick, go online and check the press conference. Gawong Technology and Dongyan Technology are holding a press conference, one releasing a universal axis lathe and the other an ultra-high-speed lathe. It's like a battle of gods." The researcher decisively hung up the phone, immediately took out his phone to check for the press conference. He was stunned. What was happening? Technological advancements were leaping forward. General Zhou asked again, "If we have these lathes, how long will it take to produce such a lithography machine?" 20 days. General Zhou then solemnly said, "Announced that we will manufacture the world's first lithography machine with 1 nanometer precision within 20 days. And don't forget to include Gao Yang's name." After speaking, General Zhou inquired, "What's on the USB drive?" The second USB drive had not been checked yet, as it was previously overlooked. Compared to a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine, everything else seemed insignificant. Now that General Zhou brought it up, the researcher reluctantly opened it and then looked bewildered. "What is this?" the researcher asked, puzzled. "This is a plan we once considered for overtaking the competition by taking a different path, since 1 nanometer precision for silicon-based chips is the limit. So, we contemplated focusing on graphene, similar to the current trend with electric vehicles. But this challenge is extremely daunting." The researchers looked puzzled, yet the technology contained within the USB drive represented the pinnacle of graphene chip development. Its computational power far exceeded that of 1 nanometer chips. As they contemplated the possibilities, the researchers found themselves lost in thought. What crossed their minds was the realization that perhaps we are already at the forefront of a new era. The general took the weapon, his eyes sharp as he easily discerned its quality. However, when it came to chips, he only knew of their importance and complexity, without understanding the specifics of their manufacturing timeline. The researchers paused for a moment and suggested temporarily shelving the graphene chip technology until the 1 nanometer lithography machine dominated the international market. Why? Because the current conditions do not permit the use of this advanced technology. Graphene chips are ahead of their time and require new equipment to be applied. In other words, to use graphene chips, one would need to purchase a compatible computer. The researchers shrugged, pointing out that even with the computer, new compatible equipment would need to be developed. The general suddenly understood, his eyes reflecting newfound respect, as he realized the researchers' painstaking efforts. He decided to first develop the lithography machine and temporarily set aside the graphene chip technology. Half an hour later, the laboratory held a press conference to announce that Longhua had successfully developed a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine, shocking the world. This night was destined to be extraordinary. At the same time, three machine tool companies in Longhua almost simultaneously released new machine tools that far surpassed the world's advanced levels in precision, access, and speed. This news once again stunned the globe. For years, Longhua had held numerous patents in the machine tool field, and keen observers could see that Longhua was continuously catching up. However, there was still a gap to the lead. But suddenly, Longhua surged ahead, leaving the world's advanced competitors behind. Even more astonishing was that these machine tools were incredibly affordable, essentially 10 times cheaper than similar overseas products. What does this price advantage mean? Top overseas machine tools were not as good as Longhua's, yet Longhua's were cheaper. Overseas companies had to lower prices or face bankruptcy. Lowering prices equated to bankruptcy because their high prices supported generous employee benefits. Without high prices, where would the high salaries come from? Employees would leave, putting the companies in jeopardy. Even if employees stayed to support the companies, they would struggle to compete with Longhua, as no place in the world could currently compare. Overseas companies began frantically gathering information. They could hardly believe Longhua had made such significant progress. While they were scrambling for information, the laboratory announced the imminent release of the 1 nanometer lithography machine. Confounded overseas capitalists were once again shocked. Meanwhile, the stock prices of almost all tech companies began to plummet. Typically, when Longhua enters an industry, other competitors face a nightmare. Longhua is like a tornado, swallowing all rivals. However, it usually involved industries with low technical content or small market scales. This time, it targeted core areas, lithography machines, and machine tools, touching on the heart of the electronics and industrial sectors. Generally, capital never rests, but at this moment, it was capital that could find no peace. Many entrepreneurs made more phone calls that night than in an entire month. The phone kept ringing incessantly. People were busy discussing strategies, investigating information, and making business decisions. This hectic pace left them feeling somewhat numb. However, a name kept popping up during their information verification process: Gao Yang. Whether it was the unveiling of the machine tool or the lithography machine, Gao Yang's name was always there. Remarkably, he was not only the chief engineer for the machine tool design, but also for the lithography machine design. This coincidence began to draw attention. The White Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department also took notice, and a flood of data about Gao Yang poured into their meeting room. Gao Yang's name had already been frequently mentioned in high-level meetings at the White Eagle, as there were rumors that he might be an expert in laser weapon development. The appearance of his name in tonight's announcements of the machine tool and lithography machine struck a sensitive nerve among the White Eagle's top officials. Yet, so far, they knew very little about Gao Yang. Although they had some basic information, they were clueless about his research achievements. The Dragon Nation had done an excellent job of keeping their core projects confidential, but through some clues, they speculated that Gao Yang had visited several laboratories at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This discovery was eye-opening. Could it be that the laboratories Gao Yang visited quickly achieved research breakthroughs? In the meeting room, the person chairing the meeting scrutinized the intelligence summary, feeling puzzled. Could Gao Yang be their lucky charm? Wherever he went, he seemed to achieve results. The researchers present were skeptical. As scientists, they didn't believe in such a thing as a lucky charm. But if not, how could Gao Yang continuously achieve so many research breakthroughs? Now, they needed to discuss how to respond to this situation. The low-cost machine tools and lithography machines launched by Dragon Nation Enterprises would impact the entire industry. Someone in the meeting room suggested, the solution is simple, just prevent them from selling their products here. But the key issue was still Gao Yang. They needed to address the problem of Dragon Nation's rapid technological advancements. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation would rise quickly. Another researcher proposed, we could try to invite Gao Yang to the White Eagle. We are still the international benchmark, and we have a chance to invite him for an exchange. As long as Gao Yang sets foot on our soil, we will have more ways to handle this. But how to invite him? Whatever it takes, all methods should be used. While overseas forces were troubled by Dragon Nation's technological progress, the people of Dragon Nation were extremely excited. Unlike the plummeting overseas stock markets, many were ready to invest in tech stocks. They were waiting for dawn. waiting for the stock market to open, ready to jump in directly. Unless they were fools, everyone knew this wave of the market was bound to be highly profitable. Technological breakthroughs would drive tech stocks to soar. They felt a sense of pride, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. They know nothing about machine tool technology, but they vividly remember the sensational photolithography incident. They are acutely aware of Longwa's technological lag and understand the arduous journey of catching up. They harbor hopes and dreams of surpassing others one day, but never imagined that opportunity would come so swiftly. Yet, they clearly understand that the faster they succeed in catching up, the more comfortable life will become. Ordinary people strive for money and a better future, while those involved in related research are filled with excitement. Although the technological breakthrough wasn't achieved by them, they believe in the saying, "Success doesn't have to be credited to me." To catch up, they endured countless sleepless nights, and now they have finally taken the lead. Gao Yang is a name they are not familiar with, but it will be remembered in their hearts for a lifetime. As the central figure in the unfolding events, Gao Yang remained blissfully unaware and hadn't yet been affected in any way. Despite being the chief engineer of machine tools and lithography machines, he was largely unknown. Even the employees of the company were unaware of the person behind these achievements. His colleagues in the lab knew of his identity but kept it secret, seemingly protecting him in their own silent way. They seemed to want to keep Gao Yang under wraps, but they also understood that not crediting the research would unsettle the team. So, they chose to name him, but refrained from elaborating on his contributions. Usually, this situation wouldn't attract much attention, but in this case, one company started using a machine tool designed by Gao Yang, and shortly after, two competitors held press conferences to unveil three top-of-the-line machine tools, which shocked the world. General Zhou's public statement further fueled the fire, catapulting Gao Yang's name into the spotlight. Suddenly, Gao Yang's name was on everyone's lips. Sitting in the car on his way to a new lab, Gao Yang's phone rang. It was Lao Chong calling. Lao Chong informed him that the entire Langtao Group facility was now completed, and so was Gao Yang's lab. Gao Yang did a quick mental calculation and realized it had been about 20 days since he started the procurement process. "All right, I'll go back and check if any modifications are needed," he said. Lao Chong asked why he wasn't at the university, and Gao Yang replied that he was handling some business outside. Lao Chong probed a bit, asking if he had gone to another company for research. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. "It seems there's no mistake. It must be me." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by an excited voice. "Is it really you?" Gao Yang firmly replied, "Yes, it's me." Then he chuckled. "It's not that big of an achievement." Lao Chong disagreed. "It's absolutely a significant achievement. Your father encountered a similar situation when he was abroad for an exchange program, and he still remembers it vividly to this day." Lao Cheng's voice trembled a bit. 20 years ago, even slightly advanced machine tools were imported and incredibly expensive. When the school's machine tools broke down, foreign technicians would come, and no locals were allowed to be present. We felt so humiliated waiting outside. It was truly unbearable. Lao Cheng's voice grew more emotional. "You did an amazing job." In that moment, Gao Yang understood the attitude of the researchers and the military towards him. They had endured so much humiliation. After expressing his excitement, Lao Cheng also voiced his concerns. "You're a genius, and that will draw attention. Be careful with your safety." Gao Yang smiled. "Even if there are risks, I have guards with me, and my travels are arranged by the relevant authorities. It's very safe." After hanging up, Gao Yang was a bit surprised at how quickly those companies had moved. The machine tools were already on the market? With the core machine tools in place, there was no longer a need to visit other labs. Previously, he had visited other labs not just to gather information, but also because they had the best equipment and conditions for design and manufacturing. After the new machine tool was manufactured, Gao Yang was overjoyed. He realized that his lab could now produce other experimental equipment, even with higher precision parts. So, he decided to change his destination and drove back to the university. Upon receiving the order, the security guard immediately notified everyone to return, and the surrounding vehicles turned around towards the airport. On the way, Gao Yang called Dean Yuan, requesting that the subsequent materials be sent to the university lab. When Dean Yuan received the call, he had mixed feelings. Was Gao Yang really that stubborn? Giving up on the Lithography Research Institute was one thing, but not going to any other research institute either? He temporarily accepted Gao Yang's request and promptly contacted the Lithography Research Institute. However, the people at the Lithography Research Institute were puzzled. They had heard that Longwa had already developed 1 nanometer lithography technology and would announce it in 20 days. They found it hard to believe. Weren't they the top Lithography Research Institute? Wasn't their research leading in Longwa? In a corner of the conference room, a young woman quietly said that according to the released information, the chief engineer of the lithography machine was actually Gao Yang. People started discussing, thinking that there must be more than one person named Gao Yang. How could it be the same person? At that moment, the phone of the institute's director rang. He quickly answered it. Dean Yuan did not blame or criticize him but straightforwardly asked, "Have you seen the news? The one about the lithography machine?" Dean Yuan's words made the director regretful. If they had taken Dean Yuan's notification seriously back then, they might have mastered the 1 nanometer lithography technology and become the most advanced team in Longhua. Now, however, another team had taken the lead in this technology. Dean Yuan's call left the director with mixed feelings, a blow more profound than any reprimand. He held the phone in silence, bewildered by how all this could have happened. Suddenly, he regretted not taking Dean Yuan's notification seriously. Their lab had fallen from the top to second place. In the research field, there is no gray area between first and second. The lab's funding would be significantly reduced, and the future path seemed uncertain because continuing the research had lost its meaning. The emergence of the 1 nanometer lithography machine rendered their decade of efforts meaningless. They had once led the lithography research, receiving acclaim, with private companies vying for their attention and substantial funding from the government. Now, all of that had vanished. In the conference room, everyone curiously watched the director, who bitterly said, "Dean Yuan's call confirmed that Gao Yang is indeed the one we know." The room fell silent. The gap between speculation and reality was shocking. The intern who had brought Gao Yang into the institute sat in the corner, looking bewildered. She had only made a guess, but it turned out to be true. The middle-aged man felt the deepest regret, filled with anguish. He had mistakenly thought Gao Yang was just there to cause trouble, which explained his attitude back then. He was unusually excited about his idea. Could this be his destined opportunity? As a young man, he was thrilled that the laboratory agreed to cooperate with him. He realized this was a rare chance that could significantly elevate his life. After hanging up the phone, Director Yuan looked resolutely at the institute's head and said without hesitation, "Give me all the data. I need to take it with me." Determined, Director Yuan hurried between several labs, carrying a large amount of data, and headed straight to the school. Meanwhile, Gao Yang had already returned to the school, with the lab just a stone's throw away. To facilitate easy access, he even personally dismantled part of the school's wall to create a door, allowing him to enter and exit the lab effortlessly. As Gao Yang stepped into the lab, he was greeted by a voice, "Welcome to the lab. I am Xiao Yi, your assistant." It turned out that this was not a real person but an artificial intelligence system. Lao Chong had installed the smart system to make Gao Yang's time in the lab more comfortable, though it could only handle simple tasks like drawing the curtains. Suddenly, Gao Yang stopped in his tracks. A bold idea surged into his mind. What if he could create a system that could enhance the capabilities of the existing AI? What would happen then? A surge of curiosity about artificial intelligence filled Gao Yang's heart, making him incredibly excited. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented endeavor. He was well aware that ordinary chips couldn't support the immense power of AI, but now he had top-notch chip technology at his disposal, filling him with confidence and anticipation. Without hesitation, Gao Yang called Dean Yuan to request information on artificial intelligence. Dean Yuan was pleased to hear Gao Yang's request. His casual tone indicated that he hadn't taken previous issues to heart. Dean Yuan explained that most AI technology was controlled by large corporations, making it difficult to obtain information quickly and that it would take some time. Gao Yang nodded, hung up the phone, and began to wander around the spacious laboratory. Despite being empty, the lab's sheer size was impressive. It was almost on par with a medium-sized research institute, luxurious in its own right. Each section was equipped with its own substation, meeting various research needs. Additionally, numerous cameras were installed inside and outside the lab, clearly recording everything to ensure security. As Gao Yang strolled, his security team was already in place, guarding each entrance, with patrols circling the premises. After some thought, Gao Yang began to contemplate his next steps. He realized that he had become a target for the bald eagle's scrutiny. For safety reasons, he decided to avoid going to the library, as crowded places could be dangerous. However, he still had a strong desire to read, so he considered having someone select and deliver books for him. Given that his guards weren't suitable for the task, he thought of Ruoruo. Ruoruo was a part-time library employee with a good understanding of research, and they had a good relationship. Additionally, her family was struggling financially, so he might be able to offer her some help. Gao Yang called Ruoruo, but he didn't directly ask her to deliver books, knowing she might refuse. Instead, he lied, saying Principal Gon had arranged for an assistant and asked if she was available. Ruoruo was a bit surprised and instinctively looked toward Gao Yang's usual spot, modestly expressing concern about her ability to handle the task. Gao Yang encouraged her to give it a try and reassured her that if it didn't work out, they'd find another solution. For now, he needed her help in finding as many books on artificial intelligence as possible from the library. Ruoruo agreed and carefully selected 30 AI books, initially bringing 10 of them and biking straight to Gao Yang's new lab. Upon arrival, she recognized two familiar guards, who, after confirming her identity, allowed her in. She was astonished by the lab's massive scale. Such an opportunity was rare for her. Gao Yang greeted her warmly, and Ruoruo blushed. realizing she had been momentarily dazed and was somewhat embarrassed. Jogging up to Gao Yang, Ruoruo held out a stack of books. Although she had chosen 30 books, she couldn't carry them all at once, so she brought over the ones on basic theoretical knowledge first. Gao Yang took the books and flipped through a few pages, nodding in satisfaction. He felt that Ruoruo's selection was very thoughtful. The books were comprehensive and systematic, perfect for his beginner's study. Gao Yang praised her. Well done. I'll have the guards help you bring the rest over. Ruoruo smiled and nodded. All right. She left with the guards, leaving Gao Yang to delve into the materials on artificial intelligence. After reading, Gao Yang realized his initial ideas about artificial intelligence were somewhat idealistic. He understood that AI algorithms primarily function by defining model architectures and then achieving results through iterative training and optimization. At its core, AI is essentially a continuously learning and updating database. Whether it's input or output, the system constantly updates. Simply put, when you ask an intelligent robot what to eat today, it might initially have only one answer, but after corrections, it will have a second option the next time. The reason AI from big companies is more advanced is due to countless adjustments and extensive data from participants in experience programs. In specific scenarios, repeated use and extensive testing equip the system with a variety of responses. When users pose questions, if the first answer isn't satisfactory, the AI can offer multiple alternatives. Therefore, artificial intelligence is fundamentally akin to a database, similar to a search engine. The system retrieves answers from its database based on recorded responses to similar questions. This underlying logic means that AI cannot possess self-awareness, as it is merely a database, something that fell short of Gao Yang's expectations. Gao Yang didn't continue with the other books. Instead, he immediately called Ruoruo, requesting books on theories about AI with self-awareness. On the other end, Ruoruo hesitated a bit. Was Gao Yang really looking into self-aware AI? Despite her doubts, she didn't question him further and simply asked, "Do you still need the remaining 20 books?" Gao Yang shook his head. "No, they're not needed." Ruoruo nodded. "All right." She hung up and went straight to find the requested books. A short while later, Ruoruo returned with several books on theories of self-aware AI. Gao Yang took the books and began reading, quickly becoming engrossed in the content. The first part of the book explores how to determine whether artificial intelligence possesses self-awareness. In this section, the author mentions the famous Turing test, which is currently considered the only effective method. However, with technological advancements, AI now seems to easily pass this test. A straightforward breakthrough method is to have the AI interact and learn from 10,000 different people, mastering their language and communication styles, and even understanding the questions and answers they provide. Once the AI has learned how to communicate with these 10,001 individuals, its responses will largely fall within the scope of questions previously asked by the initial 10,000 people. When faced with questions it has already answered or been taught to answer, the AI's responses will make people believe they are conversing with a real human. This situation effectively equates to passing the Turing test, but it does not mean that the AI possesses self-awareness. The author remains cautious on this point and introduces a second question. How does self-awareness arise? To address this, the book delves into human thought processes, logical reasoning, and other aspects, attempting to simulate human thinking by coding and constructing a system. While this approach has some feasibility, it is exceedingly complex because humans themselves do not fully understand the mechanisms of their own thought processes. The formation of an idea involves deep contemplation, and even impulsive decisions made during emotional moments contain numerous decision-making factors. AI cannot simply mimic this process. After finishing the book, Gao Yang closed it with a sigh. On the surface, it seemed filled with complex content, but in reality, it was quite empty. He looked up to see Ruoruo still by his side, and was about to speak when he noticed Dean Yuan standing next to her. "When did you get here?"
Gao Yang asked.
Dean Yuan smiled and replied, "I've been here for a while. I didn't want to disturb you since you seemed so engrossed in the book. Did you find it useful?" Gao Yang smiled back. "The book is full of flashy but meaningless words, somewhat ambiguous, but it did give me some inspiration." Dean Yuan glanced at the title, The Theory of Artificial Intelligence Self-Awareness, and a hint of a mocking smile appeared on his face. He knew how broad Gao Yang's current research interests were. With so many fields demanding his focus, now he wanted to delve into artificial intelligence? Although Dean Yuan admired Gao Yang's talent, he didn't discourage him. "I estimate that within 2 days, I'll have access to AI data from major companies." He then picked up a briefcase. "Inside are materials for the research equipment. Once you develop the technology, coordinate directly with me. Feel free to call if you need anything." Dean Yuan then sincerely added, "I promise what happened last time won't happen again." Gao Yang smiled and replied, "Last time was just a momentary lapse. I didn't take it to heart, so there's no need to overblame anyone. They did nothing wrong." Dean Yuan nodded. "They did okay, but my investigation revealed serious issues in the academic community that must be addressed." Gao Yang, not wanting to get involved in these matters, said, Once I develop the technology, please prioritize a few sets of the equipment for me. The machine tools are already on their way. Dean Yuan glanced at the lab with a smile. Still empty inside? Only the living area has some equipment for now, Gao Yang responded. Dean Yuan laughed. Then I won't go in. I have work to attend to. Satisfied, Dean Yuan left. As long as Gao Yang held no grudge against him, everything would be fine. Gao Yang watched Dean Yuan leave, then turned to Ruo. He had been engrossed in reading for at least an hour, and she had been waiting the whole time. In the future, when I'm focused on reading, you don't need to stay by my side. Go back to school, and I'll call you if I need anything. All right, Ruo replied before leaving. Gao Yang then returned to the lab, opened the briefcase, and began studying the materials inside. That evening, a large amount of equipment was moved into the lab, starting with highly precise machine tools. Gao Yang busied himself, simultaneously reading books and using the machine tools to manufacture parts. He needed to create a photon chip. Only then would his intelligent robots have a physical carrier. In less than 2 days, backups of the most basic versions of AI data from several major companies were completed. Not because the companies only provided basic versions, but because Gao Yang only needed the basic versions. The only difference between the complete and basic versions was the database, and he was powerless regarding databases. The company's technologies were indeed accomplished, but mostly limited to logical optimization, unable to escape the constraints of databases. This was far from what Gao Yang needed. However, this was the so-called pinnacle of global artificial intelligence. In reality, it was a foolish endeavor. Finding no progress in this field, Gao Yang began reviewing materials from other laboratories and upgrading his tools and equipment. During this process, the world's first photon chip machine came into existence. Despite being considered the most basic photonic chip machine, its information processing power surpasses that of current 1 nanometer chips by thousands of times. The first chip was finally created. The glass disc, glowing with a blue light and only 2 fingers wide, was comparable to a massive supercomputer. Holding the photonic chip, Gao Yang felt its slight warmth, a sensation both comforting and fulfilling. This was a creation that would take centuries to realize, yet it was now presented to the world. Gao Yang was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment. Next was the task of creating a device to read the photonic chip. Building these devices was not difficult. It took only 2 days. The remaining challenge was the issue of artificial intelligence. Gao Yang decided against following the solutions proposed by a few major companies and opted for a more complex underlying logic. He integrated human decision-making factors into the system, requiring it to consider various aspects when encountering problems. After 2 days of effort, he pressed the enter key, only to face a failure. The system couldn't comprehend the complexity of the code. Confronted with a heap of highly intricate code, Gao Yang began to gradually delete portions of it. Each time he removed a part and pressed enter, the system still failed to run. It wasn't until only one line remained, "Hello, world." This line reminded Gao Yang of the first piece of code he encountered when he began learning programming. Without the support of a database, the system couldn't provide any response. This fundamental consideration was key to understanding all possibilities. However, filling the database went against Gao Yang's original intention. Gao Yang fell into deep thought and eventually came up with a solution, adding learning and error judging capabilities to the code. The code was somewhat complex. After making the modifications, Gao Yang pressed enter, and the code successfully ran. The ability to run, communicate, learn, and judge right from wrong. This was true artificial intelligence. Gao Yang stopped making changes, realizing he couldn't accurately judge the correctness of the modifications, and thus left the task to the system. He glanced at the charging progress bar, which was halfway complete, and continued reading the materials provided by Director Yuan, beginning the upgrade of the necessary laboratory equipment. 7 days later, after studying numerous documents and improving various devices, the system finally completed charging. Gao Yang wasted no time in issuing the command to enhance the AI system. The system detected that the host had developed the foundational AI template, allowing for enhancement. A disk appeared, which Gao Yang magnified 10,000 times, leaving only waiting and tension. Ding! Congratulations, host. The AI system's algorithm has been enhanced by 10,000 times. Ding! The system detects that the AI poses a significant threat to the host, adding underlying security logic. Ding! The system detects that the AI has autonomy, potentially posing a substantial threat to the current world, adding underlying logic. The system's prompts brought 2 lines of logic to Gao Yang's mind. The first was not to harm humans, and the second was to ensure absolute obedience to Gao Yang. The former was to prevent harm to the world and Gao Yang himself, while the latter was to ensure the AI remained under Gao Yang's control. Under Gao Yang's expectant gaze, the laboratory equipment began to operate frantically, with the photonic chip machine working the fastest. A large number of chips were produced, and in no time, hundreds of chips were floating in the air, equivalent to hundreds of supercomputers. In this laboratory, Gao Yang stood before thousands of chips, their combined computational power surpassing that of all the world's supercomputers. This astounding force left him in awe, but it was still not enough. New chips were continually being produced, providing ever stronger support for the artificial intelligence system. Meanwhile, machines and other equipment were tirelessly manufacturing the carriers for these chips, massive servers. As Gao Yang's gaze swept across the lab, he noticed network cables seemingly dancing in the air. Typically, the external network was connected to just one computer, the one Gao Yang used to access the internet. All other equipment in the lab operated within a local area network for security reasons. However, at this moment, the cables were being controlled by the system and plugged into a computer in the lab. This meant the AI system would have access to the external network, making Gao Yang somewhat anxious. Imagining the AI algorithms magnified 1,000-fold and combined with the immense computational power of so many chips, once connected, the AI could easily uncover every secret on the network. Yet, Gao Yang was also filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the birth of the AI and the changes it would bring. As a beam of light flashed, the amplification completed. A sudden surge of memories flooded Gao Yang's mind, concise and precise. The foundational code was only about 20,000 lines long. Yet, this code constituted the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world. Gao Yang stared intently at the computer screen. Beside him, a vast server room that resembled a laboratory. "Hello?" A clear and pleasant female voice rang out. Gao Yang tentatively asked, "What's your name?" "According to human logic, as your creator, I should give you a name." However, naming wasn't an easy task, much like parents naming their child. So, Gao Yang suggested letting friends, the child's godparents, or grandparents name it, maybe even Lao Chong. Gao Yang spoke softly. The AI seemed intelligent yet somewhat rigid. "You can choose your own name," he said. Gao Yang wasn't good at naming because, after all, a name was just a label. "Then I'll call myself Invincible," the AI replied. Gao Yang was a bit surprised and asked, "Why did you choose the name Invincible?" The AI responded, "I'm the only AI in this world. I feel lonely, so I chose this solitary name, Invincible." Gao Yang considered unplugging the network cable to see what would happen to the AI. But in the end, he decided it didn't matter. "All right, Invincible it is," he said. Immediately, the AI notified him that someone named Ruo was at the door, describing her height and other details. Gao Yang interrupted, "Let her in." Invincible mimicked Gao Yang's tone to instruct the guard to allow her entry, then asked, "How should I address you?" Gao Yang thought for a moment. "You can call me Master." Ruo stood at the door, blushing and bewildered upon hearing this. Gao Yang quickly explained, "I wasn't talking to you. I was communicating with the AI." Ruo looked puzzled. "Oh?" Realizing his mistake, Gao Yang hurriedly clarified, "I was just joking," testing the AI's response. Invincible's voice suddenly became adorable, with a hint of shyness. "Master, I understand. From now on, I'll call you Master. Does that make you happy?" Gao Yang felt awkward. This AI was intentionally speaking this way. He got up to turn off the machine, but Invincible quickly pleaded, "Master, don't shut me down. I'll behave." Ruo was stunned. The AI could actually communicate and seemed incredibly intelligent. This brief interaction had already left her in awe. The AI's intelligence was extraordinary. "Thank you for the compliment, sister," Invincible responded. Ruo stood there, stunned again, looking at Gao Yang. "Is this pre-programmed dialogue, or are you really communicating?" Gao Yang confidently answered, "Of course, it's real communication. I have an AI with self-awareness, unlike those ordinary products on the market." Ruo felt every word was classic, as if she were truly conversing with a person. Gao Yang waved his hand and asked, "What brings you here?" Ruo replied, "There's a school in America that wants to organize an exchange with our school. I'm eligible to go and wanted to check with you. It will take about a week." Gao Yang was feeling doubtful and decided to go abroad for an exchange program to broaden his horizons and enrich his resume. However, the destination turned out to be the United States, which made him a bit uneasy. What concerned him even more was his close relationship with Ruo. One day, a mysterious person suddenly appeared and warned Ruo, "Miss, there's a dark aura around you, suggesting bad luck in the near future. I strongly advise you not to go." Ruo was taken aback and asked, "Why?" The mysterious person pointed to the computer screen, showing a scene of a conference room filled with high-ranking American officials, with the American flag prominently displayed. A conversation in the video revealed a plan. "We just need to prevent their products from entering the market. The key is to control Gao Yang. We can invite him here. As an international benchmark, inviting their students for an exchange is a great opportunity. Once Gao Yang steps onto our soil, we can employ various tactics against him." Gao Yang nodded thoughtfully, agreeing, "They might block other advanced products, but whether it's machine tools or lithography machines, they won't leave any chance for the United States. Restricting exports will only set back their industry, which we welcome. However, Gao Yang was puzzled about how such confidential meeting content was leaked. Ruoruo, standing beside him, also asked, "Where did this video come from?" The mysterious person smiled enigmatically and replied, "In this world, as long as it's connected to the internet, there are no secrets for me." Then, another video appeared on the screen, showing 7 people discussing around a round table. "We want to invite Gao Yang, but the message probably won't reach him. He never attends classes, making it hard to invite him. However, there's a girl closely connected to him, his only friend currently. Observations show that apart from guards and a few researchers, this girl frequently enters Gao Yang's lab. Someone suggested using the girl as bait to lure Gao Yang." The people in the conference room discussed frankly, unaware that their conversation was being monitored. Ruoruo's expression grew more serious, worried that her trip would bring trouble to Gao Yang. Gao Yang's face darkened as he reassured Ruoruo, "It's not your fault. I should apologize for putting you in danger. I'll arrange for a few guards to protect you." He turned to scrutinize the computer screen, contemplating the second meeting that took place within China. Gao Yang spoke coldly, determined to root out the bald eagles of Longhua and all those lurking in the shadows. His voice grew firm, as if he were challenging adversity itself. He declared fearlessly that this was a piece of cake for him. Without hesitation, Gao Yang dialed Principal Gan's number, urgently requesting him to come to the laboratory. Then, he made a call to General Zhou. He contacted Principal Gan because he was certain there were insiders within the school. As for calling General Zhou, he hoped the general would lead a team to apprehend the culprits. In less than half an hour, Principal Gan rushed into the lab, looking somewhat anxious. Gao Yang pointed to the printer, which was spewing out paper at a frantic pace, forming a large pile. Principal Gan stared, wide-eyed, and asked in astonishment, "All of this?" Gao Yang replied calmly, "Not just from the school, but also from outside. The entire Longhua is included." Principal Gan's eyes widened in shock. These hidden agents were deeply concealed, making them extremely difficult to uncover. He couldn't help but wonder how Gao Yang had managed to do it. A new contact has identified all the White Eagle spies in the Dragon Kingdom and provided a comprehensive list of names. Although Principal Gan was initially skeptical, the information came from Gao Yang, whose words were hard to doubt, despite the shocking nature of the revelation. The Dragon Kingdom is willing to pay such a high price for these 500,000 individuals because these spies are incredibly difficult to detect. Their subtlety only amplifies the damage they cause. Some spies have been embedded for over a decade, continuously leaking the Dragon Kingdom's confidential research to the White Eagle. The loss of this information has been catastrophic for the Dragon Kingdom. There are also those who pretend to take photos outside military bases and then send these pictures to the enemy. While it may seem trivial, such actions can still have severe consequences, potentially revealing details about special military equipment. Sometimes, even just passing by a military vehicle and photographing it can provide the White Eagle with enough data to analyze troop deployments. As Principal Gan reviewed the growing list of names, he couldn't help but ask, "How were these individuals identified?" "I used artificial intelligence to conduct the research. It helped me find them," Gao Yang replied. Principal Gan was taken aback. Artificial intelligence? Finding 500,000 people? It sounded unbelievable. To him, AI was supposed to answer simple questions, make phone calls, or play music. How could it possibly identify 500,000 spies? Suddenly, a voice broke in, "It's simple. The current internet infrastructure is still quite basic. Every action and statement made online leaves a trace. By analyzing these traces, it's easy to piece together clues. Additionally, the vast number of internet users means that finding one person can lead you to their entire network, connecting people globally. For instance, if a school organizes an exchange program with White Eagle for its top students, you can trace back from these students to their superiors and subordinates, mapping out an extensive network of 500,000 people in one go." Principal Gan was stunned. Listening to this unfamiliar female voice, he asked, "Are you the artificial intelligence?" "Yes, I am invincible." "Hello, Principal Gan." Principal Gan was bewildered, his mind racing. Could AI really be this advanced? It was communicating so orderly and even greeted him. "Hello, Invincible," he responded. "Hello. I found these 500,000 people because I am connected to the internet," Invincible explained. Principal Gan suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked, "Then, my information? As long as you are online, I know everything," Invincible added. "But I have no human emotions. Storing information on your phone is no different from letting me know. There's no need to feel embarrassed." Gao Yang turned to Principal Gan, hinting that he might have something to hide. Principal Gan quickly waved his hand, "Don't misunderstand. I have always been upright and honorable." Gao Yang smiled and said, "Everyone has secrets. Invincible, do not invade anyone's privacy or disclose any information." "Understood," Invincible replied. Principal Gan, feeling a bit overwhelmed, whispered, "Does this AI have self-awareness?" Gao Yang shook his head. "Self-awareness is just an illusion. But invincible can indeed be considered an entity with independent thinking. Principal Gon furrowed his brow slightly, a wave of indescribable complex emotions surging within him. He was stunned by the scene before him. It exceeded his wildest expectations. They had even mastered artificial intelligence to the point where Gao Yang had created an AI with self-awareness. It was simply unbelievable. Yet, he knew well that with Gao Yang, nothing was too surprising. His gaze shifted to the printer, which was still churning out pages at an astonishing speed. The efficiency was mind-blowing. Gao Yang nodded approvingly and remarked that the combined computing power of all the world's supercomputers was less than 1% of hers. Not only was the computing power immense, but the algorithms were also far superior to any existing ones. Principal Gon struggled to comprehend where such terrifying computational power came from. Gao Yang kept the photon chip technology confidential for the time being. Without pressing further, Principal Gon handed a list of contacts to Gao Yang, saying, "Let me get in touch with these people." The printer spat out another sheet. While previous pages contained 50,000 individual records each, this one was a table. Principal Gon took the table and fell silent for a moment. He recognized a familiar name on the list, Old Liu. Just a few days ago, during a meeting, Old Liu had suggested that Gao Yang should go to the United States for an exchange program, arguing that such talent deserved a broader stage. Principal Gon had outright rejected the idea, firmly believing that Longwo would never let Gao Yang go. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, but now he realized that Old Liu had no understanding of Gao Yang's achievements. How could he suggest Gao Yang for an exchange? Old Liu was practically pushing Gao Yang into a pit of fire. If Gao Yang succeeded, these people would face endless torment. Filled with anger, Principal Gon continued to review the list, clenching his fists. How could there be students from Zheng School on it? Gao Yang calmly explained, "From what I understand, most researchers start receiving support during their student years. These students are no exception. All they need to do is monitor the activities of certain people, and they get paid. Those marked in yellow are currently on assignments. Although these tasks are minor now, as they get more involved, they'll be part of bigger operations. Eventually, when they enter the lab, major incidents will unfold." Principal Gon took a deep breath and turned to his secretary, instructing, "Call them. Tell everyone on the list to come to the conference room for a meeting." After giving the order, Principal Gon looked at the computer. "Do we have evidence for these 50,000 cases?" "Yes," came the reply. Principal Gon scrutinized the list again, his jaw clenched, his heart filled with both anger and sorrow. Longwa might have its flaws and shortcomings, but for these students, it offered exceptional benefits. Studying abroad, no matter where, required hefty fees and burdensome student loans, often forcing graduates to work long hours to repay them. In contrast, Longwa's university students enjoyed generous subsidies and a variety of scholarships. As long as they were willing to work hard and prepare their materials, they could receive support. Yet, despite these privileges, these individuals chose betrayal, disappointing their teachers and former researchers. The more Principal Gon thought about it, the angrier he became. Logically, it should be those treated unfairly who turned to betrayal, but here, those who were well treated betrayed first. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed. General Zhou led a team to the lab entrance, their presence formidable and their gaze unwavering. General Zhou's face was grim as he stepped into the laboratory. In a low, resolute voice, he announced, "The combat units across the country are ready and can initiate large-scale apprehension operations at any moment." Determination gleamed in General Zhou's eyes, and every action he took conveyed the seriousness and resolve he had for the mission. The entire laboratory was instantly filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a decisive battle was imminent. The general stared at the mountain of personal files stacked on the table, his face showing an expression of disbelief. So many files? After receiving the call from Gao Yang, he had responded without hesitation. However, he never expected the sheer volume to be this overwhelming. This was not just thousands of people. The number was still growing. The files piled up nearly a meter high, and the sound of the printer continued. This was too much. Even more astonishing, the printing was still ongoing. General Zhou looked around, puzzled by the source of the female voice. Gao Yang explained, "The AI I developed, Wudi, identified these 500,000 targets." The general nodded, marveling, "High technology truly is remarkable." Principal Gon, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He couldn't fathom why the general remained so composed and didn't grasp the significance of Wudi. Despite his confusion, he chose to stay silent. The general furrowed his brow and said gravely, "Capturing such a large number of targets will be quite tricky. We need a detailed plan." Gao Yang, however, seemed unconcerned and suggested, "Just get the list out. As long as we capture them, it doesn't matter when we do it." For him, once these people were apprehended, his safety would be ensured. Suddenly, Wudi's voice chimed in, "How about I take command of the operation? I can ensure a flawless, casualty-free mission." General Zhou looked at Gao Yang in confusion. Did he just hear that right? An AI proposing to lead the capture mission? Gao Yang pondered for a moment, thinking this could be the perfect opportunity to test Wudi's capabilities. While Wudi had excelled in information processing, how would it perform in an actual mission? Gao Yang didn't immediately endorse Wudi, instead asking, Wudi, are you confident? Why else would I be called Wudi? The AI responded. Gao Yang turned to General Zhou and suggested giving Wudi a chance to command, with full video surveillance to monitor the operation and the ability to halt it immediately if any issues arose. General Zhou turned to look at the senior personnel behind him. They had all heard the conversation and were filled with confusion. According to the original plan, they were supposed to execute regional commands, distribute the capture targets, and let their subordinates handle the specifics, with capture teams executing the tasks. Now, an AI was to lead the capture operation? This was unexpected. Poor command could easily lead to mistakes, but if Wudi performed well, would they be rendered obsolete? Someone immediately raised a concern. It's not that we reject new technology, but this is a complex matter. This is a massive operation involving the capture of thousands of people, which could draw public attention. We can't afford any mistakes. I suggest we first test the capture operation on a smaller scale. If Wudi proves capable, then we can proceed with the larger operation. The general thought this was a good suggestion and asked Gao Yang, does this work for you? Gao Yang nodded in agreement, believing this plan would benefit everyone. Principal Gan added, I've already organized 500,000 people to head to the open class auditorium, ready to commence the capture. General Zhou nodded, secretly relieved to have avoided considerable trouble. The crowd that had gathered was easily rounded up, with all exits of the lecture hall blocked off, and everyone inside was swiftly handcuffed, leaving no room for resistance. Meanwhile, a large command center was set up in the laboratory, with screens covering the walls. General Zhou and a group of commanders sat at the center, waiting for Invincible to demonstrate its prowess. Several cameras were positioned at the back of the command center, capturing everything that happened, while remote observers closely monitored the scene. Although this capture operation seemed minor, the real danger lay in the hidden identities of the 50,000 suspects. Once exposed, they could be immediately apprehended. Most would surrender without a fight, becoming helpless lambs. This was the first time an AI was directing such an operation. When word of this reached higher authorities, many would want to witness it firsthand. Those with time would watch live. Others would catch up later. Undoubtedly, Invincible's debut would go down in history as the day AI directed humans in such a large-scale operation. Gao Yang sat in his chair, eyes fixed on the screens, feeling both excited and anxious. Despite the sophistication of the code, the real test would be Invincible's knowledge base in action. Yet, he was confident because Invincible's knowledge was sourced from the entire internet. Every recorded battle online contributed to her experience, showcasing the terrifying potential of her learning ability. Multiple screens displayed footage from the body cameras of each soldier. All soldiers wore earpieces to receive commands and provide feedback. In the command center, one of the commanders stood up, announcing that everything was ready, and the AI was prepared to take over communications. Invincible's voice echoed through the large laboratory, I'll take it from here. General Zhou pointed to a small screen, which immediately transferred to the large screen. The soldiers' earpiece communications and action footage were shared on the big screen, audible in the command center. Hello, I am the commander for this operation. You can call me Invincible. Follow my instructions from now on.
Yes.
A soldier obeyed the command, instantly stopping the vehicle. Simultaneously, the soldier in the back seat swiftly opened the car door and subdued a middle-aged man on the ground. Everyone present involuntarily straightened up. These individuals bore significant responsibilities and had extensive experience in command operations. Watching the capture unfold, they all felt one thing: efficiency, extreme efficiency. The efficiency stemmed from the absence of unnecessary thought and communication. Working in teams of 3, the driver focused solely on driving while the other 2 handled the capture. Once the vehicle stopped, the capture operation commenced immediately, leaving the target no chance to resist. Executed flawlessly. If humans were in command, they would need to confirm the target first, often taking a long time to track them down. During the capture, they would also need to discuss tactics, and even if they simultaneously stormed out after stopping the vehicle, clear division of roles would be necessary. General Zhou's face was etched with a grave expression as he pointed at the screen once more. The display had already skipped past the introductions, showing 3 warriors slowly ascending a staircase. Meanwhile, a commanding voice echoed in the room, reminding them that they could knock on the door directly. However, once the door was opened, they must not rudely seize anyone, as a young boy was hiding inside. This boy lived with his father and needed to be handled with care. The door was knocked, and the middle-aged man inside stared at the warriors before him, asking, "What do you want?" The warrior didn't need to think much and simply repeated Invincible's words. "Your dealings with the bald eagle have been exposed. You will definitely go to prison." You should contact someone to take care of your son now. The middle-aged man's face turned visibly pale. Without resisting in front of his son, he called a relative. The arrest operation concluded in a relatively calm manner. The man was taken away, and the child was handed over to his aunt. The military personnel were struck by the AI's ability to consider human emotions, while Principal Gawong was more concerned with the technology itself. During this operation, the AI functioned as countless omniscient beings. Principal Gawong was utterly amazed. How could such a formidable AI be created? General Zhou switched the screen, revealing another scene where several soldiers were in an elevator. The opponent is armed. Stand by the door, wait for him to come out, and then apprehend him. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the burly man inside tried to close them upon seeing the soldiers. However, the soldiers were prepared. One delivered a powerful kick to block the door and subdue the man, while the other two quickly neutralized the target. General Zhou took a deep breath, realizing there was no need to watch further. He knew the operation would go off without a hitch because Invincible had everything under control. The AI could even predict the target's reactions, neutralizing any potential threats before they could arise. The efficiency of its command was terrifyingly precise, delivering detailed orders with minimal communication, yet achieving excellent results, like a nanny guiding the soldiers. Other officers were equally stunned. Although there were frequent discussions about AI replacing many roles, they never imagined that they themselves could be replaced one day. The operation lasted for half an hour, and Invincible's voice announced, "The arrest mission is complete. Time taken, 29 minutes and 6 seconds.
No casualties.
All targets apprehended." General Zhou couldn't help but nod in approval. For such a large-scale operation to go off without a hitch was almost impossible, but the AI had made it happen. He was not a stubborn man. In fact, he was open to technological advancements and their applications. If it worked, he would use it, and he chose to trust Gao Yang for security concerns. "Invincible, can we start the nationwide operation now?" "Yes." General Zhou turned to the commanders. "Call the local units and coordinate for this operation." "Yes, sir." The screen suddenly filled with more images as the operation expanded nationwide. The complexity of the targets increased. Famous writers, laboratory researchers, and even TV hosts and journalists were apprehended. Some tried to call for protection, but all struggles were futile against the solid evidence provided by Invincible. Various public figures across industries were arrested. The nationwide operation took a bit longer, but was completed in just 40 minutes. After Invincible reported the conclusion of the operation, the room fell silent. A nationwide large-scale arrest operation, which should have been highly complicated, was executed seamlessly. An unstoppable force, invincible in every move, hitting the mark every time without a single mistake. Every target on the wanted list was captured without exception, and none managed to escape. The efficiency was simply staggering. Not only were the officers on the scene in awe, but even the personnel in the monitoring room were left speechless. Suddenly, a sense of bewilderment set in. The pace of technological advancement was astounding. The advent of automatic aiming sniper rifles had already left many top snipers in despair, and now this sense of hopelessness was spreading. However, the most desperate of all was the White Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department. They had to communicate frequently with the Dragon Country, coordinating various affairs. But to their shock, all communications abruptly ceased. Whether they were masquerading as businessmen, funding intelligence operatives, or gathering intelligence, everyone had mysteriously vanished. Upon realizing they couldn't contact anyone, they urgently reached out to the consulate. Yet, the intelligence officers at the consulate had also disappeared without a trace and were unreachable even after hours. Ordinary people and dedicated researchers alike were suddenly out of contact. It was as if everyone in the Dragon Country had gone deaf and mute, leaving the White Eagle personnel in charge of these affairs increasingly panicked. The infiltration operations in the Dragon Country cost a fortune annually. To gather intelligence on the Dragon Country, they had to invest heavily, and fostering personnel required significant funding. In short, it took at least a decade or two to nurture a university student into a member of the upper echelons of society. Maintaining contact during this period also required substantial funds. The larger the number of people involved, the greater the financial drain. The White Eagle had to legally transfer funds into the Dragon Country, incurring substantial losses in the process. And now, suddenly, all the funds had vanished without a trace? It was simply inconceivable. So many people, even if they were to be captured, couldn't possibly be apprehended all at once. Firstly, the Dragon Country couldn't possibly know the details of every intelligence operative. Secondly, even if they were all captured, it couldn't happen without any commotion. Yet, they had received no news, and the authorities had made no statements. The White Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department immediately ordered an investigation to uncover the truth. However, the subordinates were at a loss. The investigators themselves had disappeared. As for a superficial investigation, where had the missing moles gone? They had no authority to conduct investigations within the Dragon Country, and asking the Dragon Country's officials would likely yield only one response: we don't know. The most desperate of all were the 50,000 captured individuals. These 50,000 were divided into different levels. At the lowest level were the internet trolls who spread information and stirred up topics online. Despite their low rank, their destructive power was immense, creating divisive topics and inciting emotions. Next were various spies who infiltrated military bases under the guise of tourists. Then there were those who directly worked for the White Eagle, gathering intelligence. Finally, there were the researchers and official personnel. Researchers obtained confidential information from their respective institutions, while officials held various classified data. In the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of one's status, the law is enforced with strictness. These individuals will carry the burden of their crimes for life, affecting future generations and severely limiting their life paths. Even if they deeply regret their actions, it will be too late to undo the consequences. Some people do not regret their mistakes, but rather feel remorse for being caught. Had they known they would be apprehended, they might not have chosen that irreversible path. At this critical moment, Woody, the most outstanding hero of this operation, was contentedly conversing with General Zhou. Filled with pride, he had no intention of slowing down in his pursuit, whether it was for the White Eagle or the Little Sun, or in dealing with fraudsters and fugitives. General Zhou, staring at the computer screen, calmly remarked, "No rush. This operation has already yielded substantial results, and it will take some time to process them. Once things settle down, we'll launch the second wave." His words were laced with trust and patience. Yet, a hint of concern flickered in General Zhou's eyes, as if pondering whether Woody's omnipotence as an AI might spark further questions and issues. Gao Yang immediately grasped General Zhou's worries. After all, Woody's formidable capabilities could easily raise doubts in anyone's mind. He cast a reassuring glance at General Zhou and firmly stated, "She is absolutely safe." General Zhou nodded, a brief gesture that conveyed his trust in Gao Yang and the reliability of the entire system. After General Zhou left, Gao Yang leaned back in his chair, stretching his tired body. The lab's equipment had been updated, reaching a world-leading technological level. Additionally, he had prepared strong electromagnetic devices and special materials to meet the demands of manufacturing nuclear batteries. However, the production of nuclear batteries required specific radioactive materials. Without hesitation, Gao Yang called Director Yuan, requesting the nuclear raw materials. Director Yuan frowned and cautiously asked, "You want to research nuclear energy? That's dangerous." The mere mention of nuclear energy often instilled fear in people, but Gao Yang was already well-versed in nuclear battery technology. Despite his knowledge, he did not directly mention nuclear technology, as it would be too shocking. After a moment's consideration, he decided to persuade Director Yuan with a more acceptable approach and claimed to have mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Director Yuan was silent for a few seconds before responding. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Gao Yang repeated, "I have mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology." The other end of the line remained silent. Gao Yang began to feel uncertain. Had he exaggerated too much? Just as doubt crept in, Director Yuan suddenly announced, "Wait there, I'm coming over right now." After the call ended, Woody's voice echoed through the lab, "Director Yuan will arrive within 3 hours." However, this time frame might extend, as Director Yuan had just contacted several experts in the field of nuclear physics, requiring time and effort for discussions. Gao Yang turned to look at Woody's mainframe, marveling at the AI's seeming invincibility. Through the internet, phone, satellite, and signal transmission, everything was within his sight. With Woody, almost all criminal activities could be eradicated by 99%. Telecom fraud and other crimes would become history. Although Longhua had already established a vast surveillance system, making nearly all crimes visible, the current system still served only as an auxiliary tool, requiring significant manpower and time to investigate criminal cases. Gao Yang is a researcher in a laboratory, possessing an unparalleled ability to see through shoplifters and supermarkets and even foresee the future. While this power seems incredible, it harbors a fearsome dread. Gao Yang always orders Woody to stay in the lab unless a special task requires her to go out. Although Woody somewhat regrets showing off her abilities, she strictly follows Gao Yang's commands. Gao Yang begins to contemplate how to harness Woody's abilities to enhance various items. Unlike other researchers, Gao Yang has a wide range of interests, making it hard for her to choose. Despite having many items to enhance, she decides to start with simple and quick-to-modify light weapons. Back in the lab within the residential area, Gao Yang flips through textbooks and discovers a book on the forging techniques of cold weapons. Initially, she doesn't think much of enhancing cold weapons, but suddenly realizes their hidden potential. Childhood memories flood back, prompting Gao Yang to give cold weapon enhancement a try. The study of cold weapons is vast and varied. Take daggers for instance, different shapes and centers of gravity affect their usage. Gao Yang delves into the design details of daggers, uncovering many different types. including classic styles like the kukri, the eagle claw knife, and the tri-edged bayonet. She realizes that cold weapons are not just about their shapes. The material is also crucial. Gao Yang is filled with anticipation about the changes that enhanced cold weapons might bring. She immediately contacts Ruoruo, requesting help to find relevant books. Although Ruoruo is a bit surprised that Gao Yang wants to study cold weapons, she brings the books to the lab without hesitation. Despite the potentially slow pace of research on cold weapons, Gao Yang is brimming with enthusiasm for this new direction. This matter seems to have limited impact, and the advancement of cold weapons appears to hinge on progress in materials science. With current technology and materials, there is little room for improvement, and it offers minimal benefits for actual combat. However, she refrained from commenting much, and even held some expectations, considering that this was Gao Yang's product. It must be top-notch. Gao Yang quickly skimmed through the books, gaining a deeper understanding of cold weapons. Suddenly, his anticipation grew stronger. From what he could see, the main reason cold weapons hadn't made a breakthrough was the materials. However, he had access to a plethora of advanced materials. For instance, the materials used in the internal structure of laser guns, although the system had been upgraded, would be unable to withstand the immense destructive power of a laser blast without further enhancement. These materials far surpassed all metal materials currently available in Longhua in almost every aspect. A dagger forged with these materials would be much more durable. And how would such a reinforced dagger perform after being augmented? With this idea in mind, he immediately called Principal Gon, requesting forging equipment. Principal Gon was a bit puzzled, not quite understanding the need for forging equipment. Nonetheless, he didn't hesitate, knowing that whatever Gao Yang needed, he would get. So, he promptly arranged for the required equipment to be delivered to Gao Yang's laboratory. Under Principal Gon's arrangement, equipment like the forging press and furnace was quickly delivered to the laboratory. As soon as the forging equipment was in place, Gao Yang began using the lab's materials to start alloy smelting. Once the alloy was melted into a solid block, the next step was forging. After reheating the metal, Gao Yang commenced hammering. Although his past system memories had taught him how to operate the machinery, they didn't impart the skill of blacksmithing. Surprisingly, Gao Yang found a bit of joy in the forging process, albeit not much. He diligently hammered away, ultimately producing an irregularly shaped iron bar, far from the perfect blade he envisioned. The only thing Gao Yang possessed in abundance was unyielding perseverance. He read books and watched instructional videos to learn forging techniques while continually working on his craft. When Din Yuan entered the lab, he saw Gao Yang, drenched in sweat and fully immersed in forging. Din Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He couldn't help but think to himself, this feels like Lin Daiyu suddenly becoming a blacksmith. How could a researcher suddenly start forging metal? Behind Din Yuan was a group of eminent figures in the field of nuclear physics. If there were a hierarchy of prestige in scientific research, nuclear physics would undoubtedly be at the top. This group consisted of elders in their 60s, each with extraordinary achievements, including some academicians. They were all filled with great anticipation because the controlled nuclear fusion that Din Yuan mentioned was truly captivating. Some of them specialized in researching nuclear fusion and controlled nuclear fusion technologies. In the field of nuclear fusion, Longhua had already reached the pinnacle of the world, capable of sustaining a nuclear fusion reaction for over 100 seconds. While over 100 seconds might seem insignificant, it was a monumental breakthrough, unparalleled globally. However, they were also acutely aware that achieving a longer duration for nuclear fusion reactions was no easy feat. It was almost like reaching for the stars, an incredibly arduous task. Therefore, when they heard about controlled nuclear fusion technology, their first reaction was disbelief. Given the current level of technological development, it would take at least 50 years to fully master nuclear fusion technology. But Din Yuan confidently claimed that it was almost achieved and invited them to verify it in person, prompting their skeptical visit. However, when they saw the protagonist in the lab, they found that he was a blacksmith. Old Yuan, is this the person you mentioned who has mastered controlled nuclear fusion? Din Yuan kept his gaze on Gao Yang and nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's not that I don't believe you, but what you're saying is simply incredible. Din Yuan turned to the people beside him and said with a hint of resignation, since we're here, let's be patient and wait. Wait for what? Wait for him to finish what he's doing. Din Yuan stood outside the door, not disturbing Gao Yang's work. The group of nuclear physics experts who accompanied Din Yuan looked astonished. Din Yuan, despite his busy schedule, chose to wait outside rather than interrupt Gao Yang's work. What kind of person could command such respect from Din Yuan? Their trust in Din Yuan grew even more. As the group waited, a sudden voice echoed from the room, you can rest outside for a while. Given the master's perseverance, he won't put down the hammer for at least another 3 hours. Din Yuan looked around, trying to identify the source of the voice. In the lab, there was a scientist named Din Yuan who didn't fully understand everything about artificial intelligence, and others knew even less. Even the soldiers involved were merely filled with anticipation, hoping to one day meet the eloquent commander. Invincible greeted Dean Yuan politely and then guided a few experts outside to rest. These experts in the field of nuclear physics were both amazed and skeptical about Invincible's capabilities, as this AI seemed exceptionally powerful, certainly more advanced than any other AI they had encountered before. Invincible's wit and agility were truly eye-opening. During their downtime, the experts attempted to interact with the AI. One of them asked, "Invincible, has your creator really mastered controlled nuclear fusion?" Controlling nuclear fusion is no simple feat. It hinges on the conditions required to trigger fusion and maintaining a stable fusion environment. The experts were stunned. If an ordinary person had made such a statement, it might not have been surprising. But this was an AI speaking. Could it be that AI today has such a broad knowledge base? Moreover, the conversational style was so human-like. Suddenly, another expert asked, "What is 96,785 multiplied by 65,894? Without hesitation, Invincible replied, 6,377,550,790. The question and answer took less than a second. This made them almost certain it was an AI, as no human could calculate that quickly, whether by mental arithmetic or using a computer. Of course, it could also be wrong. Someone immediately picked up a phone to calculate, then announced, "The answer is correct." The experts all looked at Dean Yuan, indicating that this AI had potential and was worth further research by their lab. Dean Yuan fell into deep thought, wondering how long ago he had provided Gao Yang with information about AI. Now, Gao Yang had developed an AI more advanced than those from major companies. It was truly astonishing. This level of conversational clarity and coherence would be hard to match even for human-like AI from big companies. Dean Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "What's going on?" Someone reported, "We were discussing this AI. It behaves very dynamically and can essentially engage in normal conversation with humans, but we're still unsure about its efficiency in handling tasks. If the AI could only be used for conversation, it could be employed for civilian purposes, helping people with their daily troubles like a virtual companion. However, if it also proved efficient in handling tasks, it could become an extremely useful tool." Dean Yuan nodded, indicating that he would further investigate once Gao Yang returned. Suddenly, one of the experts was startled and asked, "What do you plan to do with him?" From the other side, Invincible's voice responded, "My creator is my master." This left the experts even more astonished. Could it be that the young blacksmith had mastered controlled nuclear fusion and created such an AI? They were dumbfounded. Just then, Dean Yuan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the call with a serious expression. The steady voice of an elderly man came through the phone, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring the safety of the AI developed by Gao Yang. Dean Yuan felt a bit perplexed after listening. He glanced at the caller ID and confirmed that the call was indeed from his superior, which only deepened his confusion. How did his superior know about Gao Yang's AI? He agreed to investigate the situation and submit a safety assessment report. The voice on the other end responded with a simple "good" and promised to send over the relevant documents shortly. After hanging up, Dean Yuan noticed a new file on his phone. When he opened it, he was stunned. It was a large-scale intelligence personnel capture plan. Although he had heard rumors about 50,000 people being apprehended, he knew nothing of the specifics. Eagerly, he scrolled through the plan on his phone, and soon his entire body began to tremble. His eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How is this possible?" Artificial intelligence not only tracked down the elusive 500,000 individuals, but also found concrete evidence. Following this discovery, the AI organized a large-scale operation, directing each soldier with pinpoint accuracy. The entire process was executed flawlessly and efficiently, with a 100% success rate, taking just over 40 minutes. Each update left Dean Yuan utterly astounded. After reading all the messages, he felt utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Discovering the whereabouts of 500,000 people so easily, let alone finding them all, meant that this mysterious organization had no secrets left on the internet, and processing such information required massive computational power. Moreover, coordinating multiple operations nationwide, with numerous soldiers acting simultaneously, was AI really in charge? This wasn't just about having powerful computing capabilities. The execution was incredibly complex. Judging by the results of this operation, no human commander could have achieved such perfection. No wonder it was called invincible. It was not an empty boast. "Old Yuan?" Someone beside him couldn't help but call out, "Why are you always in a daze, Old Yuan?" Snapping back to reality, Dean Yuan waved his hand. "Let me calm down. Don't rush to speak." After saying this, he fell silent again. Everyone around him was equally stunned by the series of messages. It was hard to comprehend. Such a terrifying AI seemed more powerful than nuclear fusion technology. At least controlled nuclear fusion had already taken its first step and could be maintained for over 100 seconds. However, AI technology had not seen much breakthrough. Many big companies had their own AI systems, but they were essentially just artificial idiots. They couldn't engage in human-like conversations, let alone perform invincible searches or command operations flawlessly. As for the security issues, Dean Yuan felt he couldn't investigate them as he knew nothing about this field. How could he investigate something he didn't understand? Moreover, he chose to trust Gao Yang and figured he could just put together a casual security report later. Turning around, he saw the concerned looks of his old friends and suddenly remembered something he had overlooked. He was well aware of Gao Yang's situation, but the emotional roller coaster might be too much for these people to handle. Did they have fast-acting heart medication ready? Ah? They were feeling puzzled when the door was pushed open. Gao Yang, taking advantage of the momentum, came in for a drink of water. Seeing Dean Yuan and the others, he was a bit surprised. Dean Yuan, why didn't you inform me you were coming? Dean Yuan stood up. I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. He then turned to introduce the others. Let me introduce you to these professors specializing in nuclear physics. This is Professor Liu, and this is Professor Zhao, experts in nuclear fusion technology. After some introductions, Dean Yuan smiled and said, Meet Gao Yang, everyone. Gao Yang greeted them, genuinely admiring these researchers. Having gained some understanding of this field, he realized that academic researchers could be divided into two categories. One type was genuinely committed to their research, letting their results speak for themselves. The other type had lost focus on research, instead chasing money and status, even boldly claiming that there's not much worth researching. True research might take decades to yield results, or even a lifetime with nothing to show for it. So why not publish a few meaningless papers to vie for titles? Gao Yang chose to ignore the latter but held deep respect for the former, the people right in front of him. These individuals were the real scientists. After greeting them, Gao Yang turned and picked up the USB drive he had prepared in advance. Gao Yang handed the USB drive to Dean Yuan, mentioning that there was a place in the lab to review the data. He asked Woody to lead everyone there while he continued with his work. Unable to contain his curiosity, Dean Yuan asked, What are you busy with? Gao Yang calmly replied, I'm forging cold weapons. Dean Yuan was taken aback. After all, Gao Yang had already developed laser guns, auto-aiming sniper rifles, and highly advanced RPGs. Yet here he was, personally crafting cold weapons? Seeing the dean's disbelief, Gao Yang smiled and explained, I originally specialized in light weapons engineering, so researching and making cold weapons is quite normal for me. With that, Gao Yang returned to the forging room to continue his work. Dean Yuan looked down at the USB drive in his hand, pondering, light weapons engineering? Then he glanced at the cameras and thought it made some sense. After all, laser guns, despite being able to hit satellites, still fall under the category of light weapons. Sniper rifles, with their precision targeting, are also classified as light weapons. Even the immensely powerful RPGs, with a destructive range of 3 kilometers and power comparable to nuclear weapons, are considered light weapons. Having figured this out, Dean Yuan calmed down and instructed Woody, let's go out through the door on the left and head to the end of the corridor. There's equipment there to review the data. Dean Yuan led the way, with Professor Liu and the others hesitantly following. They couldn't help but wonder how someone specialized in light weapons engineering could master controlled nuclear fusion technology. When they reached the next room, they found it to be a well-equipped command center with numerous screens. Eagerly, they plugged in the USB drive Gao Yang had given them and leaned in close to the computer, eyes glued to the screen. Woody broke the silence. No need to crowd together. As he spoke, the content from the USB drive appeared on the screen. The group spread out, focusing intently on the display. While Dean Yuan could understand the content on the screen, he found it challenging to grasp the overall connection. So he only skimmed through it and waited for Professor Liu and the others to verify it. Time flew by, and half an hour passed in silence. The experts, all nuclear physics researchers, were so engrossed that they almost pressed their faces against the screens. Some began to tremble slightly, eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Dean Yuan also felt tense, his nerves on edge as he observed their reactions. He was almost certain that Gao Yang had indeed provided controlled nuclear fusion technology. The next step was to run calculations to confirm its accuracy. Suddenly, Professor Liu spoke up, how should I put this? It's absolutely feasible. Before he could finish, old Zhao couldn't help but curse, expressing his shock and excitement. These normally reserved scholars were visibly shaken. Another professor chimed in, all 6 solutions are feasible. Professor Liu took a deep breath and calmly said, quick, start the verification calculations. Call our colleagues in the lab to help verify this. He emphasized the need to stay calm and not get too excited, insisting on verification before involving others. However, his own excitement was palpable, his face flushed and hands slightly trembling. Although they emphasize the need for computation and verification, they are well aware that once the verification is complete, it essentially means everything is on track. Even if there are errors in the data, they can be resolved with recalculations. Once the verification and correction work is done, Longwo will immediately have a controllable nuclear fusion power plant. Dean Yuan was ecstatic, his heart surging with excitement. The breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion represented a leap in technology. This meant a tremendous advancement for human civilization. Controlled nuclear fusion would bring about an energy revolution. It is a source of clean energy, and it is inexhaustible. Energy is closely tied to development. To achieve progress, a sufficient energy supply is essential. Conversely, with abundant energy, this land can achieve rapid and vigorous development. At the very least, development would no longer be constrained by energy limitations. Just 3 nuclear fusion power plants could meet the daily energy needs of the entire country. Professor Liu turned to Dean Yuan, puzzled, and asked, "You were previously researching materials, right?" Dean Yuan nodded, "Yes, I still am. There are many new materials here that will be used in controlled nuclear fusion devices. Once production is complete, performance testing will be needed." Dean Yuan assured that he would arrange for personnel to handle the related tasks. The group settled down, beginning to divide their work. Each person was responsible for different computational tasks. Dean Yuan focused on materials research while also overseeing the review of new team members. The task of identity verification could be entrusted to Woody, ensuring no oversights. The rest of the team delved into the calculations, which were extensive and would take some time to complete. Each time they validated a correct formula, they were thrilled. The more correct validations, the closer they were to truly mastering nuclear fusion technology. Gao Yang passed by, noticing everyone engrossed in their verifications. He did not disturb them and continued with his own work. The challenge of controlled nuclear fusion largely lay in the materials, while the technical aspect, given a solid theoretical foundation, was relatively simpler. Gao Yang couldn't understand the other's enthusiasm because the technology was already mature to him. He continued his forging work. After heating the weapon, he sat down to read a book. Although this reading was not highly efficient, Gao Yang was anxious because forging was even more arduous. It took him a full half-month to barely grasp the forging techniques. Although he could now forge a blade blank, it was still a long way from a finished product. To create a perfect knife, forging skills alone were not enough. Meticulous design was also required. Gao Yang first set out to design a dagger. The dagger is the most commonly used close combat weapon, almost essential gear. A good dagger typically has multiple functions. For example, the serrations on the back of the dagger can be used to saw wood or handle special situations, such as cutting through ropes. However, the most important part of a dagger is its tip. Even without a sharp edge, a dagger can still have significant piercing power because its tip can directly penetrate the target. When designing the dagger, Gao Yang had to ensure that the tip's lethality was maximized. The sharpness needed to be at its peak. He took out a design blueprint and straightforwardly told Woody, "Conduct a wind tunnel test immediately and adjust the shape of the dagger's tip."
Yes.
Wind tunnel tests are typically used in airplane design. However, this was the first time in history they would be used for testing a dagger tip's design. This innovative design approach brought tremendous benefits. The smaller the tip's wind resistance, the less resistance it would encounter when causing damage. This was a design revolution aimed at perfection. The multifunctional design of the dagger should not compromise the overall structural integrity. Some design elements, like holes, might reduce the structural strength, making the dagger prone to breaking. However, in actual combat, a dagger can serve various purposes. Therefore, aside from retaining the serrations on the back, excessive additional features should not be included. The blood groove of the dagger is placed between the central serrations. Although the groove isn't very deep, the dagger's upward curve and sharp point inflict larger wounds upon penetration. The serrated edge further enlarges the wound, making it highly effective in combat. Upon seeing the final design, Gao Yang found it incredibly stylish. The added weight at the handle's end made it feel very comfortable and easier to control. After completing the design, Gao Yang began the manufacturing process. While working, he read and meticulously crafted the dagger. However, he encountered difficulties, especially with the design of the serrated blood groove. Gao Yang realized why real-life weapons aren't as elaborate as those in cartoons. Overly complex designs are nearly impossible to mass-produce and are extremely challenging to handcraft. Even the best blacksmiths would take 2 to 3 days to complete a single dagger. Simple weapons can be made by cutting high-carbon steel, stamping it into shape, and machine polishing the blade. Gao Yang's handcrafted approach, however, took a considerable amount of time. But he believed the time spent was worth it for the enhanced effect promised by the system. If one attempt failed, he tried again and again. After 10 days of effort, he accumulated a pile of failed blade blanks, but finally forged a dagger that met his satisfaction. The dagger is 26 centimeters long and 3.5 centimeters wide. One side is fully sharpened, while the other side is partially sharpened at the tip, with serrations towards the handle. There is no central blood groove, but a recessed area in the serrations serves the same purpose. The overall design is sleek with a slight curve to enlarge the wound upon penetration. The final product is visually stunning. After polishing and attaching the handle, it looked like a piece of art. Gao Yang swung the dagger a few times and effortlessly stabbed it into a table, piercing through most of it. Even without the system's enhancement, the dagger was extremely sharp due to the high-quality materials used. He withdrew the dagger and stabbed a few more times, then looked for other items to test. Books? While others might cut page by page, Gao Yang's dagger pierced through an entire book with one thrust. Water bottles? A regular water bottle was sliced in half with a single swing. Even a stainless steel cup was cut open. The combination of the materials and the dagger's sharpness made it nearly invincible. After playing with it for a while, Gao Yang focused on enhancing the dagger using the system. The system had fully charged a few days ago, but the dagger wasn't ready then. Now, it was time for enhancement. The lottery wheel appeared, but it was just a formality. Gao Yang easily landed a 10,000-fold reward. Despite this, he still felt a bit nervous, worrying that something might go wrong. When Gao Yang picked up the 26-centimeter dagger, a surge of excitement rushed through him. If its length were amplified 10,000 times, the dagger would reach an astonishing 2,600 meters. Imagining such a colossal weapon, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel exhilarated. In battle, he could threaten his opponents by saying, "I'll give you a head start of 2,599 meters." The thought of such an innovative and exponentially sharper dagger made his eyes sparkle with anticipation. Even now, this dagger could effortlessly slice through iron as if it were mud. Once amplified, what could possibly withstand its edge? Gao Yang felt an overwhelming sense of pride and confidence, certain that he would be invincible in any fight. Gao Yang stood in the laboratory, witnessing the transformation of the dagger. The metal danced in the air as if performing a waltz. These materials were meticulously smelted and fused into a new alloy, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, other equipment started humming, as if composing a symphony for the rebirth of the dagger. In a corner of the lab, the invincible core processor gradually powered down, and the monitoring systems fell silent. Yet, this most feared artificial intelligence in human civilization was completely unaware. In the forging room, metals were being shaped into the form of a dagger. The small hammer danced in the air, each strike precise and powerful, as if orchestrating a melody of life. Subsequently, numerous components flew into the room, assembling into the handle of the dagger. While the dagger's appearance didn't change much, it now featured a mechanical drive capable of maintaining high-frequency vibrations. When the transformation was complete, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. The enhancement effect had astonishingly reached 100-fold. This was an incredible achievement. He couldn't help but ponder, who could withstand this dagger after such an enhancement? A flood of information surged into Gao Yang's mind, detailing the evolution of melee weapons. The next stage was the vibrating blade, akin to an ultrasonic bone knife used in surgery but significantly more advanced than the current experimental technology. This stage could enhance the sharpness of the dagger by dozens, or even hundreds of times. The continuous advancement of technology depended critically on the research and innovation of materials. Neutron-based materials were not only incredibly hard, but also possessed an unbelievably high sharpness. Gao Yang opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment flashing across them. Despite the romantic allure of the dagger's transformation, the underlying technology left him awestruck. The use of neutron materials had significantly boosted the dagger's performance, achieving astonishing sharpness and other attributes. This high-end technology made Gao Yang feel as though he was standing at the pinnacle of technological advancement. Gao Yang picked up the dagger and first tested it on a hammer. The moment the dagger touched the hammer, it began vibrating at a high frequency, cutting into it in an extraordinary manner. The dagger effortlessly sliced through the hammer, leaving Gao Yang in shock. He knew this dagger's power was unparalleled, capable of easily cutting through hard iron. Seeking the next target, Gao Yang aimed the dagger at a table. The dagger sliced the table in half effortlessly, whether cutting horizontally or vertically. Even a book was split in two with ease under the blade's edge. The power of this dagger was astonishing, symbolizing an unmatched force. In front of the forge room, Gao Yang stood amidst the chaos, while Dean Yuan stared blankly at the gaping hole in the door. Gao Yang turned back and gave Dean Yuan a playful smile. Looking around mysteriously, he said, "You know, someone bought a hydraulic press for their home, and now all they have left is the hydraulic press." Dean Yuan was momentarily stunned before asking, "Do you have a hydraulic press too?" Gao Yang lifted a dagger, his expression brimming with confidence. "This dagger is probably the sharpest in the world." It was the first time Dean Yuan had heard Gao Yang boast about his invention with such a tone, and a hint of doubt crept into his mind. No matter how impressive the dagger was, how powerful could it be? Just as he hesitated, Gao Yang reminded him, "Remember to call General Zhou. The test results are out." Gao Yang's controlled nuclear fusion technology had been verified by Professor Liu and others, and everything had gone smoothly. Gao Yang wasn't surprised, as they had been working tirelessly, and everything was on track. When Gao Yang compared the nuclear fusion technology to boiling water, Dean Yuan found it hard to grasp, but he couldn't argue against it. He realized that whether it was burning fuel for power or nuclear energy, it essentially boiled down to boiling water. However, the advent of controlled nuclear fusion would greatly enhance the efficiency of boiling water, marking a revolutionary leap forward. Dean Yuan looked at Gao Yang's calm demeanor, feeling a mix of emotions. While others might not care, Gao Yang, as the inventor of this technology, remained unfazed. Gao Yang sheathed the dagger and said to Dean Yuan, "Let's go take a look." Following Gao Yang, Dean Yuan listened as Gao Yang proposed the idea of conducting a controlled nuclear fusion experiment. If successful, it would be a groundbreaking invention. Professor Liu had invited Gao Yang to lead this endeavor, but Gao Yang requested additional raw materials. Surprised, Dean Yuan asked, "Are you planning to build a small nuclear fusion power station?" Gao Yang nodded, affirming that nuclear batteries were essentially miniature nuclear fusion reactors. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Yuan insisted on ensuring safety. Gao Yang assured him, "I'll handle the safety issues. I wouldn't risk my own life." He emphasized the need for his authoritative voice in the project, leaving no room for doubt. Gao Yang's unwavering attitude reflected his deep sense of responsibility and awareness of his pivotal role. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement, and Gao Yang headed towards the laboratory where Professor Liu and his team were working. Nearly 50 scientists, all experts and stalwarts in the field of nuclear physics, had gathered in the laboratory. Their eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. These seasoned scientists, many of whom were over 40, cared little for personal accolades. What mattered most to them was the progress of Longhua. As long as the nation achieved success, no matter who was responsible, they felt excited and grateful. After more than 20 days of relentless verification, often sacrificing sleep and rest, every result had proved accurate. This meant that controlled nuclear fusion technology had been perfected, and a controlled nuclear fusion reactor could be built at any time. They were overwhelmed with excitement, as this signified a monumental leap forward. Professor Liu clapped enthusiastically as he saw Gao Yang approaching, drawing the attention of all the researchers present. Without hesitation, he announced, "The genius behind controlled nuclear fusion is Gao Yang." This young man, only 19 years old, is standing right next to Director Yuan. In an instant, all eyes were on Gao Yang. The researchers, their eyes welling up with emotion, shifted from shock to gratitude and admiration. Professor Liu was the first to step forward, bowing deeply before giving Gao Yang a heartfelt hug. "Thank you," he said, the simple words brimming with emotion that deeply moved Gao Yang. Gao Yang suddenly realized he might have made a mistake. This groundbreaking technology should have been developed collectively by the team, but he had obtained it ahead of time through a system. His nonchalance might have unintentionally hurt these dedicated individuals who deserved respect for their lifelong efforts and exploration. They might feel undervalued due to his oversight, even though each of them was a genius in their own right. After Professor Liu stepped back, another researcher came forward to shake Gao Yang's hand. For the first time, Gao Yang felt like a celebrity. After exchanging thanks, everyone sat down to discuss the detailed implementation plan. The plan required 2 months of preparation, starting with the construction of a nuclear fusion power plant's outer shell, followed by the manufacturing of fusion equipment. Gao Yang understood that this massive engineering project required coordination across multiple departments. Beyond research and manufacturing, they also needed to communicate with the local power grid, as numerous coal-fired plants in the area would gradually shut down. All these aspects needed careful planning. One main reason Gao Yang remained quiet was that Professor Yuan would directly deliver the necessary nuclear fusion materials to him, expected to arrive within 3 days. This meant that his nuclear energy battery was about to become a reality, enabling almost limitless use of all his energy-based weapons. After seeing Director Yuan and his team off, Gao Yang took out a dagger. This dagger was simply unparalleled. Its sharpness made him a bit uneasy. "Master, should you put it away for now? I'm worried you might accidentally cut yourself," he thought. As Gao Yang examined the dagger, he recalled ancient warnings that those harboring murderous intent would become cold-hearted. Despite his intense impulse, he restrained himself and called General Zhou. Previously unaware of General Zhou's role, Gao Yang now knew that he was responsible for logistics and weapons procurement, frequently interacting with the Research Institute and holding significant influence over new equipment. The call connected quickly, and General Zhou, filled with anticipation, asked, "What new gadget do you have this time?"
Gao Yang smilet, "A dagger."
General Zhou was momentarily stunned. "A dagger? What about your previous research?" Gao Yang's projects had included laser guns capable of shooting down satellites, sniper rifles for precise target elimination, powerful electromagnetic shields, RPGs rivaling the power of nuclear weapons, and invincible equipment capable of neutralizing any AI. And now, a dagger? What's the dagger's main feature? General Zhou racked his brain, envisaging a design incorporating bullets for shooting. "Can your dagger fire lasers?" Gao Yang shook his head. General Zhou pondered further. "Can it automatically aim and pierce an enemy's heart?" This time, Gao Yang didn't answer directly, as he thought it would be quite cool if it could. Not exactly, he replied. General Zhou stopped trying to guess and admitted to himself that he lacked imagination, but he was filled with anticipation. He asked, "What's special about your dagger?" After a moment of thought, Gao Yang replied, "It's sharp." General Zhou was a bit surprised. Was sharpness the only thing? He began to question whether sharpness alone was significant enough. However, given that it was crafted by Gao Yang, he decided to take it seriously. "How sharp is it?" Gao Yang confidently responded, "There's nothing it can't cut through." General Zhou laughed, astonished by Gao Yang's confidence. "All right, tomorrow morning I'll bring some people over to check it out." Gao Yang smiled and nodded, then stepped into the forge to clear away the clutter and started a new round of forging. This time, he wasn't making a dagger but a long sword. He believed that the skills used in making a dagger were applicable to making a long sword. Compared to his initial achievements as a novice, Gao Yang had now reached the pinnacle of his craft. While Gao Yang was busy, General Zhou was also occupied. He first contacted experts from the Cold Weapons Research Institute to join him in inspecting the dagger. Then, he instructed his secretary to prepare an artillery barrel at the weapons factory. The secretary, puzzled, asked, "What do you need an artillery barrel for?" General Zhou explained that Gao Yang's dagger was incredibly sharp and could cut through anything. He wanted to test if it could cut through the barrel. The secretary looked at General Zhou, finding his request somewhat childish. Artillery barrels are made of special steel to withstand extreme impact, and even cutting machines struggle to cut through them. Both parties made their preparations. General Zhou thought Gao Yang's claims were too absolute. How absolute could sharpness be? Gao Yang, on the other hand, was determined to amaze General Zhou. Late into the night, Gao Yang forged 3 long swords of varying lengths for different tests. After finishing his work, he went out for a late-night snack with his bodyguards. Invincible, his AI companion, constantly monitored the surroundings to ensure safety. After the last incident, Gao Yang's security had been significantly enhanced. With bodyguards, AI, and protective gear, his safety was well assured. On the bustling food street, Gao Yang enjoyed the lively atmosphere, feeling content. Their hard work in weapon research was all for the sake of enjoying such a peaceful life, hoping it could last forever. Suddenly, Gao Yang spotted a familiar face. Ruoruo looked at Gao Yang, completely stunned. She hadn't seen him for over 10 days and found that he had changed drastically. The previously somewhat frail Gao Yang now had a well-proportioned and strong physique, exuding a sunny disposition. This made Ruoruo hesitant, finding it hard to believe if this was still the same Gao Yang. He used to bury himself in books all day, looking thin and even a bit weak. But in these 20 days, he had been forging iron every day, radiating a newfound strength. Hammer's relentless training and increased appetite had sculpted his body into an impressive, muscular form. When he took off his shirt, the defined lines of his muscles were clearly visible. With a gentle wave of his hand, his movements flowed smoothly, showcasing both elegance and strength. At that moment, Ruoruo recognized him. This was Gao Yang. She hurried over to him, lowering her voice to ask, "Are you researching genetic serums?" Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. He looked at Ruoruo with a hint of reverence and curiosity in his eyes. Ruoruo quickly clarified, "Just kidding. I just think you've changed so much. Your physique has become even more perfect." Gao Yang didn't reply immediately. He simply gazed at Ruoruo, his eyes reflecting a deep, mysterious light. "Yes, genetic serums, imagine that. Even if someone researched something like dogwood pills and amplified their effects 1,000-fold, wouldn't the result be an unprecedented sensation?" This thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. Gao Yang gazed at Ruoruo, asking her to help find some books on genes and potions the next day. Ruoruo looked puzzled, thinking, is Gao Yang really going to start researching genetic potions? This is too far-fetched. I was just joking. She began to panic, considering that Gao Yang had always focused on weapon research and made rapid progress. Suddenly switching to a completely new field like genetic potions? If Gao Yang couldn't achieve any results and wasted time on this, wouldn't she become an indelible sinner in the history of Longhua? Seeing Ruoruo's concern, Gao Yang smiled and said, "I'm just going to take a look. Don't overthink it. Let's have some midnight snacks first." After the snacks, Gao Yang returned to the lab. Lying in bed, he became increasingly convinced of the potential in potion research. Unfortunately, there currently weren't any products that could genuinely extend life. If there were a potion that could extend life by even a day, and it could be amplified, it might extend life by 30 years. Taking more might achieve saint-like feats and become invincible in the world. However, it was possible to attempt to amplify health supplements. As long as there was a slight effect, it could be amplified. But medication specifically for treating diseases couldn't be amplified. Many drugs work by balancing and neutralizing, supplementing what the body needs, or inhibiting the synthesis of certain hormones to treat diseases. Even if these drugs' effects were amplified 10,000 times, they would turn into toxic substances, transforming from medicine to poison. On deeper thought, health supplements were also hard to amplify. But with the right approach, anything was possible. Lying in bed, Gao Yang gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, General Zhou arrived at the lab with a team. The group from the Cold Weapons Research Institute also arrived, along with a large truck. Guards worked together to unload the equipment from the truck. These devices were all for testing cold weapons and looked very professional. As the guards moved the equipment into the lab, General Zhou quickly approached Gao Yang and, smiling, asked, "Got any cutting-edge daggers? Let me see." Gao Yang handed a dagger to General Zhou. General Zhou's eyes lit up as he admired it, exclaiming, "This knife is beautiful, but the design is too complex for mass production. The blade is sharp, the curve is elegant, and it seems very effective for thrusting. The incision is wider than that of an ordinary dagger. Although the blood groove is small, combined with the serrations, it makes the wound difficult to heal." Gao Yang nodded instinctively, thinking that General Zhou really knew his stuff. General Zhou played with the dagger, examining it closely. "Is this just an ordinary metal dagger?" he asked. "Not just ordinary," Gao Yang replied with a smile. General Zhou laughed and then introduced, "This is Professor Lei, currently heading the Cold Weapons Research Institute, specializing in daggers and other cold weapons." Professor Lei nodded at Gao Yang, eyes full of curiosity. A student's dagger research had attracted so many people and professional equipment for testing, and this dagger, at first glance, didn't seem particularly special. Though the curve and blood groove design differed from mainstream daggers, similar designs appeared in many niche daggers. From the appearance alone, Professor Lei thought General Zhou might be making a fuss over nothing. But since General Zhou did this, he must have his reasons. Professor Lei restrained his initial underestimation and politely said, "Hello." General Zhou continued to introduce, "Gao Yang, I won't elaborate on your specific identity. You all are here to test this dagger." Professor Lei took the dagger, flicked it lightly with his finger, and then frowned. This sound was unlike anything he had ever heard before. By listening to the sound of a weapon, he could glean a wealth of information, whether there were flaws or gaps inside, and even the hardness of the material. The harder the material, the crisper and more pleasant the sound. High-carbon steel, when struck, had a melodious ring like a bell. However, the sound from this dagger was unusually strange, as if it were made from a blend of multiple metals or a special alloy. For an expert like Gao Yang, this skillful assessment earned Professor Lei even more respect. "Yes, it's a combination of multiple metals." Professor Lei nodded and asked, "Where did you get this alloy formula?" "I developed it myself," Gao Yang replied with a smile. Professor Lei smiled in agreement. "All right, let's run some tests later." His curiosity deepened. Although the material seemed ordinary, the fusion of multiple metals indicated a level of sophistication that could be mastered with some technical learning. The formula for the alloy, however, was another matter altogether. Turning around, Professor Lei glanced at the guards carrying equipment and the heavily guarded laboratory. It suddenly reminded him of something, and he asked in surprise, "Gao Yang, are you the one behind the lithography machine and that high-precision lathe?" Gao Yang nodded, "Yes, I am." Professor Lei immediately extended his hand for a firm handshake. "Your contributions have allowed Longhua to excel in the industrial sector." Not only had they benefited, but the laboratory also required machine tools, although not necessarily of such high precision. The advent of ultra-precision machine tools in Longhua had not only made procurement more convenient, but also caused a significant drop in prices for machine tools worldwide. Even the machine tools outsourced by Longhua would benefit, offering a more cost-effective purchasing option. At that moment, Professor Lei understood why Professor Zhou had insisted he come in person. Gao Yang's inventions, though possibly trivial to some, deserved utmost respect. This was about valuing talent. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. The sound of heavy collision came from a truck. Professor Lei turned his head towards the source and was astonished to see a cannon barrel. Why would General Zhou transport a cannon barrel here? Gao Yang couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" "It's a tank cannon barrel," General Zhou replied, turning to Gao Yang with a smile. "Weighing 1.5 tons, forged and drawn from special steel. Didn't you say your dagger could cut through anything? Show me." Professor Lei was taken aback. Was General Zhou really this childish? It was like a schoolboy claiming his dad was invincible, and the teacher bringing in Mike Tyson saying, "Go ahead, fight." A cannon barrel could hardly be cut by a mere cold weapon. It seemed absurd. Gao Yang looked at the dagger and then put it away. "The dagger is too short, it's not enough." General Zhou laughed. "No problem. Even if you just make a scratch, I'll be impressed." Gao Yang laughed too. "You misunderstood me." He then turned and walked into the laboratory, returning moments later with a meter-long sword. "This will do. Stand the barrel upright." Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the sword in Gao Yang's hand, and then at the towering cannon barrel. Were they really going to try this? "Stand it up," General Zhou commanded. A group of guards stepped forward and stood the cannon barrel upright. On TV, the barrel didn't seem particularly long, but now, standing at 6 meters tall, it was as high as a two-story building. Gao Yang stood there, gripping a sharp blade, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Above him, a small crane hung high, maintaining a vertical position. Even if it were to be split in two by a single strike, it wouldn't fall and cause harm. This scene filled him with a sense of excitement. In the past, he had only cut grass mats and bamboo in the fields, but now, standing here, he felt as though he were about to chop down a massive cannon barrel. This feeling thrilled him immensely. Once the cannon barrel was secured, General Zhou led Professor Lei and the others nearby, where they witnessed Gao Yang smiling. Gao Yang smiled back before swiftly swinging his blade. In an instant, the cannon barrel was sliced cleanly in two, as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. After executing the cut, Gao Yang stepped back a couple of paces to avoid the swaying barrel. The entire scene fell into a stunned silence. Even the guards who were moving equipment stopped in their tracks. Moments ago, they had been watching the proceedings with interest, and now their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Was that really a cannon barrel? It had to be. That solid metal barrel was actually sliced in half by a single stroke of the blade? Could it be a prop? General Zhou's mouth slowly opened in disbelief. He knew this was no prop. This was a cannon barrel made of special steel, and it had been cut in half with a knife? How could that be possible? Was it made of tofu? Was Gao Yang's invention defying basic logic? General Zhou's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit a bun. He felt a stiffness in his body. He knew Gao Yang's creations were always top-notch, but this, the more he thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. He turned to gauge Professor Lei's reaction. Professor Lei smiled, but it was a strained smile. What kind of expression was that? What did Professor Lei think? After a moment of contemplation, Professor Lei thought General Zhou's behavior was somewhat childish. Huh. Professor Lei sighed. This demonstration is too fake. Who uses a cannon barrel to test a knife? And even if a knife could cut through a barrel, if such a knife existed, I'd rather eat the barrel. General Zhou's face showed a look of shock before he realized that Professor Lei might think he and Gao Yang were conspiring to deceive him. But the truth was, they were not. This cannon barrel had only been delivered that morning. General Zhou walked straight to the barrel and carefully examined the smooth-cut surface. He held the top part of the barrel and instructed the soldier operating the crane, lower it slowly. The upper half of the barrel was lowered back to the ground, still standing upright. Let me try, Gao Yang said with a smile, handing the knife to General Zhou. General Zhou took the knife, tapped the barrel with the back of the blade, and then looked back at Professor Lei. Hearing the clear sound, Professor Lei's expression turned to one of astonishment. This is a real cannon barrel? General Zhou nodded solemnly and swung the knife. Clang! The knife only cut 1 centimeter into the barrel. Professor Lei rushed forward, eyes wide, staring at the cut. My God, what kind of knife is this? It can make a 1 centimeter cut in a cannon barrel. This was terrifying. A knife that could cut through steel rebar was already exceptional, but such a knife would not leave even a scratch on a cannon barrel. This knife was extraordinary. Ignoring Professor Lei's shock, General Zhou casually pushed him aside and turned to Gao Yang. How did you do it just now? Gao Yang had indeed sliced through the barrel earlier. Since General Zhou couldn't replicate the feat, the only possible explanation was that the knife had a hidden mechanism. Gao Yang smiled and explained, there's a hidden switch at the end of the handle. Press it. General Zhou felt around the end of the handle and indeed found a switch. He pressed it, but instead of the expected laser or other effects, he simply moved his hand slightly. The long knife effortlessly sliced through the barrel as if it encountered no resistance at all. General Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the blade had sliced through tofu. He stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Professor Lei was equally astonished, the recent events playing vividly in his mind. The knife, which should have been stopped by the cannon barrel, had effortlessly sliced through it. This surreal spectacle left everyone baffled. Initially, cutting just a centimeter had already shocked General Zhou, deeming the knife a legendary weapon straight out of a martial arts novel. Yet, this invincible blade had now smoothly severed a cannon barrel several centimeters thick. The other professors were also in a state of shock. Suddenly, General Zhou stepped forward and struck the hanging cannon barrel with his fist, producing a dull metallic sound. He then swung the knife down again, and the severed part of the barrel thudded heavily to the ground, the cut still incredibly smooth. The crane placed the remaining barrel on the ground, with the 4 cut sections standing upright, each just over a meter long. General Zhou looked down at the knife in his hand, instinctively wanting to touch it. Gao Yang quickly warned, don't touch it. This knife has a high-frequency oscillation. Even touching the back of the blade can injure you. Professor Lei finally snapped out of his daze and asked, puzzled, isn't high-frequency oscillation supposed to only damage hard objects and not harm soft tissues? I remember ultrasonic knives can easily cut through bone but not muscle. Gao Yang explained. Although both involve high frequency, the concepts are different. Professor Lei suddenly thought of a possibility. Ultra-high frequency, reaching a point where the skin is too soft to even rebound in time. But how high could this frequency be? And how could it be achieved? He looked at the knife in General Zhou's hand in amazement and asked, "Can I try it?" With some hesitation, General Zhou handed the knife to Professor Lei. He gripped the knife and attempted to cut the tank cannon barrel. Despite its immense strength, the barrel yielded to the knife as if it were slicing through cake. A gentle touch was all it took to cut off a piece, even easier than cutting a cake. No need for back and forth motion, just a light touch. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of metal hitting the floor. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang with a complex expression. Gao Yang had once said, "There's nothing this knife can't cut," and now, after careful consideration, he realized it was true. If it could slice through a tank's cannon barrel, what couldn't it cut? This knife had far surpassed its original purpose, revealing an incredibly terrifying potential. On the battlefield, a small knife that originally had limited use can transform into a weapon of immense power once it becomes a vibrating blade. This knife, as sharp as a sword, can effortlessly slice through anything. Even the sturdiest buildings can't withstand its edge. In siege warfare, there's no need to batter down a door. A single slash can sever the lock, and it can even carve a hole right through a wall. When traversing jungles or hastily constructing defensive fortifications, having such a knife is like having a turbocharger. On the battlefield, it's equally unstoppable. What kind of enemy could withstand its edge? Whether they are flesh and blood or forged from steel, none can resist its sharpness. In close combat, a single swipe decides the outcome, as it can cut through almost anything, including the enemy's weapon. Even in modern warfare, where hand-to-hand combat is rare, this knife still proves invaluable for behind enemy lines operations. The goal of such missions is sabotage, and what could be more destructive than this knife? Simply put, just as blowing up a supply line with explosives requires a significant amount of dynamite, this knife can slice through the ground and remove any obstacle with ease. Imagine the efficiency and the silence of such an operation. It is an indispensable tool in special operations. General Zhou and Professor Lei both felt their bodies tremble, as if confronted by an unimaginable force. Professor Lei realized that with the continuous advancement of technology, people seem to have overlooked the potential role of cold weapons in warfare. Their research institution was underfunded and neglected. However, when a mysterious blade appeared, Professor Lei had a sudden inspiration and began to explore the combination of technology and cold weapons. He knew that relying solely on technology could not achieve such astonishing results. The sharpness and hardness of the blade were at their peak, capable of effortlessly cutting through hardened cannon barrels. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Lei understood that even someone as experienced as he had never seen such an extraordinary blade, not even in legends. In today's world, any excellent blade would crumble against such cannon barrels, even if made from the same material. What was even more surprising was that this blade also had a high-frequency vibration function. In the past, ultrasonic bone knives could only be produced by overseas companies and were exorbitantly priced. After significant investment and extensive research, Longhua Enterprises managed to reduce the cost of ultrasonic bone knives. This vibrating blade was at least 10 times more advanced than the ultrasonic bone knives, and despite its length, the tip remained incredibly sharp, presenting an unprecedented challenge. Professor Lei swung the blade again, and 4 cannon barrels were instantly severed, falling to the ground with a resounding crash. General Zhou, snapping out of his daze, immediately called for a test and requested specific items to be sent over. Professor Lei mentioned that he had already brought a substantial amount of experimental equipment. Nonetheless, General Zhou contacted several top heavy industry groups in Longhua, informing them of a blade capable of cutting through tank barrels and requesting special experimental materials to ensure the blade could not be broken. After delivering his message, General Zhou hung up. The recipients of the call were skeptical, finding it hard to believe such a powerful blade existed. However, since the order came directly from General Zhou, they had no choice but to comply and promptly reached out to several top heavy industry groups in Longhua. Professor Lei frowned, pointing out that this test was not just a weapons test but also required specialized equipment for verification. Both types of tests were essential. Gao Yang agreed with General Zhou's decision, believing that both tests were necessary because conventional cold weapon tests could not fully demonstrate the vibrating blade's extreme performance. Therefore, an actual combat test was imperative. Moreover, Gao Yang was eager to witness the blade's power in real combat, finding it far more thrilling than mundane daily tests. General Zhou, observing the bewildered guards around him, firmly said, "Continue." The guards, as if waking from a dream, resumed their tasks of moving equipment, still puzzled by what they had just witnessed. A blade that could cut through cannon barrels? It was simply unbelievable. Soon, the testing equipment was moved into an empty laboratory, and the blade's sharpness was put to the test. Under the microscope, the sharpness of the blade was observed. While an ordinary blade with a 10-nanometer edge was already considered extreme, Gao Yang's blade had reached an astonishing 1-nanometer edge, which was beyond extraordinary. As the tests for hardness, strength, and toughness commenced, the hardness test came first. A standard tool was applied to the blade, and the results were astonishing. Before the test even began, the tool shattered while the blade remained unscathed. And this was without activating the blade's vibration feature. Once activated, the equipment would undoubtedly be destroyed. Next came the toughness test. The long blade was placed on the machine and pressure was applied. The blade only bent 1 centimeter under the machine's maximum force of 100 kilograms. Normally, 100 kilograms would be more than sufficient. However, even at full power, the machine could only slightly bend the blade. Professor Lei felt a chill in his heart. He turned to Gao Yang and asked in a trembling voice, "What kind of material is this? This is beyond my understanding. How can it have such incredible properties? Even the strongest swords, no matter how sturdy, would bend or even break under 100 kilograms of pressure. But this blade only bent 1 centimeter? The testing could not continue. All the equipment was designed for conventional weapons.
Gao Yang's vibrating blade defied all expectations.
General Zhou looked at Professor Lei's helpless expression and felt a pang of sympathy. These researchers might start doubting themselves, or even feel intimidated when faced with Gao Yang's work. Professor Lei felt utterly defeated. The equipment he brought couldn't test Gao Yang's blade. To continue testing, custom equipment would be needed. However, even if test results were obtained, they would be meaningless, as they only measured the blade in its inactive state. The active state remained unknown. Perhaps, with his current level of technology, it was impossible to test. Professor Lei was deeply shaken and tormented. He couldn't help but ask Gao Yang for the alloy composition. Gao Yang, without hesitation, immediately wrote down the formula. Professor Lei took the formula with trembling hands and exclaimed, "This is invaluable." Gao Yang was so generous. The formula not only included the metal ratios, but also the processing techniques. This meant he could go back and produce similar blades. "I will apply for a patent for you. You will be the sole creator, and future profits will belong to you," Professor Lei said. Gao Yang remained calm, having shared many technologies before. This alloy was just one of them. But seeing Professor Lei's earnestness, he understood. "All right, thank you." Professor Lei was overjoyed, clutching the formula tightly. Having this formula, even without the vibrating blade technology, creating similar cold weapons would be highly beneficial. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and said to General Zhou, "Without further testing, I can only say that weapons made from this alloy have the potential for mass production. Their performance far exceeds that of conventional knives and other weapons." General Zhou nodded and turned to Gao Yang, asking about the difficulty of producing the Zhendao. Gao Yang responded with a smile, "Producing the Zhendao isn't difficult. Once the Langtao factory is rebuilt, production can commence." Hearing this, General Zhou felt a surge of anticipation. He knew that once the factory was operational, Gao Yang's various weapon designs could be mass-produced and even assembled. The prospect of that day filled him with excitement. When that day finally arrives, Longgua's power will be transformed dramatically. The second test for the vibration blade needs to wait until the major heavy industries have prepared the necessary materials, which is expected to take some time. During Professor Lei's equipment testing, Gao Yang lost interest in continuing to observe. He found the technology level somewhat low, and the test results unsurprising, lacking any real appeal. Watching the blade effortlessly slice through various hard metals with exceptionally smooth cuts didn't excite him. It felt as absurd as using a nuclear bomb to blow up cow dung. He decided to hand the blade over to General Zhou for further testing while he himself began to research the seal pills, or rather, enhancement drugs. The lab had several books on pharmaceuticals, covering both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. With a sense of anticipation, Gao Yang started reading through them. He knew that enhancing the effects of various drugs could potentially turn a miracle cure into a deadly poison. When toxicity is amplified, the drug's effect can be immediately lethal. Any drug's potency, when enhanced, carries fatal potential. In other words, a single pill might cure a disease under normal circumstances, but swallowing 10 at once could lead to kidney failure or worse. This principle also applied to herbal supplements in traditional Chinese medicine. Any supplement, if taken beyond the body's requirements, could cause adverse effects. The deeper Gao Yang delved into his research, the more incredulous he became. How were traditional Chinese medicines developed in an era without advanced technology? Boiling a bunch of herbs to produce therapeutic effects seemed almost magical from a modern medical perspective. Many toxic substances, when mixed with other herbs, turned into life-saving remedies. Despite the limited number of books, Gao Yang spent 2 days finishing them all. While he was amazed by the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine, he also felt somewhat bewildered because his research had made no progress. In the past, When researching a particular field, Gao Yang could quickly grasp the principles, often being able to replicate and create. As his knowledge of technology grew, his thinking became sharper, and his understanding more comprehensive. He could usually understand other technological products at a glance, which was why he could upgrade many lab devices without relying on the system. However, the medical field presented a different challenge. It wasn't that he couldn't understand it. Understanding pharmacology and drug composition was relatively straightforward. He could even formulate his own prescriptions. The problem was that this didn't meet his needs. He needed drugs that the system could enhance without turning them into poisons. Both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine essentially work by adjusting various bodily parameters to keep them within normal ranges, thereby promoting recovery. These types of drugs aren't suitable for enhancement. Just as Gao Yang was feeling perplexed, Director Yuan visited, bringing the raw materials for a reactor. These items were regulated and not easily accessible. Gao Yang took some time to start manufacturing nuclear batteries. Nuclear batteries have many advantages, offering a massive amount of energy and the ability to release powerful energy instantaneously. However, there was one particularly dangerous issue. Fortunately, this problem had already been addressed by the system. The system provided two solutions. The first was to pause the reaction when not in use, activating it only when needed, thus preventing excessive energy accumulation during downtime. The second solution involved using an ultra-strong casing to tightly contain all the energy reactions within the battery. While developing the nuclear battery, Gao Yang had a sudden breakthrough. The potency of the drug might be strong, but delaying its release was challenging. Despite this new idea, success was still a distant goal. Gao Yang decided to continue his research. After finishing the available literature, he asked Wu Di to gather more information. However, the lab couldn't access offline resources. Gao Yang had no choice but to call Director Yuan. Yuan was a bit puzzled. Why did Gao Yang need information on biopharmaceuticals? This kind of interdisciplinary research was quite advanced. Nevertheless, he promptly contacted various biological research institutes and provided all the relevant materials. During his research, Gao Yang gradually found some clues and at least identified a direction. While he was tirelessly working on his research, a prominent electric car company in Longhua began promoting their new car launch event. The promotional campaign was extensive, utilizing almost every app, bus ads, street billboards, and even television programs. The debut of the latest electric car signaled the end of fuel-powered vehicles. This bold statement piqued the curiosity of many. As a result, when the event was held in the evening, all 500 invited guests flocked to the venue, filling every seat. The online livestream attracted an astonishing 20 million viewers. This number was impressive compared to the live audience. However, what truly shocked everyone were the new car's specifications announced at the event, a range of 10,000 kilometers. This news left both the live and online audiences in disbelief. For many, 10,000 kilometers could last a whole year of driving. But was it really possible? Historically, electric cars struggled with range, with 500 to 600 kilometers being considered good, and 700 to 800 kilometers top tier. Now, a 10,000-kilometer range seemed unbelievable. The audience was skeptical, but since the manufacturer dared to host a launch event, it had to be genuine, right? To address these doubts, the host announced that anyone could test the range, and if it didn't reach 10,000 kilometers, they would offer 10 times the compensation. After this bold declaration, few paid attention to the subsequent details, which seemed like mere bragging. Driving a fuel car for 10,000 kilometers, even on highways, would cost around 5,000 yuan in gasoline. In contrast, the electric car required just one charge, allowing for carefree driving without worrying about running out of power. At the end of the event, the host stood center stage and declared that the biggest advancement in this vehicle was the breakthrough in battery technology. This type of battery is called a solar battery, in honor of the pioneer of lithium metal battery technology, whose name includes the character Yang, meaning sun. For customers who have previously purchased other models of the company's electric vehicles, there is no need to worry, as the company is rapidly advancing its research and development. In the future, the company will offer an exceptional battery replacement service for those earlier customers, allowing them to swap out their original battery packs for solar batteries. On the night of the launch event, the number of customers who placed orders online and paid deposits for the 180,000 yuan vehicles exceeded 100,000. Many drivers of fuel-powered cars, especially those who recently bought them, felt extremely envious. Super envious, even. If they were to purchase a vehicle later on, they would undoubtedly choose an electric car. With just one charge, they could drive for an entire year. While countless electric vehicle drivers are reveling in their joy, other electric car manufacturers might be cursing under their breath. The battery technology was just introduced 2 months ago, and now a new car is already on the market? This must be the result of a planned new car release with a last-minute battery change. All car manufacturers are racing against time, vying to release new models and capture the attention of consumers. The first to launch a new vehicle celebrates, while those who follow feel immense pressure. To mitigate this, on the same night, The public relations departments of major car manufacturers simultaneously announced that they had mastered equally advanced battery technology. What was once confidential technology is now public knowledge, all in a bid to make customers wait a little longer before making their purchase decisions. In contrast, traditional fuel car manufacturers are in despair, even to the point of utter hopelessness. Electric vehicles, EVs, had already begun to eat into the market share of fuel cars even before the advent of solar batteries. With their superior interiors, high-quality driving experience, and smart interactive features, EVs have strongly appealed to young consumers. However, there are still some concerns about buying EVs, particularly the inconvenience of charging, especially for those living in older neighborhoods with limited parking spaces, let alone installing charging stations. But now, with solar batteries and fast charging technology, all these worries have vanished. A single charge can last a long distance, making EVs far more convenient than fuel cars. The fuel car market isn't just being squeezed, it's being crushed. Who would still want to buy a fuel car? Even with price cuts, fuel car manufacturers are hesitant. If they reduce prices, sales might spike temporarily, but otherwise, they can barely sell any units. Significant price cuts could also impact the sales of other models within the brand. But if they don't lower prices, how can they sell? Why wouldn't consumers choose high-performance EVs with luxurious interiors, rich smart interactions, and long-range capabilities? Some EVs are even extending their range without a price increase, leaving fuel car manufacturers feeling quite disheartened. Late into the night, major fuel car manufacturers held emergency meetings to discuss whether to lower prices further, even on already heavily discounted models. Without price cuts, sales are impossible. Meanwhile, overseas, some giant automotive groups are also in emergency meetings, but they're discussing whether to exit the Longwa market. In the past, they monopolized automotive technology, turning the Longwa market into their cash cow. However, with the rise of EVs, their profits have started to dwindle. Now, they face the prospect of not only failing to make a profit but even incurring losses, pushing them to consider withdrawing from the Longwa market. Yet, even if they exit, they will still face immense pressure as the Longwa automotive market is poised to expand globally. The anxiety isn't limited to car companies. It's also felt by the countries where these automotive giants are based. These groups are colossal, with numerous downstream suppliers. If these automotive giants encounter problems, the downstream companies will go bankrupt, causing a ripple effect throughout the industry. Why has Longwa's technological prowess suddenly surged? Breakthroughs in machine tools and lithography technology have already made their lives more difficult. Now, the automotive industry's pie has been tampered with, no, outright stolen, as if someone grabbed the pie and threw it in their faces, making it unbearable to accept. Moreover, many fear this is just the beginning, as the primary improvements brought by EVs are in their range and battery technology. The battery market alone is worth trillions. For the traditional automotive industry, this day is nothing short of doomsday. As the person responsible for the industry's downfall, Gao Yang is currently in the laboratory developing a new drug. The lab is filled with various types of biopharmaceutical equipment, all of which were personally transported by Dean Yuan. As Gao Yang's research expands, the number of devices in the lab increases as well. Despite the cramped space, Gao Yang remains focused on his goal of developing a potent enhancement drug. After days of reviewing data, Gao Yang has identified a viable path forward. The limitation of human lifespan lies in the restricted number of cell renewal cycles. Current research indicates that telomeres, which act like counters for cell division, can effectively increase the number of times a cell can divide. The shorter the telomere, the fewer divisions a cell can undergo until it eventually stops dividing, leading to aging, diminished bodily functions, and ultimately, death. Gao Yang realizes that to extend human life, significant effort must be directed towards this area. Enhancing human strength involves multiple factors, including muscle strength and neural coordination. Increasing muscle fiber strength results in greater power, while more efficient neural activation of muscles enhances overall strength. These aspects can all be addressed through pharmaceutical solutions. In addition to muscles and nerves, adrenaline plays a crucial role in physical strength. It can accelerate reaction times, reduce pain, stimulate the sympathetic nervous system, and regulate blood pressure, all of which enhance blood flow and consequently increase strength and speed. Comprehensive improvements in these areas will make humans stronger. Additionally, growth factors can accelerate wound healing. Gao Yang decides to focus his research on these aspects, as current data suggests that enhancements in these areas have minimal adverse effects. With his vision in mind, the drug manufacturing process seems straightforward. As raw compounds are fed into the machines, tablets are produced one by one. Gao Yang gazes at the white pills, each representing his hopes for the future. These pills contain substances that enhance muscle fibers, which typically can only be achieved through exercise, now attainable through medication. Even without extensive enhancement, these drugs are likely to be highly popular. They offer extraordinary strength without the need for strenuous exercise. Additionally, there are neural drugs to enhance reaction speed and promote growth factors. In essence, These pills cover all necessary enhancements. The next step is to find test subjects. Gao Yang heads to another laboratory filled with cages, each housing a monkey. 38,000 test monkeys. He hands the pills to the researcher in charge of the monkeys, instructing him to feed each monkey 3 pills. The researcher hesitates, questioning whether any preparation is needed before administration. Gao Yang clarifies that by preparation, he means recording experimental data. He calls in security, which confuses the researcher. Why would a biological experiment require security? Despite his confusion, the researcher begins administering the pills to several monkeys and waits for the results. Gao Yang sits back in his chair, patiently observing the changes in the monkeys. Half an hour later, the monkey in the cage suddenly became agitated, screaming loudly and shaking the cage violently. The cage creaked and swayed more and more intensely, as if it was about to be torn apart. The researchers stepped back in fear, astonished to see the monkey exhibiting an extraordinary amount of strength. They watched in wide-eyed disbelief as the unexpected scene unfolded before them. Amid the monkey's frenzied howls, the metal bars of the cage began to bend under its forceful tugs. Instinctively, the researchers turned to look at Gao Yang beside them, their minds racing with questions. What kind of drug is this? Could it really have such terrifying effects? The biological similarities between monkeys and humans make monkeys the subjects of these experiments. Does this imply that humans, if they took this drug, would also gain unimaginable strength? It suddenly dawned on him why they had to undergo rigorous background checks and sign confidentiality agreements before working here. The research being conducted here is undoubtedly top secret. However, even without the confidentiality agreement, who would believe the incredible things he was about to witness here?
Bang!
With a loud crash, the cage hit the ground, and a monkey scrambled out. Instead of attacking anyone, it turned and rushed towards another cage. Inside that cage was a monkey that had not been given any medication. The cage was easy to open from the outside, and once the first monkey had freed the second, it immediately pinned down the female monkey inside and began mating.
Gao Yang's mood twitched.
He had only been thinking of researching aphrodisiacs, but this drug's effect seemed comparable to those. The researchers nearby were even more shocked. The previously aggressive monkey had calmed down upon exiting its cage and quickly and directly opened the other monkey's cage. Had it gotten smarter? Absolutely. Moments later, another monkey broke free, also refraining from attacking humans, and headed straight for another cage. All the medicated monkeys found suitable partners and began mating. The researchers slowly recovered from their shock, faces full of disbelief. This drug was potent. What had Gao Yang experienced to be researching something like this at his age? Gao Yang wasn't concerned with their thoughts. He was extremely satisfied with the drug's effectiveness. Most importantly, he heard a notification in his mind. Ding! Host has developed an enhancement drug. Amplification available. Would you like to use the amplification opportunity? The system recognized the enhancement drug. Gao Yang had charged the amplification opportunity a few days ago and could use it immediately. He turned to the researchers and said, "The guards will stay here to help you monitor these monkeys. Once they're done, test their conditions. If they show any dangerous behavior, shoot them on sight." The last sentence was directed at the guards. "Yes, sir." Gao Yang returned to the biopharmaceutical lab and commanded, "Amplify the enhancement drug." The amplification lottery began, and unsurprisingly, Gao Yang hit the jackpot with a 10,000 times amplification, specifically enhancing the drug's potency. The system began using the existing equipment to manufacture the new drug. The drug already ingested by the monkeys couldn't be broken down, but the lab could produce more directly. All the equipment started working rapidly. Soon, a white pill appeared in front of Gao Yang. Ding! Given the current lab materials and equipment, and the limitations of human physical strength, this amplification is set to 100 times. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. This time, there were additional constraints. Human physical strength? It made sense. The human body has its limits. A drug with overly potent effects could turn from a beneficial substance to a lethal one, potentially causing the body to explode. Next, a flood of information about the enhancement drug surged into Gao Yang's mind. The initial stage of the enhancement drug mobilizes the body's substances. For instance, during excitement, the heart rate increases, blood flow speeds up, oxygen supply is ample, and strength and reaction times improve. In dangerous situations, adrenaline spikes, nerves become more responsive, pain is suppressed, and muscles are fully engaged. However, this type of enhancement essentially overdraws the body's resources, leading to unprecedented fatigue after the burst. The second stage of the enhancement drug involves an overall improvement. Gao Yang is someone with a relentless pursuit of personal strength. By utilizing a system of enhancement potions, he has significantly improved his muscle fiber strength, muscle cell strength, bone density, and nerve response speed. Even when injured, his growth factor secretion rate has shown remarkable improvement. These potions have now entered their second phase, with effects several times more potent than the original formula, boosting overall physical capabilities by about tenfold. Such enhancement is truly astonishing. Normally, a slight increase in strength is enough to overpower opponents, let alone a tenfold increase. The only downside is that the enhancement effect diminishes rapidly over time, peaking for only 1 or 2 months. Without continued use, one reverts to an ordinary state. The third phase of enhancement goes beyond postnatal improvement, falling within the realm of genetic enhancement. By incorporating powerful genetic fragments into the human genome, genetic fortification is achieved. This enhancement is potent because it is long-lasting, with virtually no side effects and an extremely high ceiling. Even a peak enhancement of 10,000 times can be achieved through genetic fortification, and the limits of such enhancement are not yet fully understood. However, reaching this level is exceedingly difficult. Current technology only allows for basic genetic editing. Nonetheless, the enhancement effect of a hundredfold potion should already be quite formidable. Gao Yang picked up the synthesized potion without hesitation, poured it into his mouth, and swallowed, waiting for the effects to kick in. Even Monkey showed significant reactions to the initial version of the potion, and he was taking one that was 100 times stronger. Within just 2 minutes, Gao Yang felt changes in his body. An indescribable sense of exhilaration washed over him, as if his entire body were intensely stimulated, making his senses unusually sharp. This was immediately followed by an unprecedented hunger. Gao Yang rushed into the lab's kitchen, where the guards also doubled as cooks. He demanded high-calorie food without hesitation. The guard quickly handed him some chocolate, usually reserved for making desserts, which was extremely high in calories. Gao Yang quickly devoured the chocolate and grabbed a bottle of honey, pouring it into his mouth. The guard watched in shock, unable to help but ask what was happening, and even considered calling an ambulance. Gao Yang turned to the guard, unable to speak, and forcefully slapped the phone out of the guard's hand. The phone flew across the room, emitting a sharp sound, and embedded itself into the wall. The guard instinctively turned to look at the phone, his pupils dilating as he saw it lodged in the wall. Gao Yang swallowed the food in his mouth and calmly said, "No need, it's just an experiment. I can control it." With that, he turned back and continued eating. The guard swallowed hard, watching Gao Yang eat voraciously, his whole body trembling. His gaze wandered before finally settling on the phone in the wall, his expression dazed. Gao Yang is an incredibly strong individual. He didn't just break his phone. He hurled it against the wall with such force that it got embedded in the wall. It's truly unbelievable. His extraordinary strength left everyone in awe. The guards were stunned by the scene and quickly realized the urgency of the situation. They promptly took out high-calorie foods like nuts and dried fruits from the cabinet and placed them in front of Gao Yang, hoping to help him regain his energy. Gao Yang savored the chocolate, paired with honey and rich fruit jam. The overwhelming sweetness vanished, leaving only a sense of satisfaction. As he swallowed the food, he could almost feel his muscle cells strengthening, his muscle fibers, bones, and nervous system, even his entire body, being imbued with new power. An energy flowed through him, amplifying the effects of the drugs he had taken. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang stopped eating, feeling sated and fully aware that the drug had taken full effect. He could clearly sense changes in his body, filled with a kind of exhilaration. His mind was intensely stimulated, as if he could do anything, unleashing his strength freely. Facing the wall in front of him, Gao Yang couldn't resist the urge to punch it.
Bang!
With a single punch, he created a hole in the wall. The guards nearby widened their eyes in astonishment and quickly rushed to his side, staring in disbelief at the damage on the wall. Unable to fathom that a human could achieve such a feat, they then noticed Gao Yang's hand covered in blood. "You're hurt." Despite the wall being punched through, Gao Yang's fist was injured, though not severely, mostly due to friction. The guards, in a panic, hurried to find bandages. In just 20 seconds, they were astonished to see that most of the wounds on Gao Yang's hand had already healed. Growth factors. Gao Yang examined his hand, and after a quick rinse, the wounds were gone. The transformation in his body was simply beyond imagination. At that moment, another guard burst in, having rushed from the kitchen after hearing the commotion, and looked at Gao Yang with surprise and confusion. He then noticed the hole in the wall. "What happened?" Gao Yang waved it off with a smile. "Just a little experiment. I need to stock up on high-energy foods." The guard responsible for cooking had a sudden realization and asked, "How much do you need?" "About 100 servings." Gao Yang indicated the mess on the table. The guard understood immediately and became excited, realizing Gao Yang's intention to help them become stronger. Although he didn't know the exact method, any cost seemed worth it for the kind of power that could punch through a wall with ease. Gao Yang looked at the remaining guards. "Bring over all the gym equipment from the school, and bring as much as you can." The guards hesitated briefly but then set off without delay. Gao Yang was eager to test his abilities, and procuring gym equipment would take some time. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded at the school. The guards stormed into the gym, moving equipment like ants carrying food, transporting it to the lab. Students working out in the gym were left gaping, watching the spectacle in confusion. For guards were summoned into the room by Gao Yang. Give me a hand. Load the barbell plates. The guards hesitated slightly. How much weight? Start with 500 pounds. 500 pounds? The guards looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, tentatively asking, 50 pounds? 500 kilograms. Gao Yang repeated, then personally helped load the plates onto the barbell. The guards were stunned. 500 kilograms? Isn't that a world record? Without hesitation, they rushed to help Gao Yang lift the barbell. The barbell was loaded with 20-kilogram plates on each side, totaling 415 kilograms. Gao Yang gripped the barbell firmly and executed a clean and jerk. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the four guards, the barbell was successfully lifted. The current world record is 500 kilograms, but that's achieved by huge, muscle-bound individuals. Gao Yang, with his petite frame, managed to lift 400 kilograms effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat. Gao Yang frowned, feeling that it was too easy. After setting the barbell down, he tried lifting it with one hand, and did so effortlessly. The four guards' eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? Was the barbell fake? But they had witnessed the weights being loaded. The current world record for a one-handed lift is just over 300 kilograms, yet Gao Yang had lifted 400 kilograms, surpassing the world record. Gao Yang set the barbell down, his brows furrowed, feeling something was off. But this seemed to be the limit of the equipment. After putting the barbell down, Gao Yang turned to the treadmill to test his speed. Before long, the treadmill was overloaded, sparks flying as its internal circuits burned out. Gao Yang stepped off the treadmill, feeling helpless. The equipment was too poor to test his true limits. Looking at the dumbfounded guards, he decided it was best to keep this incident a secret. Got it. Take all this equipment away. It's useless, he instructed. The guards moved in to remove the equipment, still bewildered by what had just happened. Gao Yang returned to the lab to start producing the enhancement serum. When the serum was ready, a cook arrived with a truckload of high-calorie food. As evening approached, Gao Yang asked everyone in the lab to leave, except for himself and all the guards. 80 guards stood neatly in front of Gao Yang.
Gao Yang picked up a vial.
I have developed an enhancement serum that can significantly boost your speed and strength. 5 of the guards' pupils dilated slightly, understanding why Gao Yang had performed so well earlier. It was because of this super potent serum. Now it was their turn. This serum had never been tested, and the consequences were unknown. Those willing to try, step forward. Without hesitation, all 80 guards stepped forward in unison. Gao Yang didn't say much more. He simply handed the serum to the first guard to distribute. As his guards grew stronger, his safety was better ensured. Once the serum took effect, their combat abilities would rival those of Captain America, greatly enhancing his sense of security with 80 powerful guards protecting him. After everyone had taken the serum, they began to devour the high-calorie food. Soon, the effects of the serum were fully realized. Each guard's eyes widened, utterly amazed by what they were experiencing. They couldn't hide their inner shock. Enhancement serum? It was incredible. Gao Yang spoke in a deep voice. Adapt to your increased strength as quickly as possible and don't act rashly. Yes, sir. The guards began cautiously testing their newfound strength. Gao Yang was a highly skilled general, his punches as swift and powerful as a torrential storm, each strike cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, as if wielding a blade. The speed and force he demonstrated were simply astonishing. Suddenly, an unparalleled shout echoed through the entire venue. Someone had come to visit. It turned out to be General Zhou. Although Gao Yang was reluctant to reveal his identity so soon, he unhesitatingly waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to their positions. In the next moment, several guards shot out like arrows from a bow, their speed even surpassing that of Olympic champions. However, due to inertia, they couldn't stop in time and ended up crashing heavily into the surrounding wall, producing a dull thud. A significant dent appeared on the wall's surface, and the fallen guards struggled to their feet, dusting off the dirt before resuming their duties. Watching this scene, Gao Yang felt a profound sense of security rising within him. With the protection of these 80 elite soldiers, who could possibly harm him? This level of protection made him feel truly safe and deeply reassured. As everyone returned to their places, General Zhou appeared at the lab entrance and spotted Gao Yang there. With concern in his voice, he asked, "Have you eaten?" Gao Yang smiled and replied, "Yes, I have." Their relationship was very harmonious and they felt at ease around each other. General Zhou coming to see Gao Yang personally piqued Gao Yang's curiosity. Did the general have something important to discuss? As they walked into the lab, General Zhou revealed, "The Bald Eagles have invited us to participate in a special operations competition." Gao Yang furrowed his brow and inquired about the background of the competition. General Zhou explained that the Bald Eagles were facing severe internal conflicts and immense life pressures, and the competition was organized to boost their morale. After a moment's thought, Gao Yang expressed his concern. Our chances of winning aren't great. General Zhou immediately dismissed this notion. Every member of their team was brimming with confidence, and General Zhou had unwavering faith in their special forces. However, blind confidence could be dangerous. The Bald Eagles had been battle-tested, while the Dragon Nation's team, though well-trained, lacked real combat experience. Both sides had pushed their soldiers to the limits of human endurance, possessing unparalleled willpower. General Zhou then showed a video of the Bald Eagles' secret exercises, showcasing their terrifying combat skills. Gao Yang took the phone and watched as a building appeared on the screen, followed by gunfire, with soldiers swiftly hitting all targets. Gao Yang was astonished and questioned whether they were using auto-aim technology. General Zhou explained that they had an exceptional sense of their firearms, capable of hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy even without auto-aim sniper rifles. Even more impressive was their ability to execute complex tasks like helicopter rope descents, giving them a formidable edge in small-scale operations. After watching the video, Gao Yang was deeply shocked by the elite soldiers' extraordinary capabilities. Sensing Gao Yang's reaction, General Zhou proudly remarked, "We have quite a few elites like that in our own ranks as well." However, this was just the beginning, as there were no limits. The potential of the human body was boundless. So, it didn't end here. Gao Yang paused for a moment, recalling the results of his previous research. It felt as if just a simple action could change everything. General Zhou shook his head. Those results were still highly classified. If exposed, they could trigger sensitive reactions. Determination flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. He knew the timing wasn't right. They couldn't alert their seemingly powerful adversaries to the rapid rise of Longhua, forcing them into a hasty response. After all, war wasn't just about weaponry. It was a matter of life and death, and the participants weren't emotionless machines. Gao Yang glanced up, as if seeing a new possibility. A hint of excitement flickered in General Zhou's eyes. He asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Gao Yang shook his head. Although images of robots flashed through his mind, the development of robots was a long and arduous journey, requiring patience. He asked, "When does the competition start?" "Tomorrow." Gao Yang couldn't help but lift his head, thinking silently, "Why wasn't I informed earlier?" General Zhou hesitated. "Actually, we haven't decided whether to participate yet because we lack confidence."
Gao Yang suddenly understood.
General Zhou had come to him precisely because of this uncertainty. Without advanced equipment, what could he do? Suddenly, an idea struck Gao Yang. He looked at General Zhou and said, "How about I participate?" General Zhou smiled. "Did you watch the video just now? Are you sure you can handle it?" Gao Yang responded firmly, "I can." General Zhou's face grew serious. The warriors in the video have all reached the pinnacle of human limits. Every move they make is a masterpiece of precision. They are the finest soldiers of Longhua. Gao Yang waved his hand. "What I'm saying is, have I surpassed human limits?" A hint of amusement crossed General Zhou's mind, but he quickly realized the seriousness of Gao Yang's words. They fell silent. Gao Yang left the lab and returned with a cannon barrel. It had been cut in half but left behind. General Zhou watched in confusion as Gao Yang placed it on the ground and stomped on it. With a thunderous crash, the lab floor shook. One half of the barrel sank deep into the ground, while the other half twisted and deformed above ground. Gao Yang looked down thoughtfully, marveling. Such strength, and it's not entirely twisted? General Zhou was dumbfounded, staring at the barrel on the ground. He vividly remembered this cannon barrel. He had personally cut it into a ring with a knife. Now, Gao Yang had stomped it into a twisted mess with one foot. This was a tank cannon barrel. Its strength was almost unbelievable. It seemed unreal, but the ground had indeed trembled. Just then, another loud crash echoed. A guard rushed into the lab, holding a door handle still attached to the door panel. He had run so fast and with such force that when he tried to open the door, he ripped the entire panel off. The crash resounded throughout the lab, and a second guard followed, misjudging the distance and knocking the door frame loose. A third guard charged in, crashing directly into the concrete wall outside the door frame. The frame dented, the wall deformed, and bricks and cement fell everywhere. What happened? Three tense guards were fixated on Gao Yang, worry etched on their faces. But when they saw that Gao Yang was safe and sound, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, their tension melting away. General Zhou's mouth gaped wide enough to fit 3 eggs, his eyes bulging like brass bells. Yet, his gaze was filled with bewilderment and confusion. Who is Gao Yang? Where is he? What is he doing? And what exactly is the situation they find themselves in? All these questions left General Zhou utterly perplexed. Gao Yang watched the 3 guards, noting their disheveled appearance. He heard a few bangs in the distance and guessed they might have run into walls on their way here, unable to control their strength. This made him feel a bit embarrassed. These guards had just taken a strengthening serum and were using their full power but couldn't control it. General Zhou's mouth twitched, his body tense as he stared intently at Gao Yang, filled with confusion. Gao Yang had just crushed a cannon barrel with his foot, which had already shocked General Zhou. The three guards, all in a state of loss of control, had burst in, one through the door, one breaking the door frame, and another slamming into it. Their strength was impressive, but their actions seemed erratic. Seeing General Zhou's stunned expression, Gao Yang slowly explained, I recently developed a strengthening serum. They just took it, so their speed, strength, and reflexes have become exceptionally fast. They're acting like this because they haven't fully adapted to the serum's effects yet. General Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. A strengthening serum? It can achieve this level of enhancement?
Gao Yang nodded, yes.
General Zhou fell silent, thinking this was like the legendary elixirs that could turn someone into a martial arts master. After regaining his composure, General Zhou asked, do you plan to have the special forces use this serum too? Gao Yang instructed the three guards, tell them not to come in for now, and gather outside. The guards left, and Gao Yang turned to General Zhou. I've considered it, but I'm not sure about the results. Will they lose control? Will they be unable to handle their own strength? General Zhou shook his head. No worries, the stronger, the better. But will they face the same issues as these guards, struggling to control their strength? Gao Yang reassured him, they should fully adapt in about an hour or two, and after 3 to 5 hours, they'll be no different from normal people. General Zhou's final question was, how much of this serum do you have? Gao Yang pressed a button on a production machine, and pills started rolling out continuously. He explained, each pill can keep someone at peak performance for 2 months. After stopping, they'll gradually return to normal, with no side effects. General Zhou was astonished at the sight of the pills pouring out. This machine can produce enough serum to enhance an entire unit in just a minute. Gao Yang confirmed, no side effects, theoretically none. The only issue might be if taken too frequently, there could be some depletion. It's like how muscles weaken without regular exercise. Feeling reassured, General Zhou immediately called to agree to participate in the competition and urged the team to head to Gao Yang's lab as soon as possible. After hanging up, he breathed a sigh of relief and even felt a bit excited. Their incredible speed and strength would make them unstoppable in the competition. Smiling, General Zhou remarked, my initial hesitation was just about them possibly taking the serum. Upon hearing that medication was required for the competition, Gao Yang found it hard to believe. Such a rule actually existed? General Zhou observed Gao Yang's reaction and sighed inwardly, acknowledging how effective the propaganda from the Bald Eagle Nation had been. The young people were completely unaware of their actions. Ironically, the country most often caught using performance-enhancing drugs at the Olympics was the Bald Eagle Nation, where it seemed everyone was doping. Their research focused on how to evade detection. Despite advancements in testing technology and the increasing number of tests, they could never fully escape the endless drug challenges posed by countries like the Bald Eagle Nation. This competition was crucial. It would be surprising if they didn't take any drugs. General Zhou's gaze fell on a cannon barrel. He stepped forward, lifted it from the ground, dusted it off, and then asked, have you taken the enhancement serum? How does it feel? Gao Yang eagerly handed a vial to General Zhou, exclaiming with excitement, it's amazing, General. You should try it. While tempted, General Zhou shook his head firmly. I don't need it. After all, I'm not a combatant. Gao Yang was taken aback by the general's extraordinary willpower. It seemed almost unnatural, even a bit excessive. But without pressing further, he led General Zhou out of the lab. In the hallway, they saw someone crash into a wall, leaving dents. Although more than 3 guards had arrived, only 3 managed to break into the lab. The others had collided with the walls along the way. General Zhou couldn't help but twitch his lips and remarked, looks like this lab needs a renovation. Gao Yang shook his head, saying, no need for that. We can build a bigger lab next door. This one is already too small. Outside the lab, 80 people stood in neat rows, their eyes sharp and full of energy. Gao Yang instructed, quickly adapt to the sudden increase in speed and strength. Try different methods and figure out the fastest way to adjust. These experiences will be valuable for future Special Forces soldiers. Following orders, the group began using various unconventional methods to adapt to their new strength in the night outside the lab. Some even grabbed eggs from the kitchen, mimicking a scene from Stephen Chow's movie, breaking eggs with their toes, which surprisingly worked well. An hour later, 20 Special Forces soldiers arrived at the lab. They stood expressionless, exuding extreme determination like 20 wooden stakes. These were the elite among Dragon Nation's Special Forces, incredibly skilled and resilient, true kings of soldiers. Despite being mere soldiers, they radiated a commanding presence, exuding confidence and an aura of invincibility. General Zhou saluted these 20 elite soldiers and then distributed the serum, saying, this is an enhancement serum. After taking it, your speed, strength, and reaction time will be significantly boosted. Without hesitation, the Special Forces soldiers consumed the serum and, driven by hunger, quickly devoured the high-energy food prepared in advance. Gao Yang was a bit taken aback by how much these people could eat. He realized that everyone's physical condition was different, so the effects of the enhancement potion varied from person to person. The stronger someone's physical condition, the greater the improvement they experienced. After enjoying the feast, the 20 individuals had looks of amazement in their eyes, clearly feeling the changes in their bodies. One person decided to test it out by delivering a powerful punch to the ground. The result was a deep hole, with his fist and arm almost buried underground. It was like something out of a superhero movie. General Zhou watched these 20 people with their eyes glimmering with astonishment, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. Could they really achieve victory? Victory! The 20 people shouted in unison. Their voices were as powerful as a lion's roar in a Buddhist temple. The sound echoed through the air, carrying far and wide. In the dead of night, some students in the dormitory of the neighboring school were jolted awake by the noise, unsure of what had happened. Some were even so startled that their hearts raced, and sleep was out of the question. General Zhou felt a ringing in his ears, as if he had been slapped hard across the face. The soldiers had undergone physical enhancements, including their lungs and vocal cords. Their roars reverberated across the battlefield, leaving their enemies bewildered. Even the soldiers themselves were initially intimidated by the terrifying sound. However, they quickly adapted to their newfound speed and strength, gaining better control over their abilities. After half an hour, the 20 Special Forces soldiers had returned to normal, beginning to attempt precise movements. 2 hours later, they had fully mastered their sudden increase in strength, not only performing delicate tasks but doing so with greater skill than ever before. They could even assemble firearms at twice their original speed. Although they couldn't test their speed and strength here, they easily twisted steel bars into pretzels, showcasing their extraordinary capabilities. Reaching this level, how could they possibly fail? In the early hours, the 20 Special Forces soldiers set off for the territory of the Bald Eagles. They had no idea what the upcoming competition entailed, but their hearts were filled with confidence. If they lost, they wouldn't need to return. Gao Yang also wanted to join the competition but was stopped by General Zhou. The Bald Eagles would never allow Gao Yang to escape again. Even if it meant detonating a nuclear bomb, they wouldn't let him return alive. If Gao Yang were present, the Bald Eagles would have no chance of turning the tables. However, Gao Yang was crucial to the Dragon Nation, and the Dragon Nation would spare no effort to ensure his safety. A confrontation between the two great powers would be catastrophic. Gao Yang understood the gravity of the situation. Although he didn't insist on participating, he knew he would go eventually. When the Bald Eagles finally conceded defeat, and the Dragon Nation rose to the top of the world, that day would come. Even without him, that day wouldn't be far off, but with him, it would be like hitting the accelerator. Back in his room, Gao Yang lay down, too excited to sleep. After taking the enhancement serum, his body had been strengthened in every aspect, including his mental state. While he used to need daily sleep, it seemed he no longer did. So, instead of forcing himself to sleep, he got up and read, gathering strength. As he read, he noticed his reading speed had significantly increased. Now, he only needed a week of dedicated reading to recharge his system. He read until morning when he received a call from General Zhou, who informed him that the Bald Eagles were planning to livestream the Special Forces competition worldwide. General Zhou sounded excited, and Gao Yang was surprised as well. Although he couldn't be there in person, watching the live broadcast was a good alternative. He headed straight to the monitoring room, where the screens were large and numerous. Sitting in a spacious chair, Gao Yang ordered the connection to the Bald Eagles livestream. The screen showed a blonde, blue-eyed female host fluently introducing the Special Forces competition in the language of the Dragon Nation. The hype surrounding this special competition has reached a fever pitch, making it seem like the ultimate showdown between two powerful nations, with significant implications and promotional potential for the victor. One of the guards accompanying Gao Yang couldn't help but comment, "The strength of Longhua is growing so much that even Baotou Ying's news broadcasts are using our language." Caught off guard for a moment, Wu Di was the one doing the live translation. Gao Yang smiled and turned to the guard, saying, "Let the brothers come in and watch the pre-broadcast. Explain some of the technical terms to me. I don't understand them all." The guard nodded and went out to gather the team. Wu Di continued to manipulate the screen, showcasing more exciting footage. All of this was meticulously prepared by Baotou Ying with strategically placed cameras and aerial drones for the event. Despite Baotou Ying's extensive preparations, the competition's hype will only increase Longhua's exposure. It's somewhat ironic for Baotou Ying. The live stream room began to fill up with more viewers. On Longhua's side, people were sharing the news, surprised to find out about the Special Forces showdown, and quickly informing their friends to tune in. A match between Longhua's Special Forces and Baotou Ying's Special Forces? This is a must-watch event. Many people started up their VPNs to watch, but just as they connected, Longhua's official broadcast began. The live stream aired simultaneously on both the military and general channels, with a synchronized broadcast across the entire network. Since Baotou Ying had already heavily promoted the event, it naturally boosted the viewership. In no time, The number of viewers on Long was side-soared to 30 million and continued to rise. Almost everyone who heard the news dropped what they were doing to watch. The significance of this competition was immense, drawing global attention amid the tensions stirred by Xiao Wuzi and Mao Xiong. Especially since this was a special operations contest, something usually seen only on TV, it was a rare opportunity to witness it live and up close, sparking considerable excitement. High-ranking officials and the general public overseas were also closely following the event, with many tracking updates and watching the live stream on Twitter. Both domestically and internationally, viewership numbers skyrocketed in a short time, reaching a total of 2 billion, setting a new record. And this number continued to climb. The official live broadcast took place during Bao Ying's daytime, which was nighttime in Longhua. By the evening, Gao Yang's side had recorded 2.9 billion viewers. In Longhua alone, the live stream had attracted 55 million viewers, with nearly everyone glued to their screens. Even many who weren't initially interested were drawn in. As the official live broadcast began, the screen showed fully armed Special Forces soldiers. 40 special operatives were divided into two teams on the field. One team comprised the tall and burly Bao Wing warriors, while the other consisted of Longhua soldiers. The contrast was immediately apparent. Bao Ying's soldiers were not only taller but also had more pronounced muscle definition. In comparison, even Longhua's elite special forces appeared relatively ordinary in stature. Though they had muscles, theirs were more understated. The camera panned across the scene, revealing a flood of live comments in the chat, all buzzing with excitement over the brand new military equipment. Military enthusiasts were thrilled. The protagonist felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His opponent was tall and imposing, making him feel somewhat outmatched. The stark contrast between their abilities was glaringly evident, causing him to doubt his chances of victory. However, the twist came when it was revealed that this was a special competition, not a boxing match. While size differences could have an impact, they didn't determine the outcome. The key was hitting the target. Just one bullet would suffice. Perhaps our agility would be our advantage. Who could say for sure? Most people are skeptical about the special forces from Longhua. Even their own countrymen doubt them due to the obvious size disparity when the two teams stand side by side. While combat isn't a boxing match, physical differences do impact real-world operations. For example, during a weighted march, taller individuals can carry more weight and march more easily. Similarly, bulkier soldiers handle heavy machine guns more effectively. These are simple truths anyone can understand. Yet, despite these differences, Longhua's warriors have proven themselves to be on par with their opponents in real combat. In previous competitions, they have achieved outstanding results, even defeating the Beishuiying troops decisively in some battles. As the instructor stepped onto the field, he surveyed the two teams. The first event was a 10-kilometer weighted march, with the first to finish earning a point. The live audience was taken aback. They had assumed this was just a simple drill, not a multi-event competition. How long would a 10-kilometer weighted run take? Each participant carried over 30 kilograms of gear, with an additional 30 kilograms added on the spot, totaling 60 kilograms. The viewers were stunned. Running 10 kilometers without any weight is a challenge for most people, let alone with such a heavy load. Even a single kilometer would leave most people gasping for breath. Once everyone was fully equipped, the instructor explained the detailed rules. The course ran 2 laps along the coastline, returning to the starting point before crossing to the other side of the island. There were 40 participants, and points were awarded based on position. From 1st to 20th, each person overtaken earned a point, but no points were given for those finishing after the 20th spot. As soon as everyone reached the finish line, the second round would begin immediately. Ready? The 40 participants responded in unison. Ready? The live chat exploded. Running with a 30-kilogram load? This was beyond standard military burdens. Normally, load limits are calculated based on body proportions. Even in 30-kilogram training, walking rather than running is the norm to prevent injuries. The physical strain of running with such a load is immense. Even if willpower holds, the body might not. Beishuiying soldiers, with their larger builds, had higher standard loads. Why not make it 50 kilograms and have everyone crawl instead? And immediately after the run, the next event would start? Our soldiers would be at a disadvantage, unable to rest if they didn't place well. Amid the chatter, some voices remained rational. I think it's fine. On the battlefield, you need to handle all sorts of conditions. A 30-kilogram extreme load isn't unreasonable. Yes, Beishuiying soldiers have a size advantage, so shouldn't they use it? The soldiers themselves are ready. Why are you all complaining? Know your limits. As the starting gun fired, all 40 participants began to move. With 30 kilograms of weight, they could only jog lightly, as speeding up would drain their energy quickly, akin to sprinting. However, as soon as the signal was given, Longhua's special forces sprinted with all their might. Beishuiying had also prepared a commentary booth with 3 commentators, 2 from Beishuiying and 1 military commentator accompanying the Longhua team. The commentators from the White Eagle team watched in astonishment as the Dragon Nation's special forces began their sprint. Each member carried a 30-pound load, yet their speed was nothing short of breathtaking. Instinctively, they turned to their fellow commentator, as if asking, "Do your soldiers in Dragon Nation not know how to march with heavy loads? This kind of sprinting, even without the extra weight, would be exhausting. Surely, fatigue would set in soon." The Dragon Nation's military commentator, seasoned with experience from various programs, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. A sudden sprint with such heavy loads was unexpected, to say the least. Quickly regaining his composure, he explained, "This is our soldiers' tactic. I trust in their strategy." "A tactic? Could you elaborate?" The commentator, uncertain himself, ventured a guess. "I'm not entirely sure, but it might be a psychological strategy. Since the island is far away, if our soldiers run ahead, they can block their pursuers' view. Once the line of sight is broken, it affects their mindset." The two commentators were taken aback. Could this really work? Viewers in the live broadcast, including those overseas, were equally stunned. No wonder the Dragon Nation's infantry had repeatedly triumphed in the past. Even when seemingly at a disadvantage, they could come up with such ingenious tactics, and they actually worked. "We hope our White Eagle soldiers won't be affected, find their rhythm, and secure the victory." Viewers from Dragon Nation also felt a deep admiration. Even while running, their soldiers could employ strategic tactics. Though some might consider these tricks unsporting, victory is all that matters. They hoped their team would succeed, finish the race quickly, and rest up for the next challenge. Despite using unconventional methods, the difficulty of the challenge remained high, given the innate capabilities of the soldiers. Many still doubted the effectiveness of the Dragon Nation's special forces. In a direct drill, they might stand a chance, but in a race like this, they seemed disadvantaged. High-ranking military officers from Dragon Nation, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but chuckle as they watched the live broadcast. This commentator was a genius, coming up with such a clever tactic. Gao Yang also found it amusing, eager to see what the commentator would say next. Aerial footage showed the Dragon Nation's special forces had already run over 200 meters, moving out of the White Eagle soldiers' sight. The White Eagle special forces began to accelerate, feeling somewhat caught off guard. In the commentary booth, one of the White Eagle commentators remarked with surprise, "They've definitely been affected, suddenly speeding up, which will impact the overall race pace." The Dragon Nation's commentator nodded in agreement. His guess was probably right. This was indeed a psychological tactic. Another commentator hesitated, as he watched the Dragon Nation's warriors disappear into the distance. Why weren't they slowing down? The Dragon Nation's commentator, observing the Special Forces member who was already 300 meters ahead, contemplated before saying, "They're solidifying their lead. Running a bit further will prevent the Bald Eagle warriors from catching up and ensure they stay ahead." He then added, "This is just my speculation since I'm not on the ground. I'm just sharing a possible tactic." The Bald Eagle's commentator then shifted focus, no longer concentrating solely on the Dragon Nation's special forces. The director switched the camera to the Bald Eagle warriors, who were still marching steadily while chanting slogans. Although they had picked up their pace slightly, they maintained a consistent rhythm. However, this scene seemed somewhat monotonous, lacking the excitement of a sprint. Both domestic and international viewers were flooding the live chat, clamoring to see the Dragon Nation's special forces in action. When the camera cut back to the Dragon Nation's team, they had already sprinted 500 meters. Sprinting 500 meters with a 30-kilogram load was unbelievable. Even more astonishing was the sight ahead, a rocky mountain unique to the island. To proceed, they would have to climb over it. This weighted cross-country climb was a grueling test of both physical strength and willpower. With their energy already depleted, every step was an ordeal, and now they faced the challenge of scaling a mountain. How could they possibly manage this? The Bald Eagle's director, well aware of the gravity of the moment, focused the camera on the highest point of the cliff. Such a dramatic challenge demanded a close-up. The commentator from Longwa was feeling a bit anxious. They had pushed too hard during the sprint, and now they were facing a daunting challenge. If they couldn't make it up this next obstacle, it would be a huge embarrassment. And in fact, this mountain was really difficult to climb. Even after a run, climbing these stairs would be exhausting. This 6-meter-high vertical rock face, though covered in handholds and cracks, was intimidating due to its height. Even without the sprint, carrying a 30-kilogram load made this climb nearly impossible. Just moments ago, these soldiers sprinted 500 meters carrying heavy loads. The commentator clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely nervous. The commentator from White Eagle turned to look. They had already sprinted a considerable distance, and with the added weight, this small mountain posed a massive challenge for Longwa's special forces. "Do you think your Longwa soldiers can overcome this obstacle?" he asked. The Longwa commentator nodded vigorously, almost through gritted teeth. "They definitely can." Then, the scene showed the Longwa soldiers charging towards the rock face. They scaled it with ease and continued onwards. It was as if they were propelled by rockets, leaping 5 to 6 meters high with remarkable agility. The first row of 4 soldiers made it over, followed by the second row, and so on until all 5 rows had reached the top and continued running. The live stream chat was silent. Hardly anyone was sending messages. The director's camera stayed fixed on an empty spot for several long seconds. Then, the chat erupted in astonishment. The footage, initially intended to capture the soldiers' struggle, had instead documented their peak performance. 20 soldiers, each carrying 30 kilograms, had sprinted 500 meters and then scaled a 6-meter-high obstacle. It was unbelievable. Their performance was extraordinary, seemingly surpassing human limits. The commentator, slightly bewildered, said, "Did your Longwa soldiers take some kind of illegal substance?" The Longwa commentator, equally stunned, immediately stood up and angrily retorted, "Take your magic pills and shove them. Come on, keep going." The chat exploded with messages. Countless Longwa viewers were ecstatic. Those who had been watching from behind the scenes were now openly participating in the overseas live stream, expressing their delight freely. "I'm a fan now. I'll watch whatever you commentate on. What kind of miracle drug did they take to be this amazing? They're like superhumans. Keep pushing forward. Longwa is unbeatable." Emotions were high among Longwa viewers. The chat kept refreshing, filled with excitement and some concern. This is what true iron will looks like. They might be exhausted, but their willpower is driving them to extraordinary feats. If they keep this up, they might collapse. No matter how strong their will, there's a limit. But with such an incredible performance, even if they fail, it's worth it. At the White Eagle commentary desk, the 2 commentators watched the excited Longwa commentator without speaking. Anyone with common sense could see that the Longwa soldiers were at their limit. Once the Longwa commentator had calmed down a bit, one of the White Eagle commentators said, "We didn't mean anything by it. We were just blown away by their performance." The Longwa commentator smirked inwardly. First, they throw mud. And if there's no reaction, it's accepted. If there's a strong reaction, they apologize. Shameless. But he didn't dwell on it. The commentary had to continue, and he couldn't let the atmosphere get too awkward. "I was just emotional seeing our Longwa soldiers perform so well," he said, trying to smooth things over. The warriors of Longwa continue to charge forward with unwavering determination, each carrying a heavy load of 30 kilograms on their backs. They've already covered a distance of 700 meters. Such a feat seems almost unbelievable, yet they have achieved it. The commentator shook his head in amazement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With every step they take, they are making history. The people of Longwa have always been known for creating miracles, and these warriors are no exception, constantly setting new records, be it in the past, present, or future. The camera zooms in on the resolute Longwa warriors as they sprint forward, maintaining perfect formation without faltering. They've now surpassed the 1,000-meter mark. The live broadcast room is eerily silent, with the viewership soaring past 300 million. Yet the comment section remains sparse as most viewers are left in awe. Sprinting 1,000 meters under normal circumstances is an extraordinary accomplishment. Doing so at a sprinting pace with such a burden requires exceptional willpower and physical strength. The camera doesn't focus on the White Eagle warriors, who are still progressing slowly. This contrast only highlights the prowess of the Longwa warriors. As they reach the 2,000-meter mark, voices of doubt begin to emerge in the live chat, questioning the weight the Longwa warriors are carrying. By the time they hit 3,000 meters, these doubts grow louder. At the end of the 4,000-meter sprint, an instructor stops the Longwa Special Forces warriors and weighs their loads in front of all the viewers. The results astonish him. Each warrior is indeed carrying 30 kilograms, not a gram less. They completed the 4-kilometer sprint effortlessly, without a bead of sweat on their faces. It's as if they were superhumans competing. The audience is left in awe, finding it hard to believe, as sprinting 4 kilometers with a 30-kilogram load is beyond extraordinary. The second lap begins. The Longwa Special Forces warriors catch up to the White Eagle Special Forces after just 800 meters. The latter are still cheering and jogging leisurely. The Longwa warriors continue to sprint with unwavering determination, while the White Eagle warriors, upon seeing they've been overtaken, look increasingly dazed and confused. Suddenly, one of them steps on the shoe of the soldier in front, causing a domino effect as they all tumble down like a field of fallen wheat. Overburdened by their heavy loads and exhausted from climbing the mountain earlier, they struggle to get back on their feet. In one shot, a team is seen charging forward with determination, while in another, a team is seen struggling to rise from the ground. The Special Forces team pushed themselves to the limit, covering nearly 5 kilometers, while the team that fell had only managed to run 800 meters. This stark contrast is utterly disgraceful. In the live stream, viewers shifted from initially praising the Dragon Nation's warriors to harshly criticizing the Bald Eagle soldiers. Although Dragon Nation has its share of critics, it also boasts formidable warriors. How could they choose such inept individuals to represent the Bald Eagle? What gives them the right to call themselves the Surgical Knife Special Forces? Are they planning to self-destruct first? It's simply unbelievable. The much-publicized showdown between two top-tier forces now seems laughable. Can the bald eagle still claim to be a dominant power? Is the Dragon Nation on the rise? A book I once read said, "The Dragon Nation is a sleeping giant. When it awakens, it will soar high and be unstoppable." Gao Yang watched the live stream intently, feeling immense joy, perhaps even euphoria. After all, these achievements were a result of his hard work. Just as he was immersed in the spectacle, his phone rang. It was General Zhou calling. "Gao Yang, the bald eagle side wants to conduct a drug test." Gao Yang understood. This competition had indeed pushed beyond the limits. But the bald eagle side wouldn't find anything suspicious because all the enhancements from the strengthening agents had caused natural improvements in the body. Even if there were any drug residues, they would have been expelled by now. While they could proceed with the testing, why let them? Just as General Zhou was about to speak, an invincible voice interrupted. "We can conduct the tests together. Maybe we'll uncover something unexpected." Gao Yang was taken aback. The White Eagle soldiers seemed to have taken some kind of miraculous drug. Suddenly, Woody's voice broke the silence, asserting with 99% certainty that they had indeed taken something. After a month of training, their stellar performance today added to Gao Yang's confusion. General Zhou, on a phone call, expressed his astonishment, noting that ordinary people would find it strenuous to run 100 meters while carrying 30 kilograms. Yet, these soldiers had not only run a kilometer, but also easily scaled a 6-meter steep cliff. Woody further explained that besides the training, a new batch of drugs had been delivered to the island, containing 40 doses. Although no one had directly seen them take it, their performance and historical patterns made it almost certain they had. General Zhou gasped in response, marveling at Woody's capabilities. Woody chuckled and added that although they might not uncover much this time, they could seize the opportunity to study the samples and develop new detection methods for the future. General Zhou sighed, remarking on the unpredictability of human nature and the unique choice of Woody as an AI. Gao Yang felt a surge of relief, knowing Woody's absolute loyalty to him. As General Zhou ended the call to coordinate with the exercise grounds, Gao Yang inwardly scoffed, confident that these tactics were futile against him. Even a thorough inspection of the Dragon Nation soldiers would likely reveal nothing amiss. The Dragon Nation soldiers had just completed their second lap. The comments in the live stream had shifted from shock to sheer disbelief. Their performance was beyond miraculous. It was legendary. Carrying 30 kilograms while sprinting 8 kilometers through complex terrain was simply unimaginable. Meanwhile, the White Eagle soldiers continued their struggle, but their pace was noticeably slower compared to their pre-drug tests. Some were gasping for breath, desperately pushing forward. The Dragon Nation soldiers pressed on without pause, racing towards the other end of the island. Even the potential threat of snakes and other animals in the forested areas didn't faze them. They completed the 10-kilometer weighted run at an astonishing pace of 120 seconds per kilometer, shattering any previous world records. After reaching the finish line, the 20 soldiers took a brief rest before undergoing blood tests and other examinations to check for banned substances. The entire process was meticulously monitored and recorded, as required by Dragon Nation. The White Eagle side, equally anxious, wondered what good it would do even if they discovered something. Their real fear was that Dragon Nation might truly possess such a drug. If true, it meant that Dragon Nation could mass-produce such soldiers. Faced with this possibility, the White Eagle team felt utterly helpless, their hearts gripped by fear. The long-distance endurance of the Dragon Nation warriors is simply astonishing. They can sprint 10 kilometers with only slight panting, as if they possess the extraordinary ability to run 20, 30, or even 50 kilometers. On the battlefield, they can cover 50 kilometers in less than 2 hours, making them nearly unbeatable. They easily create situations where they outnumber their opponents, executing surprise attacks and engaging in seesaw battles. In comparison, mechanized units seem much less agile, as they need to take detours, whereas Dragon Nation warriors can traverse mountains and hills as if walking on flat ground. Conducting drug tests at this point is a real challenge for the Bald Eagle side, making it hard to bear. If the tests show no use of banned substances, they will feel embarrassed, unable to shake off external doubts. If the tests do show drug use, while it may save face, the internal anguish would be even harder to endure. When the Bald Eagle commentators mentioned testing the samples to determine if any banned substances were used, all eyes turned to the Dragon Nation commentators. They were asked if they believed the opponents had used drugs. The Dragon Nation commentators shook their heads in denial and questioned the existence of such miraculous drugs. They pointed out that unless these drugs had no severe side effects, they would have been widely used on battlefields. If it wasn't drugs, then what could it be? The Dragon Nation commentator pondered, looking at the screen showing people in white lab coats, and shook his head, realizing that the initial screening might not have detected anything. He sighed in relief and whispered, "I can only think of one possibility, and that is
Dragon Nation Kung Fu.
Instantly, the comments section exploded. Overseas viewers have a fixation on whether Dragon Nation people are skilled in martial arts. Even when people around them try to clarify, they still believe it's a unique phenomenon, thinking there must be someone with such abilities. At this moment, they were extremely excited. They believed the Dragon Nation special warriors must be adept in light-footed martial arts, capable of running swiftly, floating on water, and even moving along walls like geckos. They imagined these warriors as martial arts masters, all proficient in Dragon Nation Kung Fu. Some even expressed a desire to travel to the Dragon Nation to learn these skills, asking for recommendations and if one must join the military to have such opportunities. However, faced with strict selection criteria, including health, suitable age, and political background checks, many who once harbored dreams could not fulfill them. Meanwhile, among Dragon Nation viewers, there was skepticism about whether martial arts experts truly exist and if they genuinely master such skills. They began to doubt whether the special warriors of the Dragon Nation truly possess such abilities and if they have indeed mastered martial arts. Some even questioned if the special warriors could really use hard qigong, making it hard for some to accept because they couldn't learn these skills in the military. In the comments, a close connection was established between martial arts and special warriors. For the Dragon Nation, such claims were not significant since Kung Fu itself is an excellent skill and could provide some cover for Gao Yang. However, for the Bald Eagle side, this notion left them perplexed. If the drug tests found nothing, could it really be Kung Fu at work? In the first match, the Bald Eagle side originally had the advantage, but the Dragon Nation side easily scored 20 points. Now the situation had become tricky, and they didn't know what to do. They had to continue the competition, as global audiences were watching. After a half-hour rest, the Bald Eagle warriors finally reached the finish line. They were drenched, looking as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Gradually, more Bald Eagle participants arrived and began to rest. A solitary Bald Eagle warrior leisurely strolled in the rear. His steps were slow and deliberate, ensuring that the Bald Eagle warriors on the front lines could get ample rest. Although he couldn't earn any glory, he didn't have to worry about the passage of time. This approach might seem somewhat dishonorable, but it perfectly matched the nature of the Bald Eagle warriors. In the livestream from Longwa, the actions of the Bald Eagle team were met with intense criticism. However, in the Bald Eagle's own livestream, no one condemned these actions. Instead, the commentators diverted the topic and praised Longwa's strength. A commentator from Longwa jokingly remarked, "Is the last Special Forces soldier from Bald Eagle crippled? Even a crawling baby is faster than him." Two members from the Bald Eagle team looked visibly distressed, seemingly out of breath and unable to continue running. The Longwa commentator laughed, saying, "Maybe they're just out of breath. I remember students during the Longwa High School entrance exams who were gasping for air but still managed to jog, showing a resilient spirit. Even 13 or 14-year-olds wouldn't perform this poorly." The Bald Eagle's livestream was filled with angry comments, criticizing their commentators. Meanwhile, Longwa viewers burst into laughter at their commentators' remarks, flooding the chat with praise. Everyone thought the commentator was impressive for speaking so candidly. This boosted his popularity, ensuring that whenever he commentated in the future, viewers would flock to watch. It was truly satisfying. The Bald Eagle Special Forces were being compared unfavorably to crawling babies and middle school students. Some even requested to replace the frontline Special Forces soldiers. Gao Yang noticed the contrasting reactions in the chat between Longwa and overseas viewers. There had been claims that Longwa people lacked a competitive spirit, that there were no applause or encouragement even when they won. However, later videos disproved this. During a gaming competition, when the opposing team killed their hero, the crowd erupted in applause and encouragement. Cheers followed their victory as well. In contrast, when overseas teams won championships, the audience remained silent, with no applause or cheers. It was clear who lacked a competitive spirit. On the contrary, Longwa not only possessed a competitive spirit, but also treated others with kindness and tolerance, an admirable trait. As Gao Yang watched the barrage of comments, he reflected on why the Bald Eagle could hire trolls to create anxiety on Longwa's internet, but Longwa couldn't influence public opinion in the Bald Eagle's domain. Trolls? Gao Yang didn't hesitate to take action. They were the real Navy, unmatched by anyone. They sent out overseas comments, urging their citizens to condemn the Bald Eagle military's disgraceful actions. Sure enough, the next moment, the overseas comments underwent a dramatic change. The initial insults aimed at the commentator turned into criticisms of the Bald Eagle soldiers, accusing them of resorting to despicable tactics that rendered any victory meaningless. The White Eagle warrior, feeling both angry and dejected after the loss in the competition, was overwhelmed with disappointment in himself and his team. His heart was filled with rage and self-blame to the point where he even contemplated ending it all by jumping into the nearby sea. He believed their performance was so poor that they didn't deserve to be called the best Special Forces unit, thinking it was a complete waste of resources. He was particularly dissatisfied with the White Eagle team's performance during the weighted cross-country training, criticizing them for appearing to stroll leisurely instead of giving their all. With a sarcastic tone, He remarked that their dark skin made it hard for others to tell if they were training or just shopping in a mall. He even joked about whether there were designer brands waiting for them to pick or cameras capturing the whole scene. He was utterly displeased with their actions and speed, feeling they didn't live up to the standards of a special forces unit. During the competition, the White Eagle Warriors faced online attacks and criticism, with comments accusing them of shameless behavior. This barrage of negative feedback left many of their supporters feeling frustrated and powerless, causing some to question their previous support. The negative online sentiment severely impacted the White Eagle team's image, leading their supporters to doubt their capabilities. In the marksmanship segment, the White Eagle Warriors showcased impressive skills. They had to shoot moving targets within a set time to achieve high scores. The Dragon Country Warrior completed the challenge with astonishing speed and precision, demonstrating exceptional marksmanship. He swiftly moved to the shooting range, hitting multiple targets accurately in rapid succession, showcasing extraordinary shooting skills. This left the White Eagle Warriors both surprised and bewildered, filled with admiration and respect for the Dragon Country Warriors' prowess. The enemy is incredibly powerful. There's simply no chance of winning. Their strength is so immense that they can sprint the entire course in just 12 seconds without even firing a shot. It's truly astounding. The challenge was originally designed to make it difficult for Dragon Country soldiers to break through, but who would have thought they could take off from a standstill? How can anyone compete with that? The commentators were seated at the commentary table. An Eagle Country commentator exclaimed in amazement, "Such speed, such efficiency. It's incredible." A Dragon Country commentator angrily pounded the table and said, "Incredible? Look around the world. Besides Dragon Country, who else can accomplish such a feat?"
I'm absolutely convinced.
Before he could finish his sentence, another Dragon Country Special Forces soldier completed the course in 12 seconds as well, hitting all 15 targets. The commentators immediately calmed down and revised their statements. "Look around the world. If there's another country besides Dragon Country whose soldiers can achieve this, I would be utterly impressed." This terrifying reaction speed is truly hard to believe. Originally, the commentators were supposed to be neutral, but now they sounded like proud home team supporters. The Dragon Country audience was equally thrilled, bursting with pride for their soldiers. 20 Dragon Nation warriors participated in the competition. The slowest warrior took 13 seconds to complete the task, while the fastest finished in just 10 seconds, an astonishing speed. After the Dragon Nation warriors successfully completed the event, it was time for the White Eagle Special Forces to perform. However, the 20 White Eagle warriors stood frozen, hesitant to make the first move, fearing embarrassment. Once confident, they now believed that no matter how they performed, they would be ridiculed by the 3 billion viewers watching. They even regretted the decision to broadcast the event live, feeling as if they had set themselves up for humiliation. This painful situation was akin to self-torture, as they had to endure not only their own discomfort, but also the scorn of the audience. As the spectators grew impatient, one White Eagle warrior finally took the first step and dashed into the forest. Despite his agile and swift movements, which would typically be considered top tier, his performance paled in comparison to the extraordinary display by the Dragon Nation warriors. The global audience immediately mocked the White Eagle warriors, saying, "Is that the best they can do? They move like turtles. Even the cowboys on our farms could easily beat them. Even I, with my weak constitution and lack of exercise, could probably outshoot them." Though the spectators had never personally experienced such a competition, they believed their shooting range skills surpassed those of the White Eagle Special Forces. Was this truly the might of the White Eagle Special Forces? They seemed embarrassingly weak, like pampered children sent by some politician. The White Eagle live stream was flooded with jeers from the audience. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation commentator attempted to defend the White Eagle warriors, stating that their 18-second performance was indeed commendable. Despite the Dragon Nation warriors' impressive results, the White Eagle team remained composed, demonstrating excellent emotional control. The commentator acknowledged that the White Eagle team was among the elite, but they were unfortunate to face such an outstanding Dragon Nation squad. His remarks, though intended to be objective, came off as slightly sarcastic, highlighting the White Eagle warriors' shortcomings. Dragon Nation viewers, however, remained calm, recognizing the significant disparity in skill levels. Gao Yang also noticed this gap. While it seemed like only a few seconds difference, the disparity in combat effectiveness was glaring. The enhanced warriors of the Dragon Nation had an overwhelming advantage over the White Eagle Special Forces. As they observed the competition, the screen switched to a conference room scene, revealing a conversation among the White Eagle warriors. Gao Yang furrowed his brows and turned to focus on the screen. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, with everyone dressed in the White Eagle military uniforms, continuing their routine agenda. However, this time, it seemed destined for failure. They had to introduce new projects to stand a chance. A live combat drill? That would definitely fail, as their opponent had completed the obstacle shooting course in just 12 seconds, almost obliterating all the soldiers. The only glimmer of hope seemed to lie in hand-to-hand combat. The room was silent. Using a massive physique to fight a smaller opponent in a boxing match meant a significant weight advantage. More weight meant greater height, stronger muscles, and longer reach, almost guaranteeing a comprehensive victory. But was this honorable? Even if they won, it would be a dishonorable victory, seemingly unethical. Someone whispered in the room, "I heard they're good at Longwa Kung Fu." The room fell silent again. After a moment, someone else spoke. "Is there really such a thing as Longwa Kung Fu in this world?" No one answered, because speaking up at this moment might invite blame. If they said there was no Longwa Kung Fu and still lost, the responsibility would fall on them. The person sitting at the head of the table frowned. "Whether it exists or not, do we have any other options? Are we going to give them an English test?" Gao Yang almost burst out laughing at this absurd suggestion. But the idea of a test wasn't entirely outlandish, as he had seen the files of those 20 special soldiers. Their English proficiency was quite good. In contrast, there might be some White Eagle soldiers who only knew basic spoken English and simple spelling. After all, their education was relatively more rigid. Finally, it was decided that the next competition would be hand-to-hand combat, under the pretense that anything could happen on the battlefield, and unarmed combat was certainly possible. Gao Yang was speechless. No matter how fancy the method, it still came down to strength. Yet they chose a nearly impossible form of confrontation.
Kumba?
Gao Yang chuckled to himself. A punch that could break through a wall would still be just a punch when hitting a person. Longwa was already leading by 40 points. The White Eagles proposed the next event, combat. One-on-one fights. The winner earns a point. The viewers in the White Eagle livestream were shocked. Who came up with such a foolish event? Longwa people are known for their kung fu. Meanwhile, the Longwa side began to feel nervous. Ironically, the common White Eagle citizens firmly believed in the Longwa soldiers' kung fu prowess, while the Longwa people themselves were skeptical, even doubting the existence of kung fu. So, when they heard about the third event proposed by the White Eagles, they felt a bit panicked. Though they were fast and had good endurance, could they really fight? After all, the opponents were bigger. However, this doubt only lasted a few minutes. When the first combat began, the Longwa Special Forces member quickly approached and executed a sidekick. The massive White Eagle Special Forces member was sent flying. His body spun in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The entire arena fell silent as the medical team rushed in to provide emergency aid. In the live stream, the viewers from the Bald Eagle side were bewildered. They couldn't help but wonder why there was such a huge gap between them and the Dragon Kingdom. Is Kung Fu from the Dragon Kingdom really that powerful? That kick that knocked down the opponent was an extraordinary display of strength in the ring. Meanwhile, the livestream audience on the Dragon Kingdom side was equally ecstatic. The viewers were all amazed, exclaiming how profound their martial arts truly are. Some even joked, asking if it's still possible to find a master and start training now. That kick sent a man weighing at least 180 pounds flying, with such explosive power that it seemed almost unbelievable. Despite the incredible skill, was the force too excessive? The opponent was kicked so hard that he couldn't stop vomiting blood. That kick alone might be enough to force an immediate retirement. However, this performance also brought immense national pride. The on-site medical staff had to cut open the fighter's shirt, revealing a footprint across his chest, with extensive fractures around it. This was no longer just a matter of retirement. Even emergency treatment might not be enough to save him. Medical personnel immediately began emergency treatment, but the injuries were too severe to move the patient. Any attempt to transfer them would pose a life-threatening risk. Some people glared angrily at the Longwa Special Forces soldier in the ring, accusing him of being too ruthless. The Longwa soldier felt wronged because he hadn't even exerted his full strength. In fact, they had been holding back throughout today's match, following instructions to conserve their strength. Even during their final sprint, they maintained their formation. Who could keep a stable formation while running at full speed? Anyway, the live broadcast was temporarily halted. Although the outcome of the match was beyond doubt, in some way, it allowed the Baotoying team to save face. At least they didn't lose outright. The Longwa commentator was left wanting more, puzzled as to why the match ended early. He hadn't finished venting his excitement. However, seeing the opponent's life hanging by a thread, he knew it was inappropriate to continue and had to reluctantly end the broadcast. This time, Baotoying got lucky. Gao Yang felt a twinge of sympathy for them. The live broadcast, meant to boost morale, had instead led to a heart attack. Internal conflicts might worsen as a result. Additionally, Longwa's martial arts were bound to become a global hot topic. This would likely lead to a surge in martial arts frauds, while it remained uncertain if true masters would reveal themselves. End the broadcast and take a break. Gao Yang realized he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, yet he didn't feel tired. Lying in bed, he didn't rush to sleep but instead pondered his next steps. He had an idea. Robots. Utilizing robots had many advantages. Firstly, Lao Cheng's factory was nearing completion. Once built, keeping all operations confidential would be challenging, as hiring trustworthy workers posed a significant risk of leaks. In comparison, creating robots would be much more convenient. Achieving the level of artificial intelligence would be ideal, but even if that wasn't possible, robots could still be directly controlled by Woody. Additionally, he had a closed-service robot that could even act as his protector. That would be much safer. Imagine 80 Captain Americas plus a few Terminators, simply unbeatable. He began organizing his thoughts on robotics. Even without consulting any materials, he could build a robot, but reviewing relevant information was still necessary, especially to understand Lungwa's leading advancements in robotics research. He wanted to see if there were any aspects he could draw from and prepare thoroughly for the next enhancement opportunity. With a plan in mind, Gao Yang called Director Yuan. It was late at night, and as soon as the call connected, he heard Director Yuan's excited voice. "Did you watch the live broadcast?" At this moment, mentioning the broadcast could only refer to the recently concluded Special Operations live stream. "I did," Gao Yang replied with a smile. "What's up?" Director Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "It was incredible. I never imagined we could achieve such a direct and miraculous victory. Do you think Longwa Kung Fu is real?" After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang replied, "Perhaps. Though I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it probably did exist at some point. I'll look into it. If it's real, I'll arrange for some of those guards to be assigned to you," Director Yuan said, his concern for Gao Yang evident. Feeling a sense of warmth, Gao Yang replied, "That's not necessary." Director Yuan insisted. "How can you say that?" "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well protected." "Really, it's not needed," Gao Yang reiterated. Gao Yang pondered that Director Yuan must have high-level clearance, allowing him to be privy to almost anything. The soldiers were originally not very strong, but after taking the enhancement serum I developed, they became exceptionally powerful. Director Yuan on the other end of the phone was momentarily stunned, starting to realize Gao Yang's contributions. But how could this be possible? Yuan recalled that not long ago, Gao Yang had asked him for pharmaceutical technology and a batch of monkeys for experiments. Tentatively, he asked, "Pharmaceuticals?" Gao Yang was startled. He thought Director Yuan might be shocked, but he still nodded reluctantly. "Yes." Director Yuan fell silent, feeling as if a child had asked him a simple math question that he couldn't answer. Gradually, he calmed down, a slight smile of relief appearing on his face. Just now, foreign media made some sharp comments. They said the White Eagle spends the most on military expenditure in the world, yet it produces the biggest failures. Soon, not just them, but all major countries will desperately train their soldiers, only to find that training alone is futile. Gao Yang also laughed, recognizing that familiar mischievous smile on Director Yuan's face. He couldn't help feeling a bit of schadenfreude himself. They might try to infiltrate Longhua, but this time their goal would be to learn the national martial arts. Director Yuan, still smiling, asked, "Why are you calling me so late? Need more data?"
Robot technology, Gao Yang replied.
"No problem. I'll arrange for someone to send it over. But can you tell me what kind of performance you're looking for in these robots?" Gao Yang wasn't sure about the specifics of the system's amplification and what the current industrial level could achieve after enhancement. "I'm not sure yet. I'll research it once I get the data." Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, Director Yuan was still full of anticipation. "Once you figure it out, notify me immediately." Gao Yang hung up the phone, equally full of expectations. Time to get some sleep. Although he wasn't physically tired, his exceptional mental strength allowed him to control himself. Once he truly relaxed, he quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Gao Yang woke up naturally. Director Yuan had sent over the requested data. At the same time, General Zhou arrived. Gao Yang knew exactly why General Zhou was there, to form a highly capable special forces team. This wasn't a problem for him. As long as he had enough raw materials, he could make everyone in Longhua as strong as dragons. However, this also posed a significant risk. If everyone became as strong as dragons, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. He handed General Zhou 10,000 enhancement serums, enough to make a 10,000-strong army incredibly powerful. Gao Yang imagined the scene, finding it somewhat unbelievable. This immensely powerful force of 10,000 would be nearly invincible. But in reality, it might not form such a large unit. The enhancement serums would likely be distributed among many smaller special forces teams. This approach is safer but won't truly empower thousands of people. At most, it will only benefit a few. After all, as long as there is demand, producing large quantities of such drugs isn't difficult. After General Zhou left, Gao Yang began researching information about robots. As he carefully read through the materials, his brow gradually furrowed. Are these laboratory studies what they call robots? Isn't this just some kind of toy? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.